Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. The Prophet civilization took action. In Kyantuan town, smoke billowed. After the war, the place was in ruins. Lin Qun stood tall. In front of him, Zhu Jiago had gathered everyone. Gathered here. And he himself had come to Lin Qun. He was a little scared. Because he knew that the man standing in front of him, who looked younger than him, was the top master who had just rushed forward and killed through the insect swarm. Before coming to see Lin Qun, Zhu Jiago even asked around and found out that this person had over 10,000 contribution points. Over 10,000 contribution points. Now on the human ranking list, there are no more than 20 people with over 10,000 contribution points. Zhu Jiago was just a small mountain king in an ordinary survivor base, and he never dreamed that he would see someone of this level. Killing 10,000 alien civilization creatures was a record he dared not even think about. And knowing this, he finally understood why the man in front of him was so powerful. When Zhu Jiago came over, Lin Qun was still counting his spoils. In the insect swarm, the experience of a war insect is about 101. Their experience is surprisingly average, probably because each war worm is a semi-produced model. In this battle, the number of Zerg swarms exceeded 5,000, and the number of war worms killed directly by Lin Qun was over 1,000, but he did not harvest many contribution points, nor much experience. From this battle, he probably only got more than 100 contribution points. This is because among these 5,000 war worms, there are a large number of clone war worms and artificial war worms. This is the uniqueness of the Zerg civilization, and their sea of worms can only be realized quickly in this way. Among the large-scale Zerg army, most of them are clone war worms without contribution points and experience points, and only a small number are truly judged as Zerg civilization life. Of course, according to the analysis of military experts, if it were not for participating in the civilization war, there might not even be these war worms. Because from the perspective of the structure of the Zerg, clone war worms are the best choice. The resources they need to create those contestant war worms that meet the qualifications for judging global battlefield contestants are enough to create several clone war worms. But since they are participating in the civilization war, who doesn't come to harvest contribution points? The Zerg civilization must also create war bugs that can harvest contribution points, otherwise it will lose its meaning. With these more than 100 contribution points, Lin Qun's total contribution points have exceeded 500, and he can draw a card once in the 3rd level card pool, but he is not in a hurry to use them. He plans to keep these contribution points. It may be of great use. He has a plan in mind. It is said that the Zerg mother nest above Zen's lake is under layers of protection, with extremely strong defense, and there are countless top-level war bugs protecting it. Although the troops have not yet arrived at the Zen's Zerg nest, he must start thinking about how to deal with it. For example, his eyes moved and looked at the sword of promised victory in his hand. His eyes flashed. Apart from anything else, this weapon is still very powerful. Those war bugs are all covered with alloy shells. If Lin Qun used the original fire pattern sword to chop them, even with the dual blessing of Washan Ganki and sword control, the fire pattern sword would probably be chopped into pieces. But just now, Lin Qun used this sword to move forward and roam the battlefield. The headshot girl's skill combined with close combat, the powerful force plus the sharpness of the sword of oath of victory, can spur everything. The war insects along the way were either killed by Lin Qun's headshot on the spot, or directly split from head to tail by Lin Qun's sword, cutting iron like mud. The insect carapace, that is difficult to penetrate by conventional rifles and pistol ammunition, is as fragile as paper in front of this sword, and as easily torn and pierced. This is also the detail of the scene of Lin Qun's unstoppable momentum that Zhu Jiago saw from a distance at that time. And now, Zhu Jiago has come, and Lin Qun also retracted his attention and looked at each other. He and Zhu Jiago did not know each other, and he said straight to the point, "I'm a survivor of the front line of Magic City Luching. Lin Qun, as you can see, I'm the leader of this team. At present, Lucheng and Jinling have become the targets of the insect swarm, and there are other civilizations like wolves around. If we want to survive, we can only fight. Our goal is to penetrate the insect swarm army head on. Listen carefully, it is a real insect swarm army, tens of millions of insect swarm main forces, and then overthrow the insect swarm nest. So, we need strength. I come to reinforce you, not only to rescue and assist you, but also to call on you to join us. You can stand firm in such a world on your own. You have luck and strength. You are all self-growing warriors. We need your strength. I hope your living force can be merged into our legion. Go to the next battlefield with us, and connect all the survivors in the frontline areas of the entire Lucheng and Jinling city to form a legion. Then merge into the central battlefield and fight together with the Jinling and Lucheng armies. Of course, you can refuse. This is not forced. But what I want to say is, you can look at Kaiantuan town now. If Jinling and Lucheng are defeated, no one will be able to stop them for you. You will face these insect swarms yourself. Lin Qun spoke very fast. Now the sun is advancing towards noon, and their speed should be faster. Zhu Jiaguo was still thinking about how to talk to such a top powerhouse in front of him, but he didn't expect that Lin Qun would not give him a chance to speak at all. He said so much directly, and put the choice in front of him. Zhu Jiaguo's eyes flashed. In the past, he would have believed that, if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. He was scared to death by the sound of the main force of the Zerg, and they had to run away quickly. But now, he didn't think so. What if the tall one died? Then the short ones would not be able to escape death, no matter where they hide. Zhu Jiaguo gritted his teeth, and said without hesitation, "Commander, I listen to you. It's the same reason for you to come to save me. In this case, my people and I are willing to contribute our strength, but you can also see that our strength is not as strong as yours. We can only do our best." Zhu Jiaguo's eyes flashed with light. He learned a lot from this battle, and was determined to fight. Lin Qun nodded and said, "Don't worry, just follow us. What we need is manpower. No matter how powerful one person is, he will be trapped in a huge army, and be killed alive. But if this person also has a huge army behind him, even if the quality is not as good as the opponent, it will be a different outcome." This time, Lin Qun did not have to use superhuman power. His civilization is his superhuman power. Lin Qun and his team did not waste too much time here. Outside, the main force of Lucheng had already begun to gather and move towards the insect swarm. The war was about to break out. Lin Qun and his team had to complete their tasks as soon as possible, starting from Kaiantuan town and rushing to the next battlefield at high speed. Zhu Jiaguo and others followed Lin Qun's convoy, and those who had no combat effectiveness in their survivor base were all escorted by a small number of soldiers to the Lucheng survivor base. With the addition of Zhu Jiaguo and others, Lin Qun's team expanded from less than 1,000 people to nearly 3,000 people. The next destination, Liang Crossing survivor base. There are 1,300 survivors here, more than half of them are warriors, and there is an 11th level master. Lin Qun's team expanded for the second time. Then, there was the third survivor base, the fourth survivor base. These survivor bases are scattered in the surrounding areas. Some are large, some are small, and almost all have less than 10,000 people. Lin Qun and his team are getting bigger and bigger. In this process, they not only encountered the interception of the Zerg, but also encountered some creatures from other civilizations, such as the terrifying giant snake civilization creatures with heads and mouths that can split like petals and densely grown teeth, and a group of tall and thin technological civilization creatures. They are all small and medium-sized civilizations, and some of them have good strength, but the main force is not here. They can occupy one side, but knowing that the Zerg army is coming, they are all retreating. When they encounter Lin Qun, a brief conflict breaks out, and they rush retreat. This is not only because the team behind Lin Qun is getting bigger and bigger, running around the battlefields of several regions, which cannot be underestimated. On the other hand, it is also because of the combat power displayed by Lin Qun, which is shocking. When encountering the creatures of the giant snake civilization, Lin Qun took the lead alone and killed them directly. He transformed into a beast giant and created two giant snake immaculate giants on the spot. Those creatures of the giant snake civilization were originally 7 or 8 meters long. After transforming into immaculate unmanned, they were more than 30 meters tall, sweeping across one side, and in turn killed the creatures of the giant snake civilization, and made them flee in embarrassment. Facing the thin high-tech civilized creatures, Lin Qun directly launched an indescribable call, mutating into large groups of thin and tall deep divers and other creatures that make people's sin values crazy, and directly charged into their human army, military vehicles and war horses. Those thin and tall civilizations had already been scared out of their wits by the terrible and indescribable mutation ability displayed by Lin Qun. Where there is still the strength to fight, but the army was defeated and fled in panic. The coalition forces from various survivor bases who followed Lin Qun looked at Lin Qun and his men who were leading the way and invincible. Everyone was excited and extremely excited. Although they had stood on one side, they had always been hiding from these alien civilization creatures. They might have the strength to fight against these scattered alien civilization creatures, but if they really confronted them head on, that would be impossible. But today, they followed Lin Qun and were invincible. These alien civilizations along the way were almost defeated. Their confidence soared. In fact, these civilizations such as the giant snake civilization, the thin high-tech civilization, and even the fire dragon civilization and the Taku civilization that Lin Qun and his men had encountered before, can't be said to be weak. If they really gathered their armies, they would definitely have the strength to fight against humans. How could they be particularly weak to enter the civilization battlefield as contestants? Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain this qualification. The reason why they were defeated at the first touch of Lin Qun's team was that they were not large enough. Lin Qun and his team had been blocked in the Magic City for more than 20 days. The battle outside had already been decided. Which civilization occupied each region was a foregone conclusion. These small and medium-sized civilizations could not compete with those powerful civilizations. They could only break up into small pieces and disperse in various small places to harvest contribution points in small-scale operations. However, such small-scale alien civilization troops were no match for Lin Qun and the large human team, so it was normal for them to be strangled. Moreover, multiple scattered harvests could also obtain the most contribution points. For example, the Bakatans were actually the same. They not only blocked the Magic City, but also invested troops in their own blockade areas. They had their men in various parts of the Blue Star, harvesting contribution points from all sides. Defeating other contestant civilizations was one thing, and harvesting contribution points was another. For the vast majority of contestant civilizations, harvesting contribution points was the most critical thing. They had never thought about winning the final victory on the global battlefield. If the main forces of these civilizations were here, they would even be able to compete with humans, insect swarms, shadow civilizations, and even prophet civilizations in the current multi-party battlefield. In this round of battles, this motley army put together by Lin Qun gradually got used to each other and cooperated with each other. The sky gradually darkened. The size of Lin Qun's team was close to 10,000 people. At this time, the small and medium-sized alien civilization creatures around had basically fled. Under the bloody glow of the setting sun, only the large forces of humans and insect swarms were intensively mobilized like a tide, and a war was almost ready to go. Lin Qun and his team rested briefly at the foot of an unnamed mountain. Contact with the main military forces on the front line. Now, the macro situation has become clear. There are two main large military forces. One is from Jinling, and the other is from Lucheng. They are located in two directions of the insect swarm. During the day, they are also advancing rapidly, like two missiles breaking through the air, starting from two large human survivor base cities, pointing their swords at Zens. The military strategic goal does not need to be hidden, nor is it necessary to hide it. And the effect of this time's desperate gamble is also showing. The Zerg swarms from Zens interspersed the battlefield, intending to start a two-front war, dividing Jinling City, Lucheng, and the large number of ordinary small and medium-sized survivor bases in between, dividing the humans in this area, defeating them one by one, and finally harvesting them all of which become their contribution points. But now, with the emergency response of humans taking the lead, their entire situation has not yet opened up, and the plan to defeat them one by one is far from being realized. Because of the actions of humans, they have become caught in a pincer attack from both sides. Of course, from now on, the situation is still not optimistic. Gupan was still in charge of communicating with Lin Qun, and said, "Mr. Lin, although we caught the Zerg off guard today, judging from the existing information, the size of the Zerg is still very large. Their main force may be more than twice the number of our two armies combined, and our Lucheng and Jinling City are 200 kilometers apart. Even if we fight remotely, we still cannot avoid the fact that the distance is too far. And our intentions are very clear. They are also frantically gathering their main forces. Currently on our front battlefield, the number of their assembled and visible land and air combat insects has exceeded 100,000. The general order means that you must set off as soon as possible, and it is expected to arrive at the main decisive battlefield before 2000 hours. The war may break out at any time. I understand." Lin Qun took a deep breath. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. From where he was, he could hear thunderous roars coming from the distant sky and the end of the earth. That was the military firing at the Zerg. The roar had lasted for nearly a whole day. The entire surrounding area had long since turned into a battlefield, and the decisive battle has not yet begun. Gupan's voice paused slightly and said, "The Prophet civilization has taken action." Hearing this, Lin Qun's heart sank slightly and said, "Did they attack the Shadow Civilization? Or did they attack the Shadow Civilization?" Gupan replied quickly, "They lit up a small sun above the magic city. It is some kind of nuclear fusion weapon, but it should not have reached the strength of a stellar weapon. Theoretically, a battlefield of this level on the Blue Star battlefield will not have a civilization that can master stellar weapons. However, you also know that the gray-black fog itself affects observation. We found that they attacked because of the violent energy reaction of this nuclear fusion weapon. We don't know the specific situation of the battle. Moreover, so far, there has been no clear army of the Prophet civilization. They seem to have only deployed weapons. The Prophet civilization has already taken action. Just as they said, they have to deal with the Shadow civilization first. This is normal from a strategic point of view. They are going to land on the coastline of Magic City, and the Shadow civilization is an unavoidable barrier. If they cross the Shadow civilization and advance inland first, they will inevitably be attacked by the Shadow civilization. After all, although the Shadow civilization is not particularly powerful, they are still very special lives, and their scale is not small, so they are a threat. For this reason, they must and can only take down the Shadow civilization first. Once the Shadow civilization is resolved, the next one will be Lucheng. Lin Qun said, "It seems that we must decide the outcome with the Zerg as soon as possible. The current situation is very clear. If the Prophet civilization and the Shadow civilization decide the outcome first, then humans will be attacked from both sides and fall into a desperate situation. Conversely, if humans first win an absolute victory in the battle with the Zerg, then humans can turn around and attack the Prophet civilization, forming a pincer attack with the Shadow civilization." As Gupan said, the Blue Star battlefield is a battlefield with a fixed level. The meaning of the War of Civilizations is to let civilizations fight to the death. Therefore, the scale of a battlefield is limited. The most powerful civilization will not exceed this limit. In other words, it is impossible for a civilization to have the ability to sweep the entire planet battlefield. Even if the Prophet civilization is powerful, it is impossible to do so. If a civilization that can fight across the entire planet appears on a battlefield of a fixed level, it is by no means an advantage from the beginning, but a war advantage that is accumulated continuously in this war of civilizations. For example, in the contribution point mall, if you have 2 billion contribution points, you can exchange for a black hole weapon or other star-destroying weapons, destroy the entire battlefield planet, and strike at all civilizations that don't have time to escape. Whoever wins will be able to reap the contribution points of the entire planet, but the prerequisite is that you have to snowball first to have the advantage of gaining 2 billion contribution points. This is like playing League of Legends or King of Glory. The heroes everyone chooses are different, and there is a certain gap in skills, but they are all balanced. Everyone is at level 1. Whoever can gain an advantage in the game of the canyon battlefield and snowball a little bit will eventually have a real advantage and win the game. Gu Panaying said, Mr. Lin, I will continue to be responsible for the contact between the General Command and you. Our latest action plan and route have been uploaded to your command vehicle, and the elite team of Jinling City is also advancing rapidly. Please pay attention to the troop movements. Lin Qun said, I understand. The sky was gradually getting dark. The sky was blood red. Behind Lin Qun was a continuous convoy. Among them were the elite of the 1,000 people who followed him to fight at the beginning, and a large number of soldiers who later joined from various survivor bases. Now the scale has exceeded 8,000, which is a huge force. Moreover, after a whole day of bloody battles, although their team is very temporary, it also has a certain combat capability. If facing the troops of the Taku people Tatan at this time, Lin Qun can eat it up in one breath with the current strength of the team. Of course, Tatan is not a fool. If Lin Qun wanted to take so many people to fight it, it would have discovered it and ran away long ago, and there would be no chance of fighting at all. After all, so many people moving would make too much noise. Anyone who is not a fool would definitely discover it early. If they discover it, they must be discovered from a relatively safe distance, and they will definitely run away. Therefore, if Lin Qun really took these 8,000 people to kill, he might not be able to kill a single Taku. On the contrary, he could kill alone and gain something. However, Lin Qun couldn't find the Taku now. As the Zerg and humans were preparing for a war, the Taku took the opportunity to retreat. At this time, they had already disappeared without a trace. This gave them an opportunity. Lin Qun's chaotic battle this day was almost enough to accumulate enough experience to upgrade to level 25, and his total contribution points soared to more than 1,000 points. The Zerg civilization was a mixture of cloned war insects and contestant war insects. Even if you killed many insects, just by fighting with the Zerg civilization, you couldn't get so many contribution points. A large part of these contribution points came from small and medium-sized civilizations such as the giant snake civilization. Lin Qun's current strength, with the cooperation of a large number of human troops, means that a small-scale alien civilization army has no power to fight him at all, and he can defeat them head-on. Although his basic attributes have not yet reached an exaggerated level, his Super S-level talent has played a role little by little along the way, and his actual combat power has long surpassed Bakayan, who had previously made him helpless. However, Lin Qun has not used these 1,000 contribution points for the time being. He wants to keep them to open the Washang. 1,000 contribution points, if exchanged for energy potions, can buy 1,000 bottles, corresponding to a full 2,000 points of dark energy. 2,000 points of dark energy can maintain the duration of Washang for 1,000 minutes, which means that all his attributes can be increased by a full 300 points. The sum of dark energy attributes and energy can reach 600. Sword of Promised Victory, isn't that just a random release? Lin Qun took a last look at the bloody sunset, turned his head, and gave an order. End the rest. The whole army will set out and rush to the battlefield of the decisive battle. Chapter 202. Humanity is doomed to fail. The first battle between the main force of Lucheng and the swarm of insects was located in the middle of Washang City and Zicheng, closer to Huangtang Town in Washang City. Starting a war in this area was a joint choice of both sides, and the result of the influence was quite different from the location of the decisive battle expected by the military. Before the global battlefield was launched, Washang City and Zicheng were actually large cities. Backed by Zens, these two cities were very good tourist destinations, with relatively good economies and a large population. But now, they have long been abandoned in the melee of multiple civilizations. There are no longer a large number of humans living in the two cities. At most, there are only some survivors like lonely ghosts making a living. In addition, there are some equally scattered alien civilization creatures. Today, the lonely ghosts in the ruins of these two cities saw the infinite flashes passing through the sky. The direction where the flash first appeared was not the direction of Huangtang Town, but from Zens to Jinling City. It was the troops from Jinling City who took the lead in exchanging fire. Missiles shuttled through the clouds, lighting up the sky and the earth. From a distance, one could see the terrifying swarm of insects in the sky, densely packed like a black tide, moving above the clouds. The swarm's counterattack was almost simultaneous. These mechanical swarms were between living things and semi-living things. Each of them was a natural warrior, born for war, armed to the teeth. A large number of heavy war insects fired fire. In the air, dense aerial war insects like raindrops flew across the sky, dropping missiles one after another, and flew through the air. Missiles, rockets, interceptor missiles, and interceptor rockets from both sides flew around in the sky. Those deadly death weapons swept through the night sky. From a distance, they looked elegant and beautiful, like beautiful fireworks, sweeping through the air, revealing a shocking doomsday beauty. The earth rumbled. The aftermath of this battle could be clearly felt from dozens of kilometers away. But this battle had just begun at this time. About 15 minutes later, Lucheng exchanged fire with the main force of the second swarm in Huangtang town. In the past day, both the Zerg and the human military have been conducting intensive military mobilizations. Looking down from the air, the whole day's progress is an extremely magnificent scene. The human army and the Zerg, like a black tide, are moving around in a battlefield of hundreds of kilometers, moving quickly and colliding on a small scale many times. From the clear distinction at the beginning, it becomes a staggered interaction. Then the two sides are entangled with each other like a vortex, and finally collide with each other on the battlefield of the two main battles. That scene is like the two ends of the vortex, the head and tail, colliding together. Or it is the intersection of two entangled vortices, and one will eventually swallow the other. The human military's plan to take the initiative has achieved great results. Such a rapid attack, turning passivity into initiative, not only surprised the Prophet civilization, but also caught the Zerg off guard. Their original plan has been completely disrupted. The Zerg team that was originally scattered and wanted to attack from multiple sides to surround the two doomsday cities of mankind was forced to shrink and divide its forces to fight against the two main human forces that went straight into their command center. The most advanced combat forces of Lucheng and Jinling City almost came out in full force, with a total force of more than 120,000 deployed on the battlefield. Lucheng Command Center. Information from the frontliners coming in like snowflakes. The frontline Fukai command reported that they have occupied the city of Huangtang town and are exchanging fire with the Zerg at a distance of 7.6 kilometers. Our second round of saturation strikes has also been launched, which will theoretically cover the location of the Zerg. News came from Jinling City that the Zerg has closed the distance to them. A Zerg warship is suspected to have appeared on their battlefield. The information has been uploaded. Mr. Lin's troops reported that they are rushing to the Huangtang town battlefield. It is expected to arrive in 35 minutes. In the Lucheng command center, countless people are busy supporting the frontline battlefield. The exchange of fire in modern warfare does not require close combat. The bombardment of several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers is the beginning of everything, but most of the attacks from both sides were intercepted by the well-prepared anti-aircraft weapons. The shells flying in the sky are like pieces of shining light rain, but they did not cause much damage. Judging from the images sent back by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, although the military has deployed a large number of weapons to the position of the Zerg, it seems that it has not stopped the Zerg's advance. These war insects are not afraid of death, and they are densely packed. While firing back with various weapons on their bodies, they are advancing at high speed. Looking around, on the ground, there is a black torrent, flashing artillery fire, without any obstruction, and quickly moving towards the direction of Huangtang town. And they are still gathering, and their number is increasing. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, they converge into the Zerg from all directions, and even from the direction of Zens behind them. However, the aircraft suspected to be the Zerg warship proposed from the direction of Jinling City has not yet appeared on the battlefield in the direction of the main force of Lucheng. They tried to close the distance at high speed and directly rushed into the Huangtang town front we occupied, killing all our people at close range. The staff officer said in fear, but the Zerg was indeed hasty in the battle, and our means caught them off guard. They are still gathering their forces. If not, our army would not have been able to advance at such a speed and reach a position less than 100 kilometers away from Zen's Lake in one day. The Zerg nest is under our sword and is within reach. How can they not panic? As long as we can cut off their defense system, the fuel air bombs launched from Lucheng or Jinling City can destroy their nest. Li Zeng was very excited. The current situation proves that their risky tactics have worked. They caught the Zerg off guard, allowing the main forces of Jinling City and Lucheng to advance rapidly, directly threatening the safety of the Zerg nest. So far, the situation and rhythm of the war have been in the hands of humans, and the Prophet civilization is as expected. They have to deal with the Shadow civilization first. Even though the Prophet civilization is stronger than the Shadow civilization, no civilization is born weak. When attacked, they will resist to the end. At least so far, the information from the Magic City shows that the Shadow civilization is still resisting and has no tendency to be completely defeated. This means that it will take at least 1 to 2 days for the Prophet civilization to take down the Shadow civilization. However, although the madness of the Zerg was within Li Zeng's expectations, their number was still too terrifying. Judging from the picture displayed on the central control screen of the command center, the price paid by the Zerg on the side of the two armies was far more severe than that of humans. They were large and dense, had no shelter, and were marching at high speed. Their ability to intercept human attacks was limited. After a round of bombing, the Zerg's army exploded everywhere, and a large number of war insects were directly killed. The continuous fire line almost illuminated the earth as bright as day, and the ground was charred. Such a battle was enough to scare the army of any large region of humanity, and begin to waver in their morale, but this seemed to have almost no effect on the Zerg. They were even accelerating. The explosion in front killed a group of Zerg, but the ones behind were still advancing fearlessly. Their number seemed endless, and they killed one group after another, but more Zerg emerged behind them, trampling on the horrible corpses of the war insects in front, and advancing rapidly in the sea of burning fire, and advancing at high speed towards the humans in Huangtang town. This is the war system of the Zerg. They can move forward without fear of death and only to achieve their goals under the command of the Zerg nest. Especially now that the human army has directly threatened their Zerg nest, they are even more fearless and want to destroy the human army outside the Zerg nest at all costs. Such execution is chilling. Even the Bakatans can't do it. Only the Zerg with a unique form of civilization can do it. Moreover, they have invested a large number of cloned war insects, and they are not afraid of giving contribution points to humans. On the contrary, they are advancing at high speed to directly submerge the humans in Huangtang town. In close combat, the Zerg civilization's armed to the teeth war insects are not something that ordinary human warriors can resist as long as they can rush into Huangtang town and kill into the human front. The battle will end in a short time. This is also the reason why they adopted such a fierce fighting style. They want to end the battle as soon as possible. Commander, there are too many of them. At present, there are at least 60,000 ground war insects gathered in Huangtang town, more than 60% of which are cloned war insects, and there are more war insects gathering in a continuous stream. According to this trend, they will arrive outside Huangtang town in 15 minutes and directly confront Fu Kei's troops. Li Zeng took a deep breath and said, "Inform Fu Kei immediately and ask him to withdraw the command center, but in any case, defend Huangtang town. These insect swarms are well prepared and want to eat Jinling City and us. Naturally, they bring a large number of troops, but their troops cannot be really endless. We will advance according to the plan and be ready to cooperate with Mr. Lin at any time." At this moment, in the northeast of Zen's Lake, at the location of Huangtang town, there is already a raging fire. Humans are attacking the insect swarms, and the insect swarms are also bombarding humans. The two sides have already exchanged fire in a position where neither legion can see them, but unlike the insect swarms, the humans are holding their positions and have already made defensive measures, so the losses are not great. The command center of Fu Kei, the highest commander on the scene, was not in Huangtang town at all. When the news came from the general commander, he had actually seen the swarm of insects. They were faster than the general commander predicted. Because the speed of the swarm of insects in the air is much faster than the swarm of insects on the ground. When they appeared in the sky, the radar frantically warned, and the automatic turrets set up in Huangtang town rotated their muzzles to fire. but some human soldiers did not realize what was happening and only looked at the sky blankly. Because at that time, they did not look like some kind of creature. It was like a dark cloud. But that was a dense swarm of insects. They turned into a dark cloud across the skyline, covering the sky and the earth. On the ground, the fire line of human attack rose and passed through this cloud, but could not penetrate it. Only a large number of war insects torn apart by heavy firepower fell from the sky, scattering flesh and blood and mechanical fragments on their bodies, and smashed into the desolate and burning urban area of Huangtang town under their feet. They dispersed and gathered in the sky. It was like a human dived deep into the sea and looked up at the sardines above his head, which were splitting and joining. But this was not a delicacy for humans. It was a wave of death. They gathered right above Huangtang town, and the massive firepower raised by the human side could not even affect their speed of advancement in a short period of time. Then, they were like waves, overwhelming the sky and the earth. Unstoppable. The ground troops directly below this position were urgently evacuated. The rocket launchers and missile launch arrays located 7 kilometers outside Huangtang town fired intensively, but they still could not tear apart such a dense swarm of insects. With their absolute number, they formed an indestructible hammer and smashed down from the air. It can be imagined that, as long as they landed and spread along the streets and buildings, the collapse of the entire Huangtang town front would only take a moment. At this time, Fukai fired a vacuum cloud bomb into the air. Above the night sky illuminated by countless missiles and flames, a brighter sun rose. It briefly illuminated the entire sky above Huangtang town. The huge fireball exploded less than 2 kilometers from the ground. The air above Huangtang town rolled up wildly, emitting a sharp, wailing sound. Underfoot, several small high-rise buildings in Huangtang town collapsed in the impact. But the results of this attack were outstanding. The indestructible dark iron hammer was torn apart, and a large number of flying war insects were blown to pieces. The fragments fell from the sky like raindrops, most of which were still burning with flames. In the night, it was like a rain of fire, falling into the urban area of Huangtang town. Unfortunately, no one appreciated this grand scene, because the orders on the battlefield were like fire. In Huangtang town, a large number of soldiers were mobilized, and various front positions opened fire crazily. The troops ambushed at several important positions outside Huangtang town also instantly poked their heads out, and opened fire from several directions. For a moment, it seemed that the mountains and plains were full of humans and human firepower. Outside Huangtang town, a large number of ground war bugs have appeared in the field of vision. Directly above their heads, a dense swarm of air war bugs descended. They sank from the remnants of the cloud that had been torn to pieces by multiple explosions. A large number of air war bugs separated, revealing the swarm warships they were guarding. That thing was similar to the information given by Jinling City. It was a living warship. Its size was not as big as the 300-meter class sailing ship of the Bakatan people, Chisa. It was about 130 meters long, shaped like a giant turtle, and also like the reptile giant of the Chitori people. However, this swarm unit did not foolishly rely on flesh and blood. It was also armed to the teeth, with a thick layer of armor all over its body. Under the armor layer were dense heavy artillery, and in its mouth, there was a heavy beam energy weapon embedded. Once they appeared, there were 3 of them, and they separated with the ordinary air war bugs and showed them. However, they no longer advanced, but were located at the rear of the battle formation, firing crazily. Almost at the same moment they appeared, Fukai of the on-site command center gave orders to his artillery array, "Open fire. Shoot them down immediately." The missile launch convoy located somewhere behind Huangtang town slowly turned the turrets, and countless missiles flew through the air. But at the same time, the 3 behemoths also opened fire, and a large number of heavy artillery with a caliber of more than 100 millimeters on their bodies directly fired at Huangtang town. Every shot that fell could set off a bloody storm. When they opened their mouths, the beam energy rays emitted from their mouths instantly passed through the sky. The beam energy weapons they used were still not real light strike weapons, but also a kind of particle beam weapons. However, for the battlefield of the civilization level within the planet, this weapon was fast enough. Their 3 rays did not strike the military frontline positions on the front line of Huangtang town, but fired at the military armored missile launchers located in the rear. One shot penetrated. This side was bathed in a sky-high fire, and the resulting explosion killed countless people. In fact, humans also have beam energy weapons, such as the triple turbo laser cannon, provided by Lin Qun. But unfortunately, the military has not yet solved its portable energy problem, which means it can only be fixed on the Lucheng battlefield, and cannot be deployed here. Even if its range is long, from Lucheng to here, it has exceeded its effective strike distance. It cannot be effective on this battlefield. But the shooting continues. Who is not red-eyed at this time? The artillery fire is endless. If you hit me, I will hit you. Missiles fly through the air at high speed. The firing rate of the military missile launch system is also terrifying. Missiles and rocket launchers form a line of fire and fly through the air. But these attacks did not work, because those air war insects formed an indestructible flesh and blood shield in front of the 3 giant warship war insects. Once a human attack comes, they will use their bodies to actively meet the interception. Under their cover, the 3 living warships of the insect swarm civilization opened fire crazily, and the crisscrossing rays of attack penetrated the battlefield. On the ground war insects, surging like the ocean, advanced forward in an orderly manner, and in the overwhelming artillery fire of humans, they charged forward unstoppably. That was a huge pressure like a tidal wave. The same scene was also happening on the main battlefield of Jinling City. The human army was about to force its way to the foot of the Zerg Zen's hive. At this time, the Zerg was nervous and crazy. Their unique civilization command system allowed their war insects to defeat the most professional human warriors on the battlefield, but at the same time, this was in exchange for their ordinary war insects' self-behavior ability. Once the hive was blown up, these overwhelming war insects would become a mess. Especially those low-intelligence quick-made clone war insects. They would be completely useless, and the Zerg would be defeated overnight. That's why the Zerg civilization is so crazy to gather its forces at this moment, and fight a decisive battle with the main force of humans outside Zen's Lake with all its strength, in order to prevent humans from approaching, or even destroying their Zen's Lake hive. The Zen's Lake hive here is not the most core mother nest of the Zerg civilization on the battlefield of Blue Star civilization, but it is the command center of the war insects in the surrounding areas, and it cannot be lost. At the same time when the humans in Lucheng and the Zerg civilization went to war, about 70 to 80 kilometers away from the battlefield, Tatton was ambushing here with his men. He was using the reconnaissance drone he had sent out to closely monitor the changes on the battlefield. This reconnaissance drone was a high-end product that he had purchased from the contribution point mall at the cost of a lot of precious contribution points. It could even be optically invisible, and could be truly invisible on the battlefield. Even with the technology of human civilization and Zerg civilization, it could not be discovered, which allowed it to observe the situation here. Seeing the Zerg and humans fighting each other, Tatton was very excited and said, okay, you two families should fight to the death, so that I can go in. Damn, I can finally get revenge. But his staff was a little confused. Sir, why don't we go to attack the human city, but instead we have to focus on their main force here? Haha, stupid, what do you know? Humans have left people in their city, and it is easy to defend, and difficult to attack. If we attack the city directly, we only have so many people, won't we suffer heavy losses? Tatton said, it's different here. Don't think that this is the main force of the Zerg and humans, but when they are almost done fighting, will the main force still be the main force? At that time, whoever wins will be the main force, and whoever loses will be a group of defeated generals. How can they have any combat effectiveness? We only need to cut off their retreat and eat them, and we can earn a contribution point. So that's the case. Your Excellency is wise. Your Excellency is wise. However, Your Excellency, who do you think can win between the Zerg and the humans? Tatton gritted his teeth and said, of course it's the Zerg. Humans are a group of natives, and they can only bully us Taku people. The main force is not here. How can they beat the Zerg? Don't look at them today. They are fierce during the day, and have advanced more than 100 kilometers, but that was the Zerg. I didn't expect them to dare to fight out. Who would have thought that a group of lambs to be slaughtered would dare to fight back? Look at it now. Humans have occupied Huangtang town first. Aren't they also being suppressed by the Zerg? Humans are finished. Wait, the day of my revenge is coming soon. Tatton looked at the picture nervously, and his expression made him wish that humans would be defeated in the next second. But after a while, Tatton's expression suddenly changed. Is that kid? That kid is here? Of all the humans in Lucheng, Tatton only had a deep impression on one person. That was naturally Lin Qun. At this moment, in the picture sent back by his unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, at the edge of the battlefield in Huangtang town, a force of nearly 10,000 people suddenly rushed out from the side of the main force of the human military and the Zerg army. There were all military vehicles in front, and there were uneven vehicles in the back. The momentum was huge, and they marched forward all the way to the Zerg front. It seemed that the target was the living warships of the three Zergs. Seeing this scene, Tatton was amused. Hahaha, this human, is his brain broken? Such a small mob wants to charge the Zerg. Do they think the Zerg is the same as us Taku people? Bah, we Taku people are better than the Zerg. Hahaha, just watch, he's dead. He's dead. In today's battle, human civilization will definitely lose. Natives are natives. What can they use to fight against our contestant civilization? If we talk about the humans in Lucheng, the one that Tatton hates the most is definitely Lin Qun. It's no wonder that they have been bullied by Lin Qun for too long. So Tatton naturally hates Lin Qun to the core. Now seeing Lin Qun rushing into the battle, he is happier than anyone else. Even if he can't kill Lin Qun himself, it's good to see this human die in battle. Tatton and his men are all excited. It seems that the moment of revenge is just around the corner. They think they are clear-sighted bystanders and have predicted the outcome of this battle and have made a judgment. Humans will definitely lose. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Kill all the aliens. The Taku people's peeping. Neither humans nor the Zerg noticed it. On the one hand, it was because the things Tatton used this time were really advanced. The reconnaissance equipment purchased from the contribution point mall was beyond the scope of what humans and Zerg civilizations could detect. On the other hand, it was because they were too far away, so far that they could not be detected. At this time, the battle on the battlefield of Huangtang town had entered the most stalemate state. The military forces were deployed in large numbers and opened fire. If you look from the direction of the Zerg, at this moment, the front line of Huangtang town, not only the urban area of Huangtang town, but also several other directions of Huangtang town, are full of human fronts, artillery fire, and Zergs are killing and beating up in batches. There is not enough ammunition, and contribution points are exchanged on the spot. The army of the Zerg civilization is mixed with a large number of cloned war insects that cannot obtain contribution points and experience, even if they are killed. But there are still contestant war insects that can obtain contribution points, especially in large numbers. The military soldiers have also obtained a lot of contribution points, and they can directly exchange ammunition on the spot. Conventional weapons and ammunition belong to the low-end technology of this level of battlefield. One contribution point can be exchanged for a lot. Lin Qun exchanged them earlier when he was in Dragon City Daijing. This is actually the core function of setting up the contribution point mall in the civilization battlefield. That is, to allow the battle to continue, so that both sides can kill each other, and the more deaths the better. And because of this, although the swarm is fierce and swarms up, they are also beaten back again and again. Although Lucheng doesn't know about the swarm, this is the first time to go to war with a swarm. But the survivor base in Jinling City has been in friction with the swarm for more than 10 days. But at that time the swarm's army had not completely turned its guns on them. But this allows Jinling City to have a certain understanding of the civilization system, war mode, and technical level of the swarm. Passing it to Lucheng means that Lucheng understands the swarm civilization and can naturally think of the swarm's fighting style in advance. This is also the reason why the human side stood in Huangtang town in advance, that is, to defend the front line. At this time, it gradually showed its power, repelling the swarm again and again, and the swarm corpses were everywhere. Although humans have also paid a lot of price, the current battlefield situation has not been as clear as Tatton judged. Even though it seems that humans are suppressed by the Zerg and keep charging, the initiative is still in the hands of humans. Now humans are taking the initiative to attack and turn passivity into initiative. Before the army arrived at the Zen's Lake Zerg nest, it was the Zerg that was anxious, so they could defend Huangtang town and wait for the Zerg to attack. The Zerg did come to fight, and it was very crazy. It kept gathering troops and couldn't wait to kill the main force of humans. For this, they paid a heavy price. Humans seem to be passively defending, but in fact, this is the situation created by humans. Defense always loses less than offense. The human military wants to use this to consume a large number of Zerg civilization's troops. Of course, Huangtang town is actually still some distance away from Zen's Lake, even nearly 100 kilometers, but modern war is not ancient war. In ancient wars, face-to-face confrontation is a threat, but in modern wars, this distance is nothing. If the human army advances a distance further, it will have the ability to directly threaten the Zerg Lake Zerg nest. Once the hive is destroyed, the layout of the swarm in Jinling and Modu will collapse, which is an outcome that the swarm civilization cannot accept. Therefore, the swarm naturally went crazy and wanted to disintegrate the pincer attack formed by the humans of Jinling City and Lucheng on their hive in the shortest possible time, and then protect the hive. But Tatton's judgment was not groundless, because the number and scale of the swarm still exceeded the imagination of Lucheng and Jinling General Command. They did not know the specific strength of the swarm. Although everything is still in plan, the swarm's troops suffered heavy losses in the attack on Huangtang town, but their number is too large, and there has been no obvious reduction so far. Intelligence shows that a large number of war insects are still pouring in from Zen's Lake and merging into the battlefields in two directions. The Lucheng General Command has discovered the information. Li Zeng reminded, "Old Fu, you must find a way to defeat the Zerg, otherwise, even if the plan goes according to our plan, the Huangtang town front and your troops will eventually be overwhelmed by the Zerg sea tactics. There are too many of them, far beyond our estimation." Fu Kai also understood Li Zeng's reminder, but in his opinion, the more urgent threat and variable for the human front on the battlefield at this moment is the slowly advancing Zerg Air Force. After their first round of attacks were defeated by the vacuum cloud bombs prepared by Fu Kai for them, the Zerg Air Force obviously changed its tactics. They changed to cooperate with the ground forces to advance, and the Air Force launched intensive long-range bombings, cooperating with 3 Zerg living warships, to bombard the Huangtang town military front. They formed a mobile front like an iron barrel in the sky, advancing steadily, bringing great pressure to the human front. The most important thing is that the weakest part of the human military in the Magic City is the Air Force. At the beginning of the early landing of Bakatan, the Magic City Air Force suffered almost all losses in the air battle. The Air Force is not something that can be replenished at will, and it is still its shortcoming. With the live warships and the frontline armored forces bombarding each other, Fu Kai's heavy firepower suffered heavy losses and could only rely on missile attacks from the direction of Lucheng to slow down their advancement. But the current situation is not optimistic. Once this iron barrel-like Zerg civilization Air Force rolls over, the human front of Huangtang town is likely to collapse, and the initiative will once again be in the hands of the Zerg. Before the Lucheng General Command is judged to be submerged by the ground sea of insects, they will die first in the Zerg's Air Force. However, the military is not without predictions for this situation. A few minutes ago, Fu Kai had already connected with Lin Qun. As the human and Zerg main forces of the Huangtang town front exchanged fire, the people led by Lin Qun were also approaching quickly. They had set out nearly 2 hours ago, crossing the battlefield, and encountered 2 ground forces of the Zerg civilization in the middle, both of which were nearly 10,000 in size. But Lin Qun did not get entangled at all. He led his men to pierce through the 2 Zerg blocking forces like a sharp knife, and directly killed through the middle section, leading the troops behind him, rushing forward at high speed, and attacking the battlefield. The Zerg behind him was scattered, and he could have led the team to turn around and eat them all, but Lin Qun did not do so. Without any pause, he moved towards the direction of Huangtang town at full speed. Lin Qun did not know much about military affairs, but he knew that there were many changes in the battle, and he must not waste time. He agreed on the time to arrive at the battlefield. He had to arrive at the battlefield accurately. The people who followed him, from military soldiers to the survivors recruited later, were all terrified. In fact, they had never thought that their battle with the alien civilization could be so fierce. Both interception lines were broken through in more than 10 minutes, and the insect swarm was killed in pieces. This was not only due to Lin Qun's strong fighting power, but also the full cooperation of these people in the rear. They were shocked by Lin Qun's strength, and surprised that they could do this. In the bloody battle, they moved forward all the way. Although they were a little tired, they were all excited. It seemed that following Mr. Lin to fight, the alien civilization was no more than this. They could also be penetrated by them head on. Lin Qun did it. He led his people to the side and arrived at the Huangtang town battlefield in time. Before he entered the battle group, he got the news from Fukai. At this moment, it was when Tatan vowed that humans and Lin Qun would be defeated. Mr. Lin, the plan has changed. Your task is no longer to cut the battlefield, but to first capture the air force of the insect swarm. Can you do it? Fukai spoke quickly. The battlefield was in chaos, and the communication was somewhat distorted, but his voice was still clear. Lin Qun took a look. He was leading his men to charge out from the high ground and attack the sea of insects from the flank. This was their original plan. The main forces of the Huangtang town military and the main forces of the swarm launched a few rounds of consumption. Lin Qun led the snowball growing sharp knife team to charge out from the flank, completely splitting the swarm's front line. Then, the Huangtang town military coordinated the counterattack, launched a full-scale attack from the front line, cutting the main forces of the swarm vertically and horizontally, and completely defeated them outside the Huangtang town front line. But now, the situation has obviously changed. Lin Qun saw the dark clouds and the 3 living warships of the swarm flying and flashing in it at first glance. He said without hesitation, "Let's solve it." There was no time and opportunity to hesitate. The main force of the human beings in Luchun was here, and this battle could only be won and not lost. If they lose, the humans in Luchun will be defeated. Without the main force, the Zerg will march straight in and take Luchun without the help of the Prophet civilization. By then, even if Jinling still has combat power, it will become an isolated island and be submerged in the wave of competition between these two powerful civilizations. The entire southeastern region of the Huaxia region will fall completely. No more humans. According to the current known information, the situation in Luchun and Jinling in the Huaxia region is already good. Going south, west, and north, there are very few human voices. If this side is really defeated, other regions of Blue Star don't know, but it is foreseeable that at least the Huaxia region will become an isolated island, with no place for humans to stand. What's more, this plan is the proactive attack plan proposed by Lin Qun at the beginning. Now, he has to escort it. At this moment, the head armored vehicle, where Lin Qun is located, turned first, rolled over the ground, and flew towards the Black Air Force swarm of Zerg. On the chariot where Lin Qun was the direction of the entire army behind him. When he changed direction, the entire convoy behind him also suddenly changed direction, and all kinds of weapons fired at the swarm frantically. Lin Qun's communication spread throughout the team. Our mission has changed. Before we cut the swarm's front, we must first take down these 3 living warships. Of course, you are not the Air Force, and I don't need you to fight me in the sky, but I need you to cooperate with me and help me open the ground battlefield so that I can kill. Hearing Lin Qun's order, many people in the convoy behind were terrified. Zhu Jiaguo and other survivors were stunned. Following Lin Qun's high singing all the way, they didn't stop when they saw that they were about to rush into the sea of insects. They followed Lin Qun closely. They played with confidence and their blood boiled, but no one thought that Lin Qun was going to take them to attack the Air Force. A group of army soldiers went to attack the Air Force. Isn't this courting death? They all saw the Zerg Air Force in front of them. It was a dark mass, like a mountain across the sky. The 3 living giant ships were guarded in it. When firing, the Zerg spread out in a line, and when not firing, they surrounded them. The defense was as precise as if controlled by a computer. The military's multiple attacks failed to sink even one of the 3 living giant ships. Even LIUI and others were surprised and found it incredible. Ground troops fighting the Air Force. There were so many air forces. But they were the people who followed Lin Qun all the way. Mr. Lin said it was possible, and we are now Mr. Lin's soldiers. Wherever Mr. Lin goes, we will go. This was LIUI's response. In the corner of the team, Jiang He looked forward. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, I would have died under the telekinetic heavy artillery of the Bastion people in the battle of the northern city of the Magic City. It is needed by humans, the battlefield, and Mr. Lin. Even if the road ahead is a dead end, what does it matter? Follow Mr. Lin to charge. Behind Lin Qun's convoy, Ni Wensheng shouted excitedly, "Fuck the Zerg Air Force." The same choice was made in every corner of Lin Qun's troops. This team of 1,000 people, whether they were originally from the military or survivors, had fought all the way from the Magic City, witnessed the real bloody storm, and witnessed Lin Qun's strength with their own eyes. They watched Lin Qun create miracles one after another. At this time, there was not much hesitation. With the voices of one after another of the old strong men and officers of the Magic City, the huge army behind Lin Qun began to turn. Countless people shouted forward. Even if Zhu Jiaguo and others were a little frightened at this time, they had no choice. There was already a swarm of insects in front of them. If they went forward, there was still Lin Qun to follow, and there was no way to retreat. They were just shocked. How come these military personnel are even crazier than the survivors? They are rushing directly into the sea of insects? But now it seems too late. The swarm of insects discovered them, and a large number of ground war insects roared and killed them. In the black clouds in the sky, countless air war insects also separated, hundreds and thousands of them, frantically shooting from the air to the ground, attacking them. At this moment, at the front of the convoy, a figure suddenly floated out of the convoy, stood in front of the convoy, stood in front of the convoy, and killed with a sword, looking down on the battlefield. That was Lin Qun. He flew in front of the battlefield, stood in front of the convoy, and roared in the chaotic battle formation. "Follow me to charge and kill all the aliens." Ni Wensheng was the first to roar. "Follow Mr. Lin to charge." Then, this voice was passed down one after another, echoing throughout the convoy. Everyone roared. Everyone shouted. This is a battlefield. It is completely different from fighting alone. On the battlefield, everyone is just a unit, and will be affected by the people around them, and the rhythm of the entire war around them. At this moment, they were still a little uneasy, but they were dragged forward, and gradually they were driven by others, and gradually their blood boiled and they shouted, "Charge with Mr. Lin! Charge with Mr. Lin! Kill all the aliens! Kill all the aliens!" This is the most plain slogan, but it resounded throughout the battlefield at this moment. It is not for the swarm of insects on the opposite side, but the direction in the hearts of every soldier, and the power that inspires them to move forward bravely. Guns and cannons were flying. Zhu Jiaguo's car was blown over and flames rose. He stood up in the flames and looked around, shocked and speechless. Around him, military vehicles were moving at high speed, and countless people followed Lin Qun to charge. Artillery fire, various talents and abilities were flying, colorful, and revealing deadly brightness. Those who didn't have a car raised their weapons, and rushed forward with the convoy. He had never seen the unstoppable momentum in movies or in reality. At this moment, on the battlefield at this moment, it seemed that there was no you or me, only charging, only killing. No one has a macroscopic vision. When the distance is shortened, and the large-scale insect swarm is no longer visible, the fear decreases. Only the excitement of each other pushes everyone forward. In the firelight, blood and death, passion and shouting, constitute a heart-stirring picture of war. When he looked up, he saw Lin Qun's figure in the distance like a flash of lightning, soaring into the sky, and instantly immersed in the boundless swarm of aerial war insects above his head, and was instantly submerged. But only the next moment, the light flashed, and countless huge aerial war insects fell like rain, killed by Lin Qun's force. No insect can stop Lin Qun. This scene made many people tremble all over. That is the top master from the Magic City. That is the top human powerhouse with more than 10,000 contribution points. Hundreds of war insects are just numbers in front of him, and they are killed in an instant. At this moment, Zhu Jiago and many other people also roared, holding their weapons tightly, stepping on blood, bathing in the firelight, and following Mr. Lin to charge. Since the global landing, all the blood and hatred surged up at this moment. Killing all the aliens, isn't that what all of them want? But they don't have the ability, nor the opportunity. Until tonight, they never dreamed that they could fight to such an extent on such a battlefield. Go forward. Go forward. Follow Lin Qun, and kill all the aliens. Wherever they go, the terrible sea of insects is torn and pierced, and the steel-like war insects in front can't even stop them for a second. Their convoy tears the insect swarm's line from the side like a sharp knife, and rushes into the belly of the insect sea in one fell swoop. Wherever they pass, the insect swarm is defeated, and the insect carcasses are everywhere. From the macro perspective of the battlefield, at this moment, Lin Qun's troops are really like a sharp knife inserted into the chest of a huge beast. Wherever they pass, the line of the insect swarm collapses and splits to the sides, and all the insects along the way are strangled. And at the forefront of Lin Qun's troops, Lin Qun has risen, as graceful as a startled swan, and kills in the sky. To have such fighting power, it is impossible to rely solely on passion. This is because the quality of Lin Qun's troops is high enough. His team is full of masters above level 5, and there are also masters at level 7 or 8. Each of them has strong attack and killing abilities. One of them cannot show anything alone, but when they are combined with the cutting edge weapons and equipment provided by the military, they are a terrifying force, a real sharp knife. With the assistance of the survivors of Zhu Jiago behind them, they can make up for the lack of numbers and fully exert the strength of Lin Qun's elite team. Although the number of people is small, they are all strong, and can kill through the sea of insects in an instant. Later, Fu Kai looked at the pictures sent back, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked around and said, "This is Lin Qun's fighting power." In front of and behind him, the people in the frontline command center opened their mouths, feeling their hearts pounding, and didn't know what to say. Lucheng General Command. Li Zeng slapped the table excitedly and said, "Great, great, you are worthy of being Mr. Lin. You have never let us down. In just one day, you have formed such a combat effectiveness. Tell Fu Kai immediately, and prepare for a counterattack." Although Lin Qun and his elite team of talented people are powerful, their numbers are too small. Their charge is unstoppable now, but their stamina is insufficient, and they won't be able to last long. They should be blocked soon. These people are all our treasures, and must not die like this. As long as Lin Qun captures the 3 living warships, we will immediately regain the initiative in the war, advance the tempo of the war, and completely defeat the Zerg. Li Zeng's information was transmitted rapidly across the battlefield. At this moment, at the front of the battlefield, Lin Qun didn't have to think so much. A war is composed of many units. Everyone can fight this war well, if they do their job. Lin Qun's task is to take down the living warship. Apart from that, he doesn't consider anything, and doesn't plan to think about anything. Go forward and kill the enemy, this is his only thought. Wushang has been activated. With the sword of victory in hand, and wearing the Iron Man suit, Lin Qun soared into the sky, and rushed into the chaotic formation of the insect swarm in the blink of an eye. Fire runes flew everywhere, and the headshot girl's skills were fired continuously. Wherever Lin Qun passed, the war insects in the air fell like raindrops. He went forward, and opened up a passage in the war insect swarm. He can penetrate the passage that missiles can't penetrate. Insufficient dark energy and energy. Lin Qun madly poured contribution points, and the military also provided him with a batch of contribution points, which was completely enough. Energy and dark energy can be used at will. Even one of these warbugs is a huge threat to ordinary humans, but it is not the case for Lin Qun. The mass production of warbugs by the Zerg civilization can guarantee their average level, which directly leads to the fact that there is no master in the Zerg that can really stop Lin Qun. No matter how powerful these warbugs are, their physical fitness is no higher than 100, and there is nothing that Lin Qun cannot kill with his headshot girl skill. Lin Qun's contribution points are rising, and the settlement information of the global battlefield is changing rapidly in front of him. Contribution point +1. Contribution point +1. The only trouble is that these swarms are densely populated, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. This is indeed the case. Lin Qun soared into the sky and directly killed into the swarm of war bugs in the air. At first, no one could stop him, but with the decline in energy when using the headshot girl skill, the consumption of fire talismans, and no replenishment, Lin Qun's killing efficiency dropped rapidly. Before, he could take drugs while fighting, which was a buffer, but now Lin Qun is surrounded by enemies everywhere, and he has to kill 1 or 2 war bugs every second. Where is the time to take drugs? But the insects reacted and surrounded Lin Qun on a scale far more terrifying than before, drowning him in layers of insect seas, as if to grind him to death. Attacks came from all directions. From countless directions, the swarms of insects were whistling. Lin Qun's shield couldn't resist, and many attacks directly hit his Mark 46. The Iron Man suit was damaged, multiple systems failed, and internal warnings continued. The 3 living warship targets have been submerged by these swarms of insects. Lin Qun's way ahead seemed to be an unshakable wall of insects. How can a flesh and blood body break through? It seems that he can only be shot down by them and stop before these countless war insects. But Lin Qun was not afraid. He was ready on the way here. At this moment, in the sea of insects, he directly launched an indescribable call. Isn't it a sea of insects? Your sea of insects will become my sea of insects. Chapter 204, Mutated Living Ship. At this moment, the sky was illuminated by fire. Under this bright world, a large number of black tides of insect swarms surged. On the ground, Lin Qun's troops penetrated the insect swarm all the way, and the dense black tide separated to both sides. But in the high altitude, Lin Qun's figure seemed to have reached the end, covered by layers of insect swarms. Below and in the distant command center, many people were nervous. They were all worried that Lin Qun would be overwhelmed by the aerial war insects. No matter how powerful a person is, if he does not exceed a certain limit, he may die in the sea of insects tactics. Especially these war insects are very powerful. Not only do they have steel forelimbs that can tear apart armored vehicles, but they also carry a lot of firepower. Lin Qun killed into them, which means he will face 360-degree enemy attacks without dead angles. But soon, everyone realized that their worries were completely unnecessary. The wave formed by the aerial war insects did not engulf Lin Qun for long before it suddenly exploded. This explosion was not an explosion, but a surging wave, and out of it flew a head of terrible mutant creatures. Like a plague, the war bugs that originally gathered around Lin Qun were mutated one by one, and all of them turned into indescribable things with twisted shapes. That was the swarm version of servants. Their mutated forms were different from those of the Bastions. They were not biased towards the deep divers, but more similar to the terrifying Bioges and air ghosts. It was just because of their unique half biological and half mechanized body forms that they were like hideous evil ghosts, half steel and half monsters. In some places, flesh and blood grew wildly, and even granulations began to grow on the steel. This was a real monster, even more terrifying than the swarm, which was terrifying from a human perspective. It twisted and struggled, completely beyond the limits of human aesthetics and even the swarm's aesthetics, revealing a twisted beauty of a nearly insane morbid mechanical creature, which made people's sin values drop wildly. Crazy howling. On the ground, many people were horrified when they saw this scene. This was exactly the effect of Lin Qun's indescribable calling skill. He had no air force. So what? I have no soldiers or horses, so the enemy will build them for me. Moreover, Lin Qun activated the 2 effects of the indescribable calling skill together. Not only did he consume dark energy to mutate the airborne war insects that flew towards him into monsters, but he also affected all the war insects around him. He made them crazy and bloodthirsty. However, this effect was very effective for the Bastions, but it did not seem to be very effective against the war insects. Even when they watched their companions turn into distorted monsters, they did not show much fear and continued to attack Lin Qun, trying to kill the human in front of them. This is the unique biological system of the Zerg. The Zerg civilization is clearly divided, and what the insects should do is to find at birth. For example, the Zerg war insects that appeared on the battlefield at this moment had no fear and absolutely obeyed orders. No matter how crazy the scene in front of them was, the orders they received were from the Zerg nest to kill them. They did not stop at all and rushed forward at high speed to continue to kill Lin Qun. But at this moment, Lin Qun was no longer alone. The twisting mutant war insects around him howled wildly and pounced on their former kind. In an instant, the fight turned into a mess. Blood splattered, and the mutant war insects fought bloody battles with the non-mutated insects. The scene was weird and terrifying. But this gave Lin Qun an opportunity. An empty area appeared around him for a short time. He was able to raise his head and stare at the sky. At the same time, Lin Qun was also taking drugs with a fast hand speed. Energy recovery potions. Golden dark energy recovery potions, all swallowed. Lin Qun's energy and dark energy consumption were very high. Just now, he used the indescribable call to mutate the war insects. Each successful mutation required the consumption of 2 units of dark energy. Both attributes were almost empty. Just now, Lin Qun was surrounded by the swarm of insects. He was really no match for the other swarm. Even though he was not afraid of any ordinary war bugs and could even kill them instantly, he could not stop so many war bugs from attacking him. At this moment, his Mark 46 was even covered with scars, and the flash of the thrusters was dim. The armor warned that multiple systems were failing, and the damage rate of the armor had reached 57%. Now was the time to replenish quickly. Above his head, the flying warbugs were separating layer by layer, like a door slowly opening, revealing a giant living warship behind it. It was opening its mouth to reveal the beam energy gun muzzle embedded deep in its mouth, and at the end of its fangs. The light flashed, and there was no doubt that it had locked onto Lin Qun. It was going to shoot Lin Qun in the middle of the swarm. Moreover, when it appeared behind countless warbugs, it was ready for this attack. These 3 giant living warships were very cautious, either under heavy protection, or once exposed outside the protection, they would definitely open fire. Therefore, when Lin Qun saw it, the beam of energy was already flashing on the horizon. Even if it was not a true light speed attack, it was still incredibly fast at such a close distance, like a flash of lightning, rushing to kill. But, it failed to hit Lin Qun. The moment he saw it, Lin Qun threw out a kunai, throwing it towards the position of the living warship. On each kunai, the technique of the Flying Thunder God technique was engraved. The dark energy was just maximumed out. Lin Qun could use the Flying Thunder God technique crazily. Moreover, with his high power bonus, each kunai could be thrown a long distance. When the attack penetrated the position where Lin Qun was just now, Lin Qun's figure had already appeared at the position of one of the kunai. The terrible beam of energy attack went through the air all the way, piercing through the mutant warbugs and ordinary warbugs below that had no time to evade, like a beam of light piercing through the dark clouds, and fell on the ground below. Amid the loud noise and roar, a large piece of smoke and soil was raised on the ground. Lin Qun's convoy was passing by here at high speed, strangling the battlefield. They were moving right below Lin Qun, blocking the ground battlefield. At this moment, Lin Qun was still more than 200 meters away from those living warships, and the road along the way was full of dense war insects. They all made shrill and piercing screams, and various missiles and machine guns whistled in, almost forming an airtight wall of attacks. But all these attacks fell into vain, because Lin Qun's figure had suddenly disappeared and appeared at an incredible angle in another position, where he could not move quickly in theory. In the chaotic aerial battlefield, among the densely surging flying war insects, a bunch of kunai were spinning in the air and moving forward under the inertia thrown by Lin Qun. And Lin Qun's figure, like a ghost, relied on these kunai to shuttle back and forth. In an instant, he was here, and in an instant, he was at the next position. The sword of the Pledge of Victory was slashed out. The war insects that had no idea that Lin Qun had appeared beside them were strangled directly. The surrounding war insects just reacted and wanted to attack Lin Qun, the human target, but in just a blink of an eye, Lin Qun's body disappeared again. He reached a higher position and came to another kunai. He grabbed the spinning and rising kunai and swung it out again. The next moment, Lin Qun rose a distance again. The Flying Thunder God technique was launched intensively. The dense swarm of insects flesh and blood wall that humans cannot pass through, but the swarm of insects can. Wherever the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique is, Lin Qun's figure can be teleported there. Lin Qun's figure was like a ghost, flickering back and forth, erratic. There were nearly 10,000 air war insects above the battlefield, and they had no way to deal with him. They could only watch him pass through their seemingly airtight defense like a ghost, directly reaching the position of the 3 living warships that they protected layer by layer. All the flying war insects under his feet missed. He rushed forward in the swarm of thousands of insects, as if he was in an empty space. Without firing a single shot, he directly crossed the dense layers of flying war insects defense line, and arrived in front of the 3-headed insect swarm living warship. Below him, the insects who resolutely followed the order were at a loss. They didn't know how the human broke through their defense. They clearly followed the order resolutely. Regardless of life and death, they used their flesh and blood as shields to block the human's forward steps. However, this human didn't give them a chance to stop him, and he broke through. At this moment, deep in the Zen's lake, at the deepest part of the swarm's nest, the core war worm that had appeared on the platform outside the nest was here, at the deepest and safest place in the nest, soaked in a yellow-brown liquid, with tubes inserted all over its body, some of which extended upwards, connected to some large glass jars sealed in the same yellow-brown liquid, and those glass jars were all huge worm brains, the smallest of which was the size of an adult human. They were pulsating slightly in those glass jars, and the signal lights were flashing, which meant that a huge amount of information was interacting. It was networking with the unique biological information node of the swarm, and with the assistance of those brains, it was commanding the entire Jinling and Luchan frontline swarms on multiple lines. But just now, its command paused for a moment. Because the scene that just happened on the frontline battlefield of Huangtang Town in Luchan surprised it. And the latest results of the gathering of various information judgments. The balance of war on the battlefield of Huangtang Town on the front line of Luchan seemed to have begun to tilt. Humans can be so strong. At this moment, Lin Qun had flown to the first living warship of the swarm. It was a flying Qun that stuck firmly on the metal structure of the living warship. At that time, the last batch of ordinary flying warbugs in front of the living warship were trying to intercept Lin Qun, who rushed up from below. But unfortunately, in just a blink of an eye, Lin Qun passed them unscathed and appeared at the position of the Qun of the first living warship. The living warship immediately noticed Lin Qun's arrival. As a living warship, this thing is indeed more flexible than the Bakatan warship. Its body trembled violently, and its body moved section by section, almost blowing Lin Qun away directly. The 2 gun turrets behind it also turned 180 degrees in an instant, from the muzzle facing outward to the muzzle facing inward. The 120mm caliber heavy artillery flew out of the muzzle with flames and bombarded Lin Qun, who had just stood firm. In response, Lin Qun blocked a shell with one hand. The projectile exploded on Captain America's shield, and the flames flew like scattered stars, while the second projectile passed through the void from Lin Qun's position. Because Lin Qun had teleported again, he appeared at the position of one of the turrets and chopped it down with a sword. The sword of promise of victory was piercing through everything and was directly chopped into pieces by Lin Qun. Then he raised his head and looked at the second turret in the distance. It was turning and trying to aim at Lin Qun again. But unfortunately, its movement was too slow, and Lin Qun aimed at it first. The headshot girl skill was activated. The barrel of the turret exploded directly. The flames shot up into the sky. The 2 automatic defense weapons behind it were instantly destroyed by Lin Qun, and his remaining behemoth let out a shrill howl. The other 2 living giant ships on both sides also moved at this moment. From the original state of being guarded by the swarm, they suddenly turned to high-speed movement. At the same time, a large number of gun barrels turned, trying to shoot at Lin Qun on this living warship. At the same time, a dark cloud covered Lin Qun's head, and artillery fire was raging. It was the ordinary warbugs that were killing him in a line. However, although their firepower was fierce, Lin Qun was on one of the living warships after all. Even if they opened fire, they would be afraid to use force. Lin Qun stuck in a position, avoiding most of the artillery fire, and directly launched an indescribable call to the living giant warship under his feet. He wanted to mutate a living giant warship directly. However, this time the consumption was ridiculously large. Lin Qun's dark energy dropped rapidly, but this living giant warship was still struggling and howling, shooting wildly, trying desperately to throw Lin Qun off. After 20 points of dark energy, the mutation was still not completed. then come again. Lin Qun fought bloody battles all the way, and he didn't spend much contribution points, except taking drugs along the way. He still had more than 1,200 contribution points in his hand, so he could afford to take drugs at this time. Bottles of golden dark energy recovery potions were swallowed directly. Today, he drank the dark energy recovery potion and vitality recovery potion alone, which cost him nearly 100 contribution points, an amount of contribution points that ordinary survivors could not even dream of getting. 30 points of dark energy. The movement of this living warship began to slow down. 40 points of dark energy. The body of this terrifying giant living warship suddenly began to twitch in the air. 45 points of dark energy. Lin Qun saw that the flesh and blood covered under its steel structure began to swell and grow. Among its 4 eyes, the flashing frequency of 2 electronic eyes began to accelerate, and the 2 flesh eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Its howling became weak, and every piece of flesh and blood wrapped in the steel structure trembled, as if it suddenly had self-awareness. 50 points of dark energy. Suddenly, its howling became shrill and crazy. Lin Qun could clearly feel that he had established a certain connection with it, and its mutation was almost complete. Its body began to grow, and the flesh and blood first pierced the steel, grew out from the gaps in the steel structure covering its body, and became something like tentacles, and finally wrapped the steel. Its body was stretching. On its head countless eyes suddenly opened, densely packed, some large and some small, like dense black beans spilled on the ground. In the crazy howling, the turrets on its body were covered with flesh and blood. Then, under Lin Qun's command, it began to fire wildly at the surrounding insect swarms. At this moment, the shells it fired were no longer simple gunpowder weapons. They seemed to be covered with some kind of flesh and blood structure. When they hit the surrounding insect swarms and exploded, the war insects that were killed did not really die. On the contrary, new creatures grew out of the rotten flesh. The 2 war insects that were blown into a bloody mess by the shells actually began to merge. The broken limbs quickly docked, grew, and coupled, turning into insects with 2 heads. They seemed to be in great pain, howling desperately and madly and desperately attacking the surrounding targets, trying to merge everything around them into their ugly, disgusting, and crazy bodies. Howl. The terrifying howl shook the battlefield. Even Lin Qun was surprised by the change in this scene. He spent a full 50 points of dark energy. Lin Qun took drugs like crazy and even used up the intermediate dark energy recovery potion. A bottle of that thing cost 5 contribution points and could restore 10 points of dark energy. The price was the same as that of ordinary energy recovery potions, but it was relatively more convenient and easier to use. The mutation effect of this living giant ship was also extremely terrifying. It turned into a giant whale of flesh and blood. It looked extremely scary, but it retained its weapon system. The flesh and blood wrapped the shells. The creatures hit, even if they were killed, would regenerate under the influence of some strange power. Moreover, Lin Qun didn't need to consume dark energy anymore. However, those creatures that regenerated and mutated as a result seemed to be out of his control, and they didn't distinguish between enemies and friends. They were extremely crazy and attacked everything around them. However, there were bugs all around, so in their current state, they didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting human-friendly forces. At this moment, this living giant warship polluted by Lin Qun has gone completely crazy. It is like a giant whale of flesh and blood, but more twisted and terrifying. It travels through the sky, heavy artillery roars, and the surrounding air war insects are shot down like raindrops. Then it mutates into more terrifying creatures, attacking from all sides, spreading pollution like a plague, and mutating everywhere. Moreover, it is huge in itself, with a body of 100 meters, twisting and struggling. Every time the body trembles, a large area of dense insects around it will be blown away. In less than 2 minutes, the air war insects of the swarm are in chaos, and a huge empty area is formed in the center. Even Lin Qun was stunned. This is the first time he has spent so much dark energy to mutate such a big thing, but he didn't expect the effect to be so terrible. Directly turning the living warship of the swarm into his own mutated behemoth, Lin Qun is now like a terrifying knight, riding this behemoth and soaring in the sky. The surrounding flying war insects fell like rain, cruel and crazy, but Lin Qun watched this scene indifferently. If the alien civilizations don't die today, the 3 million humans in Luchon tomorrow will be the fate of these alien civilizations today. Civilization wars are a matter of life and death. The only pity is that this living giant warship has only one contribution point, and the creatures that are polluted and mutated by the indescribable call strangle each other are not counted into Lin Qun's contribution points. It seems to be a bug, and it seems to be the judgment of their killing each other. But at the moment, this is enough. The swarm of insects that just gathered together have been killed by Lin Qun from the center. Fu Kai ordered to open fire in time. The fire support from the military support came in an instant. Strike while the iron is hot and sweep the battlefield. At this time, the swarm of insects in the sky is already a sea of fire. In this sea of fire, Lin Qun rode his behemoth and killed with a line of fire. The howling of the mutated living giant warship shook the battlefield, and the fire cloud in the sky rolled with its voyage, magnificent and shocking. At this moment, the terrifying creatures in his old legends drove unimaginable twisted giants, and wherever they passed, there was a raging sea of fire and death, and pollution spread like a plague. On the ground, many people were stunned. The scene in front of them was too crazy. It was even creepy. Although they knew that it was caused by Lin Qun, they still had an uncontrollable sense of panic. Because wherever Lin Qun passed, the things that grew everywhere could no longer be described as living things. That is a complete monster. How can there be such a terrifying thing in this world? However, the war situation changes rapidly. Although the huge changes in the battlefield in the air at this moment are shocking and frightening, few of those who can get to this day are fools. They all seized this opportunity and rushed desperately. In the rear, at the front line of Huangtang town, the human military directly blew the horn of attack. Fu Kai said, Lin Qun is worthy of being Lin Qun. No matter what means he used, he succeeded. Take action immediately, and kill them all. At this time, Lin Qun felt a violent shock. The other two living giant ships also passed through the sea of fire, and were approaching from the two wings, firing wildly at him. This was obviously an order from the insect nest to take down Lin Qun. Lin Qun directly gave an order to let the mutant giant ship under him hit one of them, and he jumped high from behind it, threw out a kunai, and flew directly to another living giant ship. Kunai flew, passing through the oncoming dense artillery fire. The next second, Lin Qun's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared on the back of the Zerg living warship. Launch the supergiant transformation. The extremely terrifying supergiant appeared directly. The huge body of 60 meters is comparable to this 100-meter living giant warship. Lin Qun raised his fist directly and punched it down. Steel and flesh splashed. With more than 600 points of strength bonus, he directly smashed the body of the living giant warship in the air. The body of the supergiant directly pressed its body, scattering fragments all over the sky and falling to the ground. Smashed into the sea of insects below. Thick smoke billowed, and explosions continued. Behind him, the mutated living giant warship had torn apart the last Zerg living warship, and was killing from the flesh and blood, and the howling sound resounded throughout the battlefield. In the near distance, the Zerg Air Force was scattered. 2 of the 3 living giant warships were destroyed, and 1 mutated and rebelled, and the army was defeated. In the distance, the front line of Huangtang town was surging with people, and countless human warriors rushed out in an entire line, with high morale, counterattacking the battlefield. The balance of war began to tilt irreversibly at this moment. Dear readers, I recently merged the original 2 chapters into one. It used to be 2 chapters a day. Each chapter had 3,000 words, a total of 6,000 words, but now it is 1 chapter a day with 6,000 words, and the update volume has not decreased. In addition, the new January is here. Please vote for me. Chapter 205. The people of Modu have made a breakthrough. A tsunami-like sound came from the Huangtang town front. Lin Qun crashed to the ground with the living warship. The head of the Zerg living warship had been smashed by Lin Qun, and the rest of the body was also smashed to pieces in the crash. The debris was all over the ground, and the end thruster was even on fire. The flesh and blood body coupled with the metal structure was becoming the best fuel for those flames. However, one of Lin Qun's supergiant's legs was also broken, and it lay on one side, with billowing steam rising, reflecting the surrounding flames, making the battlefield even more tragic. The global battlefield prompt appeared in front of Lin Qun. Kill this creature and gain 1 contribution point and 1500 experience points. The experience seems to be enough to upgrade to level 25. Although the Zerg civilization uses cloned war bugs as its main force, and only 1 out of 10 bugs can be counted as a contestant's life, they are too numerous to be counted. On the battlefield of tens of thousands, Lin Qun killed all the way here, and he didn't know how many cloned war bugs and contestant war bugs he killed. He consumed a lot of contribution points to replenish his energy and dark energy, but the total number of contribution points still increased. He just saw that he had more than 1400 contribution points. At this moment, he raised his huge head and saw flags flying on the human front in the distance, and the flashes of gun muzzles rose and fell like stars, forming a line in his vision. The great counterattack of mankind has begun. Li Zeng had been preparing for this long ago, seizing Huangzhang town, forcing the main force of the Zerg to fight a decisive battle, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, and defeating the main force of the Zerg. Although there were unexpected events, the final result was still not too far off. At this moment, there were still ground war bugs trying to besiege the giant Lin Qun. Lin Qun was a little impressed. This group of bugs really didn't know what fear was. He was indifferent to the pollution mutations, and now he dared to rush up to a giant that he obviously couldn't beat. Neither the Bakatans nor humans could do this. This was an advantage, but also a disadvantage. Lin Qun stretched out his hand directly, and the arm of the supergiant swept out along the ground, and those war insects were really blown away like insects. At this time, Lin Qun's troops had already approached. When Lin Qun fell just now, he deliberately chose the landing point and did not hit his own troops, but fell to the location of the swarm of insects. Therefore, there was a little distance between the two sides, and at this time Lin Qun's troops had already interspersed and killed, strangling the swarm along the way. Those people shouted excitedly. Even those who didn't understand could see that the overall situation was decided. Not only did they not die, but they won with Mr. Lin. Ni Wensheng and his armored vehicles passed under Lin Qun's nose. The little giant stood on the roof of the car holding a 2-meter long machine gun, fully armed, and howled with a flushed face. Damn this bunch of damn insect swarms. Behind him, Zhu Jiaguo and other survivors who had previously been skeptical about actively rushing into the sea of insects were the most excited at this time. When they just charged, they were caught in the crowd and their blood was boiling. Later, they were deeply trapped in the insect swarm. When they calmed down, they all felt that they were stupid and must be dead. But they didn't expect that not only did they not die, but they won. That Mr. Lin, we all know how powerful he is. Isn't he too powerful? I never dreamed that one day we could kill the alien civilization on the front battlefield, and it seems that we have played a big role. Charge. Just follow Mr. Lin and it's over. Liui looked at the scene in front of him and said, we won again. Mr. Lin is really indomitable. He turned his head and looked behind him. Li Dongshan had a complicated expression. Lin Qun's strength was beyond his imagination. What Lin Qun could do, he couldn't do. How long would it take him to surpass him? Seeing this, Liui just smiled and shook his head, patted him on the shoulder, and said, child, don't think too much. Let's go. Now it's time for us to clean up the battlefield and harvest contribution points. In fact, their losses were not small. When they came, there were more than 8,000 people, but now there are less than 6,000 left, and many people died in the charge just now. The insect seafront on the ground has been in chaos, and the military troops divided the battlefield. Even if they are completely fearless of death and sophisticated war machines, they are unable to stabilize the front. Lin Qun watched everything happening under his feet, watching the military troops intersperse the battlefield and defeated the main force of the insect swarm. He knew very well that, although he played a significant role, it was the power of civilization that could achieve such a large-scale victory. Without the people he brought below to resist the ground insect swarm, how could Lin Qun have the opportunity to attack the sky alone? He had long been trapped by the insect swarm on the ground and in the sky. Without the firepower support of the human military, even if he dispersed the insect swarm in the air and killed 3 living giant ships, there was no way to deal with so many insects. This is the power of civilization. Lin Qun was just the more powerful person in the civilization, who could give a push at a critical moment. At this time, on the battlefield, the shouts of humans rose and fell. Great victory! Great victory! We defeated them head on. What kind of insect swarm is that? Charge! Charge! Kill all the insect swarms! Kill all the aliens! Humans were enjoying this victory. The army attacked from all sides, killing the insect swarms step by step, and fleeing all the way. The defeat was like a mountain. Although the scale of their retreat was also very strong at this moment, it did not pose a substantial threat to the human army. The troops led by Lin Qun were also the same. They were all rushing to chase and kill the insects, in order to gain more contribution points. Lin Qun was no exception. The colossal titan was limited by its size and agility, and one of its legs was broken, so it could not be used at this time. He simply freed himself from the neck of the colossal titan, called his own mutant giant ship creature, rode on it directly, and roared into the air, to chase the insect swarm. At this moment, the Zerg is no longer a threat to them. Chasing the Zerg may have many meanings in the overall situation, but for every human soldier on the battlefield, who is rushing forward with blood boiling, there is only one meaning at this moment. That is to harvest contribution points. Harvest as many contribution points and experience as possible. Big master, he. They seem to have won. Huangtang town is 70 or 80 kilometers away. The Taku people are hiding in their positions. The staff officer looks at the picture sent back from the reconnaissance plane in front of him. His voice is trembling, and he can't speak clearly. He looks at General Tatan beside him in fear. At this moment, the picture sent back by the reconnaissance plane in front of them shows that the battlefield on the front line of Huangtang town is full of smoke, and many human military forces are interspersed in the battlefield. The army of the Zerg civilization retreats like a tide, leaving corpses on the ground. The flames are soaring into the sky. In the sky, the human who makes Tatan hate him is riding a huge mutant living warship, showing off his power and cheering. Tatan's face is so gloomy that it is about to drip water. He was like a completely different person from the one who had just judged that humans would lose and that human master would die. Damn it, how could they win? This is an indigenous civilization? Can an indigenous civilization have such strength? After a while, Tatan punched the ground heavily. The battle on the front line of Huangtang town has not yet ended completely, but now, the outcome of the battle has been decided. The military has completely turned from defense to offense, and launched a massive counterattack. Humans have mastered the rhythm of the war. The Zerg also quickly retreated, when it was obvious that the situation was hopeless, leaving behind corpses, and leaving the battlefield. At this moment, the war insects in the sky almost disappeared, leaving only Lin Qun riding a huge monster in the sky. Then he slowly landed. The surrounding area was full of insect corpses, but the battle was over. The armored troops that came later were still chasing the retreating Zerg forward, preparing to advance the front line, but at least at this moment, the battle was almost over here. There were some new troubles. These are the bugs that were secondarily contaminated by the mutated living giant warships of the Lin Qun. They have strange appearances and do not distinguish between enemies and friends. Because they are secondarily mutated, they are not under the control of the Lin Qun, but their self-regeneration ability is very strong. At this moment, they have become a trouble for the military. Their strange posture and pollution characteristics are still a certain threat. Fukai specially dispatched several batches of troops to kill them. In fact, these polluted and mutated creatures now show strong self-healing ability and vitality, and their broken limbs can quickly regenerate more bizarre ones. But in fact, that is caused by their overdrawing of their own vitality. They will die on their own in a few hours at most. After all, they only come from the derivatives of indescribable cause, and have not received any substantial blessings. However, now that humans have won the victory in this area, their existence is trouble. The Lucheng General Command and Fukai still want to make them disappear as soon as possible. And Lin Qun is riding a flying mutated giant beast soaring above the retreating insect swarm, harvesting the war insects below. But they did not advance too far. The military detected a large number of hot weapons launched in the direction of Zen's Lake. The Zerg will use this to cover its retreat. The military and humans can only retreat. Otherwise, it will not be to catch up and harvest experience and contribution points, but to give experience and contribution points to the Zerg. Lin Qun rode his flying mutant behemoth and paused between the sky and the field, watching a line of fire rising in the distant world. The explosion sounded half a second later, deafening and trembling. Since then, the Battle of Huangtang Town has ended. The main force of the Zerg in the direction of Luchun was defeated and retreated dozens of kilometers to the depths of Zen's Lake. Lin Qun was the first to turn back in the sky. Below, far and near, the human army looked up at Lin Qun riding a terrifying mutant behemoth to return to Huangtang Town. The cheers were almost equal to the Zerg's bombardment, and they also retreated to Huangtang Town. The logistics troops and baggage of the human military were all behind Huangtang Town. This battle made everyone extremely excited. The fatigue of a day of bloody battle seemed to be swept away. This is a great victory. It has never happened in the Magic City before. The end of the Magic City war was hasty and absurd. The human army won at most on a small battlefield. Later, Lin Qun reversed the defeat twice, both of which were achieved by superhuman strength. For most people, it was Lin Qun's strength. But this time, in this battle, their strength also existed. Lin Qun won the war without showing superhuman strength. This is everyone's victory. Especially in the current army, there are still a large number of survivors who have been recruited from the survivors not long ago. They were very uneasy, but now, this uneasiness has disappeared, and they are full of heroism and excitement. A victory is the greatest encouragement to morale. There is also a deep feeling of relief. How many of their relatives and friends died at the hands of alien civilizations? They are powerless to fight, and can only bear it, and watch the alien civilizations show off their power. Today, they finally fought back. And they won. Revenge for their dead compatriots and their dead relatives and friends. Whether it is the people in the Magic City or outside the Magic City, since the global battlefield was opened, they have almost been suppressed by alien civilizations. Facing aliens, they either lost or fled. Many people never thought they could win. Even before that, even the Luchun military had never thought of fighting and taking the initiative to attack, because this seemed to have become a human instinct. They couldn't beat these powerful alien civilizations. But now, the result of this battle proves that they can beat them. Many people are even a little confused, and even ask others for confirmation. We won. We drove the Zerg away. They affirmed each other, and the army turned back and regrouped. People surged, and the soldiers supported each other and moved forward. Fukei's voice spread to every corner of the human army through the military channel. Everyone, thank you for your efforts. We won the first battle. The Zerg civilization was defeated by us. Before, we all thought that they were invaders and advanced civilizations that landed in our world. We were afraid of them and could not defeat them. In the battlefield of the Magic City, our main force was defeated again and again. In Luchun, they looked down upon us as fat meat. But today, I think each of us has experienced it personally and seen it with our own eyes. We defeated them. Facts have proved. They are strong, but not much stronger than us. The war of civilizations is conditionally fair. They have many advantages over us, but they are also lives. As long as we find the right method and unite together, they are as fragile as our flesh and blood. I want to say that this is only the first battle, but it is only the beginning. We will have more victories in the future. We will point our swords at Zen's Lake and completely drive the Zerg civilization out of Luchun and Jinling. Let all the alien civilizations that want to tear flesh from us, trample on our civilization, and wantonly kill our parents and relatives in front of us be terrified, and dare not commit crimes again. Fukei's voice was deafening. It spread to every corner of the battlefield, and every word he said fell into the heart of every soldier. Everything he said, the future he envisioned, was exactly what everyone thought. So, in a moment of silence, no one knew who was the first to raise his arms and shout, and then countless people followed suit. It was like a wave of sound, full of human hope and anger, echoing on the battlefield of Huangtang Town. Kill all the aliens, get them out of the blue star. Kill all the aliens, get them out of the blue star! Exclamation mark. The voices of people are like waves, echoing endlessly. That is the anger and blood in everyone's heart. Luchun General Command. Looking at the scene transmitted back from the battlefield, Li Zeng breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back, and sat back in his seat. There was also jubilation in the command center. The adjutant beside him said, "Your Excellency the Commander, Mr. Lin is right. If there is no depth, we will fight for it and wait for others to come. We might as well punch others in the face first. As long as we can take over Zen's Lake again, we can defeat the Zerg and avoid being attacked by the Zerg civilization and the Prophet civilization." Yes, Mr. Lin is right. We are timid and don't know what to do. Li Zeng exhaled and said, "This time, it's our turn to make the first move." He turned and said to the signalman, "Pass our battle situation to the Jinling city front, and at the same time, prepare for the next step of advancement." There was also excitement in the Lucheng headquarters, and everyone was busy. Information flew out like raindrops. Some flew to the front line of the battlefield, and some were transmitted to the front line of Jinling city. On another front of mankind, the battle in Jinling city has not yet ended, and everyone was shocked when the news from Lucheng was passed on. At the Jinling city command center, a big shot couldn't help but say, "Lucheng broke through so quickly? The battle on our side has not yet reached a turning point. How come they are so fast? They were able to come out of the magic city and break through the blockade of the Bakatans in advance. Their strength should not be underestimated. It seems that the strength of the people in the magic city is stronger than we expected. Very good. Our Jinling city is no longer alone this time. We must also speed up the pace of the war. Since the main force of the Zerg in the direction of Lucheng has been defeated, the Zerg on our side is not expected to hold on for much longer. It is just around the corner. To point the sword at the Zen's Lake Zerg nest. We can't lose to the magic city. Send orders to the front line to speed up the advancement." On the front battlefield of Jinling city, the airstrike group of the Jinling city military soared like an eagle, tearing the air battle formation of the insect swarm, which dispersed layer by layer. The heavy bombers in the rear flew across the battlefield, dropping dense bombs, and blasted a sky-high flame on the ground and in the sea of insects. At this moment, high in the sky, the rear door of a transport plane opened, and a burly figure strode out from the back. He looked very burly and oppressive, but his face was slightly red. He stood at the rear door and howled to the sky, not looking very serious. No one spoke to him, so he was talking to himself. "I heard that there is a supermaster in the magic city. Let me see if he is as good as me." As he said, he jumped down from the rear door of the transport plane, and at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, he dived into the sea of insects on the earth. Behind him, several soldiers responsible for supporting him looked at each other and couldn't help whispering, "This altitude is almost 1,000 meters, and there are insects everywhere below. He jumped down like this. He is worthy of being the 17th human being with unparalleled combat power. This guy's really powerful, but also really stupid. I think he has drunk too much again. In the words of our hometown, isn't he just a drunkard? Really, how can such a person become a master? He is just lucky. I can do it too. Haha, he is lucky. He is also a top master. The strength of our Jinling master should be far beyond that of the magic city. He is ranked 17th in the world. The one from the magic city is said to be ranked in the 30s. They are not in the same league at all. Our Jinling city is still very powerful. The one who just jumped off the transport plane was none other than the flying shark coin, the 17th ranked human on Blue Star. They were whispering here, and unexpectedly, the voice of the man before suddenly sounded in their communication channel, laughing. "Hey, remember not to talk on the public screen next time you chat." His voice was elongated, and from a high altitude, he was covered with brilliant golden light, like a cannonball falling from the sky, crashing to the ground, and falling into the sea of insects below. But from the height of the transport plane, he was no different from an inconspicuous little gold slag. For the specific situation, they could only judge the situation of this person through the synchronous camera device carried on his body and contact the air unit to give him the necessary support. And the appearance of this top Jinling strongman is actually just the beginning. The staff on the transport plane looked around. At the end of the distant vision, a large number of human troops rushed out from all sides, almost surrounding the Zerg. The mountains and plains were filled with the sound of human gunfire and shouting. On the battlefield in the direction of Jinling city, the main force of the Zerg began to crumble. Just as the general commander of Jinling City judged, the Zerg is fighting on two fronts, and the defeat on one side will definitely have an impact on the battlefield on the other side. They only need to speed up the pace of the war and seize this opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and end the battle in advance. On the eastern land of China, smoke billowed and the flames of war were raging. The two human armies defeated the Zerg civilization and were about to march to the Zerg hive city of Zen's Lake. Small and medium-sized alien civilizations such as the Taku people or small groups of large civilization spies who were watching in the surrounding areas were all terrified. Many civilizations did not expect such an ending. The humans in Jinling and Lucheng are strong. They defeated the Zerg civilization. Incredible, they took the initiative and won. Even if the Zerg civilization only dispatched one Zerg nest or one Zerg army, these human natives should not be able to resist. It seems that the resistance consciousness of the natives of this blue planet is far greater than we expected. And east of the Magic City, in the Pacific Ocean, this battle situation was almost immediately transmitted to the warships of the Prophet civilization. It was still the Dark Room and the two shadows. They were communicating rapidly, and there was also great surprise in their tone. It seems that this group of humans is really powerful. They want to defeat the Zerg first, and then defeat us. This is the only way for them to avoid being attacked by two civilizations at the same time. Do you think they can take down the Zerg nest? It's almost impossible, unless that Demon City man shows the combat power that the Bastion people described as having used in the Demon City blockade area, but he has not used it until now, which proves that the information the Bastion people gave us is correct. Either he can't use it, or he has a limit on the number of times he can use it, and he is reluctant to use it. That is his trump card. If we can use the Zerg swarm to force out his trump card and severely damage the humans at the same time. The power of human civilization, that's killing two birds with one stone. At that time, we can harvest humans in this Zerg nest. As far as I know, the main combat force of the Zerg landing on Blue Star is also in the Huaxia region, but it is at least 700 kilometers away from Zen's Lake, and it is fighting with the Shengui civilization. They can't support them in time, and can only suffer this loss. Maybe, we can help the Zerg. They are greedy, and want to fight on two fronts. They don't want us to land, but they want to eat the humans here. Now, they should pay the price for their greed. In the dark cabin, their discussion gradually became gloomy. Chapter 206, Level 25 reached. Level 1 of Sword Controlling Technique. Early in the morning, the sky over Huangtang town was crimson. A large number of military troops were resting, and several reconnaissance teams set out to observe the movements of the Zerg from several directions. Lin Qun was striding into the command center. His mutant living giant warship was already lying at the foot of a low mountain on one side of Huangtang town. Ranking rewards appeared in front of Lin Qun's eyes. Yesterday's ranking has been locked. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked first in the regional ranking was Hang City Warzone human ranking and are awarded with 30 civilization contribution points. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked first in the regional ranking was Hang City Warzone overall ranking and are awarded with 200 civilization contribution points. The Washang City Zerg was defeated and there were no alien civilization strongmen in the area. Lin Qun ranked first in the overall ranking of the Warzone and also received a lot of contribution points, and it was a full 200 points. The rewards for the overall regional ranking are much richer than the human ranking itself. Moreover, his total contribution points after a bloody battle today have far exceeded the critical value of 10,000 points, and he has risen one more place in the global human ranking to 37th place. Unfortunately, if you are not in the top 10 in the global ranking, you will not get any rewards. 230 points of reward are not too little for Lin Qun now. Half a chance to draw a lottery is equivalent to getting 230 heads for nothing. The total contribution points that many people have obtained so far are less than 230 points. This further reflects that the strong in the global battlefield are getting stronger and stronger. The strong have a higher ranking on the list and can get contribution points that others do not have. If the people ranked behind want to catch up, it will only become more and more difficult as time goes by. The strong are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker. With this batch of contribution points, plus the remaining ones of Lin Qun. The total number of contribution points in his hands now reaches 1,700 points. If the alien civilization creatures killed by the pollution mutants induced by the indescribable call were not counted as his contribution points, his total number of contribution points would probably be more. Of course, he is not in a hurry to use this batch of contribution points now. He is coming to Fukei's command center. Fukei was connecting with Li Zeng to discuss the next tactics and plans. Seeing Lin Qun coming, the officers in the room moved aside to make way for Lin Qun. Although Lin Qun had no official position or military rank, he spoke with strength. Everyone in the upper echelons of the Magic City knew him. His face was a symbol of identity and status. Fukei immediately introduced the situation to Lin Qun. It was only then that Lin Qun realized that the map Fukei spread out was not for Jinling and Lucheng, but a national map. On it, the positions of the troops in Jinling City and Lucheng had been marked. In addition, there was also the position of Zen's Lake. The southwestern region, which was far away from Zen's Lake and Jinling City, was also marked. Fukei pointed to that location and said, "Mr. Lin, this is the core main force position of the Zerg civilization, 700 kilometers away from us." Lin Qun nodded. He also knew a little about this. At the last combat meeting, he said that the main landing area of the Zerg civilization was the Huaxia region, but their manpower and military strength were not limited to Zen's Lake. In fact, the Zerg only had the combat power of one Zerg hive here. They fought on all sides and deployed at least 5 Zerg hives and a core mother nest on the Blue Star battlefield. However, they used the Zerg hive as a combat cluster to fight on all sides and harvest contribution points. The Zerg hive that attacked Jinling City was the one fighting on the southeast line of the Huaxia region. Although it was only one of the Zerg hives that landed on the Blue Star battlefield, its strength should not be underestimated. And because of this, the military had been keeping an eye on the Zerg civilization's large forces when fighting with the Zerg hive in Zen's Lake. Because the Zerg on the Zen's Lake side could still gather the human forces of Jinling City and Lucheng to fight, but if the Zerg civilization attacked with all its forces, 6 Zerg hives with millions of war insects would surely defeat humanity. The good news is that the core mother nest and other nests of the Zerg civilization are not moving now. They obviously did not expect the Zerg hive in Zen's Lake to be defeated. Given their distance from the Zerg hive in Zen's Lake, it is too late for large-scale legion movement to support them. Fukei said, and in the direction of the Demon City. His finger slid to the side of the map. That was the location of the Demon City by the sea on the map, which was also marked. In the direction of the Demon City, the battle between the Prophet civilization and the Shadow civilization should not be over yet. Due to the influence of the grey-black fog of the Shadow civilization, we cannot observe the situation inside, but now we can judge that the Prophet civilization should have the upper hand in this battle, because according to our observations from the periphery, the grey-black fog coverage of the Shadow civilization has shrunk by 20% in the past 24 hours. The grey-black fog is a means for the Shadow civilization to expand its territory. The shrinking coverage of the grey-black fog proves that the Shadow civilization has suffered a heavy blow. Fukei's adjutant said, but we haven't located the position of the Prophet civilization yet. We don't know how they started the war with the Shadow civilization. Their technology is obviously more advanced than ours. Our reconnaissance in the Pacific Ocean and the Magic City area has no results. However, judging from the current war rhythm between them and the Shadow civilization, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for them to defeat the Shadow civilization. Before that, we can decide the outcome with the Zen's Lake Zerg. Fukei also said, and if we can defeat the Zerg in the Zen's Lake area in a short time, then even if the Zerg nests in other locations want to come, there is no value in supporting them. The biggest possibility is that the Zerg will temporarily give up attacking us. At that time, we can completely free up our hands to face the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun looked at the map, listened to Fukei and others' words, and took a deep breath, with a light flashing in his eyes. Now, everything is going well. They took the initiative to attack, and caught the Zerg off guard. Now the rhythm of the entire war is in the hands of humans. Lin Qun said, when will we launch a general attack? Fear of change, the sooner the Zerg nest in Zen's Lake is taken, the better. Fukai said, "It is expected that tomorrow afternoon, we will take a short rest tonight, and at the same time scout the deployment of the insect swarm and the mobilization of troops, and then advance to Zen's Lake tomorrow. It is expected that the battle will start at Zen's Lake at 15:33 tomorrow afternoon, and we will join forces with the Jinling City troops to strangle the Zen's Lake insect swarm." Okay. Lin Qun couldn't help but say, "If it dares to attack us, let it never return." Then, the general commander assigned tasks to troops at all levels. Lin Qun still led his own team. Their mission this time was no longer to be the spearhead, but to fight with the military's large army for the insect nest in Zen's Lake. The military was ready to tear its outer defense, and with the support of the air force owned by Jinling City, it would be directly blown up with a large yield fuel air bomb. This is simple and easy, and the loss is small. Lin Qun naturally had no objection to this. There is no need to attack the insect nest protected by countless war insects on the ground. The insect nest will be blown up first, and the insect swarm will be scattered. They can kill as they want. Use the smallest loss to exchange for the greatest results. Although Lin Qun's team had made great achievements in the Battle of Huangtang Town, they also suffered heavy losses. The number of people was less than 5,000. Both the survivors and the high-level and high-talent elite troops had suffered heavy losses and could hardly take on the task of spearhead. Their task tonight was to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Lin Qun also needed to rest. After a whole day of raiding, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. It was a real fatigue that could not be made up, even if he was full of energy. What he needed was rest. Therefore, Lin Qun came out of Fukai's command center and went directly back to his own troops base. His troops were stationed on the hillside below the mutant living giant ship. The soldiers in the troops had already rested. Seeing Lin Qun coming back, they all stood up in a hurry and looked at him with respect and yearning. Lin Qun walked past the crowd and walked towards his behemoth. Here, he asked Chu Yaowei to help him look after this thing. Although this mutated living giant warship was directly mutated by an indescribable call and was theoretically under the control of Lin Qun himself was not very reassured about whether this kind of thing belonged to the Ke system. On his side, apart from Chu Yaowei, who had special abilities, there were few people who could keep an eye on this thing. Li Ji and the others could be trusted, but Lin Qun was really afraid that Li Ji would be eaten or contaminated. And because of these reasons, this area was almost empty. Only Chu Yaowei was lying in the military off-road vehicle, staring at the living giant warship in a daze. The military cordon was 50 meters away. When Lin Qun came over, he passed by the central bonfire. Ni Wensheng, Li Ji and others were celebrating the victory of this battle on a small scale. Although humans paid a lot of losses, the final result made everyone excited. Even though it was late at night and the battle was over, most people were still in this excitement and venting in their own way. Ni Wensheng pulled Lin Qun and wanted him to say a few words. Lin Qun just smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't die in the next battle." From a distance, Liuyi raised his glass to him. There was no wine in it, just water. The war would continue, and no one dared to really drink. Li Ji said, "Brother, these alien civilizations are just like this. Can I go home soon?" Under the light of the fire, there seemed to be light jumping and flashing in his eyes. He said that he was not in a hurry, did not want to go back, and it was useless to go back, but he still wanted to take a look. How could he be willing not to take a look? He is also very powerful now. He is already level 8 and has killed many alien contestants. The lightning he releases is thick and terrifying and can even kill war bugs alive. Among the survivors, even in the elite team, he has long been a strong man. He has confidence and strength and wants to go back and take a look. Lin Qun looked at him, hummed, and walked away. In fact, he and Li Ji both understood. Lucheng and Anshan are thousands of kilometers apart, and the journey is long. Going back is a long way off. Li Xing patted Li Ji on the shoulder and said, "That day will come." Lin Qun walked forward. There were many soldiers and survivors on both sides looking at him. Even Zhu Jiaguo was there. They all wanted to say a few words to the legendary figure in front of them, especially those newcomers. Before seeing the powerful strength of Lin Qun, they did not dare to believe that it was a power that humans could have. At that time, they realized what kind of person they were fighting with. Some people just wanted to say a few words casually, and some people might have other ideas, such as condoms or something. But in the end, no one dared to step forward. Zhu Jiaguo stood in the corner, rubbing his hands for a long time, wanting to step forward and talk. He didn't know what he was thinking. It felt like when he accidentally ran into a famous big shot on TV while eating or taking a bath, or the kind of big shot that he admired. He always felt that he should say something, even if he could say 1 or 2 words, to let the other party see himself. That would be good. His heart was pounding, and he wanted to go up and talk but didn't dare. He didn't even understand why he didn't dare. But in the end, there was nothing. He didn't dare to move forward. He just watched Lin Qun walk towards him from a distance, then walk in front of him, and finally walk away, towards the no man's land of the mutant living giant warship. He felt empty for no reason. What he didn't know was that there was another person in the corner who was in a similar mood as him. It was Li Dangshan. His eyes kept following Lin Qun's back, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The sky in the distance was flickering with fire. Lin Qun walked through the crowd, took a bottle of mineral water, and found Chu Yaowei. Chu Yaowei was opening the skylight of the military vehicle and counting the stars in the sky. Lin Qun's mutant living giant beast was too scary. Even if someone was curious, no one dared to cross the line and approach. Chu Yaowei's place was cold and deserted, and there was no popularity. Chu Yaowei turned her head to look at him. In fact, there is no need for me to see it. It is very well behaved, and I think it seems that it will not live long. Chu Yaowei's judgment was correct. It was less than 2 hours after the end of the war, and the mutant living giant warship was lying on the ground, and its vitality was not as good as before. The mutation caused by pollution overdrew its vitality. The longer it is, the weaker it is. Lin Qun looked at her from a distance and did not answer this question, but said, "Are you not injured?" "I'm fine, and I'm now ranked 2nd in luching." Chu Yaowei raised her arm and shook it, as if to show off that she was not injured. The feeling and aura she gave Lin Qun seemed to be more restrained and powerful than before. Her level was already above level 10. Lin Qun instinctively glanced at her head. He could shoot her in the head. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Chu Yaowei tilted her head to look at him and said seriously, "This is the nth time I've worked for you. Take care of me on the battlefield." These words would sound like a joke from any normal girl, but from Chu Yaowei's mouth, it sounded like a normal task arrangement. Lin Qun was stunned for a while and realized that Chu Yaowei was really serious. Chu Yaowei looked at the mineral water in his hand and said, "And you rewarded me by giving me a bottle of water?" Lin Qun thought for a long time and said, "I still have durian. Do you want to eat it?" Lin Qun really had durian. His durian supply card has not been used yet. Chu Yaowei stared at him for a while. Her eyes seemed to be looking at something strange, but in the end she did not respond to Lin Qun's words, but jumped down from the car and said, "I'll leave it to you here. I'm going to sleep." After that, he left without looking back. Lin Qun stood behind her, watching her slender back walk away, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but stopped, and finally said nothing. Just watched her walk away like this. Chu Yaowei seemed a little unhappy today. But why? After a while, he laughed to himself, climbed onto the military vehicle, closed the skylight, and squinted for a while. He was indeed a little tired. This is the best place to rest, with a living giant warship next to him, and no one else came to disturb him. He didn't sleep deeply, and the time was not long, only about an hour. He woke up. He turned his head and stared at the mutant living giant monster for a while, and found that it had less energy. After thinking about it, he sat up. First add a little to level up. After a day and night of bloody battle, Lin Qun's experience is already enough. This time, I upgraded directly to level 25. Name, Lin Qun level 25, 1200/160,000, strength 64.5 agility, 37.2 constitution, 58.2 stamina, 66.3 over 66.3 right square bracket, dark energy, The 30th of January 1930.1 right square bracket at level 25. Lin Qun's constitution was close to 60, and his dark energy had broken through the 30 mark. With the repeated use of the feast skill in the past few days, the decimal points behind these attributes of Lin Qun were increasing. Of course, the experience points for upgrading from level 25 to level 26 were also increasing. This time, 160,000 points were directly required. But this was nothing. Lin Qun knew very well that, although the experience points required were huge, there were also many alien civilizations. It was not difficult to upgrade by killing all the way. This was the battlefield of civilization. It was difficult for the weak to upgrade. At low levels, it was difficult to upgrade, even if the experience points were not much. But for an individual like Lin Qun who has many means, strong strength, and has reached level 25, it is not that difficult to upgrade. After the upgrade was completed, Lin Qun began to practice non-stop. His energy and physique are high enough, so he can't do without rest, but an hour of rest is enough for him to be refreshed. His sword control technique is still a step away. If he can break through, he will be more confident in the battle tomorrow. This practice is practiced until dawn. Lin Qun's troops have no night missions. The only task at night is to rest, and no one disturbs him. The wind outside passed through the military vehicle. Lin Qun finally reached the threshold of the first level of sword control in the early morning. 500 contribution points, directly reaching the first level of sword control. Looking at this number, Lin Qun has a feeling that he is robbing. The same quick learning method, the same first level. Langxiang Prajnagong only needs 50 contribution points, this one needs 500, but the arrow is on the string, and it has to be upgraded. Lin Qun gritted his teeth, and deducted 500 contribution points. The first level of sword control was finally achieved. The first level of the unified global battlefield is actually equivalent to the early stage of key refining. If you want to reach this level from immortal in the world of immortal cultivation, you must first have spiritual roots, and then have qualifications. It will take at least several months of cultivation. Of course, the cultivation speed of the genius protagonists of those novels cannot be compared to achieve something. And Lin Qun, he cheated. Although he has been practicing for many days, in fact, the total time of practice is not long, and with the help of rapid upgrades, Lin Qun directly reached the first level of sword control. The moment the upgrade was completed, Lin Qun only felt that there was a bang in his brain, as if a switch was turned on, but he couldn't say what it was. The biggest and most obvious feeling was that the dark energy heat flow surging in his body was several times thicker. If it was a trickle before, it is now winding stream. Moreover, Lin Qun felt carefully that he seemed to have some kind of connection with the world. Dark energy is the bridge to communicate with the world around him. With every breath, dark energy goes in and out, which is very mysterious and has a strange feeling. Lin Qun discovered that all the data on his personal panel had changed. The dark energy attribute had changed the most, directly increasing the upper limit by 60 points. Name, Lin Qun level 25, 1200/160,000, strength 69.5 agility, 42.2 constitution, 63.2 stamina, 71.3 over 71.3 right square bracket, dark energy. 90.1 over 90.1 right square bracket. Not only that, all attributes except dark energy have increased by 5 points. Agility has directly reached over 40. Constitution has exceeded 60, and the stamina has reached 70. This level can only be reached after at least 2 more levels. Especially the increase in dark energy, 60 points. Lin Qun previously estimated that it might be around 50 points, but he didn't expect that it would be increased by 60 points directly. What does this mean? If it were a normal upgrade, it would take at least 10 more levels. That's because the attribute bonus of each level, after reaching level 30, is even greater. Lin Qun took a breath and said, "It's worthy of being a card from the world of cultivation." This sword control technique is so terrifying. Lin Qun tried to apply the sword technique. He found that this time, he could really control the sword. The range of the sword control starts from 100 meters. Moreover, in the sword control, it is obvious that there is no previous awkwardness. The flying sword flies out, as if it is an arm, and the bridge built by dark energy connects with it. It is like an extension of Lin Qun's arm, which can clearly sense and attack. It's just that Lin Qun is a quick learner, and he is not particularly proficient. And the use of this sword formula also consumes dark energy continuously. If you really let go of your hands and feet to fight, it won't take long for 90 points of dark energy. Instead, it can output dark energy as sword light, and some basic sword formula killing moves can also be used. The sword of the Pledge of Victory is shining with golden light, and the sword light is pressing. However, means such as the body protection sword shield and the Qingyuan sword light require a higher realm to achieve. According to Lin Qun's memory, that is only applicable to the foundation building period of the Qingyuan sword formula. And the sword shadow spectroscopy, the Big Zheng sword formation, etc., are the golden elixir and the nascent soul. Lin Qun took a deep breath, and his heart was filled with infinite expectations. If he can climb step by step, when he reaches these realms, alien civilizations, what insect swarms, a sword formation will come down, and kill you, and cry to the sky. All these upgrades, 500 contribution points, are worth it. Lin Qun looked at the sword of promised victory being used as a flying sword, with a strange expression on his face. Who would have thought that this treasure would become a flying sword in his hands? However, with this round of upgrades, maybe it won't be so difficult to release the power of the treasure. Because now, he has 90 points of dark energy alone. Thinking of this, Lin Qun narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. The decisive battle against the insect swarm in Zen's Lake has become more certain. Chapter 207. Do you know who this Yang is? Early in the morning, at 5:37, the troops resting on the front line of Huangtang town began to operate. Lin Qun opened his eyes and looked out from the car. The human steel torrent took the lead and advanced to the far end of the field of vision, followed closely by a group of troop carriers. The order soon came from the command center further behind, and Lin Qun and his team would also follow a group of armored troops. What awaited them next was a long and boring march. Only the missiles that kept flying over their heads added color to all this. But for the people on the battlefield, they could neither see where the missiles came from, nor where the missiles would eventually land. Lin Qun sat in a military off-road vehicle, driving in front of their team, following the military's armored forces. Behind them sat Li Ji and Li Xing. They were Lin Qun's people, and when Lin Qun himself did not rush to the battle, he still brought them with him. This was not protection, but it was more useful. They were all his own people. It seemed that Ni Wensheng also wanted to get on Lin Qun's car, but unfortunately, he was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Qun. This guy's too big, and Lin Qun always feels that Ni Wensheng's eyes are too hot. When he looks at him, he is worried that this guy will knock him down in a minute. Then he will become the first famous god of war in the Magic City and the first joke in the Magic City. For this reason, Ni Wensheng is very depressed. At this time, Li Ji looked at the scene outside and couldn't help saying, so this is what a real battlefield looks like. When we were in the Magic City, if we were involved in the big battlefield in the central city from the beginning, maybe we would have died a long time ago. Lin Qun looked into the distance. From his position, he could see that on the ground, the army was surging like a river, some in front, some in the back, and the number was huge. Lin Qun was lucky. When the Magic City battlefield began, the Longcheng Daijing community, where he was located, was far away from the core battlefield, and for a long time he faced armed personnel from the Bakatan people. But the reason why this was possible was that the Magic City Group Army and the Bakatans fought many rounds of wars for the central city and suffered heavy losses, but it also slowed down the expansion of the Bakatans. Although the battle for the central city ended with the defeat of the human military, many people in the Magic City survived and even grew up because of the bloody battles and efforts of the military. Lin Qun was a beneficiary. At that time, the main battle between the two sides in the central city of Magic City was not much better than the battle of the Zerg last night. It was a real meat grinder. Without some strength, you would not know how you died. If Lin Qun and his team were involved at that time, there might not be these things today. At that time, the Bakatans did not sweep the whole city, but they were bitten by the main force of humans. Of course, this is all later now. Just listening to Li Ji's words and looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Qun also felt a little emotional. Now, their enemy is no longer the Bakatans, but the Zerg. Not only did the Luchan military in Huangtang town begin to move, but the troops in the direction of Jinling City also began to move. The armies of the two human doomsday cities were marching towards Zen's Lake. The sword was pointed at the Zerg nest. In the sky, missiles flew through the sky like meteors. On the ground, a huge army was stretched out in a line, and a huge encirclement was about to form slowly. The armored troops that Lin Qun and his men followed would pass through Zicheng and be responsible for suppressing and repelling the Zerg and other dome and alien civilization forces in this city. Here, they would also meet up with the Jinling City team coming from the other direction for the first time. The armies from the two directions of Jinling City and Luchan would begin to intersect. That meant the closing of the two semi-arc encirclements, and the battle against the Zerg in Zen's Lake would be fully launched. This was the meaning of the command centers of the two human cities. Since we have fought out and won, we must win completely. We should not repel the swarm or the nest, but we should kill this nest and completely devour this swarm of insects. Above the human army, there was also a sneaky reconnaissance plane hovering. Moreover, it was completely invisible in both electronic and optical modes, completely concealed. The human troops below were surging in large numbers and hardly noticed its existence. That was the reconnaissance plane that the Taku people had bought at a high price. At this time, it was hovering in the air, monitoring the movements of the human army on the ground. At a very long distance, Tatan's face was gloomy. He watched this scene with gnashing teeth and said, "Damn it, how can these humans win? It looks like they are going to take down the Zerg's nest directly. They will definitely not succeed. Don't let me seize the opportunity. As long as I seize the opportunity, they will surely die." His staff officer whispered beside him, "Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency is wise." Unexpectedly, this attracted Tatan's attention. He glanced over here, kicked his foot, and directly kicked the staff officer to the ground, saying, "I asked you to contact other warlords of our civilization. You contacted them. Have you contacted them? Is there any news?" "We have contacted them. How dare I not do what the adults ordered? But everyone is waiting and watching. After all, there is a swarm civilization and a prophet civilization here, both of which we Taku people cannot afford to offend. They, humph. If they don't want to come, then don't come. Wait until I seize the opportunity to make them bigger and stronger. By then, they will all surrender to me." Tatan had a sweet dream here and finally showed a long lost smile. But when he lowered his head again and looked at the large human team marching below, his face immediately became gloomy again and looked very ugly. The Taku staff officer next to him wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he honestly hid in the corner, fearing that he would say something wrong and get himself into trouble again. If there is a book, it will be long. If there is no book, it will be short. The marching process was relatively boring. The swarm army has completely retreated. Judging from their intentions, they should want to hold on to Zen's Lake and wait for us to fight. Information came from the front. In response to the actions of the two survivor cities of the human race against Zen's Lake, the Zerg did not take any action this time. Instead, they just withdrew their forces and defended the area along Zen's Lake. Lin Qun rubbed his chin and said, "They fought on two fronts last night and were defeated. Their commander should know that it is impossible to defeat us outside. Now this response method is not surprising. We are fighting a long-term battle, and time is limited. If they can hold on, they can also drag us to death. Not to mention, whether the supplies can keep up. By then the Shadow Civilization and the Prophet Civilization will decide the winner and directly threaten Luchan. We will have to withdraw. At that time, it will be time for them to counterattack." Li Ji analyzed seriously. The Zerg will use the tactic of delaying. If they delay, as long as we can't take it down, they will win. When the Prophet attacks Luchan, they will eat up Jinling in turn. Although it deviates from their original plan to take down our two human cities and then reject the Prophet civilization overseas, it is better than them being eaten by us in turn. By then, only we humans will die. Lin Qun also nodded. Now the situation is clear, and it is not difficult to analyze. Li Xing could not help but say, in the eyes of these alien civilizations, we are just natives. When they really compete, they still don't regard us as opponents. They have their advantages. Lin Qun said they have a contribution point flow system. The contribution points harvested by their individual contestants can be centrally managed and consumed, but we can't. We are just natives. We only get the native talent bonus. We don't have any of the privileges of these contestants. Perhaps their sense of superiority comes from this, and they think we are not worthy of competing with them on the same stage. As the army advanced, the sky gradually brightened. The sky was actually quite nice these past 2 days, with bright sunshine. If there had been no war, it would have been a great day for a trip. In front of them, Zichen was appearing before their eyes. They were almost at Zen's lake. Their goal was to cross Zichen and advance to Zen's lake. Of course, their other goal was to eliminate the threat to Zichen. There were many insects and alien civilization creatures entrenched in Zichen, and humans could not cross it. Before besieging the insect swarms in Zen's lake, they had to eliminate the threat to Zichen first. This was also the mission of Lin Qun and his team. According to military intelligence, there were 2 alien civilization creatures here, one of which was the insect swarm, and the other was another alien civilization, calling itself the Cheyenne civilization, which had originally occupied Zichen. The insect swarms went to war with them as soon as they arrived in Zichen, and they had not yet completely taken it down. Both sides exchanged fire in the urban area. This was because of the big move of humans, which forced the Zerg to pay more attention to the battlefield of the decisive battle with the main force of humans. At this moment, the armored unit where Lin Qun was entering the city. The battle between the Zerg civilization and the Cheyenne civilization has long entered the final stage of street fighting. The city is full of battlefields. The lines of both sides are intertwined, and there are battlefields everywhere. Thick smoke is billowing in the city. The human armored forces are an important blow to tip the balance of the war. A large number of armored troops dispersed into the city, ready to push down the entire urban area. Because before entering the city, the human military had already carried out another round of bombing on Zichen. This city used to be a human city that needed to be protected, but now it is an occupied area of an alien civilization. Naturally, there is no need to protect it, and it can be bombed directly. After the bombing, the Luchen army the regiment entered the urban area of Zichen from the west. About 15 minutes later, the armored forces from the direction of Jinling City entered the urban area of Zichen from the east. A large number of troops were broken up into small groups, and Lin Qun's troops were also dispersed and pushed forward in a carpet-style manner. Lin Qun personally took a team of 30 people including Li Ji into the city by car. At the same time, he was also in charge of the central control, commanding his troops to fight on a large scale and sweep the urban area. The first creatures they encountered were not swarms of insects, but creatures from the Cheyenne civilization. They looked very strange. Lin Qun's first reaction when he saw them was like a snail that had become a spirit, because they had a large shell on their backs, and their bodies seemed to be made entirely of soft tissue. There was still a gap between actually seeing these things and what Lin Qun had seen from the military's information before. The Cheyenne civilization is a kind of civilization that has deeply cultivated the development of bioenergy technology. It is said that their command is very high, but they do not walk, like it is not a physical path like humans and Bakatans, but a completely new path opened up by using its own biological characteristics. They landed in the area of Xinjiang after the global battlefield was officially opened, causing huge casualties here. But then, they fought with multiple civilizations around them, cleared and stood in Xinjiang, but they also suffered heavy losses, and were shaky under the double attack of the swarm and humans. Now there are not many of them in this city. The creatures of this Cheyenne civilization are also the same. When they found Lin Qun and others, they were ready to attack. The ends of their bodies emitted light. According to military information, that is their way of attack. The tentacle-like structures on their bodies are all over the corners of their bodies. They usually use this to perceive the world, exchange information, and use this thing to send out laser-like attacks. The energy storage time is also very short. The evaluation in the military intelligence is that it is better than conventional individual gunpowder weapons, but they are not as fast as Lin Qun's shot. With a glance, the bodies of this batch of more than a dozen Cheyenne civilization creatures exploded one after another. They have no heads, and their important organs are in the center of the soft tissue body. Lin Qun had already seen through the intelligence, so he would kill them instantly. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Qun to obtain these situations by himself. The military of Lin Qun had just come out of the magic city not long ago, and they were not clear about the surrounding areas and the distribution of alien civilizations. It was impossible for them to understand such details. This was the information provided by Jinling City. Lin Qun and his team didn't even get out of the car, and this batch of alien civilization creatures were strangled in an instant. Ni Wensheng in the car behind said, "You have to follow my brother Lin. With this killing efficiency, who can match it in the battlefield of Zicheng?" His brothers and comrades beside him were indifferent. They were all used to it. Ni Wensheng boasted about Lin Qun every day, as if Lin Qun was himself. Lin Qun and his team killed the target, and advanced forward at high speed. They encountered a large swarm of insects in front. Unlike the Cheyenne civilization, that survived in the cracks, and was already in danger, the swarm still had a certain amount of strength in Zicheng, and did not retreat. They will buy the last time, to build a defense line for the rear insect nest. That was the intersection of a main road in Zicheng. A large number of insect swarms were stationed here, and were frantically exchanging fire with humans. Multiple human armored squads gathered here, to fight the insect swarms together. Some of them were from Lin Qun, whom Lin Qun knew, but the other group was not recognized by him. It's confirmed, they are from Jinling City. The people below reported the information. At this time, the ground in front of them suddenly bulged. Amid the howling of countless insect swarms, a terrifying burrowing worm advanced from underground at high speed and suddenly jumped out from under the ground, howling loudly. The countless guns embedded in its body fired wildly, and its huge body rushed straight towards Lin Qun and his team. It was 15 meters long, and covered with terrible metal structures that could penetrate anything. Lin Qun and his team came from another direction. At this time, they had not yet entered the battle group, but were regarded as a breakthrough point by the insect swarm. The military vehicle in front of them turned urgently. During the high-speed turn, Lin Qun directly opened the car door and prepared to kill out, but at this time, he noticed something. His eyes fixed, and he saw a terrifying figure rushing at high speed in the distance. The man was wearing a combat mecha that seemed to be exchanged from the contribution point mall. He was moving at a very fast speed, stomping on the ground and rumbling forward. He roared and killed the side of the worm. He kicked the ground with his feet. With the help of a small propeller device, he soared into the sky and took out a missile from the back and pierced it directly into the body of the worm. With a roar, the worm exploded at close range, and the worm was blown to pieces. The whole action was clean and smooth. On the two wings, multiple troops from Jinling City and Lin Qun rushed forward, strangled together, and quickly killed the worm group. The battle at the intersection of the main road ended quickly. The man in the armor was not killed by himself, but before the missile exploded, he had already turned in the air and cut out the battlefield at a perfect angle to avoid the explosion. He landed steadily in front of Lin Qun's military vehicle. The military vehicle, where Lin Qun was stopped by braking suddenly to avoid hitting the opponent. At a close distance, Lin Qun could see clearly that this guy was not wearing a mecha. It was completely a cyber transformation. Some of those metal structures and amplification devices had replaced his original flesh and blood, and some were coupled with his flesh and blood and modified to connect to his body. After the transformation, his height was nearly 5 meters, comparable to the Bakatans, and taller than Ni Wensheng, who had the ability to transform into a giant. Seeing such a huge monster, Lin Qun instinctively thought of King. But compared with King's cheap transformation at that time, the man in front of him showed a sense of luxury everywhere. These things on him must be very expensive. Lin Qun's car had stopped. They all got off the car. Lin Qun was no exception, and looked at the other party. He knew all the masters of the Magic City. This man was so eye-catching that he was definitely not from the Magic City. As expected, the man smiled and stretched out his hand, shook hands with Lin Qun, and said, "You are the leader of this team, right? I saved you, but you don't have to thank me." Hearing this, Lin Qun was stunned. It took a long while to react. It was true. If they were really a regular team, even if there were tanks and heavy armored vehicles in the team, the ability of the burrowing worm just now could tear them apart. From this perspective, if it weren't for the man in front of them, they might have been destroyed. I'm the second in Zicheng, from Jinling City. My name is Duan Qianqi. You don't know me. Are you from Modu? Haha, it doesn't matter. Now you know me. Believe me, when you see me on the battlefield, you will be safe. Duan Xianqi's personality is like his personality, a little careless, and he doesn't pay much attention to what he says. But he has the capital to be proud. Lin Qun noticed that Duan Xianqi was second in the Zhejiang regional rankings, and his total contribution points were close to 2,000, more than Chu Yaowei, and he squeezed Chu Yaowei to third place. They have now moved to the Zhejiang region, so naturally they are in the Zhejiang regional rankings. With such strength, it is normal for Duan Xianqi to be proud. Being able to obtain 2,000 contribution points, his strength should not be underestimated. As the two armies formed and joined forces to fight together, the people on both sides entered the same area, and the rankings began to mix. However, despite this, Duan Xianqi was still the second in Zhejiang. The first was none other than Lin Qun. He had more than 10,000 contribution points, and it was impossible for Duan Xianqi to surpass him. Lin Qun took a half step back, looked at the guy in front of him, and smiled. My name is Lin Qun. He didn't think too much about chatting. The battle was not over yet, and they had to complete the cleansing of Zhejiang as soon as possible. But Duan Xianqi asked, brother, don't worry, our two families have united, and the overall situation has been decided. The insect swarm in Zhejiang is not our opponent. I have something to ask you. Lin Qun frowned. What is it? Do you know who this Ying is? Duan Xianqi looked curious. His exaggerated body showed such an expression, which seemed a bit weird. I'm talking about the number one in Zhejiang area now, the one with more than 10,000 contribution points. He is from your Modu, right? He is the legendary top master in your Modu. Although Duan Xianqi came from Jinling City, he had heard of Ying. Just like Lin Qun had heard of the flying shark coin, a top master in Jinling City. In Luncheon, the people in Jinling City had also heard of Lin Qun, especially the masters of Jinling City. The stronger they were, the more powerful they were compared to themselves, so they were naturally more curious. Hearing Duan Xianqi's question, Lin Qun's expression suddenly became a little strange. He did not answer directly, but asked back, why are you asking about this? Curious. Duan Xianqi said very honestly, I want to challenge him. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Lin Qun was about to say that I'm Ying, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he stopped what he was about to say. He almost spit it out. Are you sick? Li Dongshan wants to challenge me, and you want to challenge me too? What are you thinking about? Li Ji, who was standing by, listened for a while, and couldn't help but said, this Ying has 13,000 or 14,000 contribution points, and you have less than 2,000. Well, I don't mean that your 2,000 contribution points are too few. I mean, the gap is so big. If you challenge him, wouldn't that be humiliating yourself? You don't understand this. Duan Xianqi laughed. Killing more alien civilizations and having more contribution points does not necessarily mean being strong. Contribution points can reflect strength to a certain extent, but they do not absolutely represent strength. I have personally killed an alien civilization creature with 20,000 contribution points. The number one in our Jinling city is very powerful. I can't beat him, but I think that your Modu may not be that powerful. They only have more than 10,000 contribution points. I'll find a chance and try it. The logic of his words was so natural that Li Ji was stunned and instinctively turned to look at Lin Qun. But Lin Qun had already covered his face and walked away. He didn't think about competing with others. That was idle. He didn't plan to say that he was Ying. He just shouted and set off with his people to continue sweeping Zhejiang. He didn't forget to glare at Ni Wensheng to prevent this guy from talking too fast. So, Lin Qun took his people and ran away from under Duan Xianqi's nose. Duan Xianqi was stunned. Why did this guy from Modu leave without saying hello? He didn't tell me whether their number one was this Ying and who this Ying was. He was puzzled and finally came to a conclusion. Could it be that this Ying is really a show-off, pulled out by Modu to show off and give confidence to ordinary survivors? He has no hard power at all, so they are ashamed to mention it? Thinking of this, a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. What he despised most was the show-off. To have such a big reputation without any strength was a humiliation to the real powerful people. He would find a chance to find this person and humiliate him. Of course, he also understood that the war situation was more important at the moment, so he quickly led his people back to the battlefield. In the Tin City, there were cannon fodder everywhere. The two human forces joined together and no one could stop them. It was only a matter of time before the Tin City was cleared. Chapter 208. The insect nest was destroyed. The Battle of Xicheng ended within 2 hours. There were not many insect swarms in this city. A large number of armored forces from Jinling City and Lucheng gathered here, forming an absolute advantage. After sweeping all the way, the insect swarms and giant civilization creatures in the city were all strangled. Gunsmoke billowed, and the military chariots advanced on the streets. The main road of Xicheng, which used to be, was now in ruins. The military also found a group of survivors hiding in the corners of the city. They might be the last group of humans in the city, shivering in an underground warehouse, which was full of the stench of excrement. These people were quickly brought back, and would be sent back to Lucheng for rescue, as soon as possible. Li Ji said, human vitality is really tenacious. There are still people who can survive in such a place. Li Xing on the side smiled and said, in fact, from a certain perspective, we are more like locusts than locusts. There are 8 billion people in the world. How can they die so easily? Lin Qun, who was sitting in the front, did not speak, but was looking out the window. At this time, many troops were gathering. Not only the troops from the Magic City, but also the troops from the direction of Jinling City. The troops on both sides will gather here to form a larger team. At this time, Lin Qun's team also gathered again. After the Battle of Huangtang Town last night, his team also lost a lot, but the cohesion has become unprecedentedly strong. Nothing can make a team more cohesive than a victory. New temporary warriors such as Zhu Jiago also admire the current Lin Qun very much, and want to fight with Lin Qun. Who would not want to follow, if they can win, kill aliens, and gain contribution points and experience. Moreover, few of those who can survive to this day are fools, and they can understand the situation. This battle against the insect swarm is good for everyone. And keeping pace with Lin Qun and his team is an armored force from Jinling City. Duan Qianqi, who had been seen before, is also among them. He sits on a tank in front with a big horse and a golden sword, which is very cool. It is said that this person is also a legendary figure in Jinling City. He only has a talent with strength bonus, and his talent level is not very high, but he relied on his own ability to fight his way out. Later, he also took a unique path, that is, cyber transformation. He used a lot of contribution points to exchange various cyber transformation borders in the contribution point mall. With the help of the military and expert team of Jinling City, he scientifically transformed his body and came to this point today step by step. Armed to the teeth, with equipment all over his body. He also saw Lin Qun and waved at him from a distance. This is a very enthusiastic guy. What Lin Qun cares about is that the ranking of Wuxi City has just changed again. The first place has become Flying Shark Coin. This proves that the first place in Jinling has arrived. It is also in the Xicheng area. Although Lin Qun's contribution points in the ranking are now close to 15,000, the other party already has 20,000 contribution points. But Lin Qun hasn't seen him yet. After all, Xicheng is too big, and there are many active human troops now. Everyone is a part of the war and works hard for the outcome of the war. It is normal that they cannot see him. In fact, they may not see him even after the battle is over. Lin Qun heard that this man's real name is Huangqizheng, and he doesn't know why he has such a strange ID. It is said that Huangqizheng is more low-key than Lin Qun. Although he ranks first, not many people in Jinling City have seen him, and even fewer know him. Jinling City has not shared too much information about this person with the people of Modu, which makes him very mysterious. However, in the minds of most people, Huangqizheng is also their banner and legend. Their convoy is converging forward. It is noon now. The sky is good, and the bright sun hangs in the sky. We are less than 70 kilometers away from Zen's Lake. We will arrive within the scheduled time. Liuii reported the situation to Lin Qun. He is the first survivor soldier to join the military. He has a relatively good understanding of the operation and dispatch of the military. He is also very capable. He is considered Lin Qun's deputy. Many dispatch matters are completed by him. At this moment, a large number of military troops have passed through Zicheng. Jinling City and Lucheng have merged to rest. The high-level officials of the two forces are in contact. Of course, they have known each other before the global battlefield was opened. Some of them were even comrades who had served in the same theater before. At this moment, the contact can go straight to the point. Lin Qun nodded, glanced at Liui, and said, "Does the headquarters have any news about the Prophet civilization? Are they moving?" Liui answered fluently, "No, they are suspected to have fought with the Shadow Civilization to a white-hot stage at 7:16 this morning. We observed that the Prophet civilization lit up the second microscopic nuclear fusion sun in the Magic City area, and the coverage of the grey-black fog in the Magic City area is shrinking rapidly. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Civilization has become our barrier." Lin Qun smiled, then raised his head, and looked to the other side. There was a faint commotion on the other side. The people on their side seemed to have a little friction with Duan Xianqi's people. Of course, that was what Lin Qun thought. When he approached, he realized that it didn't seem to be a friction. The conversation between the two people was funny. There was a bald man standing over Duan Xianqi, who was having a magical conversation with Ni Wensheng. "Ni Wensheng, we are the number one in the Magic City. We have fought 2 great battles and defeated the Bakatans. We defeated the top masters of the Bakatans and made them flee in panic." The bald man, "Thousands of troops? Don't brag. We are the number one in Jinling. We can fight against 10,000 alone. We scared away the 20,000 troops of the Taku people by ourselves." Ni Wensheng sneered, "Taku people? Taku people are also called an army? We are the number one in the Magic City. We once disturbed the Taku people for several days and nights. The army of 10,000 people had no way to deal with him." The bald man frowned. "We are the number one in Jinling. We played a decisive role in the battle on the Zerg battlefield." Ni Wensheng, "We are the number one in the Magic City. In the Huangtang town battlefield, the swarm of insects in the air was killed and pissed." Bald man, "We are the number one in Jinling. We once peed at the feet of a 70-meter class Titan beast and then retreated calmly." Ni Wensheng, "Haha, what's that? We are the number one in Modu and have killed a 60-meter Titan civilization beast." Bald man, "We are the number one in Jinling. We are mysterious and never show up in front of people easily. We are not the kind of people who don't know who they are just because they have some strength." The two of them seemed to be arguing, but in fact there was no gunpowder smell. On the contrary, you said something, and I said something, just like two children comparing their toys. The scene was funny. Lin Qun listened to it for a while and fell silent. Is the conversation between these two people funny? And what the hell is going to the toilet at the feet of a 70-meter class Titan beast? Lin Qun guessed, is this the number one in Jinling, a perverse person? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why he behaved like this, but this is quite different from the personality of the other party that Lin Qun had heard before. Isn't this a mysterious and low-key person? They rarely show up in front of people, so how can they be eccentric? At this time, there were many people around these two people, some from Jinling, and some from Lucheng. Duan Xianqi even stood at the edge of the crowd, showing great interest. Li Ji and Li Xing came to watch early, and they forgot to eat their own meals because of the melons. Even the two masters, Lin Qun and Duan Xianqi, stood on the periphery, and no one noticed. Duan Xianqi found Lin Qun and said, "Brother Lin, we meet again. Why didn't you finish talking last time and left? You are the number one in Modu. Are you really as powerful as that tall guy said?" He was enthusiastic. He was also polite to Lin Qun. In fact, they had just set up camp with the army of Lucheng. Although the people on both sides had been fighting together in Zicheng for a while, they had no chance to communicate during the battle. Now they finally had the opportunity and time, so they naturally increased their understanding. Although they were all human, the current situation was obviously different from before the global battlefield was launched. Everyone had stayed in their own place for a long time, and seeing survivors from other cities was a novelty. They wanted to talk to each other, but there was nothing to say, so they had to compete with each other, but there was no real gunpowder smell. "I don't know." Lin Qun laughed, and shook his head. Duan Xianqi looked at Lin Qun curiously. "Are all these people yours? What's your rank? Why are you dressed so casually?" I'm the person in charge. Lin Qun glanced at the exaggerated cyber equipment on Duan Qianqi and said, aren't you dressed casually too? Ha ha ha. Duan Qianqi laughed heartily and said, yes, that makes sense. I dress more casually. What else can I wear at this time? It's good to be able to fight and kill those alien bastards, but since you have a high status in the military of the Magic City, you should know what the name of the number one in the Magic City is, right? Because the number one in Jinling City is relatively mysterious, Duan Qianqi naturally thinks that the number one in the Magic City is as mysterious as the number one in Jinling. The information is protected by the military, and few people know his true identity and name. Why are you so obsessed with him? Lin Qun actually wanted to say to Duan Qianqi, you just need to grab a random person from the Magic City and ask him, and you will know. I want to challenge him. Duan Qianqi said, I want to see if he is really that powerful, and challenging our own masters is not like confronting alien civilizations. We can stop at a certain point, and in this way, I can also find out if there are any fatal shortcomings in my body that can be improved. I see. You are a person who knows how to use resources, but why don't you find the number one in Jinling? Lin Qun retracted his gaze. He thought Duan Qianqi was just looking for a sense of existence, but he didn't expect that he was also a pragmatic person. Duan Qianqi was right. Confronting the strong can discover his shortcomings and further transform his cyber body, which is something that cannot be obtained from ordinary alien civilization creatures. If he confronts the strong of alien civilizations, even if he finds shortcomings in the battle, he may not have the opportunity to improve. I can't beat him, and he doesn't want to pay attention to me. Besides, Duan Qianqi shrugged, suddenly smiled mysteriously, approached Lin Qun, and said, we are the number one in Jinling, don't you think his ID is a bit strange? Lin Qun became interested, of course. Aren't you curious about what state of mind he was in when he chose such an ID? Lin Qun said, I'm too curious. This is what Lin Qun really thinks. What kind of ruthless character is this to name himself Flying Shark Coin? In what state of mind did he come up with this? But before they finished talking, the team sounded the assembly call. In the back, Liuiui began to call Lin Qun. It seemed that someone on Duan Qianqi's side was calling him too. Only 15 minutes of rest time is over, the Zen's Lake insect nest is ahead, and the decisive battle with the insect civilization is about to begin. Resting and chatting was to ease the atmosphere and adjust the state. The war was really coming, so everyone immediately started to move. Without saying a word, Ni Wensheng and the bald man from Jinling City didn't even fight. The two of them even hugged each other and said, don't die, I'll treat you to a drink after the war. Outsiders thought they were bickering, but in fact, they had developed feelings for each other. Duan Qianqi also straightened his face and said, it seems that the time for chatting is over. Brother Lin, we'll see each other after the war. When the time comes, I will personally take you to see our number one in Jinling. Others may not be able to see you, but I have the face. He is the number two in Jinling, so he has the face. Lin Qun was a little amused. It seems that Duan Qianqi has a good impression of him. Seeing Duan Qianqi retreating, Lin Qun was also eager to set off, but his steps still paused slightly, thought for a while, and said, then I'll wait for your introduction, and, our number one in Modo is called Lin Qun. After saying this, Lin Qun turned around and strode towards Liuiui. News from Lucheng and Fukei's headquarters came in like raindrops. The Zerg moved abnormally, and their battle plan was changed. The time of the decisive battle was expected to be advanced by a full 20 minutes. This means that all of them have to move immediately, otherwise, the global battlefield of mankind may be affected. Behind Lin Qun, Duan Qianqi listened to Lin Qun's words and smiled generously. Thank you, I know. Huh? No, he suddenly reacted at this time. Lin Qun, isn't that the person in front of him? Exclamation mark. Duan Qianqi's expression suddenly became strange. It turns out that he is the number one in the Magic City. Far away in the sky, close at hand. Looking at Lin Qun's back, Duan Qianqi's expression gradually changed from strange to interesting. He felt a little interesting, but he was also retreating step by step and disappeared in the crowd. In the face of the overall situation, personal affairs are not important. What is important is to defeat the Zen's Lake Zerg and exclude the Zerg civilization from the Jinling and Luchen fronts. At this moment, the Luchen command center showed that the Zerg's mother nest was taking off. The frontline units at the front of the battlefield, even those at the level of the forest group, cannot take charge of the overall situation, but the command center can. Information from multiple sources pointed out that the swarm and the nest may want to escape. This is also the reason why the military started the operation in advance. The pictures of Zen's Lake sent back were very shocking. Under the daylight, the surface of Zen's Lake was turbulent. The thrusters at the bottom of the huge nest shaped like an elliptical pyramid docked above Zen's Lake spewed out terrifying flames, pushing it to slowly rise into the air. And around it, a large number of living giant ships and countless air war insects surged like a black tide, surrounding it. And the swarm is far more than that. The insect nest defined by the military is the command center of the swarm, but in the area of Zen's Lake, in addition to the command center, there are also giant nests like hills one after another. Each of them is huge and stands on the ground along the shore of Zen's Lake. At this moment, each of them has multiple entrances and exits. A large number of ground war insects are gathering from all directions, as if they want to withdraw together. These huge monsters moved, causing the surrounding ground to tremble, like an earthquake. Outside these retreating insect swarms, huge war insects formed a steel defense line, spreading out a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, defending and supporting the retreat of the insect nest behind them. Although humans formed an encirclement on the ground, if the insect nest flew away directly, they really had no way to deal with it. After all, the people of Modu had almost no air force, and the air force strength of Jinling City was also difficult to confront the huge army of the insect swarm. Commander, judging from the current situation, the insect swarm may want to abandon the car to save the king. They want to abandon at least 60% of the war insects to intercept us and cover the retreat of their command center. Commander, we must stop them from accelerating. If they reach a certain speed, we will not be able to stop them from breaking out of our encirclement. Li Zeng stared at the screen. They did not expect the insect swarm to run away, but they did not expect it to run now. According to their estimation, the best time for the insect swarm to retreat is after the defeat last night. At that time, although the human army was victorious, it was still resting. Even if they ran away, they would be powerless to catch up. They would not even reach the location of Zen's Lake, and they would have already run away. The risk is extremely low, and they can even withdraw more than 80% of the ground war insects. But now, it is better for them to stay and fight to the death than to leave now. They definitely don't want to retreat, they want to lure us to advance. Li Zeng took a deep breath. He retracted his gaze and swept across the people in the command center. Connect with Commander Jinling. We must adjust our attack rhythm, but we cannot be affected by them, and we must not advance. On the front battlefield, Lin Qun and his men set out from Zicheng and rushed at high speed for a distance, but were told to slow down and arrive at the expected time. Everyone was a little confused and even a little dissatisfied because the news had been sent back from the front line. The swarm wants to run away. If we don't catch up with them now and slow down, aren't we going to let them go? They obviously can't beat us. These are all living contribution points. Let's go up now and beat them to a pulp. The victory of the two positions last night gave the armies on both sides a lot of confidence. At this time, everyone was a little overconfident, but this was the decision of the command center. Lin Qun knew who Li Zeng was. He was definitely not an incompetent commander. He immediately ordered to appease his people, obey orders, and start slowing down. Lin Qun had established absolute prestige in the battle last night. Although his troops were just pieced together, his orders were absolutely useful. At this moment, not only in their direction, but also in the huge encirclement of the military surrounding Zen's Lake, they all began to slow down. At this moment, if there was an eye of God looking down from the sky, you could see a magnificent scene. Along the Zen's Lake, a huge encirclement was formed, which had already covered the entire Zen's Lake area. Of course, for the soldiers in it, from this position, except for certain highland areas, they can't even see Zen's Lake, let alone the swarm of insects. Then, Lin Qun heard a sharp shrill cry from above his head. Dense rockets and missiles flew over their heads. After such a long time, since the global battlefield was opened, this was the second time Lin Qun saw such a dense attack. The firepower launched by the military was more fierce than last night in Huangtang Town. That was when the battlefield in the Magic City was just opened, and he looked out at the battle in the central city. And today, this scene was staged again. The military launched a saturation attack, bombard the swarm of insects in Zen's Lake. Of course, for the human troops in the encirclement rushing to the battlefield, they could only perceive the missiles whizzing over their heads. They couldn't see the enemy, and the enemy couldn't see them, but the attack had already arrived, and the battle had already begun. They could only hear the roaring sound from a distance for about half a minute, and the slight vibration of the earth. On the battlefield, few people knew what Zen's Lake looked like under the attack. Lin Qun didn't know either. He had been in contact with Lucheng General Command and Fukai General Command, but at this time, the two military general commanders were obviously fighting, so how could they have time to report the battle situation to him? They only knew that the swarm had fought back, because some of them fell into the human encirclement, but more of them were hitting the rear position that was also invisible. Perhaps the target was the human artillery position. Various attacks were flying overhead. Some were indiscriminate bombings, some were precision guided, and some were just interception weapons. There were rumbling noises everywhere in the sky and at the far end of the field of vision. This is a war that flesh and blood cannot see. People can only watch and wait silently, slow down the marching speed as required, and feel the unwarranted horror of modern warfare. However, everyone is either a soldier or a survivor soldier who has experienced a bloody battle. Seeing this scene at this time, there is nothing surprising. At most, they are a little frightened and sweating. In the team, Li Dongshan followed Chu Yaowei and said, "On the battlefield, guns and cannons are blind, and human lives are worthless. Don't die." Chu Yaowei turned her head and glared at him. "Leave this to yourself. I won't die, so don't die either. Live and wait for me to surpass you." Chu Yaowei glanced at him and stopped talking. At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shaking roar in front of them, louder than all the sounds just now, as if the world was about to be torn apart. People's eardrums swelled slightly, and this was still far enough away. From their position, they could even see a terrible fireball rising at the end of their vision. It was a super large yield fuel air bomb dropped by the military. They had released the ultimate killer. Then, the world was quiet for a few seconds, and then the news from nowhere spread rapidly and soon swept the entire team. Success. We succeeded. The military has destroyed the Zen's Lake Zerg Hive. The strategic goal has been achieved. The Zen's Lake Zerg Hive has been destroyed. Destroyed. Chapter 209. If I'm not mistaken, it might be sword energy. The Zerg nest in Zen's Lake has been destroyed, and the Zerg front is in chaos. The Zerg front is in chaos. This news spread at an unimaginable speed. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the human front of the encirclement of Zen's Lake. In the encirclement spanning nearly 100 kilometers, countless people seemed stunned and couldn't believe it, followed by excitement and ecstasy. Lin Qun immediately contacted the Lucheng General Command to confirm the situation. Li Zeng personally answered the phone. "At present, our last cloud bomb has destroyed the Zerg nest. This is the foundation for our previous achievements. We cut off the wings of the Zerg swarm, and then we were able to break through and hit their Zerg nest. The Zerg's command center collapsed, and their war bugs have begun to show abnormalities." The background sound of the Lucheng General Command seemed a bit noisy. Obviously, many people were busy and excited. All this went surprisingly smoothly. The military did have a plan to cover and destroy the Zerg nest with long-range strikes, which could minimize personnel losses. In fact, even Li Zeng didn't expect it. They succeeded so quickly. The current situation seems to be attributed only to the glorious achievements they accumulated in the early stage. Li Zeng felt vaguely uneasy. He looked up and looked at the scene of Zen's Lake coming from the front. At this moment, the fire cloud over Zen's Lake had not completely disappeared, but the insect nest and the insect swarm that were about to take off had been burned out. The turbulent lake was full of flames and falling debris. The destroyed insect nest was now less than 1/3 of its structure, and it had already fallen from the air into the lake and was slowly sinking. The phone was hung up, and the instructions were being issued from the two command centers. On the front battlefield, the first and second batches of troops took the lead in advancing, preparing for a tentative confrontation with the insect swarm. Once the command center is lost, these insects with low self-determination will no longer be a threat, but will be a batch of attractive contribution points. That will be a huge fortune, the greatest war achievement in the fight against the insect civilization. Who doesn't want to harvest it? On the front battlefield, the military troops have begun to advance continuously. Restart the acceleration from the acceleration just now. Lin Qun and his troops are no exception. But they are still restrained now. The first batch of military troops will enter the battlefield first to test whether the command center of the Zerg is really paralyzed. Humans do not understand the Zerg civilization, and no one knows whether they have other means. However, the battle ended early in this way, which was unexpected but reasonable. Modern warfare is no longer the bloody ancient or modern war. Ultra long range strikes, annihilation of the target's main force or even the entire army, and ground troops are on the battlefield. This is the current rhythm of war. Their previous battles have killed a large number of Zerg main forces, and it is understandable that they are unable to intercept the military's attack. But Lin Qun can feel that both the soldiers and survivors around him are excited and eager to try, want to harvest contribution points. In the global battlefield, humans are almost the harvested party, and there are few opportunities to harvest others. At this time, there are swarms of Zerg in front of them. Who wouldn't be excited? Head-on confrontation may be very dangerous, but if you chase the defeated army, the risk factor will drop sharply. If you can harvest contribution points and experience, everyone's strength can be improved. How many people dream of it? But at this time, the command system was still in effect, suppressing people's excitement and waiting for the changes ahead. Lin Qun also waited silently, but he also felt a little uneasy in his heart. His Wushang state had actually been opened in advance during the march for about half an hour and began to accumulate his attributes. He now had a lot of contribution points, and there were some recovery potions provided by the military which could fully support him. He was preparing for the use of the Sword of Promised Victory. Now his basic attributes, energy plus dark energy, were about 161 points. Without opening other bonus states, if he wanted to reach a value of 300 points, he would need at least 3 to 4 hours of Wushang time to break through the 300 mark. As long as he could reach 300, Lin Qun could release the city treasure many times. Now, the battle seemed to be settled, and Lin Qun did not shut down. Although the consumption of Zhao Yun's Wushang opening for a long time should not be underestimated, even if the insect swarm was defeated, there were still a large number of war insects, and it might not be so easy to fight. Lin Qun and many soldiers were watching and waiting for good results from the front. Soon, the information was transmitted back from the front, and then passed down from above. It has been confirmed that the Zen's lake insect nest has been destroyed. The insect swarm is in disarray. They have lost their command system, like a headless fly, unable to take care of one thing and lose another. They are not a threat at all. Our two exploratory troops, with only more than 1,000 people, rushed in from the west and south, killing the 10,000 strong insect swarm, and forcing them to retreat step by step. They were completely defeated. There was no strong resistance at all. All the insects fought back instinctively. The combat power of a single war insect is actually very strong. Ordinary humans, even trained human warriors, may not be their opponents, but in large-scale combat, this single soldier advantage is of little significance. Once the command is lost, the scattered insect swarm is no match for the large human team. When the news came back, the army at all levels immediately accelerated their advance, and so did Lin Qun and his troops. The defeat of the insect swarm is a fact. Whoever arrives at the battlefield first can harvest the contribution points first. If it's too late, then they will be snatched away by other troops. There are also reports that the two groups of exploratory troops at the front were killing like crazy at this time, slaughtering everywhere in the defeated Zerg swarm. Contribution points that were difficult to obtain on weekdays were now as easy to obtain as picking up stones on the side of the road. Many people were boiling. We are all people who have come all the way to today. Who doesn't know the importance of contribution points and levels? Who doesn't want to gain more experience and contribution points? Go and grab heads quickly. If you go too late, our contribution points and experience will be taken by others. I'm just a little bit short of experience to upgrade to level 5. Hurry up. Brothers, the Zerg swarm is defeated. Let's speed up. Whoever goes first will pick up heads and contribution points. At this time, the team began to stratify. The military troops were still able to maintain restraint, but the army composed of survivors began to lose touch. They gradually accelerated, broke away from the formation, and moved towards Zen's Lake at high speed. Whether it was Jinling City or Lucheng, the soldiers of the military had already suffered heavy losses in the previous war. A large number of people in the army were survivors. They had not been called up to join the army for a long time, but they accounted for a large proportion. Usually, nothing could be seen, but at this time, with interests at hand, it was inevitable that some people would disobey the discipline. Once the first group of people began to riot, the others behind them all started to move. The people in front took the lead in charging, scrambling to kill the insect swarm, and the people behind them also became excited, speeding up in batches, and leaving the team, and the original formation became chaotic. They were all scrambling to grab the insect's contribution points, as if those insect swarms were no longer terrifying creatures armed to the teeth, but delicious fat meat one after another. The general commander in the rear sent one order after another to each department to maintain the advancement formation, but the law did not hold everyone responsible. With interests at hand, who would listen? If one person moved, a group of people moved. Lin Qun saw that Duan Xianqi's team also drove out all the way, accelerating to leave the original armored forces and rush to the Zen's Lake area. Lin Qun and his men were also speeding up, but they were also trying their best to move forward together with the armored forces that were working in coordination with them. Many people in his team also wanted to rush forward, but with Lin Qun sitting here to suppress them, they all obeyed orders. At this time, there was another oar in the sky, and everyone looked up and saw a group of fighter jets whizzing past and bombing the battlefield ahead. Before Lin Qun and his men arrived, they saw billowing smoke rising from the Zen's Lake in the distance, shouts of killing rising to the sky, and military troops rushed into the Zerg swarm to kill. Lin Qun couldn't hold back. Did the Zerg really collapse? This was also a good opportunity for him to gain contribution points. But at this moment, a huge change suddenly occurred on the battlefield ahead. The human military, excited and eager to kill the insect swarm, suddenly felt horrified. The ground was rumbling and shaking. Then, the earth broke apart. One after another, terrifying giant burrowing worms rose from the ground. There were hundreds of them, each at least 15 meters long, fully armed, and with amazing firepower. They had never appeared on a large scale in the battlefield with humans before, but now they were howling and roaring to attack. At the same time, the insect swarm, which had just been scattered, suddenly changed its chaos and suddenly organized its formation. They rushed out from several directions and cut off and surrounded the human troops who had just rushed into them and killed them happily. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. Zen's Lake direction. The burning lake suddenly surged, and two huge steel war bugs, like hills, strode out from under the lake. The lake water on both sides separated into pieces. Each of them was 30 meters high, like a giant turtle. Half of their bodies covered with heavy armor, and their bodies were covered with heavy artillery with a caliber of more than 150 millimeters. At this moment, they turned their guns and fired at the humans on the ground. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. The swarm of insects counterattacked instantly, and the humans were caught off guard and almost slaughtered one-sidedly. Duan Xianqi's troops were also surrounded. Looking around, there was an endless sea of war bugs. Duan Xianqi cursed, "Damn it, this is an ambush of the swarm of insects." Under the deep water of Zen's Lake, in the sparkling depths, a worm nest that was almost exactly the same as the destroyed worm nest was hidden deep in the lake, under the dark Zen's Lake, motionless. At its deepest point, the commander of the swarm is connected to countless brains, in charge of the entire swarm, and wantonly slaughtering humans all over the field. Trap. This is a trap. Retreat. Retreat. Blood and screams are heard one after another on the battlefield. The human warriors who were just proud to slaughter and harvest contribution points were horrified to find that they had become a turtle in a jar, surrounded by the swarm. waiting to be slaughtered on the battlefield. Lin Qun and the follow-up troops of the military were seeing such a scene. The frontline Fukai Command Center, Lucheng Command Center, and Jinling City Command Center were all shocked. Impossible, their nest has been destroyed, and the signal transmission between their swarms has been interrupted. Could it be that we didn't destroy the real nest? Who is in command now? Where is the real nest? How did they hide from our detection? Underwater, a new signal source has appeared. The real nest of the swarm is hidden under the water of Zen's lake. Lucheng Command Center. Li Zeng slowly stood up from his position, his eyes bloodshot, looking at the battlefield, and said word by word, "Don't panic. Don't forget who you are. The Zerg's counterattack has just begun. Our losses are not very large, and the main force of our army has not yet entered the battlefield. The Zerg is willing to sacrifice a large number of aerial combat insects to confuse us, knowing that they cannot win head-on, and want to win in this way. Even if they are ambushed, what is there to fear? Pass the order down, concentrate the troops, and blow up their underwater Zerg nest." Li Zeng's order was being transmitted to the entire Zen's Lake battlefield. The follow-up military armored forces of Lucheng and Jinling City were shuttling at high speed. In the sky, fighter jets flew with streaks of fire, dropping multiple missiles, and hitting them one after another. One of the 30-meter giant war insects was instantly killed, and fell to the ground with a wailing roar in the flames that shot up into the sky. At the same time, in the distance, a transport plane flew through the sky at high speed, and opened the rear door at a position of 1 kilometer. A surprising scene happened immediately. A figure jumped out of the transport plane. From a height of 1 kilometer, without using any parachute, he landed vertically and smashed into the sea of insects below. Not only did he not fall to death, but he seemed to start a killing spree after landing, shocking the battlefield. That's Huan Kizan, the number 1 in Jinling City. He's here. Is this the combat power of the number 1 in Jinling? This is too fierce. The news came from the front, and the morale of the soldiers in Jinling and Modu began to rise. Many Jinling people were excited and proud, because they were the strong men of Jinling. In the Lucheng Command Center, the commander of Jinling City connected with Li Zeng and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if the Zerg use tricks, the defeat is already decided. No matter how hard they try today, it's just a dying struggle. Laoli, haha, look, we are number 1 in Jinling. Isn't our combat power not worse than your number 1 in Modu as you said?" In the second half of the sentence, the commander of Jinling City had a sense of boasting. It was as if he was saying, "Look, we are the best in Jinling, and our combat power is so strong." At this moment, Lin Qun's troops also rushed in at this moment. A terrifying roar was heard from the human battle formation. That was Lin Qun riding a mutated living battleship and taking off. At this time, its vitality had dropped sharply, and it was no longer as smart as when it was mutated by Lin Qun with an indescribable call. Because of this, it had never taken off before, and was secretly taken behind by the military and transported by vehicles. But at this moment on the battlefield, Lin Qun riding it into the air was still an extremely cool point. The ground had already become a mess, but on the human side, Lin Qun rode his flying mount directly into the air to kill. Lin Qun threw down pieces of fire talismans and directly killed a line of fire in the dense swarm of insects on the ground. Over there, Duan Xian Qi and other Jinling people were surrounded, and their eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. Damn, is that our person? How come he came out riding a war bug? Looking again, with the help of his modified electronic eyes, he could clearly see who the knight on the mutant living giant warship in the distance was, and he gasped. "That's the number 1 in the Magic City." Someone asked on the side. "Brother Duan, how do you know that's the number 1 in the Magic City?" Duan Xian Qi had a complicated expression, because I talked to him for a long time on the way here. At this moment, Lin Qun flew across the sky and crisscrossed the battlefield, which was a boost to the morale of the human warriors in various encirclements. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded in the field. Because after Lin Qun took off, he instantly became the target of public criticism. On the ground, more than 20 ground war bugs carrying rocket launch systems opened fire on Lin Qun, focusing on Lin Qun. The mutant living giant warship was hit by more than 10 rockets on the spot and exploded violently in the air. Its huge body was shattered section by section and fell down with a bang. Lin Qun's figure was also swept up in the flames and fell into the swarm of insects. It's over. The number one in the magic city is dead. He was knocked down just like that. Duan Qianqi's heart tightened. Could it be that the number one in the demon city is really a weakling? Lin Qun's appearance just boosted the morale. If he was killed instantly, it would definitely have a huge negative impact. However, the next moment, the sword energy was flying at the place where Lin Qun had just landed. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Lin Qun's figure was as fast as lightning, and he killed his way through. Lin Qun directly sacrificed the sword of Oath of Victory and used it as a flying sword. The sword control technique was activated, and with the cultivation of the key refining stage, the sword light was 15 meters long and crisscrossed, flying in the dense swarm of insects. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. Under the powerful sword energy, the iron bodies of those warbugs were cut like tofu. A flying sword swept past, and rows of warbugs were chopped into pieces on the spot. Before Lin Qun and his men arrived, the sword had already swept across the battlefield. In front of him and around him, the swarm of insects were killed one by one like cutting wheat. In front of him, the settlement system of the global battlefield showed that the contribution points were increasing one by one. This is the terrifying combat power of the cultivators in the key refining stage. Moreover, Lin Qun is also a sword cultivator. Among the cultivators of the same level, the sword cultivator is more powerful. These warbugs are at most scientific. The creatures were all skilled in the art of fighting, but Lin Qun was a cultivator who had turned on the tricks. The sword energy was so powerful that it had the effect of clearing the field. The warbugs that tried to surround and kill him were instantly killed by Lin Qun. No bug could stand up to Lin Qun. The sword of victory was buzzing and flying around Lin Qun. Later, Liuui and others who came to reinforce Lin Qun came here and saw that Lin Qun had killed his way out of an empty area. Even though they knew Lin Qun's fighting power, they were still stunned and even thought that Lin Qun had shown the top fighting skills he had used twice in the Magic City power. But this is not it. Lin Qun's strength seems to have soared again. Lin Qun was not vague. He stood up with a sword, wearing a tattered Iron Man suit, fire symbols to clear the way, flying swords everywhere. He was like a man in the swarm of insects. With the Wuxiang that was always activated, Lin Qun's momentum was even more ferocious. The more he killed, the more fierce and crazy he became. In front, a large number of war insects gathered, as if they wanted to stop him. Later, Liuui said to let the military rockets to clear the way, but Lin Qun didn't listen at all. He just killed with a sword, and the Wuxiang skills were activated. Rocket launcher? No need, I'm the rocket launcher. Unparalleled dance. Lin Qun had already killed enough 20 targets to activate the third effect of Zhao Yun's unparalleled power, which he seemed to have never used before. With Lin Qun as the center, an invisible shockwave bombarded and exploded. At this moment, his sword seemed to turn into 3, and 3 into 9. He rushed forward fiercely, with a sword light running all over the place. Dozens of insect swarms in front were blown away on the spot, scattered, with countless casualties, and the front line was pierced in an instant. Liuui behind was dumbfounded. Is this still a human? He moved forward alone, and the insect swarm was pierced. Behind him, the large military force advanced like a torrent. The anti-encirclement line of the insect swarm was instantly pierced. The morale of the surrounded troops was greatly boosted, and they charged with all their strength. The divided teams joined together and charged, forming one unstoppable steel torrent after another on the battlefield. Behind Lin Qun, Li Dongshan, Chu Yaowei and others followed closely, cooperating with him to strangle him. Their eyes were burning with excitement, watching Lin Qun enter the empty space, as if he was in the human warriors near and far. All of them were shocked and excited. The people of the Magic City shouted loudly, "Follow Mr. Lin to charge." And the people of Jinling City were almost stunned. Is this the number one in the Magic City? Is this a human? If I'm not mistaken, he uses sword energy and flying swords, right? Duan Qianqi was also stunned. Such combat power, even he had never heard of it. Beside him, the bald man who had argued endlessly with Ni Wensheng about who was more powerful, the number one in the magic city or the number one in Jinling, was touching his bald head at this time. His eyes almost popped out. What the hell? That guy in the magic city didn't brag to me. They are the number one in the magic city. Are they really that powerful? In fact, Li Zeng at the Luchen command center was a little confused. It seems that Lin Qun was not so powerful a few days ago. Why did he go one step further today? As for Jinling City, the person in charge of Jinling City who was in real-time connection with Li Zeng couldn't help but say, "Old Li, are you hiding your incompetence? Your number one in the magic city is even more powerful than you said. He can kill through these thousands of insect swarms by himself." Li Zeng also smiled faintly and said, "Haha, look, our number one in the magic city, isn't our combat power no worse than your number one in Jinling?" The other side was speechless, because this sentence was exactly what the other party said when he showed off his own strong man just now. And now, Li Zeng said it again. Although the means of the insect swarm caused a little trouble, the overall situation on the battlefield has been determined, and the insect swarm is about to be defeated. This is an indisputable fact. They all relaxed a little. The order was conveyed, and multiple human troops gathered on the battlefield, pointing their swords at Zen's lake, and they must first destroy the real insect nest hidden under it. In the corner of the battlefield, Huang Qizheng, the number one in Jinling, also noticed something, raised his head, looked in the direction of Lin Qun, and looked a little dazed. In the corner, another warbug roared over. He didn't even look at it. He punched it with his backhand, and with a flash of golden light, he smashed the warbug to pieces. After a while, he burped silently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Shining Sword Light. Smoke billowed, large groups of troops moved, and the pattern of war was being redifferentiated. The ambush of the swarm did not have the expected effect. The giant burrowing worms ambushed underground were destroyed one after another. Under the bombardment, they collapsed with a bang. Amid the continuous explosions, the military's front gradually closed up, forming a blade-like array, piercing through the swarm, and advancing towards the direction of Zen's lake. On the edge of Zen's lake, the giant warworm was also bombed repeatedly at this moment. It was bathed in flames, shaky and unable to support itself. The command center's judgment was correct, and the defeat of the swarm was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, deep in Zen's lake, 3 kilometers away from the lakeshore battlefield, the water surface suddenly separated layer by layer, and a huge worm nest slowly rose from the water. That was the real Zen's lake worm nest. It rose part of its structure from under the water surface, and the top of its worm nest opened, revealing a black hole launch device. The moment it surfaced, it immediately became the target of the human strike group. So a large number of ground war insects around began to move towards it, coming in groups, and entering the water one after another. The number was so large that they coupled with each other and turned into an armored defense, covering the insect nest layer by layer. When the upper layer was destroyed, more insect swarms below would rush up fearlessly, and the military's long-range strikes could hardly break through. Not only that, the insects along the shore of Zen's lake also began to operate at this moment, and countless war insects swarmed in, trying to intercept the advance of the human troops. At this moment, on the battlefield of Zen's lake, countless war insects gathered, regardless of life and death, regardless of the cost, to drag the human army's pace forward and defend the insect nest behind them to the death. Artillery fire flew, and a large number of war insects fell like rain. In front of the sea of insects and the human army formation, Lin Qun was still rushing forward. The sword control technique has reached the first level, which is equivalent to the cultivation reaching the key refining stage. With the continuous replenishment of dark energy recovery potions, and the opening of a washyang, Lin Qun's attributes are rising every minute, and his combat power has reached a terrifying level. In front of the battle formation, no one can resist Lin Qun. However, the Mark 46 on his body has been severely damaged, and many functions have failed. Even the battleship has collapsed, revealing a large area of his body below. But Lin Qun's Washang has now reached a certain level, and a layer of light aura is shrouded on his body. Coupled with his powerful physical attributes, the firepower of the swarm, even if it hits his body, can't cause any damage to him. Lin Qun also noticed the unusual movement ahead. The insect nest rose from the deep water, obviously wanting to do something. In the current situation, the possible actions of the insect swarm were very limited, and not difficult to guess. His heart sank, and he immediately said to the Lucheng command center, "The insect swarm has unusual movements. The insect nest rose from the water surface. It is very likely that they are preparing some kind of weapons of mass destruction, and want to fight us to the death." In the rear command center, Li Zeng and others attached great importance to Lin Qun's news. Their judgment was similar to Lin Qun's. "It is very likely," Li Zeng said. "At present, the Zen's Lake insect swarm has been defeated. Their other troops are 700 kilometers away from here. Support is impossible. These contestants definitely don't want to become others' contribution points to make others stronger. They must want to release weapons in the end to destroy us." Li Zeng contacted the Jinling City Command Center as soon as possible, speeding up and killing the insect nest as soon as possible. At this moment, the order from the rear was passed forward, and the military battle formation accelerated its pace step by step, forcing the Zen's Lake insect swarm to kill. Lin Qun took the lead, crisscrossing the battlefield, and around him in multiple directions, human armies gathered densely, countless guns fired, heavy armored vehicles rumbled on the battlefield, and the soldiers of Jinling City also cooperated with the Lucheng troops to advance. At this moment, the power of humans on the battlefield twisted into a rope, launching the final charge against the swarm of insects in the center of Zen's Lake. Break through the front line and destroy the swarm. Lin Qun's team took the lead and had penetrated the deepest part of the swarm of insects. There were insects in all directions. At this time, in another direction, Jinling City's top gifted warrior team, with the cooperation of Jinling City's armored forces, broke through another direction and echoed with Lin Qun's troops, like two sharp knives piercing the swarm of insects, from two directions, straight into the heart. The more this happened, the more crazy the swarm's defense became. They were not afraid of death at all. In front of the unstoppable battle formation of humans, they formed a wall of flesh and blood, and rushed against humans one after another. The human front line, after several charges, did not rush through, and Lin Qun was beaten back. Because there are too many of them. Crazy. Crazy. These insect swarms are crazy. In the battle formation, Li Ji looked at the sea of insects in front of him and was shocked. Only the insect swarm has such a sense of war. In this case, not only did they not collapse across the board, but they resisted desperately. Especially at this moment, in their rear position, the huge awakened steel war worm moved its body and began to charge forward in the opposite direction. On its body, countless artillery roared and spewed out the flames of death. On one side, the gifted team of Jinling City rushed forward at high speed, and a figure suddenly emerged from its army battle formation. The whole body exuded golden light and rushed forward against the giant war worm and jumped directly on the opponent's body. After a storm of hammering, its fist was even more fierce than steel, and the behemoth was smashed everywhere, and the metal deck and the muzzle were bent and twisted. Its body was howling. That was Huang Qizheng, the number one in Jinling. It's just that this scene makes people feel a little funny for no reason. But he was too small. He punched like a berserker, making the iron sheet fly everywhere, but it seemed to be useless. On the contrary, swarms of insects climbed along the body of the giant war insect, trying to drown Huang Qizheng directly. At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded on the battlefield. Endless steam rolled and boiled. A huge skinless giant appeared directly. That was the transformation of the supergiant. Lin Qun instantly transformed into a 70-meter class supergiant. The huge body was surrounded by high-temperature steam like smoke and clouds, and the shadow cast directly covered the endless swarm of insects below. He stepped out and crushed a group of them directly. Then he used both hands to directly pull up the giant war insect in front of him and tore it apart above the battlefield. That scene was like a giant god fighting. Wherever the Lin group passed, the swarm's tactic of the sea of insects was directly ineffective. The huge war insects that were more than 30 meters high, like a war fortress, were like a dwarf in front of the Lin group. They were torn into pieces by the Lin group in minutes. Explosions continued, and a huge amount of materials were thrown in all directions. The surrounding war insects screamed and evaded. This was not because they were no longer brave at this moment, and no longer followed orders, but because staying below would be courting death. They would be crushed to death by the Lin group. Huang Qisheng had already jumped out, staring at the scene behind him with wide eyes. What the hell is this? Behind, the frontline soldiers in Jinling City were also stunned. Duan Qianqi raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. This was a method he had never seen before. Who is this? There are such masters in the Magic City who can turn into such a big giant? This time, with such a big guy opening the way, what can the bugs do? Duan Qianqi and others witnessed the terrifying single combat power of Lin Qun's killing of thousands of insects, and naturally thought that the ability like flying swordsmanship was Lin Qun's talent. Normally, a human can only awaken one talent. At this time, the transformation of the supergiant is obviously another ability, so it is natural to think that this is another person. Suddenly, everyone felt that there were many masters in the Magic City. But at this time, with the transformation of Lin Qun's supergiant, it directly caused a dimensionality reduction attack on the sea of insects under his feet. Those insects are already very huge for ordinary people, but for Lin Qun, a huge giant of 70 meters, they are no different from real insects. The denser they are, the faster they die. Of course, the body of the supergiant is not invulnerable to swords and guns. The cannons of the insect swarm can cause substantial damage to Lin Qun's giant body. Even if he has a high physique, he can't withstand such dense firepower now. You know, these war insects are all armed to the teeth. Therefore, the giant of the Lin group was blown off its legs not long after it transformed, and its huge body collapsed like a mountain collapsing. The surrounding insect swarms scattered, and on both sides of the giant's body, the Jinling and Modu troops turned into two steel torrents, piercing the battlefield. The military acted very quickly, because at a critical moment, the insect swarm's weapons of mass destruction could be prepared and launched at any time. Everyone went crazy. In less than 5 minutes, the human army had killed through the sea of insects and pressed to the shore of Zen's lake. The insect nest in the lake is within reach. At this moment, deep in Zen's lake, under the insect nest, the commander of the insect swarm was also more nervous than ever. Their mother bomb of mass destruction is a special living weapon. In fact, it is the hive itself. The hive is completely activated and transformed into a super bomb, with an explosion range comparable to that of nuclear weapons, but it will not cause radiation. On the contrary, it will leave seeds of the swarm in the corresponding explosion area, which means that the swarm may make a comeback. The practicality of this weapon is far more practical than nuclear weapons for the swarm. Because of this, it takes a long time to activate this weapon. It takes at least 20 minutes to activate this weapon, which is nothing in normal times, but it is particularly tense on the battlefield. Even if it has started to detonate in advance after the ambush plan failed, and the detonation speed has been accelerated layer by layer, it has only been advanced to 80% now, and it will take at least more than 130 seconds to explode. In fact, when the hive surfaced, the hive had already started to be alive for a long time, but it only surfaced at the final stage of detonation at that time. But from the current situation, humans are advancing triumphantly, and it is very likely that it will not succeed. The insect was really a little regretful at this moment. It felt that it might have started a little late, although it had already prepared for a fight to the death. Who wants to be defeated? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, it certainly does not want to die together. It placed its hope on ambushing the main force of humans, using a batch of fake insect nests to attract the firepower of the large-scale bombing of humans, and then luring the main force of the human army to cut into the battlefield. At this time, if it can successfully kill and eat the main force of humans, it can actually reverse the situation and they can turn defeat into victory. As a bug, a high-level bug, it is not greedy for life and afraid of death. It just wants to save power for its own civilization and find the best solution. If it can defeat humans, that would be the best. If it can't, then choose other options. According to the strength shown by humans before, it judged that, even if its plan failed, with its existing insect swarm forces, it should have time to activate the mother bomb. However, the combat power of the Lin group exceeded its prediction, and the speed of change of the situation on the battlefield also exceeded its estimation. It is very likely that it will not have enough time. At this moment, even such a sophisticated and advanced bug as it felt a sense of disappointment and despair. However, as a bug, it will never give up. Even if the current situation points to an unoptimistic outcome, it will still try to the last moment and try to self-destruct as much as possible, rather than being destroyed by humans, and take as many humans as possible. Even if the mother bomb fails and cannot severely damage the main force of humans, it still has a final plan. It can make countless warbugs commit suicide. If they are not killed by humans, humans will naturally not be able to obtain their contribution points. This is an impossible plan in other civilizations. Even if it is activated, it is difficult to execute, but it is not difficult for the swarm of insects. As long as the hive gives an order, countless warbugs below will commit suicide without hesitation. At this moment, it is making its last effort to gather the swarm of insects and continue to block the pace of human progress. Let go. Maybe there is still a chance. At the same time, about 80 kilometers away from the battlefield here, a warship of the Prophet civilization has already approached, but it is completely invisible and disappeared from the exploration of the magic city, Jinling, and even the swarm of insects. Not only that, it has already turned on the optical invisibility state, and even if a bird flies around, it cannot detect its existence. It perfectly blends into the surrounding environment. The technology of this warship of the Prophet civilization far exceeds that of humans and the Zerg. In fact, they have been dormant here for a long time, stuck outside the edge of the Zen's Lake area, no longer on the list, and have not been discovered by any party. Their distance alone has exceeded the current defense limit of humans and the Zerg. And in its bridge, two cold voices are communicating quickly. The battle between humans and the Zerg civilization has entered the final stage. It is surprising that the Zerg civilization is about to be defeated. But I still can't understand why it is necessary to waste a precious opportunity to activate weapons of mass destruction for these natives. We are about to give birth to an evolver, and the use of weapons of mass destruction is not so important to us. Moreover, annihilating the main forces of humans and Zerg civilization here in one fell swoop will not only allow us to minimize risks, but the entire Demon City and Jinling area will be ours, and the humans in the remaining two places will no longer have the power to resist, and they will all be in our pockets. At this time, a cold electronic synthesized sound rang out in their bridge. The main gun has been charged. Prism coordinates adjusted. Target locked. Where should we land this time? The hive of the Zerg civilization? They seem to be about to detonate a Zerg mother bomb. If they succeed, the humans and Zerg on the battlefield of Zen's Lake will probably all be killed, and we won't be able to get back any contribution points. Don't worry, we have foreseen the defeat of the Zerg, but the process is not clear, but the time node is very clear. We just need to act at the key time node. Wait and see. These weak and ridiculous creatures, humans, Zerg, they don't know what they are facing. These humans may even foolishly think that we are being entangled by the Shadow civilization. Haha. They will perish because of their own weakness. Another figure seemed to glance at the Prophet civilization creature who had just spoken and finally fell silent. The bridge of the Prophet civilization was dead silent, with only the slight hum of the main gun shaking the ship. Their arrows were on the string. But at this moment, the Prophet civilization creature who had just spoken suddenly said in shock, "Wait." A high energy reaction was detected. Do humans also carry weapons of mass destruction? Don't humans only have nuclear weapons? Human nuclear technology should have been blocked by the organizers, and this reaction is obviously not nuclear. No, it's that human. It's the power of that human. He showed the combat power that the Bakatans described as infinitely close to the evolvers. No. Because at this moment, on the battlefield, a flash of light was dazzlingly piercing the sky. That was the sword of the Pledge of Victory. The super large giant transformed to help Lin Qun and the large military force complete the final charge. When the giant fell, the war insects scattered in groups. On the front battlefield, Lin Qun was infinitely close to the shore of Zen's lake. Of course, Zen's lake is vast and blue, with a diameter of 69 kilometers at its longest point. The insect nest is close to the lake shore, but from where Lin Qun is now standing, he can only vaguely see a corner of the insect nest exposed above the water. But this is enough. Lin Qun's total energy and dark energy have exceeded 300. As long as this value is reached, he can release the sword of promised victory infinitely. In addition to Superman, what means can he use to crush the swarm of insects and destroy the insect nest in the shortest time, in the fastest and most fierce way? The answer is clear and simple. That is the anti-city treasure from the Holy Grail war system, the sword of promised victory. The high cost of use will bring terrifying destructive power, and the first round of release does not even require too much medicine. Because the supergiant transformed, his energy attribute doubled. Although Lin Qun had just been in battle, he had been preparing for this moment and kept his dark energy and energy attributes at a higher level. Before Lin Qun took action, he had already asked Li Zeng for a large number of dark energy and energy recovery potions. The command center responded urgently, and the troops in the front were surprised to receive it. They didn't know why they suddenly stopped. The insect nest was clearly in front, but the next moment they understood what was going to happen next. At this moment, when Lin Qun passed through the neck of the collapsing giant, a large number of insects gathered in front of him, forming a tall wall of flesh and blood. The insects were still charging forward fearlessly, forming a line of defense. But this moment was meaningless. Flashes burst out from the sword of promised victory. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light was stimulated from the sword's edge and reached the sky, as if piercing all the clouds in the sky. The clouds in the sky vibrated in circles, forming a breathtaking sea of clouds. At that moment, the flash refracted from the air illuminated the entire battlefield. At that moment, a terrible light burst out from the sword of promised victory in Lin Qun's hand, and in an instant it moved forward and penetrated the battlefield. In the front position, the wall of flesh and blood formed by the insects collapsed almost in an instant. Countless war insects turned into rain and disappeared in the light. The last swarm of insects blocking the human army in the front instantly melted like ice and snow. Wherever the sword light went, the swarms of insects blocking the front were all wiped out. Lin Qun's figure was like a flash of lightning, crisscrossing the battlefield. Under the dazzling flash, there was an unstoppable fighting force. In front of Lin Qun, the words of contribution points and experience increase rolled like a waterfall, and a large number of contribution points were credited. Behind him, large groups of military troops stopped urgently, and countless people's pupils were shaking, watching the scene in front of them in shock. Duanshai and Qi stood on the roof of the tank, watching the first Lin Qun in the Magic City show a shocking blow, and felt numb all over. One person's strength is unstoppable by thousands of troops. How did he do it? Huang's Heng stood on the shore of Zen's lake and stopped. He was not surprised, but shouted something excitedly. Behind Lin Qun, there was a dead silence. The Takumantan was horrified. His eyes were almost blinded, and he cursed. Is this the combat power that the natives can achieve? What kind of monster is this? So many insects were blown to pieces in an instant. The staff officer beside him swallowed his saliva wildly. Fortunately he didn't use it on us before. Otherwise, how could this human kill us with 10,000 people? Tatan said angrily. Damn it, no, run. We can't fish in troubled waters. Run away. The battlefield suddenly became quiet at that moment. Humans and insects, and even the Prophet civilization hundreds of kilometers away, were shocked by what happened on the battlefield. With the unique ability of their civilization, they foresaw that the insects would be defeated, and there would be no chance to release their weapons of mass destruction, but they didn't expect that the development of the situation was beyond their imagination. On the battlefield, the picture sent back at this moment made the creatures of the two Prophet civilizations all shocked and showed infinite fear. Then, they all floated up without wind, their arms stretched forward, pushing the space horizontally, as if they were deducing something at high speed. The time and space around them seemed to suddenly freeze, and the light in the bridge lit up and went out. Everything happened in just half a second, but it seemed as long as a century. Finally, a cold voice sounded. So that's it. It seems that our foresight still missed something. The threat mentioned by the Bakatans is real. This human has extraordinary power. Another voice said infinitely coldly, but the ending will not change. We will be the final winner in this battle. A weak civilization will only end up being preyed upon in the war of civilizations. Recalibrate the timeline and prepare to fire. The time node for our appearance is coming soon. At this moment, the battlefield, even including Li Zeng, obviously had doubts. Such a terrifying attack should not be used easily. Lin Qun released this attack to attack the insect swarm. What about the insect nest behind? Isn't it better to leave it to the insect nest? The power of this attack should be enough to destroy the insect nest. Damn it, Mr. Lin is still anxious. This attack should be saved for the hive. But what they don't know is, as long as there is enough magic power, it can be released continuously, and the sword of victory in the materialized global battlefield can be released infinitely, as long as Lin Qun can pay enough energy or dark energy to fill it. And now, the sum of Lin Qun's dark energy and energy limit has exceeded 300 points. As long as he keeps filling dark energy and energy, and the supply keeps up, he can release the second round immediately. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Qun has just completed a strike, but he did not retreat at all, but accelerated forward. This strike is just the beginning. The thrusters of Mark 46 flashed, and Lin Qun's figure swept through the corpses of the swarm of insects, and rushed towards the direction of Zen's lake at high speed. The lake water under his feet parted, and a large number of insect corpses turned up. In the distance, more war insects tried to rush towards him without fear, but it was too late. Because on the battlefield, on the lake, under the bloody sunset, the sword of victory in Lin Qun's hand had flashed for the second time. Energy recovery potions and dark energy recovery potions were added for free. Then, on the battlefield, the second flash of light pierced through everything. At that moment, everyone's eyes reflected the light that pierced through the world. Chapter 211. Destroy the insect swarm. The light was like a meteor. The sword in Lin Qun's palm burst out, and the surface of Zen's lake was illuminated almost instantly. His high-speed rush just now has shortened the distance. This time, no one can stop him from releasing the treasure. The bright beam rushed forward at high speed, illuminating the entire lake. And this time, there was no insect swarm blocking the way ahead. Only the insect nest protruding from the center of the lake and the living war insect armor covering it were left. A loud rumble like an earthquake came, and wherever the flash went, the lake water seemed to be pushed away by an invisible giant hand. Everyone's sight was shrouded in this dazzling flash. The attack was completed in an instant. At the moment when this light arrived, the core insect life of the Zen's lake insect nest in the deepest part of the insect nest seemed to see a ray of sunlight approaching infinitely. It was horrified. It didn't expect that humans had such a backup plan and such combat power. But this was also its last thought. Then, a bright moon rose on the lake. A fan-shaped impact spread out from the position of the insect nest to the rear in a large area. The lake and trees behind the insect nest shook wildly, and many trees were uprooted and flew upside down. A loud roar resounded across the lake, and waves rolled up on the water, which were instantly flattened by the layers of shock waves that whizzed past. The war insects and the insect nest were all bathed in this brilliant light in an instant. At the edge of the Zen's lake, a large number of humans raised their heads, and the dazzling light was reflected in their pupils. In the corner of the light, a clear black dot was rising and retreating at a high speed. That was Lin Qun. He retreated to Huang Qisheng's side. The number 1 Jinling from Jinling City, the 17th of all mankind, was also a little dazed at this time. He touched his head and watched Lin Qun fly over, motionless, and the light was fading. In the distance, the water in the center of the lake had been swept away in this round of attacks. The lake's surface rolled layer by layer. In the center, 2/3 of the insect nest had been cut off, and the remaining part was slowly sinking. Most of the broken insect corpses around were only wreckage and fragments. On Zen's lake, waves were surging, and shockwaves swept the entire scene layer by layer. The wind was blowing everything around. The insect nest in Zen's lake was destroyed by Lin Qun in one blow. This is the power of the sword of promised victory. This is a treasure against the city. He can release such a terrifying and powerful attack in succession. Even Li Zeng didn't expect that Lin Qun had used such a terrifying attack once, and would be able to use it a second time soon. As for most of the soldiers on the battlefield, they couldn't think of so much. At this moment, For them, they were only deeply shocked. They only saw Lin Qun rushing forward at high speed alone, attacking twice. 2 flashes of sword light, 1 sword wiped out the front swarm of insects, and 1 sword split the insect nest, completely ending the battle. This number 1 Lin Qun in the Demon City, how powerful he is. The Jinling City Command Center, the Jinling City Operations Manager couldn't help but speak, and expressed his shock in words. But at this time, no one cared, because this was what everyone was thinking at the moment. I originally thought that the drunkards in our Jinling City were already strong enough. This is the best in the Magic City. Oh my god. No wonder they were able to break through the blockade of the Bastions in the Magic City. In the entire Chinese region, no, in the entire Federation, I have never heard of any city that can break through the blockade. What kind of combat power is this? What kind of combat power is this? On the battlefield, Duan Xianqi looked in the direction of Lin Qun and couldn't help but say, his attack of this intensity should not be used easily. The consumption must be very large, otherwise, they would have chopped all the way just now. However, we thought we were the main force of the war, but in fact, it turns out that we are all paving the way for him. There was shock in his tone, but also a hint of jealousy. He is also a warmonger. Improving strength is his ultimate goal. He has always been very confident in his strength. Otherwise, he would not have challenged any master to hone himself. Lin Qun's 2 swords just now have severely damaged his confidence and even made him a little jealous. Jealous of Lin Qun's combat power, if he also has such power. But that is something he dare not even think about. One person swept through thousands of troops and drew his sword twice. With just 2 sword strikes, the Zerg was defeated, and the battle was decided. The bald guy next to him scratched his head and couldn't help but ask, is this still a human? Unlike the fierce reaction of the people in Jinling City, the people in the Magic City were no longer surprised by Lin Qun's combat power, so they responded immediately. The shouts of the mountains and the sea resounded throughout the battlefield. Mr. Lin has destroyed the Zerg nest. The Zerg nest has been destroyed. At this moment, the shouts of humans were faster than the instructions transmitted in the communication channel. On the scene, the shouts of people were transmitted layer by layer, like a surging wave, instantly igniting the entire human front. The people behind didn't actually see what was going on in front. They only saw a flash of light, and before they could figure out what was going on, the wave came from the front. On the battlefield, such an atmosphere is inspiring and has an unimaginable strong appeal. When the order from the rear commander came, the morale of the human military on the battlefield had already reached its peak. At this time, all the troops at all levels began to counterattack and redeploy according to the orders from above. Their response speed was also quite fast. This was the moment they had been waiting for a long time. As the hive was destroyed, many of the insects on the battlefield fell into a state of downtime almost instantly, looking around in confusion, because at this moment, the commands that were continuously transmitted from the hive into their brains suddenly disappeared at this moment. Many of them were downtime, and some of them seemed to have become headless flies, colliding with each other in confusion. At this moment, the tight formation of the swarm of insects just now was in chaos in an instant. Under the instant counterattack of the human military, they were directly killed in pieces, and the defeat was inevitable. The time for humans to clean up the battlefield and harvest contribution points has come. The hive was destroyed unexpectedly, and the hive's self-destruction command was destroyed by Lin Qun before it could be issued. Therefore, the final plan of the hive was also ruined, and the collective suicide of the swarm failed. These war insects here will become human contribution points. Of course, these war insects are not fools. They also have a retreat plan after the hive is destroyed. Soon, all the war insects will execute the retreat order engraved deep in their brains. But at this moment, they are being wantonly slaughtered by humans in a brief moment of confusion. The military's array is separated one by one. It changes to free attack and slaughtering the insect swarm. At this moment, it is scrambling to kill. Whoever kills, the contribution points and experience are his. Under the defeated army, at least at this moment, the threat of the insect swarm is the smallest for them. Even if the insect swarm reacts and begins to retreat collectively after a while, it will be in chaos and unable to face the stranglehold of humans. Of course, there are also several batches of direct military troops that are dispatched at this time, trying to advance quickly outside the battlefield and block the way out of the insect swarm. The insect nest is gone, their command system collapses, and the number of empty numbers is meaningless. They will be surrounded and devoured by the human army. Li Zengde is full of excitement. These insect swarms will become the contribution points of our human civilization. Where is Captain Chu? Connect him for me, and ask him to circle a group of insect swarms for me to kill specifically for Mr. Lin. Our human civilization can also support its own strong people. Li Zeng did not forget his promise to Lin Qun. He would arrange for soldiers to leave insects for Lin Qun to kill and give contribution points to Lin Qun. This was unimaginable in the past, but today they won the battle. The insect swarm was defeated, and it became possible to surround, but not kill them, and let their own strong men harvest them. And Lin Qun deserves such treatment. Both his strength and the strategy of proactive attack he proposed played a huge role in this battle. At this time, at the edge of Zen's lake, Lin Qun did not move, but took a short rest here. Around him, the military surged, and the insect swarm was being swept away layer by layer, leaving a safe area for him. Lin Qun saw in front, Li Ji was driving a military vehicle. The car drove towards him, waving his hands excitedly, as if it was not Lin Qun but himself who had just caused this miraculous victory. He was still the same. At this time, everyone was desperately rushing to kill insects and grab contribution points, but he still had to come to pick up Lin Qun first. And Lin Qun's combat power did not require him to pick up. The war insects were scattered, and it was even less likely that they would come to trouble him at this time. But Lin Qun did not move, just watching the other party drive over, with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, he also felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. The insect nest was destroyed, and the insect swarm was defeated. At this time, the Prophet civilization should still be entangled with the Shadow civilization in the Magic City area. Next, humans will not be caught in a pincer attack. On the contrary, it will be humans and Shadow civilization that will attack the Prophet civilization. Humans do not need to form an alliance with the Shadow civilization. They can just attack the common enemy. But Lin Qun also felt a little tired. His energy and dark energy fluctuated, and he felt a little exhausted. In addition, after a bloody battle, his Mark 46 was almost scrapped, and the system was full of alarms. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to move. He planned to take a breath before slaughtering the defeated war bugs. He was not worried about having his contribution points robbed by others. Anyway, he had so many here, and he could still release the sword of promised victory. On the battlefield, whoever harvested the contribution points would. Can someone match his speed? He looked to his side. Huang Qizeng from Jinling was walking towards him. Lin Qun landed more than 10 meters away from him. Lin Qun did not move after landing, but he walked over. Huang Qizeng looked burly from a distance, but he was actually a little fat, with a big frame. It was probably because his strength had increased, his attributes had improved, and his body had changed, which made him look a little burly. And he was not young anymore. The information said he was 39 years old, but in reality he looked like 50, with grey hair on his temples, looking like a middle-aged loser waiting to retire. He took out something from his arms, and threw it to Lin Qun from a distance. Hey, you're pretty awesome. I'll buy you a drink. Lin Qun took it, only to find that it was an alloy wine pot. This? Lin Qun looked up in confusion. The person in front of him did not quite match his imagination of the number one in Jingling. Unlike his somewhat vicissitudes of life face, his speaking style and tone were like a young and exaggerated alcoholic. Huang Qizeng did not seem to care much about what image he, the number one in Jinling, would present to Lin Qun, the number one in the Magic City. He walked forward carelessly. He did not seem to understand Lin Qun's astonishment, and laughed. This bottle is new. I haven't tasted it. There is fairy shine in it. You hurry up and prepare it. Lin Qun was even more confused after hearing these words. He turned his head and looked around. Although the overall situation on the battlefield has been decided, this place still seems to be a battlefield. At the closest position, less than 200 meters away, the military is still shooting at war bugs. How come this scene has nothing to do with the dialogue between the characters? At this time, a group of people ran out from behind Huang Qizeng. They seemed to be staff members of the Jinling military. They rushed forward in a hurry, with expressions on their faces that they were afraid that their children would get into trouble and wanted to pull Huang Qisheng back. Huang Qisheng saw them. This Jinling number 1, who dared to go to the 3. The strong man who jumped on the 10-meter giant warbug ran away, seeming to be afraid of the people behind him. That state was like a child who skipped school and was hiding from his parents. Huang Qisheng is a number 1 in Jinling, and this is the treatment he gets. Lin Qun blinked, and it was difficult for him to understand the scene in front of him, but he was about to say something. Suddenly, Mark 46 issued an urgent alarm. Most of the functions of his armor have been damaged. The alarm has actually been continuous since the beginning, but the alarm that sounded at this time was obviously wrong. Warning, high energy attack detected. Expected to arrive in 2 seconds. Lin Qun was slightly stunned when he heard this information and instinctively raised his head and headed towards the direction of the attack source indicated by Mark 46. How could there be an attack at this time? Hadn't the Zerg already? His thoughts were interrupted in an instant because he saw the attack. The flash that pierced through the sky. The incandescent ray appeared at the end of the field of vision. The previous second it was just an inconspicuous white dot in the sky. The next second, it had been infinitely magnified in the sight, turning into a ray of light that tore through the sky. At that moment, many people on the battlefield did not even have time to realize what was going to happen. Even the command center behind the humans had just seen the sudden attack. It was already here. It was coming for him. This was Lin Qun's final judgment. From seeing it, to realizing it, to it getting infinitely close, 2 seconds was too short. People need time to react, not to mention that Lin Qun had just relaxed and did not expect that at this moment, at this time, there would be another attack. By the time Lin Qun realized that the target of this attack was himself, it was completely too late. It came too fast. It only took 2 seconds from being observed to being hit, and less than 6 seconds from being launched to crossing a distance of 80,000 meters. Therefore, in this instant, he could only make one move. He took a step back. He heard a roar coming from beside him. In the last 0.2 seconds, he instinctively turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. That was Huang Qisheng. He reacted, and at the last moment he pounced on Lin Qun and pushed him out. He was hiding from the people of Jinling City behind him and was about to run past Lin Qun. He noticed Lin Qun's sudden abnormality and saw Lin Qun's action. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed Lin Qun. Lin Qun didn't know why he did this. It might be instinct. It might be a subconscious reaction. It was to help others. But this gave Lin Qun a chance. He almost subconsciously retreated at full speed, unfolding his sword energy and Ganki, and with the help of Huang Qisheng's push and Mark 46's instant burst, he retreated at a very fast speed, and instantly opened up a critical distance from the center of the attack. In the half second when his thoughts were racing, he seized the opportunity. But after 0.2 seconds, everything was over. Because the attack came from the air, and submerged everything in front of him. Huang Qisheng, who was close at hand, Li Ji, who was driving close in the distance, and countless humans and warbugs farther away, were all submerged in the dazzling light at this moment. Luchan Command Center. A terrible scene appeared on the screen. A beam of light penetrated at high speed from a position that the military could not detect, crossed a distance of 80,000 meters in 6 seconds, and hit instantly. Then, a little light burst out from the shore of Zen's lake. A huge explosion and fireball rose from the ground, and the ground collapsed layer by layer. The water of the entire Zen's lake rose up, and the surrounding ground was lifted and shattered by the violent vibration. The river water backflowed, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. That scene was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Then, all the pictures went out one after another. The screen of the command center was instantly dark. We lost all battlefield signals. Pre-predicted, the strike will destroy the entire Zen's lake area. The technician in front turned his head, his eyes still full of shock and confusion. Just confusion. At this moment, even in the command center, many people didn't know what happened. The battle of Zen's lake was obviously over. Where did the strike come from? Who launched the strike? Why was there a strike? When these questions passed through their minds, it was too late. Of course, even if there were no such questions, they would still be too late to remind or react. The attack came too fast. The previous second, people were still rejoicing for victory, and the next second, the entire battlefield was washed away. This is a weapon of mass destruction. Its core explosion area is only 150 meters, but the death impact range can reach 25 kilometers. Screen. Attack screen. No. Where is the screen of the attacker? Who is it? Li Zeng's roar resounded through the command center. The center of the attack was quickly found. The other party did not hide his trace 80,000 meters away from the battlefield of Zen's Lake. A huge dark warship suddenly drove out of the air. It was a very strange scene. It was like it was sticking out from an invisible door. At first, it was the front part, and then in just 3 seconds, the entire warship was completely exposed from front to back to every one side. Its total length is about 500 meters, and there is a huge gap between it and the Bastion sailing ship. That is precision. Precision that is beyond the reach of human and Bastion technology. The surface of the huge warship is smooth and sharp, and the overall shape is like a blade, revealing a sharp feeling. The surface material seems to be very special, like a mirror that is integrated. It is impossible to tell whether it is metal or something else. It fits perfectly, as if it is integrated without any gaps. Even how it just fired seems to be impossible to trace. According to the human military's tracing of the source of the attack, the destructive attack just now came from it. It shot through 80 kilometers in 6 seconds and lit up a grand fire on Zen's Lake. It was not a nuclear weapon, but a high-power beam energy weapon. One shot shattered the entire Zen's Lake. And now, they don't have to hide, and are showing their bodies on the battlefield in a high-profile manner, showing their strength to humans. At the Lin Qun command center, a staff officer on one side couldn't help but say, "This? How is it possible? Where did they come from? Why didn't we find out what our cordon is for? Are they crazy? Aren't these contestant civilizations not allowed to use weapons of mass destruction at will? They are. What civilization?" Li Zeng saw this scene. How could he not understand? They had come a long time ago. It's just that they didn't find it at all. The humans didn't find it, and the Zerg didn't find it. This is an unpreventable attack, because if you can't even find the enemy, how can you prevent it? They can't even be sure who this battleship is. If it was because of a mistake and they didn't find the approaching enemy, it might be acceptable, but the problem is that this is not out of control. The human military in Lin Qun and Jinling monitored the entire battlefield, and the surrounding area of 20 kilometers was fully deployed, but even in such a situation, they were completely hidden, and before opening fire, not even the slightest clue was discovered. Li Zeng leaned back and sat down on the back seat. At this moment, a rare trance appeared on his face. After a long while, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he said word by word, "Call Mr. Lin. Call anyone. Zen's Lake. Is there anyone alive? Mr. Lin is unparalleled in combat power. He can survive. He may survive." In the corner, the technician whispered, "According to calculations, the center of this attack is Mr. Lin's location. He may have." Hearing this, Li Zeng also fell silent. He knew very well that, like nuclear weapons, the killing power of the core area is different from that of the periphery. The closer to the center of the explosion, the greater the power, and the farther from the center of the explosion, the smaller the relative power. Although this attack is not a nuclear weapon, the principle is the same. Only the small area in the center is its real attack area, and the actual radius of destruction is the impact caused later. And being in the center of the attack, Mr. Lin is likely to, even if the main human forces and insect swarms in the entire Zen's Lake area are likely to have been destroyed in this round of attacks. Even if only 1 out of 10 survives, it is the best situation. Only those who are far away from the killing center have a chance of survival. At this moment, the Lin Qun command center and the Jinling command center were dead silent. It's not that they don't want to take action, but now they have lost the main human forces. They can't do anything. This is a devastating blow to the entire Lin Qun and Jinling frontline battlefields. Without this force, the remaining troops in their 2 human cities are very few, and to alien civilizations, they are as vulnerable as being defenseless. The end of mankind has come. 15 seconds after the attack, despair enveloped everyone. Chapter 212 You are the pathetic natives. At this time, the electronic systems of the Lucheng Command Center and the Jinling City Command Center suddenly crashed. They were invaded again. Blurry images appeared on every electronic device with the display screen in the command center. The cold voice of the Prophet civilization sounded here, with a certain sense of playfulness and ridicule in the indifference, cruel and cold, saying, haha, we gave you a chance, but you wanted to resist stubbornly. This is the end of fighting against us. You repelled the Bakatans, occupied Lucheng, and defeated the Zerg. Do you really think you can compete with us? You are really ridiculous and pathetic natives. You don't know what you are facing at all, and you don't know what you are in this war of civilizations. Death is coming. Wait for the harvest in endless panic. Human. Maybe you think you are the masters of this planet, but now, this place no longer belongs to you. This is the fate of your entire civilization. Your efforts will always be in vain. This time, the Prophet civilization did not broadcast to the entire human survivor base, but only used this mocking notice to resound throughout the command center. There was absolute contempt in it. The Prophet civilization seemed to be high above, looking down on the human natives under their feet. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape their palms. The indigenous civilization can only be slaughtered. Before the picture disappeared, and its words were finished, Li Zeng stood up from his position, grabbed the teacup, and threw it out fiercely, smashing the entire screen in front. His eyes were bloodshot, standing there, swaying, and unstable, as if the whole person had aged a dozen years in an instant. At the same time, Zen's Lake. Lin Qun opened his eyes with difficulty. The light pierced into his eyes, making people feel a little uncomfortable, and his eyes felt burning. Of course, that might not be because of the light at this moment. He felt his body being dragged. Someone was trying to pull him up from the ruins. Lin Qun's head was in a daze, as if he had just woken up after sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't know where he was, or where to go. He forgot what had just happened. The coherence of his brain and memory seemed to be cut off. He only looked around instinctively, but one eye was bloodshot and half blind. The other eye tried to open wide to observe the world in front of him. The scene was shocking. The ground cracked layer by layer, and huge cracks spread on the ground. There were gravel, soil, and some debris mixed with plants, creatures, and steel everywhere. One side of the field of vision was charred, but the shore of Zen's Lake had been destroyed in the blow. Part of the lake water was evaporated by the high temperature, and a large amount of lake water was pushed out several kilometers away by the impact. At this time, it surged back and poured into the earth, moving along the huge cracks on the ground. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and his memory gradually returned to his mind. It was a blow. It was a blow from a distance. High power beam energy weapons destroyed the entire Zen's Lake. Who was it? Was it the Prophet civilization? Or some other civilization? Lin Qun wanted to stand up, but he could no longer feel his body. He lowered his head and saw that most of his body had disappeared. His body was charred everywhere, and his skin was almost gone, but he surprisingly felt no pain. He must look extremely terrifying now. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned his head to look in the direction of Huang Qisheng and Li Ji. They were all gone. Yes, Huang Qisheng pushed me, so I survived. Lin Qun activated the Wushang, and his physical fitness was over 100 at the end of the battle. In addition, he did not take the blow directly, and the buffer of the broken Mark 46 armor prevented him from dying directly in the Great Destruction. But everything around him was flattened. In this range, there was no blood, and those who could not withstand the blow were all torn apart in the magnificent flash of the beam. At this time, he felt a jolt, and the person who was pulling him fell down. He sat down in the gurgling water of Zen's Lake. Lin Qun tried hard to turn his head, but he could only turn his head and see Chu Yaowei on one side. His lips moved, and he uttered a word with difficulty. You. His voice was hoarse, like a piece of iron scraping. He finally felt a little pain, but it was very intense, so he only uttered this one syllable. She didn't have any obvious injuries, just a little dusty. Sitting there, her face was cold and contemptuous in the past. Her eyes reflected Lin Qun's broken body, and she showed deep despair. Li Dangshan saved me. He was blown away by the blow. Blown away. She repeated the word blown away. Lin Qun probably imagined that it was not blown away by a gust of wind, but the whole person was blown to pieces. Because it was not wind at all. She sat in the mud and looked at Lin Qun and said, "We are finished." She rarely showed such an expression. Neither hiding nor running away, she turned her head to look behind her, which was a direction that Lin Qun could not see. The world was dark. With the strike point as the center, Zen's lake and its surroundings have turned into a hell, and in the distance, corpses are everywhere. Those familiar people have disappeared. Ni Wensheng, Liuui, Captain Chu, Xiao Yi, all of them have been silent forever. The earth cracked. The river water backflowed. This is a scene of the destruction of the world. They have completely lost contact with the rear command center, but in the current situation, even if they contacted, it seems to be meaningless. Moreover, Chu Yaowei can see clearly that Lin Qun is now injured and will definitely die. He is just very strong and was not directly killed by the explosion. But Lin Qun is also looking at her. He also knows that he is seriously injured now. In his current condition, he must be dead. But this is not the end. Things are not over. Absolutely not. The Kyankan bag is still there. It is hidden deep in Mark 46. It is a magic weapon and has not been destroyed. Therefore, Lin Qun's mind moved and the time belt appeared in his palm. They still have a chance. There is a chance to reverse the battlefield. Reset time. Rewind 20 seconds. No. 20 seconds is not enough. Now it must have been 20 seconds. Then, 40 seconds. No, 60 seconds. Go back to 1 minute ago. Maybe, it's in time. In Lin Qun's mind, countless cards in his hand flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. A set of combo punches has emerged in his mind. The time belt is a time tool with special effects. It comes from the super time and space technology of the Red Alert world. It can change the time within a certain range and reset the time content associated with the user to 20 seconds ago. However, such a powerful ability is also limited. It can only be used once every 3 days. That is a very long cooling time. Lin Qun has only used it once so far. But it also has exceptions. Consume a little energy value limit and you can start it once more. Consume 2 points and you can get 2 extra opportunities to start. Add the basic one and reverse the time of 60 seconds. That is not impossible. Lin Qun's energy value is very high now, and he has energy recovery potions. These 2 points are nothing. They have almost no effect on him. After deducting the 2 upper limits, it is also bearable. Reverse the situation. You want to fight me? If you don't beat me to death in one breath, it will be your biggest miscalculation. In the dim light, he held the time belt tightly with one hand and stretched out his other hand with difficulty. There were only 2 fingers left on his charred palm, but he placed it on Chu Yaowe's hand. The woman lowered her head and looked at him in surprise. One of the man's eyes was bloodshot, as if he had gone blind, but the other eye was shining brightly. That was the light of hope. He could not speak, but it seemed as if he was telling her in this way, "It's not over yet. I will reverse this." Chu Yaowe's body trembled slightly, and the next moment, time began to reverse. At this moment, Chu Yaowei disappeared. The time of the regional battlefield was reversed. 60 seconds. It was like just a blink of an eye. When Lin Qun opened his eyes again, he had just landed on the shore of Zen's lake. In the distance, the large military team had just started to operate. The roar of the previous half a minute seemed to echo on the empty Zen's lake. The battlefield was divided, and the swarm of insects retreated. Li Ji drove closer to him. Chu Yaowe's figure was submerged in the crowd. In the distant Luqing and Jinling command centers, there was a joy of victory. Nearby, Huang Qizheng was looking at Lin Qun with some curiosity. Lin Qun thought his eyes were strange before, but now he understood it a little bit. It felt like the sky is falling, and there is a tall person to support it. This idea was similar to when Lin Qun looked at Li Dongshan. They all thought that, if there was a tall person to support it, they could take advantage of it. But Lin Qun did not speak or hesitate, but lowered his arm, and a card appeared in his palm. It was a card. Angel's Hand Mirror. At this moment, it seemed that except Lin Qun, no one knew what would happen in the next minute. Except the Prophet civilization. At this moment, in the sky 80,000 meters away from Zen's lake, the warships of the Prophet's civilization, which were in an optically invisible state, were trembling slightly. In the bridge, a cold voice suddenly said, "The prediction has changed. Open fire 15 seconds in advance." Another voice said in surprise, "This human has a 4-dimensional device. He just reversed time. The prediction says that he has something in his hand that can reverse 20 seconds of time." The cold voice said grimly, "He can't do anything in 20 seconds, and since we have predicted it, it is meaningless. When he reverses it back, he will despairingly find that our attack was also advanced." At this moment, the main gun of the Prophet civilization warship was charging. The huge war machine roared. The main gun recalibrated the target, and then, no, he reversed more than 20 seconds. Our prediction was wrong. Too late. Fire. Fire. Along with this exclamation, on the Zen's Lake battlefield they were monitoring, Lin Qun's figure suddenly rose up, soared into the sky at high speed, and flew straight towards them. The Mark 46 thrusters flashed. Although the armor was scarred and badly damaged, it was worthy of being Iron Man's suit. Its power system was still intact. Although it could not reach the maximum speed, it could help Lin Qun break through to 3 times the speed of sound. He rushed forward at high speed, accelerating. In a few seconds, he had passed through the surprised eyes of the crowd in the sky, and rushed straight to the sky. On the battlefield, Huang Qizheng, Li Ji, Chu Yaowei and others were all at a loss, not knowing why Mr. Lin suddenly wanted to fly away. At the Luchun command center, Li Zeng was even more surprised. "Lin Qun, what are you going to do?" But Lin Qun did not answer. He knew that he was too late. He had to distance himself from Zen's lake first. He still didn't know who fired the energy beam, but he knew one thing: the other party was afraid of him, and there was only one attack. Since he was in the Magic City, Lin Qun knew that the number of times that contestants could use weapons of mass destruction was limited, and they needed to apply to the organizer in advance, which meant that the other party could not easily use multiple weapons of mass destruction in a short period of time. Judging from the opponent's attack just now, the opponent wants to destroy the entire Zen's Lake area, and also attack himself. This shows that he is afraid of himself. So, what if he separates from Zen's Lake? Who should this shot be aimed at? Moreover, this beam of energy is not a physical attack. Although the Angel's hand mirror is only any level equipment, maybe, if it doesn't work, he can use Superman's body to resist. At this moment, the Superman transformation card, which has only one chance to transform, is tightly held in the palm of his other hand, and can be activated at any time. 999 points of physical attributes. Can you blow me to death? The choice of the Prophet civilization was soon revealed. In fact, they were not troubled by the distance between Lin Qun and Zen's Lake, because at this time, the distance that Lin Qun could pull away was not ideal, and Lin Qun did not know enough about the output power of this main gun of the Prophet's civilization. This weapon can completely destroy both Lin Qun and the Zen's Lake area. What really shocked the Prophet civilization was that the actual reversal time of Lin Qun exceeded their prediction. But at this time, they had no choice. The warship slowly emerged from the optical invisibility, and the terrifying main guns opened fire instantly. Their position was also exposed at this moment, but it was too late for the human military. When they found out, the attack had already rushed into the sky. Almost in just a few blinks of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Qun. The terrible attack penetrated Shanghai. Lin Qun looked at the direction, threw out the Angel's hand mirror, and raised the vibranium shield in his other hand high. The Superman body transformation card was tightly held in his palm. This was his last trump card. He hadn't even seen the enemy yet, and only knew one direction. Now was not the time to use it. The last Superman transformation could not be used to take a beating, but to kill people. Can it be blocked? Can it be blocked? Exclamation mark. Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot, and everything that happened in the future just now was still vivid in his mind. The attack penetrated the sky and hit the Angel's hand mirror first. Its power had exceeded the limit of this A-level equipment, but it completely met the triggering criteria of the Angel's hand mirror. In the instant before the Angel's hand mirror was completely destroyed in the light, it played a role and deflected the blow by 9 degrees. This 9-degree angle changed everything. Because the speed of this blow was too fast. 6 seconds, 80,000 meters away, it passed more than 13,000 meters per second. A small angle will result in a huge deviation. This blow passed by Lin Qun, and the horrible impact still tore his outer armor apart, burning the vibranium shield red hot, and his body fell from the air to the ground like a cannonball. The blow continued to move forward without stopping, rushing into the distance, whizzing past the positions where the insect swarm and the human legion were coupled. The closest place to the ground was less than 50 meters away. The ground along the way was illuminated brightly, and the weak humans even had blood in their eyes. But its speed was too fast. It passed over the heads of countless people and war insects in the blink of an eye, like a sword piercing the sky, passing over the shore of Zen's lake, passing over the turbulent surface of Zen's lake, and finally like a line of fire that penetrated the sky, falling into the depths of Zen's lake, disappearing without a trace in a short time, except that part of Zen's lake was illuminated. The lake's surface was sparkling, as if there was a real moon hidden under the water, and it was beautiful. On the battlefield, many people looked around in confusion, and for a moment they didn't even know what was going on. At this moment, Lin Qun was still falling. He only felt his hands burning, but his eyes were fixed on the direction where the light shot through, shaking with excitement. He succeeded. The angel's hand mirror succeeded. However, what shocked him greatly was that this time the attack seemed to come earlier. Was it because he had taken action, or because... But at this moment, a loud roar interrupted Lin Qun's thoughts. He fell from a height and saw a bright, grand fireball on the ground at the far end of his vision. That was the final landing point of the attack, which was in the depths of Zen's lake, about 27 kilometers away from the human and insect swarms. A few seconds later, a rumbling sound came. The surface of Zen's lake was shaking violently. The impact and earthquake will soon sweep across the entire Zen's lake and the surrounding areas. The human army has no time to enjoy the fruits of their victory, because in Zen's lake, the lake waves are surging, and the ground is moving like an earthquake, cracking huge cracks, which are bottomless, like a giant mouth that chooses people to eat, and some even armored vehicles can fall directly. The impact swept over like a brush, and a large number of humans near the lake shore were blown away directly, and many light vehicles were even more so. The military vehicle driven by Li Ji rolled over like a toy. Huang Qisheng tried to stand firm and looked up. He saw that all the people and objects around him were retreating. The shouts of humans resounded. The lake water fell from the sky at high speed, hitting people's faces and rising. He reached out to grab a flying soldier, but he lost his sense of proportion and was swept away. The lake water was backflowing. The battlefield was in a mess. The two armies were all in pieces in an instant. A large number of humans and war bugs died. But this was not the end of the great destruction. Although the army was dispersed, and the scene was chaotic, at most 10% to 20% of the people died, and most people were just injured. Huang Qisheng did not die. Li Ji did not die. Lin Qun did not die either. There was a loud bang. Lin Qun fell steadily to the ground. He used his hands to pull, and the Mark 46 on his body fell like a cardboard, completely scrapped. But he was standing up little by little, looking back at Zen's lake behind him. Although it was also a tragic scene, countless humans and war bugs were struggling to get up there. But he succeeded. He deflected the blow, reversed the outcome of the annihilation of the entire army, and also allowed himself to escape from the gates of hell and finally fight back. At this moment, the Lucheng Command Center and the Jinling Command Center were redeploying. The battlefield was in a mess. The military and the Zerg were all severely affected by this round of attacks by the Prophet civilization. Li Zeng and others were still in shock and were terrified. If this attack hits, our main forces in Lucheng and Jinling, even Mr. Lin and Huang Qisheng, will all die, and we will be completely finished. But how did Mr. Lin know? He intercepted it in advance. Otherwise, with the speed of this attack, it would be impossible to stop it without preparing for interception in advance. Everyone looked at each other, all very shocked. But this is not the time to delve into these things. The military is redispatching and constantly calling on troops at all levels on the battlefield to provide emergency assistance to the brother troops. At the same time, it is also summoning all the living forces. The same is true for the Zerg. They are in a mess. Without the command of the Zerg nest and suffering this heavy blow, they are determined to implement the retreat plan. At this time, they are trying to retreat comprehensively and no longer fight with humans. However, the military is also in a mess at this time. There is no power to stop the Zerg's retreat, and most of the manpower and material resources are concentrated on rescuing their own personnel. At this moment, the two sides are at peace. In the corner of the battlefield, Chu Yaowei boarded the military vehicle and looked at the scene under her feet. She felt familiar for no reason, but she quickly raised her head and looked farther away. That was the direction where Lin Qun fell in her memory. He seemed to have known that this blow was coming. At this time, Lin Qun was approaching this side. The communication device in his ear was crackling, and after a while, Gu Pan's voice sounded in his ears, a little distorted. Lin. Mr. Lin. The attack came from the Prophet civilization. Their warships are heading towards your position. The high-speed fighter has taken the lead and is expected to arrive at your current position in 13 minutes. The coordinates are. Lin Qun raised his head and looked into the distance. That was exactly what Gu Pan said, the direction of the Prophet civilization warships, and that was also the direction of the attack just now. He was a little surprised. The strength of the Prophet civilization exceeded their expectations. They fought on two fronts, fighting with the shadow civilization of the Magic City on one hand, and secretly deployed troops here in advance to catch the Human Legion and the insect swarm in one fell swoop. This is really a good calculation. But they miscalculated. Lin Qun knew. The real battle may have just begun. His eyelids drooped slightly. In the back, the human front was in chaos, and I don't know if they still have the strength to fight. But he still has cards in his hand. Because he was not hit this time, and his Washang status still there, Lin Qun's current attributes have risen to a terrifying level. Name, Lin Qun level 25. 1476-20/160,000, strength 144.5 agility 117.2 constitution 138.2 stamina 12/144.3 right square bracket dark energy 2/165.1 right square bracket all attributes are over 100. The sum of stamina and dark energy has already exceeded 300. The physique is a terrifying attribute of 138.2. This basic attribute alone can kill people with a physique below 276. If it is strengthened, killing people with a physique below 300 is no problem. He is afraid that others will directly throw weapons of mass destruction, but he is not afraid of them coming. If they dare to come, he will dare to kill. Lin Qun tightly grasped the sword of oath of victory in his hand. Killing intent boiled in his heart. You have finished your moves, it's my turn. Chapter 213. We are weak, but we are your civilization. 80 kilometers away from Zen's Lake. Inside the bridge of the Prophet civilization. The change in the situation also surprised the life of the Prophet civilization. Cold voices communicated rapidly. The new prediction indicates a vagueness. The fate of this human is unusual. He is not an ordinary native. The time he just reversed is far more than 20 seconds, and the means he threw to deflect our attack are also very strange. The number of means is far beyond our expectations. Due to insufficient deduction information, we cannot accurately predict things related to him. The main force of mankind is ahead. We can't give up this opportunity and send out an attack team. I'm willing to test him personally. If there isn't sufficient information, I will go to collect information and then annihilate him. I'm already level 67 and all attributes are close to 300 points. Moreover, attributes are just attributes. With the blessing of our Prophet civilization's ability, I'm a strong alien civilization with 500 points of all attributes. None of them are my opponents. As long as he doesn't show the top power described by the Bakatans, with the ability he has shown now, he can't do anything to me. Even if he shows it, I can use our ability to retreat unscathed, wasting his opportunity to show top combat power in vain. Although the Bakatans want to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, the information they give us should be accurate. This human won't need to show top combat power many times. This is also a good choice, but you have to be careful of his attack to destroy the hive. After establishing the information, we will immediately conduct deductions. Everything should be done according to the predicted results of peeping. Don't be reckless and make things worse." Another voice did not stop. Then, in the dimly lit bridge, a shadow stood up and quickly left the bridge. Then, the lower hatch of the Prophet civilization warship, which seemed to be integrated, slowly opened, and overall fighters flew out at high speed. One after another accelerated in the air, breaking the sound barrier, and soon turned into black dots one after another, disappearing at the end of the skyline. At this moment, they have exposed their positions, and the attention of the human military has been diverted. At the Luchen command center, the missile launch system was fully open. The survivors of Luchen looked up and saw medium-range ballistic missiles dragging their tails into the air, reaching a very high altitude, and slowly turning in mid-air, flying to the end of the skyline. This slowness is the result of observation by the naked eye at a long distance. In fact, they are very fast, shuttling through the air like the wrath of Thor, and flying at high speed towards the warships of the Prophet civilization. This is the counterattack of mankind. In the command center, the military is tracking this batch of missiles, and they soon monitored that the warships of the Prophet civilization launched precision interception missiles. Li Zeng also knew that at this distance, the possibility of them hitting was almost zero. But they had to fight back. Counterattack is also a test. Test the reaction speed and missile interception capabilities of the Prophet civilization warships. But now, judging from the existing data, the advanced level of this Prophet civilization warship makes Li Zeng feel cold. They are connecting to Jinling City to hold an emergency response meeting. The warship of the Prophet civilization caused great tension among the humans in Jinling and Luchen. The excitement of defeating the Zerg just now disappeared in the command center. Because at this moment, the picture of the Prophet civilization's beam energy weapon destroying the Zen's Lake area with a shocking shot was displayed in front. The casualties caused by this single shot were almost catching up with the losses of the Zerg in today's general attack. This was because this shot was off target under the influence of the forest group. If it was hit directly, the area around Zen's Lake, whether it was people or insects, would be wiped out. People in the core attack position, no matter if they were ordinary soldiers or the number 1 in Jinling, would all die. Only those on the edge of the battlefield might survive by chance. And if the main forces of the 2 survivor bases of mankind were all destroyed in Zen's Lake, then the consequences can be imagined. Jinling City and Luchen would completely lose protection from the Prophet civilization, and be slaughtered by the Prophet civilization. This was also the exquisite technique used by the Prophet civilization this time. With the terrifying power of this cannon, it was enough to destroy Luchen, or Jinling City, and cause millions of casualties, but they did not do so. Instead, they wanted to eat up the main force of only tens of thousands of humans in one go. Because once the main force was killed, the combat force was gone. Wouldn't it be easy to kill the 2 cities? It made no difference whether to use weapons of mass destruction or not. At this moment, they were rapidly discussing the current situation. The staff officer said, "Is this the top alien civilization that dominates the Pacific region? Not to mention the 2-front war. The technical level of this warship is at least 300 years ahead of us." Li Zeng's adjutant stared at the electronic map, on which the location of the Prophet civilization warship was marked with a large scarlet dot, flashing extremely eye-catchingly. He calmly analyzed, "They are far enough away, located in the center of the triangle of Luchen, Jinling City, and Zen's Lake. It is difficult for us and Jinling City to attack it, but it is also difficult for it to attack us. Energy beam weapons are very limited in ultra-long range attacks in the atmosphere. Even the weapons of mass destruction they just launched were intercepted by Mr. Lin." He paused here and couldn't help saying, "Although I don't know what means Mr. Lin used, I still feel a little incredible. It's like he knew the attack was coming in advance, but why didn't he notify us in advance?" The adjutant's question was almost everyone's confusion and shock. If it weren't for Lin Qun, this attack would have hit. The Prophet civilization had been dormant for a long time, just for this attack. They perfectly avoided everyone's detection, and even the Zerg was unaware of it. This attack should have hit 100% and destroyed it in one fell swoop, but they still failed. And judging from the situation at the time, Lin Qun could never react immediately. He seemed to know in advance that the attack was coming. Lin Qun saved the entire Zen's Lake battlefield. As for this question from the adjutant, everyone was also at a loss. Li Zeng pointed to the map and said, in any case, the current situation is relatively favorable. Mr. Lin's move this time has avoided the end of the complete collapse of our human front, but now, they obviously don't intend to give up. Although the 500-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization has hardly moved, they have a total of 9 aircrafts rushing to the Zen's Lake battlefield. Obviously, they still want to eat our main force. The Prophet civilization has already taken action, and it is obvious that they are not prepared to return empty-handed. Zen's Lake. On the ground, Lin Qun is moving forward. Bottles of energy and dark energy recovery potions were thrown at his feet, making crisp sounds, and his various attributes were recovering rapidly. Gu Pan's voice sounded in his ears. He passed the information from the rear headquarters, and also asked for Lin Qun's opinion. Lin Qun paused slightly, and turned his head behind him. In the distance, it was the battlefield of Zen's Lake. A large number of humans and insects were separating. The insects threw away their armor, and ignored their trapped people and only cared about retreating. The humans were rescuing each other. Most of the main forces were deeply trapped in the quagmire, and it was difficult to form combat effectiveness in a short time. Even if they could form combat effectiveness, they had no good way to deal with the air force of the Prophet civilization. So he stopped moving towards Zen's Lake, and chose to move away from Zen's Lake. The fighter planes from Jinling had been cruising, and were approaching quickly at this time. Fu Kai's artillery position was ready. As long as the 9 fighter planes of the Prophet civilization entered the range, they would open fire. At this moment, behind Lin Qun was the Zen's Lake where the mountains and rivers collapsed, and in front of him was an endless desolate world. The enemy had not yet arrived. He noticed that the regional rankings in the Zen's Lake area had changed. Huang's Heng was squeezed out. The first place became a strange name, and the global battlefield responded to it in the Blue Star languages Chow. Its total contribution points were as high as 65,000 points. A master from the Prophet civilization came. Lin Qun did not move, but he just sat in the wilderness, with the Zen's Lake battlefield behind him, which began to evacuate the wounded from other locations, resting quietly and maintaining his unparalleled state. Every minute, all his attributes rose by 0.3 points. At the same time, he said to Gu Pan, don't let the ground troops get close to me. Their first target will still be me. I will stop them here. It is enough to have long-range strikes and air force help. The sword of oath of victory in his hand flickered faintly. He will wait here for the arrival of the enemy. In this regard, the Jinling Command Center, which was mobilizing military fighters, was also surprised. The ranking list shows that among the fighters from the Prophet civilization, there is a strong man with 65,000 contribution points. They are well prepared. Does Lin Qun from the Magic City want to fight alone? Let Huang's Heng come closer too. Don't be too confident. At the edge of Zen's Lake, Huang's Heng, who was still confused, received the order and began to approach this side without hesitation. However, he was too far away. At this time, Zen's Lake was in chaos. It was difficult to drive on the ground, and there was no helicopter to pick him up. He needed some time to get to Lin Qun. Time passed by minute. On the battlefield, many people regrouped and many people were very nervous. There were also many people who spontaneously moved from the direction of Zen's Lake to the direction of Lin Qun. They knew that the enemy was coming. They wanted to fight side by side with Mr. Lin. Lin Qun even saw Zhao Lianshan inside. He was holding a corpse. It was a tentacle girl. Only half of her body was left. It was unknown whether she died in the battle with the insect swarm or in the shock just now. Lin Qun raised his arm to them, signaling them not to get close. Zhao Lianshan was stunned for a moment. Then he knelt down with a thud at a distance of several hundred meters. Behind him was the dejected Hebei. He wanted to get closer, but seeing Lin Qun's gesture, he took back his steps with difficulty. They wanted to come over and fight alongside Lin Qun. They were not afraid of death and just wanted to fight these alien civilizations desperately, but they were also worried that their strength was low and they would not only be unable to help or kill the aliens, but would also cause trouble for Mr. Lin. After a while, no one knew who started it. They used their contribution points to exchange for some recovery potions, stumbled over put them next to Lin Qun, and turned around and ran away. Following the first person, the second person also stumbled over. The 1 or 2 pitiful contribution points they had fought so hard to get seemed to be of no importance to them at this moment. They generously exchanged them for Lin Qun and sent them up in batches. They probably saw Lin Qun drinking recovery potions all the time. Lin Qun had asked the military for it, and the military had been supporting Lin Qun. However, the recovery potions that the military had provided to Lin Qun had always come from the soldiers and were exchanged for their contribution points. Therefore, although Lin Qun used them, he had never taken much. The young soldiers also needed them, and the military also needed them. But the military had never asked the survivors to requisition their contribution points. But at this moment, they moved forward spontaneously. There was a very young survivor soldier, with one sleeve empty and his face covered in blood. He placed 3 bottles of low-level dark energy recovery potions in front of Lin Qun, with a reluctant look on his face. Finally, he looked at Lin Qun and turned his head to leave. Lin Qun held his only remaining hand. "You don't have to do this." Although he had been maintaining his unparalleled state and had consumed a lot of contribution points, he still had more than 1,600 contribution points in his hand. The contribution points of these survivors in front of him added together were not as many as his. These few contribution points were easy for him to get, but for the young survivor in front of him, they might have been earned at the cost of one hand. He wanted to refuse. The young man's eyes were slightly red, as if he didn't expect Mr. Lin to talk to him. He just shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, I know that my contribution points are nothing to you, but we can't help you, nor can we do nothing, and we can't let you stand alone in the front. We are weak, but we are your civilization." His words stunned Lin Qun. He loosened his grip, and the young man broke free and ran forward. Lin Qun stood up from his position. He turned his head and looked. Behind him, many people had stood up without him noticing. There were survivors and military soldiers. There were also wounded soldiers who should have been evacuated. But they were there, looking at him. They wanted to support Lin Qun in the best way they could. Few of them spoke, and they felt nervous talking to Lin Qun. But they were practicing the same words. "We are weak, but we are your civilization." Yes, this is his civilization. At his feet, there were piles of various recovery potions, which were their help. Weak, but unwilling to leave. He felt that he should say something at this moment, but it was as if something was blocking his throat, and he couldn't say a word. His eyes were a little red. At this moment, a sonic boom sounded between heaven and earth, and a shrill and high-speed black dot appeared at the end of the sky. Those were the fighter planes of the Prophet civilization. They were in groups of 3, moving in a T-shaped formation at an extremely fast speed. 15 minutes. They will arrive above the heads of the forests and begin to attack the devastated Zen's Lake. Among the 3 groups of Prophet civilization warships, at the forefront of the T-shaped array, the high attribute strongman of the Prophet civilization was sitting in it, with a cold look in his eyes. Their equipment had already discovered and locked onto the figure of the human Lin Qun in the distance in advance. This is a test. Their main warships kept a safe distance and only sent fighter jets over just to see the power of humans. Or to see the power of Lin Qun. Because they have fully understood the power of humans. Only Lin Qun, who has many tricks, makes them feel afraid. Of course, this is still because of the information given to them by the Bastions. Lin Qun possesses power that is infinitely close to that of an evolver. Although the human warrior has not yet displayed it, this echoes the Bastion's speculation that Lin Qun has a limited number of times to display that kind of power, but the Prophet civilization does not dare to be careless. They act arrogantly, but they do not act recklessly. They are a civilization, a strong civilization, and it is impossible for them to really rely on reckless behavior to get to where they are today. Lin Qun turned to them and said to Gu Pan through the communication, "Convey the command center and let them all go. The Prophet civilization is coming." A strong man with 65,000 contribution points. To him, the humans behind him are cannon fodder in the battle, and they may be killed at random. That is an unnecessary death. When fighting against the large army of the Zerg, they can play a big role, but now, this will be a confrontation of top combat forces, and there is no need for them to stay here. Of course, although the Prophet civilization is approaching, it will take time for the real fight, because the missiles launched by the military will attack them first. The fighter planes of the Prophet civilization look a bit strange, with an oval shape, and they really look like the alien spaceships in those old movies. The surface is smooth, but from the appearance, you can't even see the obvious front and back of the fighter plane, and there are no weapons mounted on the outside. But they have achieved the missiles and rockets launched by humans. Precise interception. Their weapons are hidden under the seemingly integrated armor of the fighter planes. As the human missile rain approaches, their armor plates rise, revealing a total of 6 turrets on both sides that can move 180 degrees. There are 3 weapons on each side, arranged in a staircase shape. This structure allows them to use these 6 turrets to achieve 360-degree no-dead angle shooting around their fighter planes. And the most important thing is that their weapons are all beam energy weapons. Particle beam rays intercept accurately, 1 shot at a time. There were dense explosions in the sky, and all the missiles and rockets launched by the military were detonated in mid-air, like clusters of fireworks. Lin Qun was standing on the ground, seeing this dazzling scene. Then, 8 lines of fire pierced the sky. Only 1 fighter plane of the Prophet civilization was shot down and crashed, and the remaining 8 elliptical fighter planes. The planes flew out from the raging explosion that filled the sky. They rolled up the airflow during their high-speed flight, stretching the flames behind them into linear shapes, like gorgeous rainbows of fire, as gorgeous as an air show. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and this scene was particularly clear. But everyone knew that this was an enemy aircraft. After such a long time, it was already very clear where the attack came from and who the attacker was. But Lin Qun did not make a move. He couldn't make a move. These are real fighter planes, not the Bastion's airships and light attack ships. They fly at an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. Lin Qun's Mark 46 was also completely damaged, and he took it off. Lin Qun could not hit them from the ground. But Lin Qun is not without the means of air combat. He stepped back half a step. He took out a capsule from his arms and threw it on the ground. With a fall, there was a bang. As everyone was stunned, he forcibly conjured up a flying machine. That was the flying machine in Dragon Ball. This thing can't be compared with a fighter jet, but the performance is also good and can cope with air combat. At this time, in the distance of the sky, the 8 elliptical fighter jets of the Prophet civilization had broken through the second round of missile bombardment of the military with great momentum. Behind them was a raging sea of fire, reflecting the dark reflection of their cold fuselages, which was extremely cold. They were getting closer and closer to Zen's lake. From the current position of Lin Qun and others, they could clearly hear the roar of their aircraft through the air. It was like the gods were angry, and thunder was resounding in the sky. Lin Qun boarded his fighter. But at this moment, he noticed something, turned around, and saw Huang Qisheng running over from behind. He said, "I'll go with you. I'm very powerful. I can't die, even if I'm hit by a missile." Lin Qun looked at him, thinking of what happened before the time reversal. He was a little hesitant and complicated. But Huang Qisheng stretched out his hand and tightly grasped Lin Qun's wrist. "Brother, we have to take care of each other." Huang Qisheng's words had a special magic, or infectious power. Lin Qun couldn't tell what it felt like, but he nodded for some reason and let Huang Qisheng get on his aircraft. The aircraft in the Dragon Ball world didn't look big, but it could still seat 2 or 3 people. Huang Qisheng came up and couldn't help but say, "Brother, your aircraft is good. It must be worth a lot of contribution points, but unfortunately, I have almost spent all my contribution points." In fact, this was the second time Lin Qun had dealt with Huang Qisheng, but for Huang Qisheng, everything before the time reversal had never happened. This was the first time he met Lin Qun, but he seemed to be naturally familiar with him, and there was no sense of strangeness when talking and chatting. At this time, in the sky, in the direction opposite to the Prophet's civilization, the human military's Air Force formation appeared and took the lead in exchanging fire with the Prophet's civilization. At this time, Lin Qun's aircraft staggered into the air. Many people, near and far, watched the scene. Duan Shai and Qi squeezed out of the crowd and looked at this scene in amazement. He exchanged a flying machine on the spot. Is this a master? He has many contribution points, but no air combat ability, and he exchanged a flying machine for air combat in an instant. He looked down at his cyber modification, exchanged from the contribution point mall, and suddenly felt that his equipment was not so proud. What they didn't know was that Lin Qun's equipment was not exchanged from the contribution point mall, but was obtained by drawing cards a long time ago. It was just because of the way Lin Qun showed it that it looked like it had just been exchanged. The aircraft took off, and Lin Qun seemed to see Chu Yao's figure in a glimpse. But at this time, he heard Huangqi's hang behind him say, as if he realized it later, "Brother, I forgot to ask, do you have a pilot's license?" Lin Qun replied calmly, "No, but this is not the first time I fly in the sky, don't worry." Huangqi's hang seemed to be relieved when he heard this, and after a while, he handed over a small alloy wine pot from behind. The voice came from behind Lin Qun. "Brother, would you like to have a sip? This is the top quality stuff I exchanged from the contribution point mall. Drinking 150 milliliters can restore some dark energy. It's a real good stuff." Hearing this, Lin Qun almost vomited blood. "Good fellow. You let the pilot drink alcohol as soon as the aircraft took off. Moreover, why is this bottle not the same as the previous version?" Exclamation mark. "Is there a difference in treatment?" Exclamation mark. Chapter 214 Staring Dead. Name, Lin Qun level. 25, 147620/160,000, strength. 149.6 agility. 122.3 constitution. 143.3 stamina. 149.4 over 149.4 right square bracket, dark energy. 170.2 over 170.2 right square bracket. The Dragon Ball aircraft was taking off quickly. Lin Qun took a last look at his attributes. He didn't know if it was an illusion. When his agility exceeded 100 points, he felt that he seemed to be able to clearly feel the surge of air in the air, subtle, caressing, restless. Maybe, when the agility attribute exceeds a certain value, it really doesn't need the blessing of additional super energy to take off in the atmospheric environment. But 122 points. It's still not enough. Although the research on the 5 attribute data is stuck in the initial stage due to various restrictions, the conclusion that can be drawn at present is that these data are the reactions of multiple functions of the organism. The higher the value, the more it is not a simple superposition change. Every 100 points, there will be substantial changes. But attributes are attributes. It is a transformation of the inward-looking organism, allowing the organism to adapt to the environment and have more survivability. This survivability is even a terrifying physique that can resist nuclear attacks, and it may also include flying in the environment, but that does not represent absolute supernatural power. There seems to be some absolute boundary between the two, but the technicians of the Magic City have not been able to come up with definite research results so far. These thoughts flashed through Lin Qun's mind in an instant. He quickly raised his head. The aircraft was taking off. The military reserve formation was exchanging fire with the remaining 8 fighters of the Prophet civilization in the air, crisscrossing. The number of fighters on the human side was greater than the number of fighters sent by the Prophet civilization, but it did not have an advantage, because it could not compete with the Prophet civilization's fighters in terms of performance and firepower, but was suppressed. At this moment, in the 500-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization 80 kilometers away, the Prophet civilization was staring at the battlefield. All the medium-range ballistic missiles launched by the military at them had been intercepted, and the closest one only broke through to a distance of 6 kilometers from the 500-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization, far from hitting the target. At this time, it was like an elegant giant whale cruising in the air. The hull was shimmering and entered the optical invisible state under the observation of the military, and then completely disappeared from the military's radar monitoring. Luchan Command Center. We have lost the trace of the Prophet civilization warship. Their technology is far ahead of ours, and they disappeared in front of us. Li Zeng just nodded to this result. The Prophet civilization has completed the attack and the fighter jets have been dispatched. No matter how arrogant they are to the outside world, there is no need for their main ship. to continue to be exposed to the human vision. It is the most rational choice to disappear quickly, and they can't do anything about it. They can only focus their attention on the battlefield of Zen's Lake. Don't worry, just increase our alert range, Li Zeng said calmly. Their target is our main force. If the Jinling Air Force and Mr. Lin can win, they will not attack again. If not, this 500-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization must continue to attack our main force in Zen's Lake. Lucheng and Jinling command centers gave all kinds of support as much as possible. But at this time, the support they could give was very limited. We can't be sure which fighter plane the Prophet civilization master who entered the Zen's Lake area is in. Mr. Lin, what are your plans? The air formation of Jinling will unconditionally cooperate with you, even if it means launching a suicide attack. There was also a hint of tension in Gu Pan's voice, but she still spoke very clearly and quickly. The voice was transmitted to Lin Qun's ears. He gritted his teeth and was operating the aircraft to take off quickly and cut into the battlefield at high speed from below. Two elliptical fighters of the Prophet civilization locked onto him almost instantly. With a few beautiful tactical moves in the air, they shook off the Jinling Air Force human fighters that were fighting with them. They dived at high speed and confronted the battle of the forest group rising below. The 12 beam energy weapons of the two fighters opened fire instantly, and the intertwined rays pierced the sky. At this moment, the battle was already at an altitude of 3,000 meters. On the ground, even the most powerful human talons could not reach it, and the ground firepower could only remain silent at this time, to avoid accidentally injuring friendly forces. In the direction of Zen's Lake, a large number of human wounded were being evacuated urgently. The remaining troops were intensively mobilized, but they could only stand in important positions first. Then, from officers to soldiers, they could only watch the battle in the sky nervously. Mr. Lin's aircraft took off. The speed was extremely fast, not inferior to real supersonic fighters. Two fighters of the Prophet civilization are killing him. In the battle formation, Captain Chu also stood on the command vehicle and stared at it, observing with an electronic telescope. Almost all the instruments in his car were damaged, so he could only use this primitive method. Seeing that Lin Qun was about to engage the fighter jets of the Prophet civilization, he clenched his fists nervously. He was sweating coldly. He knew that Mr. Lin was not from the military and could not fly an aircraft at all, let alone attack with beam energy weapons! Exclamation mark. Captain Chu was right. This aircraft came from the Dragon Ball world, and its operation could be called a foolproof operating system, but Lin Qun could only fly it, and he could not perform difficult technical movements at all. He had not received training, and had no experience. Operating an aircraft in an air battle and flying around in the sky wearing armor were two different concepts. But Lin Qun was not looking for death. He had expected this. Therefore, in mid-air, seeing two Prophet civilization fighter jets flying towards him, he directly said to Huang Qisheng behind him, 3,572 meters, can you withstand it? Huang Qisheng sat behind him like an old man squatting on a bench, frowning and looking out, while taking a few bites. He was slightly stunned when he heard the words, and before he could react, Lin Qun actually opened the cabin door in flight. The strong wind was like a knife, which ordinary people could not bear. However, the two people sitting here were both top masters among humans. They were fine standing in such a strong wind. The Dragon Ball aircraft slowed down quickly, but the wind pressure still made the small aircraft creak. Lin Qun had already stood up from the aircraft, operating it with one hand, and raising the treasure from the Fate world to the air with the other hand. At that moment, the sword of promised victory flashed rapidly. Huang Qisheng behind him understood Lin Qun's idea, widened his eyes, and said excitedly, "Good guy, brother, you are awesome." Lin Qun's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter if you can't use it. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to dodge. The Dragon Ball aircraft cannon only has 100 rounds of bullets. Lin Qun's air-to-air accuracy is very poor, and he can't use it at all. But it doesn't matter. I will directly use the treasure to hit his face. No need to dodge. The best defense is offense. The flash of the sword of promise of victory shot straight into the sky. The beams of energy emitted by the two Prophet civilization fighters in front were all annihilated in this round of attack. Then the light went up, unstoppable, and was about to tear the two Prophet civilization fighters overhead into pieces. But the two Prophet Civilization fighters moved very fast. The first one was hit head on by Lin Qun's attack, but the second fighter flew through the air at high speed, almost flying close to the flash of Lin Qun's terrifying sword, but its dive momentum could not be changed, and it quickly passed by Lin Qun's Dragon Ball aircraft from the side. The three turrets on the side turned, and were about to fire at Lin Qun's aircraft. However, before it fired, another figure had already jumped out of Lin Qun's Dragon Ball aircraft, and with a graceful parabola, hit the Prophet Civilization fighter directly, and rode directly on its elliptical fighter. That person was none other than Huang Qizheng. He had actually been waiting for a long time. With quick eyes and hands, he jumped directly on the face of the other fighter. This is the best solution Huang Qizheng could think of. Since he can't touch it, just jump on it and destroy it. He did the same thing. When the other fighter plane flew by at high speed, he jumped on it with quick eyes and hands. Of course, this is only him. It would be impossible for someone else to do it. The turret that was about to fire did not fire. The elliptical fighter plane flew through the air rapidly, turning 360 degrees, trying to throw Huang Qizheng off. Huang Qizheng was almost thrown off, because the fuselage of the elliptical fighter plane was too smooth, and he had no fulcrum. During the 360-degree rotation, he slid down all the way, and the messy things on his body fell down, most of which were various small wine bottles, hidden in various corners of his clothes. But the next second, he raised his fist high, and a faint golden light appeared on his fist. He punched it, and smashed it directly. The armor of the Prophet Civilization fighter plane was directly smashed by him, and he also completely stood firmly, and crawled on this Prophet Civilization fighter plane with one punch and one footprint. Soon, this advanced aircraft of the Prophet Civilization became scarred, and rapidly dropped in altitude, while Huang Qizheng was still violently breaking through, trying to tear open its outer layer, and get in to kill the pilot inside. The Prophet Civilization pilot inside was helpless against him. The 6 beam energy weapons on both sides of the fighter plane could not shoot him at all. When the Prophet Civilization fighter plane was designed, it was not considered that landing operations would occur at an altitude of several thousand meters. In the sky, on the Dragon Ball aircraft, Lin Qun just glanced over here, and then retracted his gaze. This Huang Qizheng, he should be able to deal with it, and with his attribute strength, even if he fell all the way, he should not be seriously injured. But he quickly raised his head again, and looked at the sky above his head. The Prophet Civilization fighter plane was falling. 1 contribution point and 200 experience points have been credited. The pilot inside should be an ordinary fighter pilot of the Prophet Civilization, not the strong man with 65,000 points. Lin Qun's attack was like a cannon hitting a mosquito, but the effect was outstanding. The treasure against the city, bombing you with a fighter plane, isn't that a problem? The flash of the sword of promise of victory in his hand gradually dimmed. He glanced at the chaotic sky, got back into his Dragon Ball aircraft, held the steering wheel, and took off at high speed. On the ground, in the command center, many people looked at it with complicated expressions. Captain Chu retracted his gaze. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such an air battle. Everyone felt a sense of eye-opening, and dumbfounded about the air combat method of Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng. But it must be admitted that only strong people like Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng can do such an air combat method. At this time, Lin Qun had already started the Dragon Ball aircraft to enter the battlefield. This time his target was the 3 Prophet Civilization aircraft that were accompanying and cooperating in the battle. Keeping a certain distance, he directly opened the hatch of the Dragon Ball aircraft again, stood on the aircraft, and held the sword of promise of victory tightly, with a dazzling and blazing golden light flashing on the sword edge. Just in the process of taking off, his dark energy and energy were restored. There are so many survivors providing recovery potions. Although most of them are low-level recovery potions, the quantity is still terrifying. The stock is enough for Lin Qun to have 2 more curry sticks. He has never fought such a rich battle. The only problem is that it is a bit troublesome to drink. Fortunately, this thing doesn't feel real when taken. After swallowing, it flows through the body like a hot stream and quickly transforms into energy and dark energy to replenish it. Otherwise, Lin Qun, let alone fighting here, he, the supermaster of the human side, would have gone to find a toilet everywhere. And this time, Lin Qun's target is the 3 fighter planes of the Prophet civilization in front. In the sky, the distance is too far, the speed is too fast, and the fighter planes of the Prophet civilization are different from humans. You can't see inside from the outside. Lin Qun's headshot female skill can't lock it, and the sword of the swearing victory is the best choice. As long as the dark energy is enough, this seemingly big move attack is a normal attack. There is still distance. Lin Qun stands in the center of the sword, and a flash of light directly kills from his position, and the blazing light instantly illuminates the entire sky. Behind him, 3 Jinling fighters that were fighting with the Prophet civilization fighters quickly rose in altitude, while in front of him, 3 Prophet civilization fighters were instantly submerged in the brilliant light. The attack was completed. If these 3 can be destroyed, there will be only 4 of the 9 fighters of the Prophet civilization in an instant. At that time, it will not be a threat at all. But, the flash of this attack passed away, and on the front battlefield, 3 fighters rose at high speed without any pause, and were not destroyed by Lin Qun. But they no longer moved towards Lin Qun's position, but separated to the sides, revealing the 4th fighter behind them. The elliptical aircraft looked no different from other fighters of the Prophet civilization, but it was gradually slowing down in mid-air, hovering, and then the hatch opened, and a figure slowly rose from it. That was the life of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun's pupils shrank. The opponent's fighter could hover, but he couldn't. He had just completed the attack, and had to quickly return to the cabin to keep driving, and fly around the opponent. The skin of the Prophet civilization life is grey-black. It has 4 arms, a flat and narrow head, and 4 sharp corners like Wi-Fi growing on the back, but its body is very tall, more than 2 meters. It rose from the center of the battlefield, and there seemed to be an invisible breath sweeping the surrounding airspace. It was it that intercepted its own attack. The power of the sword of promised victory is very terrifying. How did it do it? Lin Qun's eyes moved, and he seemed to see the silhouette of the surrounding space broken like a kaleidoscope. There is no doubt that this person is a strong man sent by the Prophet civilization to the Zen's Lake area, a Prophet civilization life with 65,000 contribution points. Lin Qun is looking at it, and it is also looking at Lin Qun. It seems to be able to directly lock onto Lin Qun, who is moving at high speed on the battlefield, and is still in the aircraft. And the weird thing is that its voice can ignore space and distance and sound directly in Lin Qun's ears. It is still a human language that Lin Qun can directly understand. Interesting human. The Bakatans are right. You are stronger than you can imagine, but you are just struggling to survive. Natives are natives. You can neither win the war nor stop the contestants from genocide against you. On the contrary, your struggle can only accelerate your death. If I were you, I would hide, enjoy the last moments, and quietly wait for death to come. Chao's voice was condescending, like a god who controlled everything, giving a benevolent consolation to the trembling human at his feet. But it didn't intend to give Lin Qun a chance to make any choice. Because while it was speaking, it had already made a move. Lin Qun found that the space in front of him suddenly shattered. The sky and the earth were inverted, presenting a kaleidoscope-like state. He was originally operating at high speed in the sky, but at this moment he turned into a rapid dive to the ground. And when he pulled up the Dragon Ball flying vehicle, Chao was already standing in front of him. It stretched out its arms to Lin Qun and his flying vehicle. At that moment, the Dragon Ball flying vehicle suddenly stopped. The high-speed flying vehicle seemed to have no inertia or kinetic energy. As Chao spread his palm and pushed forward, Lin Qun's vehicle stopped almost instantly. The world around him began to spin. The space was distorted, and the world was broken. This was an extremely terrifying scene, as if it was the power of God. But Lin Qun knew that this was definitely not the power of God. This Chao only had more than 60,000 contribution points. Even if the basic attributes of the Prophet civilization might be stronger than those of humans and Bakatans, his strength was only slightly stronger than that of Enisheng and Bakazan, and he had personally fought against Enisheng and Bakazan. The power they possessed was definitely not that of gods. This might be some kind of method of the Prophet civilization. Although Lin Qun saw the surrounding space breaking and reconstructing layer by layer from his vision, he did not feel threatened by it. Maybe this was some kind of sleight of hand. His Dragon Ball aircraft did not stop, but continued to accelerate in the sky, even diving towards the ground, but the world he observed was distorted, and the facts he saw were no longer facts. The way to verify this point is to directly apply the ability of the headshot girl. His eyes were cold, and he scanned the front directly, looking coldly at Chow. If the ability of the headshot girl was activated and it succeeded, then Chow in front of him was real, and if it failed, then everything in front of him was fake. What Lin Qun didn't know was that his guess was almost completely correct at this moment. At this moment on the battlefield, countless people looked up and saw that Lin Qun's Dragon Ball aircraft was originally flying around Chow's fighter plane, but at that moment, it suddenly turned downward and dived rapidly towards the ground under its feet. It looked like it was going to crash to death on the ground. But in just a second, the situation changed. A terrible flash burst out from Lin Qun's Dragon Ball aircraft. It was the flash of the sword of promised victory. Lin Qun's test was successful. The skill of the headshot girl was activated, but Chow, who intercepted his Dragon Ball aircraft with one hand, did not change at all, and he did not feel anything real. Even his energy was not deducted. This only shows one thing. There is no target in front of him at all, and this Chow who intercepted his aircraft does not exist. This was the first time that Lin Qun came into contact with the life of the Prophet's civilization, and it was obvious that the other party was a powerful man of the Prophet's civilization with treacherous means. Lin Qun didn't know how to break through the suspected illusion in front of him, but he knew that it was extremely dangerous now. If his five senses were filled with false information, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Therefore, he drew his sword without hesitation and released the sword of promise of victory in the Dragon Ball flying vehicle. With one sword, the broken world around the flying vehicle was directly chopped into pieces, breaking through cleverness with force. The sword of promise of victory, that is absolute violence. Wherever the golden flash passed, everything around collapsed. The Dragon Ball aircraft exploded with a loud bang, and the broken world and dismembered space disappeared in an instant, and the chaos was set right. Everything around him returned to normal in an instant. The next second, Lin Qun rushed out of the sea of fire at high speed, and Mario made a double jump, throwing out the kunai. His body quickly flew through the air in midair, and his figure appeared here and there. Although his Mario could only do a double jump at most, he could rely on the kunai to move quickly in the sky, so fast that Chow couldn't catch his figure. The weird method just now could no longer be used. In the high altitude, Chow was still in the same place, with a cold look in his eyes, trying to lock onto Lin Qun's position, but Lin Qun's ability to move almost instantly made it impossible for it to clearly determine the direction of his appearance. Even though it was known that Lin Qun was suspected of teleporting by throwing out that little thing in order to avoid being locked by the other party, Lin Qun threw out the kunai completely randomly, jumped left and right, and quickly approached it in the air. Lin Qun's eyes were cold, and he was closing the distance quickly. He was going to use a headshot female skill. Kunai flew, and his figure was jumping left and right to close the distance with the life of the Prophet's civilization little by little. 500 meters away, 300 meters away, 200 meters away. Mario was careless and activated. His physical fitness increased by 15 points. His physical fitness attribute reached an exaggerated 159.2 points at this moment. This means that targets with a physical fitness below 318 points can all be headshot. Chow inexplicably felt a kind of tension of death, which was one of their talents, prediction, playing a subtle role. However, it seemed too late. Lin Qun's headshot female skill was activated very quickly. Look at you, it's an attack. At first glance, all the organs of Chow's head were bleeding, and the skin exploded. This means that its current attribute is higher than 318, but it is very limited. So, at the second glance, headshot directly. Chow, a life of the Prophet's civilization, with 65,000 contribution points, was killed instantly by Lin Qun's two eyes. Blood spilled in the sky. No matter how arrogant you are, can you withstand a look from me? I'll stare you in the face. Chapter 215. How many times can you use this kind of attack? Instant kill, instant kill. At the Jinling command center, when the picture was sent back, many people's breathing stagnated. They were all very frightened by the arrival of this prophet civilization with 65,000 contribution points. Such a strong man exceeded the upper limit of Jinling's response. The strongest man defeated by Jinling's number 1 Huang Qizheng was a creature of an alien civilization with more than 40,000 contribution points, and it was still under the heavy firepower of the Jinling military. Therefore, the arrival of this top strong man attracted their great attention. But they did not expect that this strong man of the prophet civilization was killed by Lin Qun in one round. Of course, this scene happened at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Except for the command centers at all levels, the people below could hardly see it clearly, especially now that the sky was getting darker and darker. They only saw Lin Qun's aircraft exploded, and the people behind them could hardly see what happened. The Lucheng side was also very excited, but most of them knew Lin Qun's strength. It was not the first time or twice that he killed the strong men of the hostile civilization in seconds. Li Zeng immediately sent the news to the front line to confirm the death of the top strong men of the prophet civilization. But the news from the front of the battlefield was, Captain Chu's voice was a little cold. Are you really sure that Mr. Lin succeeded in killing it? On the Zen's Lake ranking list, it is not dead. In fact, at this moment, Lin Qun also found something wrong. He succeeded in one strike, but did not fall, but continued to throw Qunei to close the distance. His current position is more than 3,000 meters from the ground. Even if he has an extraordinary physique and Mario's jumping skills that can violate the laws of physics and land, he will not die when he lands, but he doesn't want to land like this. Lin Qun wants to jump directly onto the prophet civilization fighter of Chao. See if he can seize it. His Dragon Ball aircraft was forced to be broken by himself, so Lin Qun thought about getting a better one. If the prophet civilization fighter can be seized, it will be a good thing. I just don't know if there is a civilization race lock similar to the Bakatans. The low-end civilization like the Taku people can't afford it, but people like the Bakatans and the prophet civilization are likely to use it. But before he really got close and closed the last 200 meters, Lin Qun found something wrong. Because the body of the strong man of the prophet civilization was dead but not stiff. Its head had been blown to pieces by Lin Qun, and its forearms had even all fallen down, but its body did not fall down, but stood there straight. The most important thing was that after it died, the contribution points and experience data that should have appeared in front of Lin Qun's eyes at the first time did not appear. All these scenes only meant one possibility, that it was not dead. Lin Qun almost thought that this was also false at the first moment, but then he realized that it was impossible. The headshot woman really hit it, and this feeling could not be wrong. Then, its head was not the body. Lin Qun's thoughts were flying, but he was moving at high speed, because he could not stop for a moment in the air above 3,000 meters. Stopping meant falling. Once he left a certain distance, the opportunity he had now would be gone. He had to move forward. In the blink of an eye, he was almost approaching the prophet civilization life that was dead but not stiff. Lin Qun didn't know what the specific situation was, but his thoughts were racing, and he had already made a judgment. Since it wasn't dead, he would continue to fight and tear its body apart completely. After 2 rounds of attacks, Lin Qun's energy and arc energy had already run out. In the Legend of the Sky Speed, he didn't have time to take drugs. At this time, the sword of the Oath of Victory could only be used as a flying sword. The sword light was crisscrossing, and his eyes were also rapidly sweeping, ready to continue to headshot, hammer the body of Chao directly. However, just before the attack, Lin Qun's heart was suddenly startled, and he turned back like lightning, just to see the headless corpse Chao, who should have been standing in front, suddenly appeared behind him, and his body was intact, and his head was intact. At this moment, the sword light of the sword of the Oath of Victory that Lin Qun sacrificed just hit the target, and the body of the headless corpse Chao suddenly twisted, like a ball of light and shadow, and was directly shattered by Lin Qun's sword. It's behind him. Lin Qun turned back like lightning, and quickly pulled away. Chao's voice sounded like a ghost in Lin Qun's heart. Human, is this your method? It is indeed powerful, able to blow off my head silently. You did succeed in killing me, but so what? As he spoke, Chao's 4 hands were pushed forward. A whole piece of shattered space moved forward, hitting Lin Qun's body with a bang, carrying him directly backwards. smashing into the fighter plane of the Prophet civilization behind him. The surrounding space twisted and rotated. This time it was no longer a virtual illusion, but an attack with real power. They formed a force that clamped Lin Qun's limbs tightly, making him stand still in midair and unable to move. Lin Qun raised his head, and Chao was in front of him, suspended in the air, slowly approaching him. At this moment, the Luchun Command Center and the Jinling City Command Center were all nervous. Jinling City directly issued an order, and a fighter plane flew through the air at high speed, whistling from a distance, firing 2 missiles, trying to take down Chao directly. But Chao didn't even look over there. The space in front of the fighter suddenly showed a fragmented and distorted state. Because the distance was too close, there was no time to evade. The fighter crashed into it head-on, and the entire fighter and the missiles just launched were all shredded in an instant. In the near distance, it was approaching Lin Qun. Around it, in front of and behind it, a large amount of space was cracked like porcelain. It looked at Lin Qun coldly and said, "It seems that you are not as powerful as the Bastion people describe. They claim that you have the power close to that of an evolver. If you do have such power, I advise you to show it as soon as possible, otherwise you will die soon." Lin Qun's body was imprisoned. This kind of imprisonment seemed to be not substantial, and his high strength attribute could not play a role. But he looked at Chao. His eyes gradually became cold. "You said the wrong thing." This was the first time he spoke. Lin Qun did not wear the simultaneous interpretation device, so he used human language, but he believed that Chao should be able to understand. After all, the other party spoke human language and should have similar equipment on him. Lin Qun understood why Chao did not kill him, because he wanted to force out Lin Qun's trump card. That is, the power described in the intelligence provided to them by the Bastions. And it is precisely because of the superhuman body as a trump card that Lin Qun is now in a clamp, but he is not panicked. Because he knows very well that with Chao's ability, he cannot be killed. Therefore, there is no need to sacrifice the Superman transformation card. At this moment, the command centers in Luchun and Jinling are extremely nervous when looking at the battlefield, but only Lin Qun knows that he is not at a disadvantage now. On the contrary, the situation is already in his hands. Sure enough, Chao was slightly startled. What did I say wrong? The mouth organ of the Prophet civilization is very small. When it speaks, it does not rely on this organ to open its mouth. On the contrary, the sound is like it is directly ringing in the heart of a person, with a certain terrifying deterrent power. Lin Qun sneered. "You said I did succeed in killing you. This proves that my attack was not ineffective. You were really killed by me just now, but obviously, you used some method to make yourself dead but not dead." Chao was slightly stunned and sneered. "You want to cheat me of my information? Haha, that's impossible. Humans, our methods are unimaginable to you." Hearing this, Lin Qun also sneered. He said, "You misunderstood. I meant that, since it is a similar ability to come back to life, and it took so long to show up, it should be your ultimate move. What do you mean by this? Do you think that the method I used to blow your head off just now is also my ultimate move?" Chao's face changed immediately. The next second, its head suddenly exploded. Just like the scene just now. First the skin was blown to pieces, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and then the whole head exploded like a watermelon. There was no sign. Extremely abrupt. Still 2 eyes, 2 gazes. Lin Qun's current energy value makes it difficult to use the sword of promised victory, but it is extremely easy to use the headshot female skill. Only 4 points of energy, a direct headshot. With the death of Chao, the surrounding space instantly returned to normal, and the power that clamped Lin Qun also disappeared. Lin Qun's body fell instantly. Fortunately, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he grabbed the edge of the Prophet civilization fighter and stabilized his body. But he did not relax his vigilance, but immediately looked around and was extremely vigilant. Because this time, although Chao's body fell directly to the ground under his feet with his head blown off, Lin Qun still did not receive the settlement reminder of the global battlefield. This means that the opponent is not dead yet. Sure enough, about 5 or 6 seconds later, Lin Qun seemed to have noticed something and turned his head suddenly. He saw that Chao had appeared at its original position at some point and was now diagonally above Lin Qun. However, this time, it did not fully recover. Half of its face was blown to pieces, and the unique fluorescent blue blood of the Prophet civilization life was flowing. This time, it attacked very quickly. Before Lin Qun could see clearly, it lifted him up from the edge of the Prophet civilization fighter plane with one hand. Chao was very normal. All of Chao's attributes were above 300. Even if Lin Qun had the power of invincibility, most of his attributes were only half of his. It was normal for him to lift him like a chicken. If it was a bloody fight, Chao could even kill Lin Qun in a few moves. But it would not have this chance. After being shot in the head by Lin Qun twice, Chao was obviously very nervous this time. He wanted to kill Lin Qun as soon as he attacked. Its voice rang in Lin Qun's heart at the same time. How many times can you use such an attack? I will kill you now. At this moment, Chao's expression finally showed out. Its tone was no longer solemn, but instead revealed a trace of exasperated rage. The headshot ability displayed by Lin Qun was mentioned in the intelligence of the Bastions, saying that if someone was seen by Lin Qun, he might be killed instantly by a headshot. However, in the information of the Bastions, Lin Qun's ability seemed to have obvious limitations. In the confrontation between the Bastions and him, Lin Qun had never been seen to kill a target with more than 200 points in seconds. It is easy to draw a conclusion. This ability can only kill the weak instantly. This is also the judgment of the Prophet civilization. This is a very reasonable judgment, because they have participated in many civilization wars and have seen similar abilities. Such means of killing others in seconds are generally only useful for the weak. It is not that there are no more powerful ones, but it is simply impossible to appear on a battlefield of this level. Until this moment, it was also reluctant to believe this, thinking that Lin Qun could no longer be used. But its behavior was extremely nervous, and it wanted to kill Lin Qun immediately. It knew that Lin Qun was sniping with his eyes, but it did not avoid Lin Qun's eyes, because that was not realistic at all. No matter how fast it was, could it be as fast as his eyes? There was no cover around. All it could do was to kill with all its strength and high speed. Bet that Lin Qun's method of killing it in seconds will not be used many times. Bet that it can kill Lin Qun first. At this time, there is no need to care about any test. This is a life and death battle. The words just now were naturally blurted out, but unfortunately, it made a wrong bet. Guess. This was the last sentence it heard from Lin Qun. Then the next second, a similar scene appeared again. With a bang, Chao's head exploded, and his body fell into his fighter with a plop. Fluorescent blood flowed, and this time, it never stood up again. As Lin Qun judged, its method was some kind of ultimate interruption, which could avoid or reverse its own death. Such an ability is terrifying, even better than resurrecting the dead. But unfortunately, it used its ultimate move to deal with Lin Qun's ordinary attack. Headshot woman headshot. Isn't that the most basic ordinary attack? 3 headshots before and after, 12 points of energy, directly killed this Prophet civilization strongman with 65,000 contribution points. Lin Qun landed steadily on his fighter. In fact, even if it later realized that it wanted to evade, it was impossible. It was in midair, without even a shelter. It had no space or room to evade, and could only watch itself being shot in the head, waiting to die. It still wanted to force out Lin Qun's superhuman body, but it was a dream. Even if its combat power was comparable to other civilized creatures with attributes of 500, it was useless. Its physical attributes were twice as good as Lin Qun's physical attributes, and it was killed instantly. At this moment, the settlement information of the global battlefield finally appeared in front of Lin Qun's eyes. Successfully killed the alien civilization life. Gained a civilization contribution point and 50,000 experience points. As another type of civilized creature, the Prophet civilization's experience calculation is obviously different from that of the Bastion people. And this experience is enough for Lin Qun to upgrade another level, directly to level 26. As for the Jinling Command Center and the Lucheng Command Center, they almost didn't understand what happened. Lin Qun and the strong man of the Prophet civilization exchanged positions several times in a dazzled manner, and the strong man of the Prophet civilization died. Moreover, this time he really died. On the list, the name of Chao, a life form of the Prophet civilization, disappeared directly. At this time, Lin Qun in the sky was climbing into Chao's Prophet civilization fighter. When it appeared, it had opened the hatch, and Lin Qun could get in directly now. He did not give up, and wanted to capture this fighter of the Prophet's civilization, to make up for the loss of his Dragon Ball aircraft, and then have a classic scene of using alien fighters to fight aliens in various movies. But as soon as he sat in, he was dumbfounded. The operating console here is completely different from that of humans. It is a screen like water ripples without any buttons. When Lin Qun came in, this water ripple screen began to flash red violently. Then, the hatch above his head suddenly began to close automatically. He couldn't understand this fighter of the Prophet's civilization, but this did not prevent him from making a judgment through such a few simple situations. This fighter of the Prophet's civilization is going to explode. There is no doubt that it also has some kind of identification device similar to that of the Bastions. Lin Qun, a non-Prophet civilization creature, was identified as soon as he came in, and wanted to close the hatch, and exploded directly. But this move is effective for ordinary plane snatchers, but not for Lin Qun. The half-open door was smashed by him from the inside. In the moment before the Prophet fighter exploded, Lin Qun jumped out directly. A loud noise accompanied by a roar. Lin Qun's body was swept away by the airwave and fell rapidly. At this time, the sky was almost completely dark. The bright firelight reflected the boundless land in front of Lin Qun. Complete free fall. Lin Qun tried to open his eyes wide and threw a kunai upward with all his strength. Rely on the flying thunder god technique to slow down. At the same time, he started Mario jump. I don't know if it's because of the high agility attribute. Although Lin Qun was falling rapidly, I don't know why he didn't feel bad. It seemed that he could follow the flow of air and adjust his posture almost instinctively, which bought him a lot of time. Lin Qun was ready to face the impact. He believed that with his ability, landing at 3,000 meters would not be a big problem. Fortunately, at this moment, the remaining Prophet civilization air forces were exchanging fire with the Jinling City Air Force, and no Prophet civilization fighters were at low altitude to intercept Lin Qun. But just as Lin Qun was using all his means to slow down, he saw a gust of wind blowing on the ground under his feet. A small tornado as high as more than 10 meters quickly formed on the ground, and there seemed to be a figure inside, approaching rapidly. Gu Pan's distorted voice sounded in Lin Qun's ears through the communicator. Mr. Lin, the wind control ability person from Jinling City is approaching you. Please be prepared for the impact. Is that really a gifted person? Lin Qun has always listened to others' advice, and had a full meal. Although he could land himself, there was a more reliable method, so there was no need for him to come himself. Jinling City is also a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon, and the gifted person who can roll up a storm of this scale is definitely not an ordinary person, but a real master. Lin Qun fell down with the trend, and the other party was also approaching him. The moment he approached the whirlwind, he clearly felt as if a soft invisible force rose from behind him, silently dragging his body. He was like crashing into a ball of cotton, falling layer by layer, and his speed dropped rapidly. The effect of relieving the impact and inertia was better than what Lin Qun expected. In the end, he landed smoothly and was caught in the arms of a person, landing very smoothly. The only bad thing was that this kind of landing was almost out of Lin Qun's control. He was afraid that his power was too strong and he would break the rhythm of the wind control talent. He did not dare to move and let the other party roll him around. The landing was very stable and he was inevitably a little dizzy. After all, humans are ground creatures. Lin Qun had just flown around in the sky and there was another round of dizziness here. It would be strange if he didn't feel dizzy. Lin Qun was dizzy here. He didn't know if it was an illusion. After being caught in the arms of someone, he felt that the person's arms were also like cotton, soft. The next second, he came back to his senses, looked up, and his expression was suddenly a little embarrassed. The girl who caught him was a girl with a great figure. How could that be the wind that felt like cotton just now? That was real cotton. Lin Qun quickly rolled over from the other person's arms. The other person also took a step back and smiled softly. This was a very beautiful girl, who seemed to be of yearly descent, with an exotic beauty. Her beautiful eyes flashed. You are the number one Lin Qun in the Magic City. Did you kill the strong man of the Prophet civilization with 65,000 contribution points? The ranking list has changed. Although they can hardly observe the situation in the sky from below, it is not difficult. However, at this time, she, like Lin Qun, looked up as soon as she landed. In the sky, the roar of fighters from both sides sounded much smaller on the ground. With the destruction of several fighters of the Prophet's civilization, the strong men sent by the Prophet's civilization were also killed. The remaining fighters of the Prophet's civilization no longer fought. After a round of tilted firepower, they quickly opened up the distance and retreated quickly. Here, the human air force was not catching up. At this time, many people on the ground actually didn't know the result yet. They only saw the air force of the Prophet's civilization withdraw, and then they reacted belatedly. Someone said, "Did we win? Look, Mr. Lin is coming down." Wait, did you notice? The number 1 on the list of the Prophet's civilization with 65,000 contribution points is gone. The number 1 has returned to our Jinling number 1. It was Mr. Lin who succeeded. He killed the strong men of the Prophet's civilization and made them dare not fight again and fled in panic. What, Mr. Lin succeeded? That's our Jinling number 1. Nonsense. I saw that your Jinling number 1 fell down a long time ago. How could you fight in the sky? Why didn't I see it? People talked about it in a flurry, and of course there were small disputes. The battle under the night was dim and swift. On the front battlefield, few people could really see what was happening, so they naturally had to discuss it. However, the emergence of such a discussion was also the result of the victory of the war. They all knew that today's battle seemed to have truly come to an end. Of course, at this moment, the Lucheng Command Center and the Jinling City Command Center are all nervously tracking the fighters of the Prophet's civilization. From their direction, they may be able to determine where the 500-meter class warships of the Prophet's civilization disappeared are, and then make a judgment and predict the actions they may take next. But unfortunately, after these fighters of the Prophet's civilization returned, they did not sail to the original location of the 500-meter class warships of the Prophet's civilization. On the contrary, they all went to the direction of the Magic City. Obviously, they did not want to expose the location of their 500-meter class warships. At this moment, about 3 kilometers away from the location where the 500-meter class warships of the Prophet civilization appeared before, the warships of the Prophet civilization are hiding here, sailing silently, and humans have not discovered its existence at all. It's just that at this moment, the atmosphere in the bridge of the Prophet civilization is depressing and heavy. They didn't expect that they died, and they died so quickly and absurdly. Today I recommend it. Dear readers, please support me. I recommend a brother's book, Heroes of Might and Magic, The Lord of the Yellow Springs Prison, Below the Portal. Introduction. In the Far East, there is an ancient dragon empire, the Zendan dynasty. The Dragon Emperor, Haoshan and the Moon Queen, Gain have 9 children, all of whom are dragon gods. Among them, several dragon gods have combined with mortals to give birth to dragon descendants. For thousands of years, dragon descendants have spread almost all over Zendan. They have become the pioneers in resisting the Nippon bandits, the Inder gods, the demons outside the Great Wall, and the Monkey King. But only those with great talent can perform all kinds of magic and even awaken the body of a true dragon. This is extremely rare, but when the dragon gods collectively go away to pursue the traces of a lost dragon god, Zendan is besieged by many evil gods and demons, and the dragon descendants must take the initiative to stand up. Only by awakening the true dragon bloodline can we defend our country and sweep away the enemies. Chapter 216. Wherever the flag points. In the bridge of the 500-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization. In the dim bridge, the operating console lit up with a dreamy light, and those operating interfaces like water ripples suddenly rose, forming a blurred shadow flowing like a waterfall. In the corner of the shadow of the bridge, one after another Prophet civilization figures stood up. They were between light and darkness, and their appearance was blurred and terrifying. At this time, a figure came forward. It was one of the 2 voices that communicated before. Chao is dead. It is the highest commander in this Prophet civilization warship. But it still looked respectful to the shadow in front of it. Lo Chiangguo, the data of today's battle has been transmitted. The intelligence of the Bakatans is indeed biased. They have evil intentions and want to use us to get rid of their hated enemies, but they also want to use humans to inflict heavy damage on us. But we have obtained more information. This human is more like the child of destiny of human civilization than the human active in the northeast of the Huaxia region. I dare not trouble Lord Evolver. I beg you to take action and kill this person. Facing this Lord Chiang, its voice is no longer cold, on the contrary, respectful and slow. Because Lord Chiang was the second strongest person who landed on the Blue Star battlefield this time. He is second to none, and has more than 900 attributes. He is the closest to the evolver of their civilization on the Blue Star battlefield. And such attributes, in the 3rd level civilization battlefield, that is an invincible strongman. After a moment, Lord Chiang slowly spoke, very good. The information you brought fills in some of our blanks about this human. The highest authority has predicted the final result. I will take action and kill this human indexing. The probability of this result is more than 70%, and he will definitely die. No suspense. I will set off as soon as possible. We have to speed up. The Shengui civilization is about to break through the last line of defense of Kyoto in the Huaxia region. At that time, they will move south. The evil civilization has also mastered the African region and is expanding. We must gain a foothold in the Huaxia region before then. Otherwise, we will be blocked from the mainland. There is no possibility of landing. Hearing this, the commander in the bridge showed a stern expression, slowly stepped back, and said, I understand. Immediately, Lord Chiang did not speak again, and the water waves that made up it twisted and gradually retracted. In the dimly lit bridge, everyone spoke in unison, respectfully and piously. May the Prophet bless us to be invincible. The huge warship of the Prophet civilization, hidden in the darkness, moved forward silently, and no one noticed. At the same time, the battlefield of Zen's Lake. The battle here is coming to an end. The Prophet civilization has temporarily retreated, and the battlefield is in a mess. A large number of wounded soldiers are returning quickly. Some of the remaining people are rescuing various supplies and weapons, and the rest are attacking from all sides to hunt down the insect swarm. This is a precious contribution point, and no one wants to miss this opportunity. In the past, humans were defeated by alien civilizations and harvested, but now it is the other way around. Even if it is not for contribution points, many people are unwilling to let go of this opportunity to vent their anger. Lin Qun is no exception. Not long after landing, he saw the Prophet civilization retreat, received news from the headquarters, and confirmed that the threat seemed to be temporarily lifted, so he joined the large harvesting team without stopping. He was not with Huang Qizheng. The number 1 master engine Ling has also landed smoothly. It was the beautiful wind control girl who caught him just now. She even greeted Lin Qun from a distance, but if they really want to harvest contribution points, the 2 strong men will not act together. That would mean fighting. With so few contribution points, how to divide them? But Lin Qun was also a little curious about Huang Qizheng's talent. His talent seemed ordinary, but it was very fierce. What kind of ability was that? However, that was all a story for later. At this moment, a military off-road vehicle drove over from behind at high speed. The young soldier driving the vehicle looked at Lin Qun nervously. Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Sheng. Please get in the car. Captain Chu asked me to pick you up. I'm the best driver under Captain Chu. I will take you to chase the swarm of insects. Lin Qun's Mark 46 is broken now, and the Dragon Ball aircraft was chopped up by him. He really needs such a car. So he got in the car and set off, moving forward at full speed. Huang Qizheng boarded the drone that came to pick him up from Jinling City from another direction, to chase the swarm of insects in another direction. The girl with the ability to control the wind did not follow him, but went in other directions. To harvest contribution points, the weak are suitable for acting together, but the strong, the more powerful the master, the more difficult it is to act together. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened, and the moonlight is like a waterfall, casting a strange and peaceful silver color on this restless battlefield. The little soldier Chen Sheng's driving skills are really good. He is advancing rapidly, and passing many troops along the way. Lin Qun's eyes passed through the window, and saw the flashing lights on the field outside. The military team was like a pack of wolves hunting sheep, separating in lines, and surrounding the insect swarm on all sides. To harvest the insect swarm. People were very excited. They first defeated the insect swarm, and then repelled the Prophet civilization. This was an unprecedented victory. Lin Qun's name was also completely resounding in the two survivor bases of Magic City and Jinling after this battle. On this battlefield, everyone in the Jinling military knew him. No one dared to question his combat power anymore. There was just some debate about who killed the Prophet civilization. However, the general command was particularly quiet at this time except for dispatching, and it seemed that it was still tracking the Prophet civilization. Although this battle was won, the situation changed again. In the car, before Lin Qun caught up with the swarm of insects, Li Zeng personally connected the communication and said, "Mr. Lin, how are you? I will dispatch the troops of 2 armored battalions to help you drive away the swarm of insects. When the time comes, you just need to focus on harvesting." In front, they were about to see the shadow of the swarm of insects. Lin Qun began to prepare and said, "Have the warships of the Prophet civilization really retreated? What plan does the military have? To be honest, we can't find them. Their technology is hundreds of years ahead of us. If they want to hide, we can't find them at all. But we broke their attacks twice in a row. I think there is no possibility that they will not retreat. We are formulating a plan to counterattack the Prophet civilization." Li Zeng did not hide anything from Lin Qun and told him the whole situation. When Lin Qun heard this, his eyes flashed and he said, "I have a plan." Li Zeng heard this, and his expression on the other side of the command center suddenly became a little strange. He said, "What plan?" Lin Qun's combat power was known to everyone in the Magic City, and Li Zeng was also very familiar with Lin Qun's style of doing things. He had a hunch that Lin Qun's plan must be crazy. Lin Qun looked ahead. In the distance, a large number of insects were running, raising clouds of dust on the ground. In his eyes, they were all fresh contribution points. Unfortunately, the ratio of contestant war insects to clone war insects in the swarm was about 1 to 10. Otherwise, with so many insects, I don't know how many contribution points and card drawing opportunities I could get. At this time, while observing, Lin Qun said, "Give me a group of people, and I will fight back to the Magic City from here." Li Zeng took a breath of cold air when he heard it, and he almost went crazy. "Did I hear it right? Mr. Lin, you want to attack the Magic City battlefield from here?" "That's right. It doesn't matter if we can't find the Prophet civilization that launched weapons of mass destruction. Aren't they fighting with the Shadow civilization on the coastline of the Magic City? I will go there to block them." Lin Qun said, "But I need the support of dark energy recovery potions. The more the better." Lin Qun's unparalleled has lasted for a long time. Now several attributes have reached a certain level. Now it's not a fight, but a loss. Just rush thousands of miles back to the Magic City. Waiting for others to come to the door is passive. He went straight to the door. He was invincible all the way. After passing through, Lin Qun guessed that his basic attributes would be at least 200 or 300 points. With the skills of the headshot girl, etc., who can't fight. Although Lin Qun still didn't understand the means of the Prophet civilization, it didn't matter. Lin Qun's normal attack was something they had to rely on their special moves to take on. He just pushed forward. Listening to Lin Qun's words, Li Zeng suppressed his surprise, calmed down and pondered for a moment, and said, "The Prophet civilization's attack on us this time almost didn't achieve the goal. Their plan must have been messed up. We can catch them off guard by pursuing them now. In addition to the Shadow civilization, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. I have to have a meeting with Jinling. Mr. Lin, you harvest the contribution points first, and we will do our best to assist you." Soon, Li Zeng's connection ended, and Gu Pan became Lin Qun's support again. At this time, Lin Qun had already rushed to the front of the battlefield. The first group of humans who were chasing had already started a battle with the scattered insect swarms around them, with explosions everywhere, lighting up the desolate world under the night sky. In front of Lin Qun, the insect swarm was getting closer and closer. The young soldier Chen Cheng in front was obviously nervous. He was a soldier who had experienced many battles, but he had never experienced the situation in front of him. They were a military vehicle, 2 people, chasing hundreds of alien civilization creatures. This was unimaginable to him before. But now, with Mr. Lin sitting in the back, everything became possible. However, Lin Qun did not take action immediately. He sat in the car and added his points first. After killing the Prophet Civilization clan, his experience soared, and he had reached a high level, which was enough for upgrading. He had no time to upgrade in the previous battle, but now that he had to go into battle, he would upgrade quickly. Add points directly to complete. Name, Lin Qun level 26, 76,750/180,000, strength 154.6 agility, 127.3 constitution, 148.3 stamina, 92.4 over 154.4 right square bracket, dark energy. The 17th of February 175.2 right square bracket running all the way. Lin Qun's Mario's careless constitution blessing has ended, and he has returned to his basic attributes, but his basic attributes are terrifying enough. All attributes are over 100, and his strength is already 154. And Lin Qun's current contribution points are still more than 1,700. Although he has also exchanged a large number of various recovery potions, and has been consuming them, he can't resist the large number of contribution points he has obtained, and he has been in a high state. At this time, Lin Qun was taking drugs quickly. Ahead, the war was raging, and Gu Pan sent a message that the 2 armored units promised by Li Zeng were already approaching this side. They were helping him gather the swarm of insects for harvesting. At this moment, if you can look down from a high altitude perspective, you can see that at this moment on the ground, the 2 armored forces of the military are like wolves driving sheep, surrounding a large number of insect swarms, and behind, a lonely and inconspicuous military vehicle drove in quickly, and then a bright light pierced the sky. That was the flash of the sword of promised victory. Dark energy and energy are enough, and releasing this thing is no different from ordinary attacks for Lin Qun. 1 shot, 1 harvest, net profit of more than 200 contribution points. Lin Qun's total contribution points soared like a rocket, approaching 2,000. Lin Qun kept going, high speed killing, and his contribution points soon exceeded 2,000, and the military also continuously sent dark energy recovery potions. Lin Qun was singing and advancing, and the flash of the curry stick flashed like crazy on the battlefield. These war insects lost their command, and at this moment they only had the instinctive order to retreat. They fled on the battlefield, were chased and killed by humans, and were defeated, with almost no power to resist. In the distance, Ni Wensheng and the bald man from Jinling stood together again without knowing when. The bald man looked at the terrifying curry stick flashing and disappearing in the distance, with a shocked expression and eyes wide open. I surrender, your Yiying is such a ruthless man. Before at Zen's lake, he chopped down the insect nest with 1 sword. I thought it was his long hidden trick, but it turns out that he can just use it casually. Ni Wensheng was very proud, and smiled without saying a word. But what was clearly written on his face was, "See, I told you that our magic city is the best, right?" The same shock also appeared in the hearts of many people, because the light pollution effect of Lin Qun's random placement of curry sticks was too exaggerated, and it could be seen from a long distance, and it was hard not to notice it. The Jinling Command Center was still discussing with Li Zeng the feasibility of turning from Zen's lake to attack Magic City. Li Zeng was somewhat supportive, but the Jinling side was obviously skeptical. An officer Chen from Jinling said, "This is totally unrealistic. Our people have been fighting for so long. Not to mention our loss of personnel and ammunition. Most of these people have reached their limit. If we continue to attack, it is not to fight, but to die. Even if those strong men don't matter, how many strong men are there? We can't gather the living force at all. On a large-scale battlefield, it is useless to have strong men alone. Without basic combat power, the strong men will also be killed by concentrated fire. We all see the strength of the Prophet civilization. Unless Mr. Lin of your demon city can release the attack to destroy the insect nest at will, otherwise it will be to die. I object." As soon as this was said, it was recognized by many people, who felt that this plan was too risky. Yes, Officer Chen is right. Our top combat power is just this little. We have gained an advantage now. We should rest and regroup instead of blindly expanding the results of the battle. That may be counterproductive. But the next moment, Li Zeng reminded, "Ahem, I think it is necessary to remind you that Mr. Lin's attack to destroy the insect nest you mentioned, is really released at will now. The images from the battlefield were transmitted back. Seeing the flashes one after another, everyone in the video conference was silent. Commander Chen was stunned when he saw the images. His mouth opened wide and his jaw almost dropped. Who would have thought that Lin Qun would really launch such a terrifying attack randomly? At this moment, in another corner of the battlefield, Chu Yaowei raised her head and looked at the flashing light at the end of her vision with a faint smile. Around her, there were also corpses of insects. On the battlefield, people were rushing to kill, especially those talented people who already had some strength. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. They naturally had to seize the opportunity. For many people, the opportunity to kill alien civilization creatures and harvest contribution points crazily was something they could never dream of. Even in the entire Blue Star, there might not be many waves of humans who could do this. Therefore, at this moment, on the contribution point ranking list in the Zen's Lake area, the contribution points of a large number of humans kept changing. Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng were in the front, and their contribution points increased by tens or hundreds, which made the people behind them drool. The contribution points of the people behind them also soared, and the rankings kept changing. A big harvest. Everyone was gaining contribution points. On the other side, Lin Qun had already started chasing the burrowing worms and killing them. Among those ordinary war bugs, there are a lot of cloned war bugs that do not provide experience and contribution points, but he found that those burrowing worms are not cloned. They are all contestant war bugs, each of which is a contribution point. The ground soil is surging, and an incredible scene emerges on the battlefield. A group of burrowing worms are digging and running wildly, raising smoke and dust, and they are madly running for their lives. What is chasing them is actually a lonely human military vehicle. A figure stands on it, the wind is dancing wildly, and wherever the sword passes, a burrowing worm will be killed. Lin Qun's total contribution points have exceeded 2,500. Experience is also growing wildly. The number of contribution points he has on the leaderboard, there are almost 20,000 of them, and they are rapidly catching up with Huang Qizheng in front of them. Although Huang Qizheng is also very powerful, he does not have as many killing methods as Lin Qun. When it comes to slaughtering the insect swarm, his efficiency and gains are naturally not as high as Lin Qun. In the distance, the Taku people have begun to retreat, but Tatan is still unwilling to give up. The reconnaissance plane that he bought with a lot of contribution points has not left, but hovered in the air in an optical invisible state, watching the humans killing at this moment, especially Lin Qun crisscrossing the battlefield, and the flashes of the sword of pledge of victory. His face was so pale that he couldn't bear it at all, and he urged again and again, "The whole army retreat. The whole army retreat. Quick, let's run as far as we can. Damn, this group of humans is too cruel." With the power displayed by Lin Qun, with one sword, wouldn't it be possible for him to cut down half of his small army of Taku people? Tatan never dreamed of such a result. Now he can only flee in panic, running as far as he can. But he thought with the spirit of RQ, he was still lucky. At least they had not been fighting to the death with humans, and they were not completely wiped out, right? Look at the miserable state of the swarm of insects. Tatan was a little dazed. He didn't know whether the swarm of insects were indigenous or humans were indigenous. How could the indigenous people chase the contestants and kill them? This was unheard of in Tatan's limited knowledge of civilized battlefields. But it made it determined to escape. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The farther away from humans, the better. It and its civilization are not strong. They have never thought about competing for the victory of the civilization war. They only want to surrender after getting some contribution points. How can they be willing to risk their lives here? Of course, they will run as far as they can, and the previous bad temper is gone now. They can only be thankful. This siege of contribution points lasted for more than 2 hours, but a large number of insect swarms still scattered and escaped. One reason was that the human military was short of manpower to intercept them, and the other was that the insect swarms successfully retreated in large numbers due to the delay in the battle with the Prophet civilization. When humans chased and killed them, it was already too late. At this time, the remaining human troops gathered outside Zen's Lake. The wounded had already embarked on the return journey and would be sent back to Jinling and Modu for treatment, while the remaining troops gathered here. A short rest. Lin Qun was the focus of attention and the center of attention. Lin Qun did not mean to show off, and he was not that kind of person. It was just that the military vehicle passed by, and he did not know if it was an illusion. He seemed to feel a dark gaze in the crowd, looking at him coldly. When he looked over, there was nothing. He returned to his team all the way. The whole Wushang state was not closed. At this moment, Lin Qun's team had regrouped, but the number of people had dropped sharply, from more than 8,000 to less than 3,000. In the previous battles, they had been following Lin Qun and rushing to the front. The losses were not small. When the main gun of the Prophet civilization landed, they were in a relatively forward position. Many people were injured or died. Now these people are also normal. Looking at this scene, Lin Qun also had some complicated feelings. His eyes swept across the crowd and saw Chu Yaowei. The woman stood in the corner, tall and bright, with battle stains on her body, reflecting her heroic appearance. But she seemed to be injured. One leg was bleeding, and she had to rely on others to help her stand. Lin Qun instinctively thought of her during the previous great destruction. He wanted to say something. At this moment, the news from above came at this moment. After discussion, the Jinling General Command and the Lucheng General Command decided to support Lin Qun's plan and send elite troops to attack the battlefield on the coastline of the Magic City. Tooth for tooth, blood for blood to the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun listened to the news, took a deep breath, and went up to a high place to announce the information to everyone, saying, "Let's not talk nonsense. I know that everyone has been fighting for a long time and is exhausted. Therefore, this time, everyone is willing to fight. Moreover, I only want strong people. Those below level 6 are not allowed to fight. Anyone who wants to follow me to attack the Magic City, please stand out." Lin Qun stood at a high place with a stern look. The crowd below looked at each other, and after a moment, Li Ji was the first to stand up. Then came Ni Wensheng, Liuiui, Zhao Lianshan, one after another, with their chests straightened, strode out. At this moment, it was not only here, but also in the military team. Whether it was the military of Jinling City or the military of Lucheng, there were calls everywhere. Officers such as Captain Chu stood up one after another, initiated mobilization, and formed troops. Some embarrassed soldiers looked at each other, and finally, one by one, they held their heads high and strode out, without regrets, wanting to join the war. At this moment, the silver moon was hanging high in the sky, and the flames on the battlefield behind were not completely extinguished. Standing on the high ground, the forest group saw the soldiers coming out one after another below. Under the reflection of the fire, and in the fierce wind, they were like a flying flag. Wherever the flag pointed, the sword pointed to the demon city. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. 3 consecutive draws. Mark 15. A no suit. The vehicle was shaking. Chu Yaowei, who was sitting in the back seat, tilted her head and looked into the distance. A smaller group of 1,500 people were being separated from the large group she was in, heading towards the Magic City. That was the team led by Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng. They would head towards the Magic City to block the Prophet civilization from the Magic City coastline. There, they could borrow the power of the Shadow civilization. Their numbers were not large, but they were all elites among elites. But Chu Yaowei did not stand up. She was injured, with a penetrating wound on her right leg. Even though her level and physical attributes were not low, it would take at least 2 days to recover from such an injury. She was unable to participate in the battle, and would only be a burden if she went. As one of the few top human masters on the battlefield, she also received the best treatment. Her injuries had been treated at this time, and she also had a special car. But beside her, a slightly cold voice sounded, "If you don't help me, you can go. This battle is also very important." Chu Yaowei turned her head and looked at the person in the shadow beside her and shook her head. "I'm tired. I'm not as good at fighting as Lin Qun. I need to rest. Besides, I believe him." According to Chu Yaowei's personality, she would go with Lin Qun. Because this battle is equally important. She worked hard to reach the point where she is today, just to control her own life and death, instead of hiding in the survivor base, trembling and listening to the gunfire and roar outside, praying and relying on the efforts of others to survive. And in that shadow, there was also a slender figure sitting. She turned her head, her eyes reflecting the lights outside, appearing to be shining. She is King. However, her body is no longer short. On the contrary, she has become tall again, wearing a tattered heavy windbreaker. Through those gaps, with the help of the light and shadow scattered in the backseat of the car, it can be vaguely seen that there is another human-like steel body inside. Although it was also very broken, and even looked cheap compared to Du and Xianqi's equipment, it was much better than before. The two beautiful women's eyes met, and finally they smiled and stopped talking. Chu Yaowei continued to look out the window, thinking of the previous things for no reason. It was about half an hour ago, the strangulation of the insect swarm had just ended, and the recruitment of personnel for the Battle of the Magic City had just been completed. Many people surrounded Lin Qun, but Lin Qun almost ignored everyone, and only ran over to say to her, "I reversed it all." This was a response to that sentence at that time. But Chu Yaowei was very confused about this, and still didn't know what it meant. Looking at the convoy gradually going away outside the window, she thought to herself that the answer to this question might take some time to know. The road was a little rugged, the vehicle was shaking slightly, and the light was flickering, making people drowsy. In silence, the main military forces from the two survivor bases gradually separated and returned to their own cities. For these people, this war has ended. They have won and defeated the insect swarm, and after the joys of faint fatigue, they should go home. On one side of them, a team of 1,500 people was leaving the convoy at high speed and heading into the distance. Their goal was the direction of the Magic City. According to the situation in Lin Qun, although a warship of the Prophet civilization appeared in the Zen's Lake area, its battle with the Shadow civilization on the coastline of the Magic City was still going on. Two nuclear fusion suns were eye-catching in the grey-black fog, and the grey-black fog had been violently surging. The battle was going on. They started a war on two fronts. Of course, seeing that humans were about to solve the swarm, they had no choice but to start a war on two fronts. That would be sitting and waiting to die. It would take about an hour and a half to get from Zen's Lake to the Magic City before the global battlefield opened. But now that many roads were damaged, and there were a lot of uncertainties, it would take at least 2.5 hours to reach the Magic City area. During this period, Lin Qun would provide Lin Qun's troops with a material supply. They were expected to arrive in the Magic City area to participate in the war in 3 hours. By then, it would be the second half of the night, and this time was just right for the soldiers to rest. Lin Qun was resting at the moment. He did not change cars, and Shen drove again. Along the way, Lin Qun felt that this young soldier's driving skills were really good. Huang Qisheng even wanted to get on Lin Qun's car and shouted that he wanted to have a few drinks with him, but was verbally rejected by Lin Qun. He was not familiar with Huang Qisheng, but Huang Qisheng's desperate dive before the time reversal left a good impression on Lin Qun. Of course, Huang Qisheng himself didn't know about this, but this guy, Lin Qun, was really a little overwhelmed. Lin Qun finally understood what Du and Xianqi had said before. Thinking of Du and Xianqi, Lin Qun met him before setting off. As one of the best masters in Jinling City and a war maniac, Du and Xianqi was going to come. When he saw Lin Qun, his attitude was very different from before. Casual is still relatively casual, but there is a little more respect. Lin Qun's strength has won his respect. Then, he solemnly expressed to Lin Qun, "When we return from this battle, you can compete with me." Lin Qun did not comment on this. He said, "Then you have to be careful. I'm afraid I will beat you to death." And this, of course, is all later. Lin Qun retreated from the battlefield and did not see many people except Chu Yaowei, Du and Xianqi, etc. He glanced at Li Ji, confirmed his situation, and returned to his car. First, because time is tight, if they want to rush, they have to get on the road as soon as possible, because the Prophet civilization is obviously monitoring the movements of humans, and humans will never be able to hide their troops. In this case, their speed is fast. If they want to attack others openly and make them unable to react, they naturally have to attack quickly. Second, Lin Qun also wants to take a break. He had been fighting for too long, and stopping activities would also help him recover his energy. He had mastered the art of concentration and the art of controlling swords had already reached the first level. In addition, the values of his attributes were already very high. As long as he was not in a combat state, the recovery speed was very fast. However, the recovery of dark energy was slower, because Lin Qun had to deduct dark energy every minute to maintain his unparalleled state, and he still needed to take drugs to maintain it. However, Li Zeng was also continuously supplying him with dark energy recovery potions to maintain this state. This was also one of the great supports that the military could give to Lin Qun. Going forward in this way, when he arrived at the grey black fog area of the magic city, Lin Qun's basic attributes should be able to break 100. This was to prepare for the battle with the Prophet civilization. Although their plan was to kill the Prophet civilization together with the Shadow civilization, they were all alien civilizations and had no alliance. Lin Qun and his team judged that if they went there, it would probably be a three-way melee, and the Shadow civilization would also have to face it. Lin Qun also had some feelings. It seems that he has just left the magic city for a short time, and now he is going back to fight again. No one knows what the outcome of this battle will be, but the Jinling General Command and the Lucheng General Command have given 3 expected goals. The best expected result is to repel the Shadow Civilization and the Prophet Civilization, and let them leave the Huaxia region and the Magic City. This is the best situation. The second best goal is to repel the Prophet Civilization and let them roll back to the Pacific Ocean. Even if they are very strong in the Pacific Ocean, they will not pose too much threat to humans on land due to the limited distance. The Shadow Civilization is still in the Magic City, and it is acceptable to maintain the previous status quo. The worst goal is to thwart the Prophet Civilization, create a situation of confrontation between humans, Shadow Civilization, and Prophet Civilization in the Magic City area, delay the progress of the Prophet Civilization, and buy time for the development of Lucheng, Jinling City, Lin Qun and other strong people. Of course, there is also the situation of total failure. All this information was collected by the military. Gu Pan communicated with Lin Qun through the intercom, and told him about the next situation, possible trends, etc. Apart from other things, the command center was very professional in this regard. They thought of almost all possibilities in a short time, and proposed some response plans for Lin Qun. Gu Pan was also very professional, and conveyed it very comprehensively. She even answered some questions that Lin Qun might not know, but it was a bit boring. Lin Qun was tired after a long battle and felt drowsy, but Lin Qun couldn't sleep. There was a prerequisite for his Washang state to continue, that is, he had to stay awake. Once he fell asleep or fainted, the Washang state would be closed by himself, and the attribute bonus for such a long time would be wasted. This was also normal. Washang is a battle state. If people are asleep, what is Washang? Zhang Fei, who fell asleep with his eyes open, couldn't be Washang in his sleep. Lin Qun could only force himself to be alert and yawned. But there was still one thing in the information brought by Gu Pan that made Lin Qun particularly concerned. That is the evolve mentioned by the Prophet Civilization. It is proud of it, and even wants to scare Lin Qun with it, but Lin Qun actually doesn't even know what it is. The Magic City knows nothing about this, but there is news from Jinling that they have some information about the evolvers, but unfortunately it is very little. Gu Pan said, the intelligence from Jinling points to that the evolvers represent contestants with all attributes exceeding 1000. Is there only this sentence? Yes, Mr. Lin, only this sentence. After all, we are natives. We don't know a lot of information about the global battlefield at all, and we lack channels. It's a coincidence that Jinling knows this. There are no more. Lin Qun frowned. All attributes exceeding 1000. This is difficult for the weak, but for the strong. Even if he is willing to contribute points, he can also rely on Washang to accumulate more than 1000 attributes. Is there anything else that humans have not mastered? Will there be any new changes when the attributes exceed 1000? Lin Qun suddenly thought that the Superman transformation had all attributes of 999, which was just below 1000. Lin Qun had not thought about this too much before, but now it seems that something is wrong. Lin Qun frowned, and a trace of contemplation rose in his sleepiness. Chen Sheng in front of him was always very energetic. He was a warrior from the Magic City. He watched Lin Qun grow up all the way. He admired and respected Lin Qun from the bottom of his heart for his amazing achievements in battles, time and time again. At this time, he felt very honored and happy to drive Lin Qun. He didn't feel tired at all and was full of energy. In fact, he wanted to talk to Lin Qun very much. The legendary figure was sitting behind him. Who wouldn't want to say a few words? No matter what he said, he was very happy to be able to talk. Especially a warrior like him. He didn't worship any star boy group or girl group, but only worshipped people with strength and ability. In his mind, Lin Qun, who killed alien civilization creatures indiscriminately and defeated the Bakatans, Shadow Civilization and Prophet Civilization in a row, was such a person. He was a big star in his mind. This was someone who was truly worthy of his respect. But he was afraid of disturbing Lin Qun's rest. He was nervous and entangled. He opened his mouth carefully several times, but he didn't dare to talk in the end. However, they had just moved forward for a short time when a small episode occurred. Under the night, there was a faint howling sound in the distant sky. After verification, it was a group of creatures from the Fire Dragon civilization. They seemed to be observing on the edge, secretly observing the war between the human parties. Their situation in the areas around Jinling and Lucheng was worse than that of the Taku people. They were sparsely populated and could not beat anyone. At most, they just looked at them. But at this time, they walked too slowly and were discovered by humans. Duanshai and Qi took the initiative to volunteer and directly cooperated with the mechanized troops to open fire. Although they had been fighting together for a while, the battle with the swarm was tense and fast-paced. Lin Qun had not paid much attention to this cyber-transformed master from Jinling. He found that this guy was still very fierce. The device on his body opened up and directly fired a row of macro missiles, shooting down 2 Fire Dragon civilization creatures in the air. Duanshai and Qi also received a lot of envious eyes. At the back of the motorcade, Ni Wensheng had already called the bald man from Jinling his brother. At this time, he said, "Your Jinling Duanshai and Qi has some skills, but he is not good enough. He is not as good as our Mr. Lin. There are actually many masters in Jinling City." Lin Qun later learned that the beautiful woman with the western style wind control who caught them was named Adaranti, and she was actually a level 12 strongman. She was a famous cold beauty in Jinling. Her storm could catch people and could also blow away and shatter alien civilization creatures directly, which was extremely terrifying. She also followed in the car at the back. In another car, Huang Qizheng was the only one who didn't pay attention to the situation outside. He was being watched at the moment, and he felt uncomfortable all over. The one watching him was still a beautiful woman, wearing a leather jacket and having a hot body. She was a military commissioner named Tongxin. She used to be from the Jinling Federal Security Bureau. She was beautiful and ruthless. She was also a master, but her task now was not to fight, but to keep an eye on Huang Qizheng and prevent him from drinking too much. This is what the higher-ups in Jinling meant. They were afraid that Huang Qizheng, the drunkard, would get drunk and mess around on the battlefield. This has happened before. In fact, this was not the first time that Tongxin had watched Huang Qizheng. Others were distressed to watch the number 1 in Jinling drinking. After all, he was the number 1 in Jinling, so who could really keep an eye on him? But she had her own way. Before the convoy started, she got in the car and said, "Brother Zheng, I know I can't keep an eye on you. You can drink a little, but don't drink too much. You know, it's not easy for me either. If I can't keep an eye on you, not only will I be scolded, but I may not be able to move up in the future." Forcing Huang Qizheng to watch was useless, but complaining was useful. Huang Qizheng behaved himself and didn't drink much along the way. A bottle of 100 milliliters took him more than half an hour to drink. Everything was fine. Huang Qizheng only sighed and said, "You said they don't know what they are thinking. They let you, such a beautiful woman, come to see me. Isn't this a waste of talent? They've wasted their time on me." Tongxin smiled and shook her head. "You are the number 1 in Jinling. 10 of me are not as important as you on the battlefield. The higher-ups asked you to drink less to protect you. If you die, it will be your loss and the loss of mankind. Although Huang Qisheng is the number one in Jinling and the pride of many Jinling people, his situation is different from Lin Qun. Many people in Jinling have only heard of him but never seen him, let alone what he looks like. But most people who have had contact with him, especially those who have had brief contact with him, feel that he is seriously inconsistent with their imaginations and even feel a little disgusted. Because he looks very sloppy, his clothes are messy, he smells of alcohol, and his speech and behavior are also very rough. He is totally incompatible with the number one in Jinling, especially his love of drinking regardless of the occasion, which is simply incomprehensible to many people. Before the global battlefield was opened, this would be a person who fell on the side of the road and no one cared. But Tongzin probably knew something about Huang Qisheng, and she had more contact with Huang Qisheng, so she knew very well that this person was not a bad person. Moreover, the talent of the global battlefield is given by combining people's abilities, experiences and other conditions. How can a really unbearable person obtain the talent and ability to support him to become the strongest person in Jinling City? Huang Qisheng lay there, tightened his clothes, smacked his lips, and probably didn't know what to say at this time, how to respond to Tongzin's words. After thinking about it, he simply took out another bottle of wine from his arms. Would you like a sip? This bottle is new. I haven't drunk it. It was still a small alloy wine pot. Perhaps it was also the recovery medicinal wine exchanged from the contribution point mall with contribution points. This thing is 100 milliliters in a bottle, and the practicality and cost performance are very low. Most people can't afford it. I can't. Tongzin smiled and shook his head. Close your eyes and rest. Huang Qisheng took it back silently. The carriage was shaking. Duan Shai and Qi killed the creatures of the fire dragon civilization outside, which made quite a commotion. However, the two people in the carriage didn't care much. After a while, Huang Qisheng said, "You said I went to drink with Lin Qun, but he ignored me. Is he annoyed with me too?" Tongzin didn't expect Huang Qisheng to ask this question. She opened her eyes and said with some surprise, Why did you ask this? You don't care whether others pay attention to you or not." Huang Qisheng didn't respond immediately. After listening to Tongzin's question, he seemed to suddenly think of something and was silent for a long time before speaking. "Nothing. I just think he has a good temper. Although he doesn't seem to be the same kind of person as me." Huang Qisheng unscrewed the lid and seemed to want to drink it in one gulp, but he glanced at Tongzin and finally took a sip. "I'm not familiar with Lin Qun, but I see that people in Shanghai respect him very much. I think such people won't be bothered by you just because of how you look." Tongzin said, "Maybe we can wait until the battle is over." Huang Qisheng seemed to be somewhat satisfied with this answer and smiled. "What you said makes sense. He looks like a serious person. Guess who I thought of when I saw him? Hey, why are we talking about this?" He stopped talking here. He didn't say anything else. In another car, Lin Qun sneezed inexplicably. He looked around blankly and became much more sober. At this time, Gu Pan finally said almost everything and finally said, "Mr. Lin, these are the necessary information available. If you need to confirm anything, you can ask me to repeat it at any time. I'm always here. You should also have a good rest. If there is anything else, I will call you at any time." After Gu Pan finished speaking, Lin Qun finally became energetic. He almost jumped up and shouted, "Great." Of course, although Lin Qun was drowsy, he still listened to Gu Pan's words and would not make mistakes. He was excited because the matter here was finally over and he could draw cards. At this moment, Lin Qun's total contribution points reached 2733 points. If all the 3-level card pools were used to draw cards, he could draw cards 5 times. But Lin Qun's plan was draw cards 3 times and use the remaining contribution points to upgrade skills. Drawing new powerful cards is important, but upgrading existing skills is also important. The former is infinite possibilities, and the latter is a stable improvement. Both are very important. Lin Qun has made plans and is ready to continue upgrading the skills of the headshot girl. Of course, let's draw cards first. Lin Qun, as always, set up a formation first, and the unknown fairy quickly cast a glance. Extreme good luck. Lin Qun rubbed his hands, but Chen Cheng in front looked a little strange. Why is his own supermaster still talking nonsense? He felt as if he had seen another incredible side of the legendary figure. But Chen Sheng didn't say anything. Who doesn't have some little habits these days? He understood very well and respected Lin Qun as always. Lin Qun didn't care so much. Anyway, others didn't know what he was doing. With good luck in hand, he started to draw cards quickly. The first card was a B-level card. Name: 3 Dahuandan. Type: item card grade B. Description: use this card to obtain 3 Dahuandan, which contain powerful medicinal power. After taking it and consuming a little dark energy to dissolve it, you can recover from injuries within 3 minutes. The effects of broken limbs cannot be restored, and restore the dark energy and energy attributes to full amount. Special note: as long as the soul is not scattered, a Dahuandan can be resurrected after taking it. Wait, what if I don't have dark energy? Is it materialized? Dahuandan. Lin Qun was surprised when he saw the effect. This pill is really powerful. It can be called a resurrection technique before death. As long as there is still a breath and the body is not broken, it can be restored, and it can also restore all dark energy and energy to full amount. Of course, it also has limitations. For example, it requires a little dark energy to use, which is nothing to Lin Qun. 3 minutes is a bit long, but it is also necessary. It always takes time to recover from injuries. 3 Dahuandan means 3 chances to reach full status on the battlefield. Lin Qun put this card away and looked at the second card. At this time, the second card also slowly emerged. This is also an item card. Name: Mark 15 Nano suit. Type: item card grade B level. Description: this suit is the 50th set of the series of armor created by Tony Stark. It is an inner particle structure. It can be retracted into the storage under normal conditions. It can be activated instantly when used to cover the whole body according to the user's situation. This suit can be converted into long shields, round shields, nano shark cannons, large pulse electromagnetic hand cannons, tail wings, nano long swords, foot hammers, nano broadswords, small hand hammers, large hand hammers, 4 corner foot buckles, gloves and other weapons according to combat needs. It is also equipped with basic weapons such as missiles, Parmark pulse cannons, and shells. The suit can also be transformed into auxiliary equipment such as thrusters, shields, and absorption devices. In addition, the armor itself also stores a small amount of nanoparticles, which can be repaired to a certain extent when the suit is damaged. The theoretical upper speed of this suit is 8,000 meters per second, and it has the ability to survive in the space environment for a short time. Special note: hey, why is Friday gone? Maybe it is another card. Is it materialized? This card is an upgraded version of Mark 46, the Mark 50 nano armor that shines in the final battle of the Marvel movie Avengers. Chapter 218, Revenge Demon Transformation Card. The Mark 50 suit is nano equipment. Although the suit of Iron Man in Avengers 4 is only a few versions different from the Mark 46, its technology and capabilities far exceed the previous Mark 46. Its nanostructure can simulate a variety of forms, suitable for a variety of battlefield forms, and is extremely concealed at ordinary times, and can be worn with one click. Moreover, this is a suit that can shuttle in the universe. Of course, it can't shuttle in the universe for a long time. After all, without a continuous supply of oxygen, gods are useless. With this suit, Lin Qun's shortcomings in flying can be made up again, allowing him to travel rapidly in the sky. There will be no embarrassing situation in air combat like before. Moreover, the performance of this armor itself is far beyond that of ordinary fighters. At this time, the third card has also emerged. I saw that on this card, there was a terrifying figure painted, with flames burning all over his body, like an angry fire spirit. It was terrifying at first sight. This is name: Vengeance Demon Transformation Card. Type: Skill Card. Description: use this card to obtain the ability of the 3rd generation Vengeance Demon Chato Santana from the DC world, the Vengeance Demon, and obtain the ability of the Vengeance Demon to release the Hellfire. This is a transformation skill card. The card of the Vengeance Demon in the DC world. Lin Qun didn't have a deep impression of this character. He only vaguely remembered that Chato Santana seemed to be a third-generation demon and a member of the Suicide Squad. In the movie, he was covered with tattoos and looked very scary, but his ability was a gift from the vengeful spirit. Therefore, the flames of Amidst are the terrifying hellfire. However, people with this ability can only use the hellfire to deal with bad guys. If they face good people, the ability of the hellfire will be invalid. This seems to be because the evil spirits that provide the power of the vengeance demon will make judgments. They are only willing to punish the villains, so they use their own abilities to distinguish and judge, and will not provide power when facing good people. Despite this, his ability is definitely one of the most terrifying abilities. At this time, Lin Qun's 3 rounds of card drawing had also ended. 3 cards lay quietly in Lin Qun's palm. In his hand, Chen Sheng in front of him could not see it. He was not in a hurry to exchange the 2 item cards, because they were things that could be exchanged and used at any time, and they would be in time, whenever they were manifested. However, Lin Qun immediately chose to use the transformation card of the Revenge Demon. He could not show the power of the Revenge Demon in the car, but he could turn this card into a skill first, and see its specific parameters. The card glowed faintly and disappeared, and a new skill appeared below Lin Qun's personal panel. It was the Revenge Demon Transformation skill. Skill Revenge Demon Transformation card. Skill level 1. Use this skill to activate the continuous energy storage transformation state that lasts for 5 minutes, and you can choose to activate the final demon state in the 4th minute. After the Revenge Demon transforms, its hellfire cannot be used on the good people of this civilization, but is effective on the villains, and is 100% effective on the life of alien civilizations. This transformation state does not affect the release of other skills, except for abilities that conflict with hellfire. Cooling time: 24 hours. Final demon form. When you enter this state, you will transform into a terrifying flame evil spirit that is 1.5 times your original height. Obtain the body of an evil spirit, be surrounded by flames, and gain 20 points of strength bonus, 20 points of constitution bonus, and 20 points of dark energy bonus. Special note: this is the power given to you by the Vengeance Demon. When you activate this skill, 10 points of energy will be deducted every minute, and you must ensure that the energy attribute is maintained at a higher level. Otherwise, you may lose consciousness or be controlled by the Vengeance Demon. Lin Qun looked at this description, his pupils contracted, and he was very excited. This set of transformations is nothing to exaggerate. It is okay to use only the Hellfire for normal transformation, but once you transform into the final demon form, the attribute Blessing alone is very powerful, with strength, constitution, and arc energy all increased by 20 points. Moreover, unlike the Superman transformation, other skills can be used when using the Vengeance Demon transformation. That is to say, these attribute bonuses can be used in conjunction with other abilities, such as cooperating with the skills of the Headshot Girl, Mario's power, etc. However, when Lin Qun thought of this, he had an idea. What if it is combined with the transformation of the Colossal Titan? Wouldn't it be directly transformed into the Vengeance Flame Colossal Titan? If the Colossal Titan increases its height by 1.5 times, it is a terrifying picture just to imagine, and it can be called the giant version of Godzilla. If it succeeds, it will be a destructive force. The most powerful part of this card is the final demon form transformation. However, it also inherits some side effects from the original skills of the DC world. For example, the power of this Vengeance Demon is essentially borrowed from the evil spirit, and it will indeed be controlled, as well as its impact on the spirit. After so long, Lin Qun has long realized that energy is not a simple panel attribute, it is a feedback of life state and mental state. Therefore, the side effect of the transformation of the Vengeance Demon is directly materialized on the panel as a deduction of 10 points of energy per minute. Once it is lower than a certain value, Lin Qun is likely to be controlled by the evil spirit. In addition, it is set to only work on evil people. That's fine. It has almost no effect on Lin Qun, because this ability of his is mainly used to deal with alien civilization creatures. And this skill itself is also effective against all alien civilization creatures. To humans, those alien civilizations are all damned people who are unforgivable. Hellfire, burn them all. Lin Qun exhaled slowly. As the card pool level increases, the cards he draws become more and more powerful. Each card can bring a huge improvement. These 3 cards are undoubtedly very important for Lin Qun to improve his combat power. Mark 50. Directly master the power of Iron Man. Vengeance Demon. Hellfire. Burn everything. Lin Qun thought of this and blinked. He found that he now seemed to have Marvel in one hand and DC in the other, and had some abilities from the 2 great American comic universes. They are different and very powerful. However, Lin Qun was a little eager to try, because he didn't know when he could draw the real Superman transformation card. The Superman transformation card would probably be a card from the A level or even S level card pool. Lin Qun believed that day would come sooner or later. The convoy was still moving forward, and Lin Qun didn't waste much time drawing cards. He sat in the back very quietly. Chen Cheng in front of him respected him very much, so he would not disturb him, and concentrated on driving. Seeing that there was still time, Lin Qun shifted his attention at this time, and prepared to use up the remaining contribution points. He had a total of 2,700 contribution points. He just drew a card and consumed 1,500 points. Now he still has a full 1,200 points. Lin Qun's eyes slowly swept over his current skills. At this moment, he was no longer the same as he was at the beginning. At that time, his skill column was empty, with only 1 skill of Headshot Girl, but now, his skill column can't fit a page. Headshot Girl, Mario Jump, Mario Strength, Mario Carelessness, Revenge Demon Transformation, Unparalleled Skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, Sword Control, Shining Fruit Ability, Armored Titan Transformation, Beast Titan Transformation, Super Large Titan Transformation. Others only have 1 talent, but each of Lin Qun's skills can be called a talent. However, with so many skills, Lin Qun was a little confused. Which one should be upgraded? There were too many skills to upgrade. Those that were used less were obviously not the direction that Lin Qun considered upgrading. Moreover, although these 1,200 contribution points were many, they could not be used up. The war was imminent, and Lin Qun's current skills were very consuming. Although the military could provide various recovery potions, the battlefield was changing rapidly and there would always be times when he could not take care of them. Lin Qun still had to save his contribution points for himself to be prepared. With the help of the military, Lin Qun himself had actually saved a lot of contribution points. Otherwise, in a war, the contribution points harvested were many, and the consumption was also great, especially the release of the curry stick, which required 300 dark energy at a time. It would be good if he could have 2,000 contribution points left. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Lin Qun made a decision to upgrade only 1 skill, that is, the headshot female ability. The last time he upgraded, Lin Qun's headshot female ability had already reached level 4. From level 3 to level 4, it took a full 400 contribution points. From level 4 to level 5, it is even more exaggerated, requiring a full 800 contribution points. To upgrade this skill, Lin Qun only has 400 left out of the 1,200. But, this skill has already been upgraded to this point, and Lin Qun is still ready to upgrade. Although the Headshot Girl skill is Lin Qun's first round of card drawing talent, the basic ability is not particularly strong, and there is a short combing in distance, but its growth potential is very terrifying. The higher the basic physical attribute, the more terrifying the benefit of this skill. No matter who you are, even if your physical fitness is twice that of mine, I will still give you a headshot. Moreover, it only consumes 2 points of energy. Such consumption and such benefits can be called a magical skill. It is not very meaningful to those weak alien civilization creatures. Without group damage, it is naturally not as useful as Lin Qun's other skills, but for alien civilization strongmen, it is the most useful. Ordinary attacks can kill them. Is there any more powerful means than this? Now, Lin Qun's physical attributes are getting higher and higher. It was just relying on this skill to kill the strong man of the Prophet's civilization, but it once again exposed its shortcomings. That is, the distance is still too short. Therefore, Lin Qun decided to upgrade the skill of Headshot Girl again. Make the skill exquisite. 800 contribution points were deducted directly. The skill was upgraded instantly. The panel data changed again. Skills, bang skill level, level 5, within a radius of 400 meters with itself as the center. Look at the target and use this skill to destroy any part of the carbon-based life body. This skill has reached level 5. Derivative function, can carry out fixed point blasting of objects with a volume of 35 cubic centimeters. Currently, the upper limit of the target's physical fitness that can be directly blasted. 336. When using this skill on an enemy with a physical fitness exceeding this value, the effect will decrease. Note, this skill will provide you with a 5-point physical fitness bonus and an 8-point energy bonus. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. At level 4, the killing radius of the headshot girl skill is 200 meters with itself as the center. Previously, the maximum increase was about 100 meters after upgrading to level 1. But this time, the 800 contribution points upgraded to level 5, but it doubled directly. The radius of 200 meters directly became 400 meters. 400 meters, this is more than enough. 400 meters, just one look, whoever you stare at will die. Moreover, with the increase of Lin Qun's physique, his visual ability has also continued to improve. He can see clearly at a distance of 400 meters, and there will be no situation where he can't see the target clearly and blow up the wrong target. Indeed, 400 meters is a long distance for humans, but this does not affect Lin Qun's use. However, thinking of this, Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered. If this is upgraded again, the distance will be farther and farther, and he may really have to look at people through the sniper scope. At that time, it will really be 1,000 miles away. You will die if you look at you, killing people invisibly, but the risk is extremely low. As the distance increases, this skill becomes more and more terrifying. Newman's ability in the Black Road Patrol is definitely not up to his current level and distance. This distance is something Newman can never reach. Lin Qun realized that he could not only obtain these skills by drawing cards, but also with the improvement of skills and the mixed use of cards. The power and growth that could be displayed might even exceed the limits of the users of these abilities. This was a real cheat. With so many people's abilities, which one was not a powerful golden finger, but now, all of them were gathered in one person, so naturally there was an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Moreover, the derivative function under level 5 could already blast 35 cubic centimeters of things. The physical bonus was 1 point more, and the energy was 2 points more. And now, with the high bonus of Lin Qun's unparalleled state, the target's physical fitness that could be headshot by the headshot female skill had reached an astonishing 336. Lin Qun estimated that, if he faced the creature of the Prophet civilization again at this time, he would not need 2 glances, and he could stare to death with 1 glance. In the global battlefield, there were not many alien civilizations that could reach this value. Lin Qun upgraded repeatedly and silently improved. Before he arrived at the battlefield on the coastline of the Magic City, to confront the Shadow Civilization and the Prophet Civilization, his combat power had quietly improved to another level. The convoy moved forward and slowly stopped in front. The supplies sent by Lucheng arrived. There were hot meals in this batch of supplies. Although they were simpler than before the global battlefield was opened, they made many people shed tears. Now, such simple meals are a luxury for many people. The military also brought real flags. One by one, the flags were distributed in the convoy, on the military vehicles, and unfolded in the wind in the convoy. One of the people in charge of transporting supplies was Wang Han, an old acquaintance of Lin Qun. He stood beside Lin Qun, looking at the unfolded flags, and said, "This is what Command Li Zeng meant. He said that they should let them see us. This is our flag." Lin Qun stared at the flying flag. Before the global battlefield, he rarely felt that there was anything wrong with it, but now, it seemed to have a different kind of power. It made people's hearts surge. He understood what Li Zeng meant. The flag of the Federation flew on the battlefield. That was the hope of mankind. They didn't delay here for too long, and Lin Qun and his team set off again. Speed is of the essence in war. The Prophet Civilization and the Shadow Civilization must have known that the human team was on the way. If they wanted to hit them hard, they had to move faster and faster. In fact, at this moment, it was not only the Prophet Civilization and the Shadow Civilization that were staring at the human army and observing carefully. In this area, the scattered Taku people, the Fire Dragon civilization, and even the Titan civilization were watching. They were also surprised. Humans have been on the battlefield and fought battles one after another, but they dared to take the initiative to join the war at this time. The Titan civilization behemoth appeared on the right side of the convoy, nearly 1,000 meters away from the far end of the wasteland. In the shadow of the dark night, it was like an immovable mountain, standing quietly and motionless. The military discovered it. Lin Qun changed into armor and rose from the military vehicle. This was his first time using the Nano Armor Mark 50, and it was surprisingly smooth. The thing was exchanged for a device similar to a watch. As it started, it seemed as if countless bugs or water ripples passed by him. Nanoparticles densely poured out of the device and covered Lin Qun's entire body in a few seconds, gracefully and smoothly. Then, Lin Qun rose from the vehicle. The nanostructure under his feet changed like a dream, turning into a propeller, spewing flames, and flew towards the Titan civilization beast. Iron Man's battlesuit shone silver, and it was extremely cool in the air. Instantly became the focus of everyone. And the Titan beast obviously noticed Lin Qun flying towards him. Then the Titan civilization beast began to retreat, taking steps that shook the earth, and disappeared into the darkness. As it retreated, Lin Qun also stopped moving, standing still in the sky, watching it retreat coldly. The sword pointed at the Prophet civilization is important. Although the Titan beast is terrifying, its number is rare, and it does not pose a big threat. It is very troublesome to kill it. There is a lot of experience, but only one contribution point. If it were normal, Lin Qun might have taken action, but now, his purpose is only to intimidate. The Titan civilization beast retreated, so he did not chase it. Li Ji looked at this scene and said, they dare not fight with Brother Lin. He was not in the same car with Lin Qun, but in the same car with Li Xing or Ni Wensheng. Ni Wensheng was also looking at this scene from a distance. He was an avid fan of Lin Qun and could not miss such a scene, but his analysis was still rational. He said, these small civilizations are short of troops here and are unable to join the current battle group, but they are unwilling to give up and want to wait for us to fight to the death before coming out to pick up the leaks. Like crows hovering in the sky waiting for the wolf pack to leave. Li Xing also retracted his gaze. In another corner of the convoy, Duan Qianqi looked into the distance with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't Mr. Lin's suit of armor damaged? How come it's back? Could it be exchanged for contribution points? Why haven't I found it in the mall? He is a cyber transformer, obsessed with advanced technological equipment. He has observed Lin Qun's Mark 46 many times in battle before. Its powerful performance and rich functions surprised him. He was very jealous of Lin Qun's Iron Man suit. He wanted to make a large version that he could use. He thought that what might stop him might be the high contribution points required for the suit. After all, although Duan Qianqi had a lot of contribution points, it was still not enough compared to Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng. What others could exchange, he might not be able to exchange. But he never thought of it anyway. He didn't find this suit in the contribution point mall, and it was impossible to buy it. He could only judge that he might not have found it yet. After all, there were too many things in the mall. He could only continue to look for it seriously, thinking about whether to ask Lin Qun what it was next time and search for keywords. However, what he probably couldn't have imagined was that he couldn't possibly find the armor on Lin Qun's body. Because it wasn't exchangeable at all. It was a fantasy creation from another Earth that wasn't even in the contribution points mall. With a book, it's long. Without a book, it's short. Lin Qun and his team advanced rapidly, heading straight for the Magic City. The sky was getting darker and darker. After resting on the way, everyone recovered a little bit. After getting enough energy, they gradually approached the Magic City and the whole team began to slow down. The artillery unit stopped moving first, while the elite team following Lin Qun continued to move forward. They will separate for the second time before the grey-black fog. Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng and other top masters will enter first, and the rest will plunder the edge outside the grey-black fog of the Shadow Civilization. This is a long-standing plan, to attack the Prophet civilization with artillery arrays and top combat forces such as Lin Qun as the main force. The other elite troops are mainly responsible for support and assistance, or clearing the lives of the Shadow Civilization. Because, Facing the Prophet's civilization, they may just be cannon fodder. Lin Qun came out of the car again, wearing armor, standing on the roof, looking ahead. In the dark night, the grey-black fog in front of him once again appeared in front of him. In the darkness, the grey-black fog almost merged with the surrounding darkness, connecting the sky and the ground, like a terrifying dark hell world. But in this darkness, the two suns were particularly dazzling. The military judged that the two suns should be two warships of the Prophet's civilization, which fired crazily in the grey-black fog of the Shadow civilization. The high-energy sun of nuclear fusion has the power to burn and disperse the fog. Wherever it passes, the tightly connected and seamless grey-black fog is cut, like being cut by scissors. Compared with before Lin Qun and his team left the Magic City, it is already miserable. At this moment, the human team came from afar and gradually slowed down, but the grey-black fog in front suddenly expanded and abruptly accelerated to cover their position, extending hundreds of meters in an instant. The darkness surged, and I don't know how many lives of the Shadow civilization were hidden. The Shadow civilization took the lead in attacking the approaching humans, and Lin Qun was not polite. The armor thruster sprayed flames and went straight forward. The other hand directly took out the sword of promised victory. The next second, the dazzling flash illuminated and pierced this dark world. Chapter 219. Raise your hand to use the ultimate move. The domain master of the Shadow civilization was very depressed. This time, it descended on the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star. It chose the Magic City by itself. Before it descended, it also learned about the situation here. At that time, it had a wishful thinking, wanting to wait for the blockade of the Magic City to be lifted, and then catch all the bastion people in it. This was a good plan for others, to plant trees for it to enjoy the shade. For this reason, it also competed with several other domain masters of the Shadow civilization in a similar bidding manner. In the end, it finally won this good place with great difficulty, thinking that it was a sure thing to harvest a piece of contribution points. In the end, it failed. What surprised it was that the bastion people spent 5 million contribution points to blockade the Magic City, but before they could beat a group of Blue Star natives, they not only retreated, but also lifted the blockade of the Magic City in advance. Later, it wanted to eat the humans in the Magic City. In the end, it still failed. Not only did it fail, but it also watched the humans run away. There is no way around it. Their life characteristics are like this. If they go to war with human civilization head on, without the blessing of the grey-black fog, they will suffer a great loss, to the point where the loss outweighs the gain. Seeing the domain master who descended to other places killing people, it could only admit defeat. The only thing to be thankful for was that when it descended, it killed a lot of humans outside the Magic City, so it was not too much of a loss. Moreover, the Magic City had a large amount of materials that it could use to transform the necessary materials for the spread of the grey-black fog. With such a big city as an attack, it felt that it could take its time and also strike back. But human civilization had just left, and it hadn't guarded the Magic City for a few days. The Prophet civilization came. The purpose of the Prophet civilization was simple: to clean up the entire coastline of the Magic City and eat it and all the humans. The domain master was dumbfounded. This Prophet civilization regarded them as contribution points, but it had no way out. They couldn't beat the Prophet civilization. However, due to the characteristics of the grey-black fog and the uniqueness of their civilization, they could not defeat them, and it was not easy for them to run away. If they ran away, they could only retreat to their own civilization. In the current situation, the battlefield of Blue Star is no longer the time when the global battlefield has just started. The pattern of various places has been formed. If it goes back at this time and lands from other places, it will be even more difficult. Therefore, this time the domain master gritted his teeth and wanted to fight, using the advantages of his own civilization to stand. Anyway, according to its understanding, the main battle line of the Prophet civilization is still in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. They are fighting against a civilization with a sworn enemy. Although the battle is said to be over soon, there will not be many troops coming here for the time being. Attacking the coastline of the Magic City is to make arrangements in advance and win the battle of civilizations. Therefore, not many people can come. If they cannot defeat them, they may land in other places. But the strength of the Prophet civilization is still beyond the imagination of the Shadow civilization. They came with 2 warships, and they were beaten to restlessness, and they were defeated again and again. The grey-black fog covering the magic city was rolled up layer by layer. But what the domain master of the Shadow civilization did not expect was that it was still struggling to hold on, but the humans had finished the fight first. Not only had they finished the fight, but they also came to kill it. This made the Shadow civilization domain lord confused. It felt like it was in a trance. Historically, weren't the natives in the global battlefield waiting to be slaughtered? What was going on? They first defeated the Bakatans, and now they defeated the Zerg civilization. Why are these humans so fierce? Although humans in the Prophet civilization had a brief battle in the Zen's Lake area, this time they were probably coming for the Prophet civilization, but the domain lord was still cautious and did not dare to let humans in. Seeing humans coming, it was uneasy in its heart, but it still bit the bullet and took action. It recognized Lin Qun, that powerful man from the Demon City. Masters are always fresh in people's memory. But what surprised it was that in less than half a blue star moon, this human had become even stronger. The sword of promised victory flashed a dazzling light. Lin Qun didn't say anything nonsense, and flew out with his sword. At this time, his attributes had reached an exaggerated level. Name, Lin Qun level 26, 76,750/180,000, strength 208.6 agility, 181.3 constitution, 203.3 stamina, 209.4 over 209.4 right square bracket, dark energy, 221.2 over 229.2 right square bracket. On the way here, for nearly 3 hours, he had been in the Washang state, and all attributes increased by 0.3 per minute. The accumulation of small amounts has already become very terrifying. Except for the agility attribute, all his basic attributes are now over 200. This basic attribute alone can already headshot a target with a constitution of 420. And how many strong people in the entire blue star can exceed this value? The dark energy and energy limit added together have exceeded 400. This oath of victory sword, isn't it just a random use? 300 deductions. There is still more than 100 values. Moreover, these more than 200 energy are not replenished by consuming potions, but recovered by Lin Qun himself along the way. It is free, so Lin Qun is naturally very generous. Therefore, Lin Qun was not ambiguous. The sword of victory came out, and the dazzling light penetrated the entire world in an instant. The grey-black fog that was shrouding the front was split by Lin Qun, while it was still spreading. In the eyes of the Shadow civilization domain lord, it sent out an exploratory force, but for Lin Qun, this was a contribution point delivered to the door. He was afraid that it would run away, so he simply chopped it all with one sword, which was efficient and fast. The grey-black fog shook to both sides, and the Shadow civilization creatures inside, whether they were generals or minions, were instantly killed. Even the grey-black fog in front was directly split by Lin Qun's sword, splitting a passage. The surrounding grey-black fog was shaken in circles, and the scene was like the arrival of the midsummer sun and the melting of ice and snow. Many people in the convoy behind were terrified. Especially those old people who came out of the magic city. They have all experienced the million-strong retreat, the tension of coming out of the magic city and passing through the grey-black fog area, and the survivors like Zhao Lianshan who have been living in the fog area for a long time. They still remember the difficulty of the grey-black fog and the Shadow civilization. Everyone is a little nervous this time. After all, they have to face 2 threatening civilizations at once. But Lin Qun's combat power is the biggest reassurance at this moment. Split the fog with a sword. That scene is as shocking as a sword splitting a mountain. The people of Jinling and the magic city were all silent for a long time. And the domain master of the Shadow civilization, the domain master, everyone was dumbfounded at this time. It used a big move as soon as it met for the first time. In fact, the command center was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Qun was too cruel. As soon as he approached the grey-black fog area, he threw a big one at the Shadow civilization. This is of course supported by the military. At the Luchen command center, Li Zeng was also watching this scene. It is impossible to say that he is not nervous. He knew that if he could win this battle, the Prophet civilization would be rejected at sea, and the entire Luchen and Jinling regions would have precious development time. The same was true for Lin Qun himself. It was safer and more reliable to fight against a powerful civilization than to kill weak contestants from foreign civilizations everywhere. It would consume less energy and would not affect development. Therefore, the result of this battle would directly determine the direction of the entire Luchen, Jinling, and Modo area. At this time, the light was dissipating. Lin Qun stood on the roof of the car. He had ordered Chen Sheng to stop the military vehicle. At this moment, in front of him, a deep gully appeared on the ground, 100 meters long and wide. Wherever he passed, the grey-black fog along the way dissipated, and the shadow civilization creatures disappeared. All became Lin Qun's contribution points. He only had 400 contribution points left, and it jumped up again, becoming more than 550. Lin Qun's seemingly arrogant and random big move was actually to quickly harvest contribution points. Lin Qun raised his head and suddenly waved his fist in the air. This casual punch actually made a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding air was faintly vibrating. There seemed to be a faint arc of light on his fist. If this punch hits a person, even a human warrior of level 10 can be killed by Lin Qun with one punch. Lin Qun looked down. He didn't use any skills. This is pure strength. When the strength exceeds 200 points, it seems that something has changed quietly. Physical fitness and energy seemed to be. Lin Qun didn't feel it when he was in the car. Now that he was tense and took action, he vaguely realized something. As his multiple attributes reached 200, something had quietly changed. However, now is not the time to study this. After punching in the air, Lin Qun tightly grasped the sword of victory in his hand, raised his head, and looked into the deepest part of the shadow. Deep in the grey-black fog, two suns were moving. They were warships of the Prophet civilization. They were traveling at high speed in the grey-black fog and moving in two other directions. The human army did not hide, and they were very clear about the arrival of humans. At this moment, the direction they were moving was away from the magic city and away from humans. The Prophet civilization wants to leave. Lin Qun's eyes were cold, looking at the sky, and said, "Get out of the way." His goal was the Prophet civilization. Although the Shadow civilization was also a threat, their spread was slow and had little impact on Luchen, but the Prophet civilization must be dealt a heavy blow today to completely slow down their progress. The Prophet civilization obviously understood this and had already started to move. When Lin Qun raised his head, the domain lord was startled. It thought that this human was going to chop all the way over like this, but at this time, it reacted and became a little depressed. "You are also here for the Prophet civilization, so why don't you come up and chop with a sword?" The domain lord wanted to kill the Prophet civilization and get rid of the human beings. It was naturally happy to see the two sides fight. Therefore, with Lin Qun's words, the grey-black fog in front of them immediately surged and began to separate to both sides. The mist surged, layer by layer, opening up a path for Lin Qun. But it was very cautious and did not appear from beginning to end. It was always the grey-black fog that surged. At this moment, it was also thinking about using the power of this incredibly powerful human to deal a heavy blow to the Prophet civilization, and then wait for an opportunity to act to see if it could eat all these humans and Prophet civilization creatures. Therefore, the passage was also very narrow, which it did on purpose, but it went straight to the deepest part of the grey-black fog. There, a warship of the Prophet civilization was moving, and the surrounding world was surging with fog. Countless creatures of the Shadow civilization stretched out their bodies, with claws and figures twisted, like a terrifying scene surrounded by demons in hell. Under their obstruction and attack, it was very difficult for the two warships of the Prophet civilization to retreat, and they walked with difficulty. It was just that the distance was very far, and it seemed to be the main urban area of the demon city. From here, it looked very small. Now it seems that the Prophet civilization may have wanted to retreat a long time ago, but it was clamped by the Shadow civilization and moved slowly in the grey-black fog, which led to the fact that it has not yet passed through the grey-black fog. Lin Qun looked behind him, said nothing, and stood up with his sword. The thrusters of the Mark 15 nano armor sprayed flames, carrying his body forward at high speed into the grey-black fog in front. But he was the only one who entered. The troops behind did not move, but formed a temporary position. Huang Qisheng was at the forefront. The three civilizations were fighting in the depths of the grey-black fog. It was the best choice for Lin Qun to go alone. If others followed in, they might die in confusion. Moreover, Lin Qun did not need the support of others. The creatures of the Shadow Civilization here were his support. They were hostile to the Shadow Civilization, but now the more urgent enemy for the Shadow Civilization was also the Prophet Civilization. From this point of view, they had to be wary of each other, but also rely on each other. Of course, Lin Qun was not completely alone. Behind him, the artillery position opened fire, and the rocket launcher passed over Lin Qun's head like raindrops. Before entering the grey-black fog, Lin Qun received Gu Pan's last message reminder. After comparison by the command center, this warship of the Prophet Civilization is different from the warship that appeared in the Zen's Lake area. They may be two models. Be careful. The voice disappeared as Lin Qun plunged into the grey-black fog. The fog was on the side, and the electromagnetic interference was serious. Behind, Huang Qisheng also stood on the roof of the car, watching Lin Qun and countless rockets penetrate into the depths of the fog. In the deepest part of the grey-black fog, the huge domain master was walking through the mist again, and it was extremely cold. The three parties were fighting in chaos, each with their own thoughts. It depends on who can get the biggest benefit in this fight. The performance of the Mark 15 Nano suit is better than that of the Nano 46, and the speed is extremely fast. Lin Qun's figure is like a flash of lightning. I don't know if it's an illusion. Lin Qun vaguely feels that his resistance seems to be not so great. He can vaguely sense the surging of the surrounding airflow, so as to adjust the angle. Maybe this is related to the high agility data. The domain master is still cautious. Although he only opened a small path for Lin Qun flew along the way and noticed that there were no creatures of the Shadow Civilization after the fog walls on both sides. Obviously, they were all withdrawn by the domain master. It knew how powerful Lin Qun was, and was afraid that Lin Qun would harvest the lives of their Shadow Civilization while flying, so it evacuated all the Shadow Civilization lives along the way. But because of this, Lin Qun had a smooth journey. He deliberately slowed down a little, letting the rocket launcher go first, and first exploded a group of flames in front. However, they failed to hit the target. Most of the rockets were accurately intercepted by the warships of the Prophet Civilization. A small part of them hit, but only lit a group of flames on the opponent's ship, and it seemed that they did not successfully blow through the ship's armor. In the explosion, the surrounding grey-black fog was blocked layer by layer, and a large number of Shadow Civilization creatures retreated. At this moment, Lin Qun had rushed into the battlefield at high speed. The location of this warship of the Prophet Civilization is on the outskirts of the northern city. As humans left, the Shadow Civilization accelerated its envelopment of the Magic City. At this moment, the Magic City was already filled with grey-black fog. However, wherever this warship of the Prophet Civilization went, the surrounding fog retreated, like darkness dispelled by light, revealing a huge empty area with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. The grey-black fog was difficult to enter, which put the Shadow Civilization at an absolute disadvantage in the fight with it. At this moment, many twisting dark matter creatures of the Shadow Civilization were exposed in the empty area. In the sky, there were 6 generals of different shapes, but they could not beat the warships of the Prophet Civilization. They were hit by the beams of energy rays fired by the warships of the Prophet Civilization, and their bodies were riddled with holes. They recovered rapidly while retreating, and then they came up again. The battlefield was in chaos. At an altitude of about 2,000 meters, beams of energy rays flew around. Twisting dark matter was everywhere, and the creatures of the Shadow Civilization seemed to have condensed into a giant twisted group, twisting and struggling, grabbing the warships of the Prophet Civilization. The warship of the Prophet Civilization. This warship of the Prophet Civilization is a bit strange. It is about 300 meters long, and has a certain elliptical structure, but the center is separated, and the upper and lower structures are connected. The core part reveals a beating sun. That is the nuclear fusion device they lit up. It seems that its warship was separated from the center and exposed. It is taking effect. With it as the center, the temperature of the fog-free area within a radius of 1 kilometer is quite high, and it seems to have a special burning effect on the life of the shadow civilization. Every 21 seconds, its brightness will instantly increase by several levels like a supernova explosion. It is extremely dazzling. If Lin Qun does not have a battle armor, he cannot look directly at it. According to the feedback from the battle armor system, its brightness increase seems to be some kind of ray burst. Its radiation is completely blocked by the battle armor. Even without the battle armor, it can hardly affect Lin Qun, whose physique exceeds 200, but this ray burst seems to be very effective against the creatures of the shadow civilization. A round of rays burst out, and groups of creatures of the shadow civilization screamed and melted. Even those generals had to retreat quickly. Being covered by such light, their recovery ability would also decrease. In this case, if they were hit by the beam energy ray, they would be shot alive. This is obviously a special weapon against the shadow civilization. The prophet civilization knows the shadow civilization very well. This is a killing weapon tailor-made for them. With the effect of this thing, it is only a matter of time for the prophet civilization to kill the shadow civilization in the magic city area. Wherever the two small suns go, the shadow civilization is completely suppressed and can't be fought. But at this moment, with the arrival of Lin Qun, the muzzles of the beam energy weapons of this prophet civilization turned around and fired intensively at Lin Qun's position. In the bridge of the prophet civilization, shadows were spreading. Its captain stood in the shadows and gave cold orders. Focus on him. Speed up the retreat. The prediction results show that we will be destroyed by him within 7 minutes. Lord Xiang was on the way and will arrive in 5 minutes. As long as we hold on for 5 minutes, we can protect this precious warship for our civilization. There are nearly 15 beam turrets on this warship, all of which are heavy turrets that far exceed the firepower of the prophet civilization fighters. A hit can blow up even a heavy armored tank alive. And the firing rate is very fast, and the front and back strikes almost form a flash of light in midair. Lin Qun didn't dare to resist even with his nano armor. His body rose in an instant and crashed directly into the grey-black fog in the sky. The surrounding grey-black fog was not the thoroughfare when Lin Qun came. It was full of shadow civilization creatures. Lin Qun rushed almost directly into the pile of dark matter life. The sword flashed, the palm cannon roared, and now Lin Qun killed them like slaughtering dogs, and instantly killed them into the depths. Behind him, the other creatures of the shadow civilization suffered, and instantly turned into Lin Qun's shields, and were shot to death by large numbers of beam energy weapons. Those shadow civilization lives also launched attacks on Lin Qun. This is a battlefield here. For any party, the other two parties are enemies. Killing anyone will only benefit you. But these small fish shadow civilization lives are no match for Lin Qun. They can't even stop him. Lin Qun killed them at high speed and made a big detour in the grey-black fog. Relying on the maneuverability and flexibility of the Mark 50 armor, he killed from another angle. Back to the center of the grey-black fog empty area covered by the nuclear fusion sun of the prophet civilization. At this time, the turret of the prophet civilization warship below could not turn in time and could not aim at Lin Qun. And this is exactly the purpose of Lin Qun's big detour. He dived directly at the prophet civilization warship and fired wildly. Palm cannons flew around, and fire symbols also flew around, bombarding the warship. But the armor of this prophet civilization warship is unknown. Lin Qun's firepower is so strong that even the Baccaton sailing ship has been leaked, but the warship of the prophet civilization is motionless. After the attack hit, the armor of the ship lit up with layers of light like water ripples, which seemed to disperse all the energy and impact. Conventional firepower could not penetrate it. Lin Qun suspected that he might not be able to penetrate it, even if he used curry sticks. The armor of the prophet civilization was obviously stronger than the Zerg. Although there was support from the military recovery potion, Lin Qun did not use curry sticks randomly. The military's contribution points were also very precious. If he used them randomly, no one could afford the consumption. Every time he attacked, he was sure that there would be results. He used it against the shadow civilization just now, because there were contribution points to harvest. At that time, his energy was basically restored by himself along the way, and he did not consume any contribution points. But now it is different. Lin Qun was ready to try other possibilities. At this time, he was moving close to the warship of the Prophet civilization. At this angle, the beam energy weapons could still hit him, but because of the angle, if it was not a salvo of 15 guns, Lin Qun could still evade it. He was like walking in the air, parkering on the side of the warship of the Prophet civilization, flying and running, with a field of attacks chasing behind him, and rapidly approaching the most dazzling sun at its core. At this time, he had lost contact with the General Command, and the General Command could not detect the situation in the depths of the grey-black fog, and could not analyze it. Lin Qun could not get technical support from the federal military, so he could only rely on his own judgment. His goal was to sink the two warships of the Prophet civilization, tit for tat, and to severely damage its vanguard and slow down their landing speed in the Huaxia region. The problem now facing him was how to sink this big guy. The warship of the Prophet civilization was tightly sealed on the outside, and it was even more impossible to break through from the position of the beam energy weapon turret under the firepower of the beam energy weapon. Lin Qun's thoughts turned, and he immediately thought of a plot that many science fiction movies had experience with. Blow up those things that look explosive and powerful. Isn't the sun in the center of the Prophet civilization warship the best choice? The consequences of the explosion of the nuclear fusion reactor can be imagined. Therefore, Lin Qun moved at high speed and rushed to the position of the small sun, ready to detonate it. The movie was not watched in vain. This Prophet civilization is as stupid as the aliens in the movie, exposing important things outside. But as Lin Qun approached, he used the palm cannon, the fire talisman, and even threw a missile hidden deep in the Kyankan bag, and he suddenly realized that it seemed that he had thought it was simple. Chapter 220, 15th in the world. The sun in the center of the Prophet civilization warship looks like it is exposed to the outside, but in fact it seems to have naturally formed a structure similar to a protective film. Lin Qun's attacks fell and exploded on the outer layer. It can't hurt itself at all, especially the attack of the fire symbol. It even seems to add fuel to it. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes, and he tightly grasped the sword of victory in his hand, and the sword of victory was slowly flashing. He wanted to try to chop it with a curry stick. At this moment, the behemoth under his feet was sinking and accelerating, moving at high speed to the area outside the grey-black fog outside the magic city. The guns on it roared, as if they wanted to leave the battlefield quickly. While Lin Qun landed on its hull, the Prophet civilization only bombarded him with guns, and never sent anyone out. Obviously, the communication interference of the grey-black fog could not affect the Prophet civilization. Their technology was far superior to that of humans. They had already obtained the previous information, and knew that it was unrealistic to send people out to deal with Lin Qun. But they realized that Lin Qun was about to launch an attack, so they stepped up their firepower at this time. From the side of their hull, a row of small elliptical drones flew out, carrying machine guns, and madly fired at Lin Qun. But it was too late. Lin Qun had just replenished his energy and arc energy, and the sword of victory flashed a dazzling flash, and then chopped it down from the middle. The target was the small sun with nuclear fusion. At that moment, the shadow civilization creatures around him all stepped back. Lin Qun's sword worked, successfully splitting the outer layer of the sun at its core, stirring it like a chopstick deep into an egg, and instantly detonated this sun. Lin Qun rose up and retreated backwards at the first time. He held up Captain America's shield in one hand to resist the drone machine gun fire from the side, while switching the Mark 50's thruster mode and retreating at high speed. However, the expected violent explosion did not occur. The warship of the Prophet civilization seemed to have some kind of stabilizing device, which played a role before it exploded and expanded, shrinking and weakening the power of its theoretical explosion sharply, and finally disappearing in an instant. But the explosion that just spread still broke the center of the 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization. In the flames that shot up into the sky, it broke into two halves and fell to the ground below. Thick smoke billowed. The warship of the Prophet civilization was like a cruise ship that broke after hitting an iceberg. This moment was extremely tragic. It was no longer advanced, emitting flames and thick smoke, and throwing a lot of substances. Below, the grey-black fog surged like a tide, like a huge palm, trying to hold up the fallen spaceship of the Prophet civilization from below, but this was not a salvation. On the contrary, the grey-black fog swallowed the thick smoke and swarmed in from the broken Prophet civilization warship hull. The shadows surged like living things. They were densely packed Prophet civilization creatures. Their biological characteristics allowed them to ignore the restrictions of the environment and shuttle and enter as long as there was a gap. They were like piranhas that swarmed after smelling blood, rushing forward annoying at the Prophet civilization warship that had fallen into the water. Inside the Prophet civilization warship, one after another Prophet civilization life floated up, glowing all over, and strangled the surrounding shadow civilization life. They still failed, and they only supported for less than 3 minutes before being sunk by that human. This human is really powerful. No wonder he was able to kill Chow. But our prediction is accurate. Lord Chow helped us get more accurate information and corrected our predictions about him. No matter how powerful he is, he will lead our predictions to death step by step. There is 1 minute and 35 seconds left on Blue Star. Lord Chiangqua will be here. These hybrid civilization lives can't kill us. They are now in a desperate situation, with a group of forests above them, and the entire warship is submerged by the lives of the shadow civilization, but they are not panicked at all, as proud and confident as always, because they know very well that the balance of war is about to tilt. In the deepest part of the grey-black fog, the domain master of the shadow civilization is very excited. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf, humans helped it kill this Prophet civilization warship. Seize this opportunity and kill the advanced troops of the Prophet civilization, then their follow-up troops will be out of touch. At that time, even if they don't know where the fleet of the Prophet civilization is, it will definitely delay their landing process and even affect their entire advancement plan. This opportunity and change may affect the situation in the entire Magic City area. Outside the grey-black fog, the humans were also very excited. There was electromagnetic interference from the grey-black fog, so they couldn't contact Lin Qun inside, and they had almost no idea about the battle inside, but they could clearly see the sun lit by the Prophet civilization warship extinguished. This means that Mr. Lin succeeded. At this moment, there was only one sun and one Prophet civilization warship left in the grey-black fog. Li Zeng said, "Let them see what they will face if they are enemies with us." At this time, Lin Qun was rising from the battlefield. Around him, the lives of the shadow civilization were all retreating quickly, and no one dared to approach him. Lin Qun looked down and saw that the warship of the Prophet civilization below had even stopped falling and was strangely hovering in the air. The flames burning on it were extinguished one after another, and the creatures of the shadow civilization were moving in and out of it, moving like ghosts, extremely terrifying. Combined with the grey-black fog that was constantly surging around, the falling spaceship, the twisting weirdness, and the surging fog, at first glance, it seemed like a scene from a science fiction thriller. And Lin Qun noticed something, and suddenly turned around, just in time to see that behind him, the grey-black fog was surging, and it actually separated another road for him. In that direction was another warship of the Prophet civilization. That warship was not the primary target, so it was able to move quickly and try to break through. At this time, it was almost at the edge of the coastline of the Magic City, and the speed was not slow. And this passage in the grey-black fog was obviously the work of the domain master. They couldn't do anything to the Prophet civilization. Seeing that Lin Qun had successfully sunk a ship, they wanted to continue and let Lin Qun help them solve the second big problem. Unfortunately, Lin Qun wanted to deal with the Prophet civilization, but he did not follow the route planned by the territory lord. He took a look along the narrow passage, then held the sword of victory in his hand, rose at high speed, and plunged into the grey-black fog in the same direction. That was not the road that the territory lord had given him. The grey-black fog at that location was full of the lives of the shadow civilization. Lin Qun rushed directly into a group of shadow civilization lives. The sword of victory was covered with aura, and it opened and closed, killing the shadow civilization creatures in a mess. A large number of them were killed by Lin Qun in an instant. His goal was to retaliate against the Prophet civilization, but going there did not mean that he was here to help the shadow civilization. He wanted to kill the Prophet civilization. He also wanted to kill the shadow civilization. Lin Qun was too lazy to kill the Prophet Civilization creatures and the Prophet Civilization warship that had just been sunk, so he simply rushed into the pile of Shadow Civilization contestants and started killing them. Anyway, he already knew the direction, so why should he take the road that the Territory Lord had given him? Wouldn't it be better to kill all the way? With Lin Qun's current combat power, looking at the entire Shadow Civilization, no one can threaten him, except the Domain Lord. It would take almost the same time for him to kill his way through and take the road opened up by the Domain Lord. He can also get contribution points this way, so why not? In the sky, the Shadow Civilization creatures screamed and were slaughtered in large numbers by Lin Qun. Lin Qun's contribution points rose. 550 points, 600 points, 650 points, 750 points. In order to block and encircle the warships of the Prophet Civilization, the Shadow Civilization gathered a large number of troops around, which was very dense. Lin Qun went crazy directly. Washang Luanwu was opened at will. Those strange creatures of the Shadow Civilization that were like nightmares to ordinary life were slaughtered in large numbers by Lin Qun like ants, and they fled in panic. The Shadow Civilization Domain Lord never expected Lin Qun to be so cruel. He was a little dumbfounded, and then he immediately evacuated his people. Therefore, a funny and weird scene appeared. Wherever Lin Qun killed, the fog parted. A large open space was exposed. He did not have a nuclear fusion sun like the Prophet's civilization, but he became a nuclear fusion sun. He killed wherever he went. From the Domain Lord to the ordinary life of the Shadow Civilization, they were all terrified, so he gave way to Lin Qun. Moreover, in the grey-black fog, these dark matter lives ran very fast. Lin Qun killed half of the way, and found that there were no monsters to kill. They all ran away. Lin Qun felt a little regretful. After just a while of killing, his contribution points were close to 900. Unfortunately, the Domain Lord and the Shadow Civilization reacted and ran away quickly. He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he could not catch up. The most important thing is to take down the warships of the Prophet Civilization first. The Domain Lord gnashed his teeth. It knew that this was the price of luring Lin Qun in to kill the Prophet Civilization, but it still hated it and hated the human in front of it. But it couldn't do anything to Lin Qun. It had suffered a great loss. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. How dare it show up? If it is really killed, everything will be too late. Therefore, it only hates it, but has no intention of ending itself. At this time, Lin Qun has no Shadow Civilization life to kill, and finally rises slowly, flying at high speed to the second and last warship of the Prophet Civilization in the grey-black fog of the Magic City. The Mark 50 has excellent performance and moves forward at high speed. He has just passed half of the journey, and now he is getting closer and closer to the Prophet Civilization warship. Under his feet is the Magic City shrouded in grey-black fog. In the fog, the buildings and ruins are dim and unclear. Lin Qun can't recognize where is where. Returning to the old place, he doesn't feel anything, and there are only enemies in his eyes. Slaughtering the creatures of the Shadow Civilization and harvesting contribution points is a byproduct. Lin Qun has not forgotten the real purpose of his appearance here today. He wants to drive the Prophet Civilization out of the Magic City area and shock the Prophet Civilization. This is the key. Anyway, the Shadow Civilization is here and can't run away. With the Nano Armor Mark 50, Lin Qun's limit speed has been increased. At full speed, it won't take long to travel from Lucheng to the Magic City. At that time, he can commute every day to level up and kill monsters. Because from the current situation, Lin Qun estimates that even if he doesn't drive Washang all the time, he should be able to go back and forth freely in this man-eating grey-black fog. Since there is no threat, isn't this a holy place for brushing contribution points? The number of alien civilizations in this grey-black fog is much more than that of the group of Taku people in Tatton. It is possible to upgrade the 4th level card pool here. The poor domain master never dreamed that it thought it was driving the tiger to swallow the wolf and wanted to use Lin Qun's power to drive away the Prophet Civilization, but the tiger was eyeing them. However, Lin Qun's expression soon condensed because he felt a gust of wind blowing from outside the Magic City. At that moment, the domain master hiding in the deepest part of the grey-black fog of the shadow civilization suddenly raised his head and looked outside the world in horror. At that moment, the last warship of the Prophet civilization was infinitely close to the coastline, less than 1 kilometer away from the edge of the grey-black fog of the shadow civilization. But at this moment, on the sea outside the magic city, an elliptical aircraft flew low at high speed, piercing the sky at 5 times the speed of sound. As sharp as a sword, wherever it passed, a vertical and horizontal trace was left on the sea. And at the moment it approached, the elliptical aircraft did not slow down, and a figure flew directly from it, spreading its arms in the air. And then, in the windless place, a strong wind suddenly rose. The space in front of it overlapped like a kaleidoscope. This wind formed from the sea surface and turned into a sweeping frenzy when it reached the coastline of the magic city. But when Lin Qun felt a little bit of wind, the fog in front of him began to disintegrate. The strong wind swept away the grey-black fog all over the sky. At this moment, the fog covering a 3-kilometer range on the coastline in front was like being pushed away by an invisible big hand and rolled back sharply. The creatures of the shadow civilization in it were flying like rotten cotton, no longer able to threaten the warship of the Prophet civilization. The sky and the ground were exposed. Sand and rocks were flying on the ground, and some houses near this area were even uprooted and rolled into the sky. But the exposed sea surface was not the sea surface. It was at all a broken wall. In the front direction, the entire space seemed to be broken, and a broken wall suddenly appeared between the worlds, connecting the ocean below and the sky above. The space inside was broken like a glass mirror, and it looked extremely scary, as if it would be directly cut into pieces by this broken space if it approached. Without the threat of grey-black fog and shadow civilization, the speed of the warship of the Prophet civilization suddenly increased, but it did not stop, but rushed forward and hit the broken wall, which was shattered, but passed through it directly, as if it passed through an invisible wall, and then suddenly disappeared. Behind it, the forest group chasing it stopped, and the Mark 50 hovered in the air. At this moment, he had arrived at the empty area. In front of him was a huge, vertical wall of broken space, and behind him was a grey-black fog that was blown into pieces. He stood there, one in front and one behind, as if in 2 different worlds. Zilla. Lin. Mr. Lin. This is the Luchum General Command. I'm Gupan. Zilla. Please, look at the ranking list immediately. The grey-black fog dissipated, and the communication was briefly connected, but it seemed to be still disturbed and distorted. But at this moment, Lin Qun did not follow Gupan's instructions to look at the ranking list, because at this moment, he felt an unprecedented pressure. He raised his head. The gloomy night sky was revealed by the dissipation of the grey-black fog. A hawk-like silver moon hung in the sky. And under the silver moon, there was a figure standing in the sky. It appeared there, and the sky seemed to solidify. The broken world wall was motionless, and there was a dead silence in the sky and underground, like a frozen picture, and an unimaginable terrible breath spread from the sky. It overlooked the humans and the huge foggy city below. At that moment, the air almost stagnated. Only Gupan's voice was still ringing in Lin Qun's ears with difficulty. Zilla. Lin. Mr. Lin. Zilla. The General Commander ordered. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. The surrounding grey-black fog retreated quietly. In the shadow, the domain master put away his fangs with difficulty. Outside the fog, Huang Qisheng suddenly raised his head and looked at the deepest part of the fog that he could not see at all from his position. He suddenly said, retreat. Tongzin on the side did not hear clearly and could not help asking, what did you say? I said retreat. Huang Qisheng suddenly shouted. He stood on the roof of the car and hoarsely said, everyone, retreat immediately. At this moment, the information from the General Commander in the back has also come. Orders one after another. 3 emergency orders, all one order. Everyone, retreat. Emergency evacuation. Someone in the team found something unusual. Look at the rankings. Look at the rankings. Oh my god, this. In the crowd, Li Ji's pupils shrank. At this moment, they are in the Magic City area, and it is the Magic City ranking. In the past few minutes, the first place in the Magic City area is still the Domain Master, the second is Huang Qisheng, and the third is Lin Qun. But just now, this ranking suddenly changed. First, it became a strange symbol, which is the text of the prophet civilization. Translated, it is Ke, and its contribution points, as high as 1.63 million. This is the 15th in the world. This is the 15th in the world. On the global ranking, the life with the second most contribution points of the prophet civilization. 1.63 million contribution points. Whether it is Magic City or Jinling, no one has ever seen the existence of so many contribution points. Not to mention the human side, even in the alien civilizations in these areas, there are not so many contribution points. The domain master of the shadow civilization has only more than 200,000 contribution points. Bakalai, the strongest man in Bakatan, does not have so many contribution points. Moreover, this is the 15th in the world. It is not a regional ranking, not a separate ranking of a certain civilization, but a global ranking. The top ranking sequence of the entire blue star, many civilizations, and the global battlefield. Li Ji instinctively looked forward. Brother Lin, such a strong man appeared in the battlefield of the Magic City. If he was not here at the moment, then he could only be at the front of the battlefield, the enemy that Lin Qun was facing. Worry instinctively surged in his heart. It's Mr. Lin. It's here to deal with Mr. Lin. Damn, is the prophet civilization so fast? Ni Wensheng gritted his teeth. We can't retreat. We have to help him. But at this time, a large number of troops had already begun to retreat. The military order was as heavy as a mountain. What's more, with the appearance of such a strong man, it was meaningless for them to stay here. Li Ji's body was trembling slightly, but he gritted his teeth and said, we have to go help him. At this time, Li Xing, who was sitting on the side, was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand, and put it on the shoulders of Li Ji and Ni Wensheng, saying, brother, I know you want to help Lin Qun, and I want to, but, look, 1.63 million contribution points are still in the grey-black fog. If we go now, it will not help him, but cause trouble for him. Maybe he has a way to deal with it, and can fight, or even get out, but, if we go, won't he still care about us? His words made Ni Wensheng and Li Ji silent. Because Li Xing was right. At this moment, there was no point for them to go, and that would cause trouble for Lin Qun. After a moment of silence, Ni Wensheng silently started the vehicle, followed the convoy, and quickly retreated, leaving the Magic City area. In the Lucheng headquarters, Li Xing had already stood up from his position, walked step by step to the bottom of the front screen, and stared at the picture on the battlefield. Their communication with Lin Qun was not stable. The picture on the battlefield was not clear. Two figures were shown on the distorted picture. One was a strong man of the prophet civilization standing in the sky. The other was Lin Qun below. In the depths of the grey-black fog, the prophet civilization warships that were facing the shadow civilization life were sunk, and those prophet civilization lives raised their heads proudly. Lord Xiangwu has arrived. It's 3 seconds faster than expected. Lord Xiangwu was more powerful. The battle is over. The humans of Lucheng and Jinling City will be defeated. Everything is in the prediction of the prophet. A large area of grey-black fog retreated. The core of the battlefield, the edge of the Magic City. Lin Qun took the lead. He didn't have time to look at the rankings, but he knew very well that the person in front of him was a prophet civilization creature, and he was extremely powerful. He felt an indescribable sense of oppression from the other party. He had never felt that kind of oppression from an alien civilization, only from his own superhuman body. This prophetic civilization life, if not all attributes are 999, must have all attributes above 900 points. The prophetic civilization reacted too quickly, and with Lin Qun's current combat power and attributes, he can crush most of the powerful alien civilization life, but it seems that there is still no way to fight against this level of opponent, unless the superhuman power is activated. Lin Qun's first reaction is to activate the steel body. Superman's toughness is not only familiar, but also a terrifying ability bonus, especially this time as Lin Qun's third superhuman transformation. He is sure to exert 90% or even 100% of Superman's combat power. But Lin Qun calmed down the next second. It is not a rational move to use the superhuman body here now. One should not let the oppression and terror brought by the strong enemy affect one's own judgment. The Bakatans gave the prophetic civilization information. Since the opponent's top strongmen have come, how can they not know this? They are probably fully prepared. Once he transforms into a Superman, this creature of the Prophet civilization will definitely run away, and he has not yet figured out the ability of the Prophet civilization. It would be a waste of precious opportunities to spend time chasing it, even if he can use the Superman's body to kill this strong man of the Prophet civilization. Then what? He doesn't know where the remaining fleet of the Prophet civilization is now. Moreover, the people he met before said that Lin Qun's Superman power is only close to the power of some evolutionary. This shows that this evolutionary is a terrifying existence that surpasses the Superman combat power he showed before. Apart from anything else, the Bastion should be able to judge that the attributes of Lin Qun's Superman body are more than 900, which proves that the attributes of this evolutionary are at least more than 1000 points. And the Prophet civilization is suspected to have an evolutionary. If I use the Superman's body here, what can I use to face the evolutionary? Waiting to die. With superhuman strength, Lin Qun felt that even a strong person with over 1000 attributes might not be invincible, but the most fatal thing for him was that the duration of the superhuman transformation was limited, and the duration was calculated based on the basic attributes without bonuses. Even if he was already level 26, it would only last for about 7 minutes at most. Every second could not be wasted. Lin Qun only had one chance left to transform into a superhuman. If he played the card and did not achieve the expected effect, it would be like breaking a trump card. The superhuman body was used at the most critical moment. Although the life of the Prophet civilization in front of him was extremely powerful, it was obviously not the evolver of the Prophet civilization. Before making a decision, Lin Qun took a special look at the rankings. The life of the Prophet civilization in front of him was the 15th in the world, but he was not the strongest in the Prophet civilization. The strongest in the Prophet civilization ranked 3rd in the world. It was not the person in front of him at all. The most powerful evolver of the Prophet civilization was nowhere to be found. If the last superhuman opportunity was wasted on the second strongest person in the Prophet civilization, it would be a loss. Now using the superhuman body, it is only a momentary speed, but the results can only be few. The alien civilization army is coming, whether he or the human beings, they can only wait for death. If the trump card is lost, it will be really over. The trump card should be used at the most critical moment. Therefore, at this moment, the general judgment is also Lin Qun's idea. Today's battle has changed, and it is not appropriate to fight again. Even if you want to fight, it is not at this moment. Lin Qun took a look at his physical attributes, more than 200. If he can use the armored giant transformation or the super giant transformation, and delay a little time, maybe with the headshot girl skill, he can reproduce the results of the battle in Zen's Lake. But, whether it is the armored giant transformation or the super giant transformation, there is a fatal problem. He will lose the ability to take off. At this moment, the top strongman of the Prophet civilization is in the sky, at least a few thousand meters away from him. Even if he transforms successfully and has enough physique to headshot, he can't get close. Moreover, he had used the same method last time at Zen's Lake. The Prophet civilization must be wary of his skill of head blasting women. Lin Qun guessed that this was probably the reason why the other party did not approach him. The other party was intentionally keeping a safe distance. Even if he drove the Mark 50 into the sky and transformed into a giant, the other party could continue to distance themselves and always keep a safe distance from him. In this way, it would be better to retreat first. In this confrontation, he would not have an advantage and would not have any chance. He had many means. Even if the Prophet civilization in front of him had all attributes of 900, he might not be able to stop him if he wanted to run. But if the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization dared to catch up, then the pursuer would be exposed. However, Lin Qun was thinking of running away, but his action was to take action, directly releasing the Sword of Oath of Victory and attacking the Prophet civilization powerhouse in the sky. Chapter 221 Children's Stories Don't Deceive Me. Lin Qun originally prepared this Sword of Victory to sink the second warship of the Prophet civilization. On the way to the attack, the dark energy and energy were also replenished rapidly in the process of strangling the life of the shadow civilization. But now, it has become his means to attack and kill the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun actually didn't know how he found the other party. It seemed to be the so-called perception in the dark. As Lin Qun's basic attributes reached a certain level, he could clearly perceive the existence of the other party and the gap between himself and the powerful. Strictly speaking, this perception is more like a kind of instinct. Biological instinct. A feeling that will surge in the face of the threat of death, powerful hunters, or even natural threats. And Lin Qun's sword did not work as expected. The flash of the sword of victory rose from the ground and pierced into the clouds, but the strong man of the Prophet civilization only stretched out his arm and pressed down, and the space in front was broken at that moment. This time it seemed not to be an illusion, because the flash of the sword of victory emitted by Lin Qun was cut into pieces. This blow was like a golden thread, which was shattered in midair, and then refracted and magnified by the multifaceted mirrors, flying at multiple angles. That was the energy of Lin Qun's blow being torn apart and scattered throughout the sky. So at that moment, the sky lit up with a bright light like the aurora, almost illuminating the entire world, and the end of the demon city and the grey-black fog wall became infinitely bright. It was as brilliant as the palace of the gods landing. Lin Qun's thunderous blow was turned into invisible. Not only that, the moment Lin Qun took off, the top strong man of the Prophet civilization also took off quickly, keeping a distance from Lin Qun. In fact, at such a distance, even if the opponent did not take action to resolve it, Lin Qun's sword could hardly hit. The opponent was indeed wary of Lin Qun's headshot female skill. The more powerful the existence, the more cautious it is. At this moment, Lin Qun could not find any opportunity to fight. It was impossible to rely on Mark 50 to fly into the sky and then transform and kill instantly. The opponent would never give him this opportunity. But Lin Qun had expected this. Therefore, as soon as he finished this attack, he ran away. Mark 50 nano armor accelerated to the extreme, and his body flew away like lightning. The direction he flew was parallel to the coastline of the Magic City, not the direction of Lucheng and Li Ji's troops, nor the grey-black fog-covered area. The reason for not flying in the direction of Li Ji and others was very simple. The strong man of the Prophet civilization in front of him was not at the same level as them. If he really took him there, he would kill them in vain. As for the grey-black fog area, Lin Qun and the Shadow civilization were not friends. He was just killing the lives of the Shadow civilization. If he went there now, if the domain master wanted to harm him, he would probably fail to escape, as long as he intercepted him. Mark 50 nano armor is very fast, and it can break through the first cosmic speed at the fastest. Superman can fly into space, and Lin Qun can do it with this battlesuit. Therefore, he was sure to run away. The sword of the oath of victory made a feint, giving the other party the feeling that he was going to fight desperately. Lin Qun immediately turned around and ran away. Who is fighting with you? Even if you use a superhuman body, you can't use it like this. The benefits and risks are not proportional, and the best strategy is to run away. This is the style of Lin Qun, the advanced version of Voldemort. I can't beat you today, and I'm not sure I'll do it when I grow up and can use one finger to press you to death. Therefore, at this moment, he accelerated madly and broke through 1 times the speed of sound in an instant, 3 times the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound, 7 times the speed of sound, riding away in the dust, running very fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qun was gone. In the grey-black fog, the domain master was stunned. Lin Qun really deceived it. It almost thought that this powerful human was going to arrogantly challenge the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization. It didn't know Lin Qun before, but it knew who the Prophet civilization life in front of it was. Xiangguan Ken under the Prophet, the second strongest man sent by the Prophet civilization in the Blue Star battlefield, is said to have stepped half a foot into the realm of evolvers. Before entering the Blue Star battlefield, all attributes had exceeded 800, and now all attributes must be above 900. Such a strong man, when attacking a low-level civilization without masters, can sweep away a large area. No one can stop him. The Prophet civilization is a civilization that has the ability to decide the winner of the civilization battlefield. On the one hand, it is certainly because of its own advanced civilization technology and strong military power. On the other hand, it is also because of the unique civilization ability of the Prophet civilization and these top strong men. in the civilization battlefield, where the use of weapons of mass destruction is restricted, these top strong men are mobile weapons of mass destruction, and they are not restricted. This is also what the organizers of the global battlefield want to see. Therefore, when Lin Qun made a move, it was very gloating, and felt that this human would definitely die. It didn't expect that Lin Qun was just a feint, and he ran faster than a rabbit with a move, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The most cunning person, that human landlubber, did not run inland, but ran to the sea instead, leaving it no chance to do anything bad to intercept and kill. The domain master was stunned. Lin Qun ran away, so aren't they in this Xiangqu left here? Exclamation mark. With the fighting power of Xiangqu, as long as he is willing to spend time, it is not a problem to kill all the contestants of the shadow civilization here. It was terrified. The grey-black fog rolled back crazily, and a large number of shadow civilization lives went backwards. At this time, it even wanted to escape directly back to its own civilization. At this time, the flash of the sword of victory in the sky was dissipating, and the figure of Xiangqu was revealed again. It glanced coldly, but the domain master was ecstatic, and did not come to it. Instead, it rose up, suspected of chasing that human. This made the domain master very happy. You fight. You fight. Lin Command Center. Our troops in the Magic City have retreated, and are expected to arrive in Lin within 2 hours. The top strong men of the Prophet civilization who appeared above the Magic City are suspected to have left the Magic City coastline, and are chasing Mr. Lin. They advanced along the coastline for a distance, and went to the sea. The situation in front was being transmitted back. Li Zeng's eyes were fixed on the picture in front of him. From here, they could hardly observe anything. The global battlefield has begun. This is no longer the world of the Federation and humans. From their perspective, the information they can observe and obtain is very limited. Li Zeng said, "What is the situation now? Are there any reconnaissance planes that can keep up?" "No, Commander, we have almost lost the target now. He has even exceeded our communication range." The staff in front lowered their heads. Lin Qun's picture has been lost, and he has also left the limit of the detection range of the Lin military detection radar. Li Zeng looked at the empty picture in the direction of the Magic City in front of him, and was silent for a long time. In other words, we can't do anything now, and we can only rely on Mr. Lin himself. Everyone looked at each other, and fell into silence. At this time, the adjutant on the side suddenly said, "Commander, you'd better take a look at this. The information fed back by the detector we sent to the deep Pacific Ocean to find the Prophet civilization shows a huge fleet has appeared in the deep Pacific Ocean and is approaching the coastline of the Magic City. It will arrive and land within 2 days at the latest." Li Zeng's face changed slightly, and he moved closer quickly. As expected, he saw in the blurry picture that a naval and air force regiment was sailing out from an unknown location deep in the Pacific Ocean, advancing triumphantly. "This is, Your Excellency the Commander. It's the Prophet's civilization. They are coming." There was a dead silence in the command center. They all knew that the real war was about to begin. However, they had taken the lead in defeating the Zerg swarm. Now, the Prophet civilization has landed on the coastline of the Magic City and will face 2 enemies at the same time. The Shadow civilization and humans. This is not without the ability to fight. Li Zeng took a deep breath and finally took a last look at the screen showing the direction of the Magic City and said, "Keep an eye on Mr. Lin's position. Let Gu Pan keep calling and report to me immediately if there is any information about Mr. Lin." He paused slightly here, and his eyes swept across the crowd again. "Pay attention to this matter. Mr. Lin is not only the top combat force we rely on, he also saved us, and is the hope of civilization. If Lin is destined to be defeated, we will all die, and we must ensure that he can survive. If he survives, the fire of mankind will not be easily extinguished." After saying this, he turned his head back and said hurriedly, "Connect to the Jinling General Command immediately. We need a plan to deal with the Prophet civilization." Lin and Jinling were also working intensively. This is the global battlefield. Everyone is fighting for survival in it. In the hospital in Lin, Chu Yaowei, who had just finished treatment, was lying on the bed, looking at the sky outside. At this moment, most of the survivors in Lin Qun, including her, did not know what had happened. Even the fact that they were rushing to the magic city to fight was not something that ordinary people could know. Now most people are still immersed in the joy of defeating the Zerg. But for some reason, Chu Yaoi felt a little panic. Some kind of terrifying warning arose in her heart. Until Xia King on the side called her name, she retracted her gaze, and when she felt it again, the feeling disappeared again. In the wilderness in the direction of Lin Qun from the magic city, the elite team of the military is evacuating at a rapid speed. The initial fear is gradually fading away, replaced by frustration and worry. They rushed hundreds of miles from Zen's Lake to here, but ran away without participating in any battle. It is the right choice for the overall situation and their own lives, but most of the people here have experienced rounds of bloody battles and killed countless alien creatures. It is inevitable that they feel a little frustrated. Therefore, the atmosphere of the team is particularly dull, and some people have been asking about Mr. Lin. There are even people who left the team on their own initiative. Liui wanted to stop him, but those people were not from the military, but recruited survivors. Some of them are not even from the magic city. They volunteered to join the war and voluntarily left. He could not say anything. He could only watch the other party leave the team and disappear in the wilderness. At this time, Huang Qizheng also wanted to leave the team. Hearing this news, Liui and Du and Qianqi all took the initiative to connect and wanted to talk to Huang Qizheng. If the convoy had not retreated quickly, they might have come directly at this time, while driving at high speed. Those ordinary survivors left, but Huang Qizheng is not ordinary. He is the treasure of Jinling City. And at this time, wouldn't it be very dangerous for him to leave like this? But Huang Qizheng only said, the prophet civilization is here. Lin Qun is having a hard time. I will go to help him. Don't worry, I won't die. You don't have to worry about me. Don't follow me. You will be a burden if you go. After hearing Huang Qizheng's words, Du and Qianqi was shocked. Brother Huang, you. Mr. Lin has to run. What are you going to do? You can't go. Although I shouldn't say this, it's too dangerous. Considering the overall situation, you can't go. At least you have to report to the Jinling General Command first. But Liui remained silent. He knew that Du and Qianqi was right, but he couldn't open his mouth to persuade her at this time. That was Lin Qun, the number one in Magic City, the person Liui had been chasing and looking up to since the battle in Magic City. He could barely be considered to have had a lot of contact with Lin Qun. He knew what kind of person Lin Qun was, and he felt that such a person should not die. In this situation, as a Magic City person and a self-proclaimed friend of Lin Qun, although he was acting rationally, how could he not want to help Lin Qun in his heart? If a strong man like Huang Qizheng could help Mr. Lin, then Mr. Lin maybe he can. Of course, it was useless for Liui to say this or not, and Du and Qianqi's persuasion was meaningless. Huang Qizheng had made up his mind and wanted to leave the convoy directly at this time. Du and Qianqi had no choice but to order the driver of Huang Qizheng's vehicle to follow the convoy and report to the Jinling General Command immediately. But unfortunately, this was not a problem for Huang Qizheng. Huang Qizheng opened the car door, forced to slow down, and threw the driver out directly. Then he turned his head to look at Tongxin. Tongxin bit her teeth and said, "You are not Mr. Lin from the Magic City. You need someone to cooperate with you. I won't stop you. I will go with you and drive for you." So Du and Qianqi could only watch as Huang Qizheng's car whizzed away from the team, set off in a straight line, and disappeared at the end of the field of vision. At this time, the response of the Jinling General Command came, but it was useless. Huang Qizheng had already left the sea area outside the Magic City. This area is the East China Sea along the coast of the Huaxia region. Lin Qun is flying here. He has been running away from the Magic City for more than half an hour, flying at full speed relying on the Mark 50. The Mark 50 nano armor is worthy of being the armor that has supported the fourth era of the Avengers. It has outstanding performance and a fast speed. Lin Qun has accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound at this time, as fast as lightning, galloping between heaven and earth. The grey-black foggy world behind him has gradually become smaller, and the strong man of the prophet civilization can no longer be seen. but Lin Qun's current location seems to be very far away from Lucheng. He was flying along the coastline, and he didn't even know where he flew to. Voldemort's attributes are full. No matter where he is, keep a safe distance first. Such a powerful master must also keep a safe distance. It has to be very far away. The area of the ranking list he is in now shows that he is in the East China Sea war zone. However, this ranking list is a bit strange, because there are too few people, except for Lin Qun. Those who are ranked on this list seem to be the lives of the Prophet civilization. The first one is still Ken, with more than 1.6 million contribution points. This number is too exaggerated. Below it, the second one is Lin Qun, and then there are some lives of the Prophet civilization with strange names. Occasionally, there are one or two lives of other alien civilizations. At the bottom of the East China Sea ranking list, there is a row of text. The number of contestants or natives in the area is less than 5,000 individual units. The ranking list of this area only records the ranking and does not calculate the contribution points. This is the first time that Lin Qun has encountered such a situation. It turns out that there is still a limit on the number of people in the regional rankings. When the number is below a certain limit, it will not be settled. But this is meaningless to Lin Qun. He still doesn't know where he is. The only thing that is clear is that the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization is in the East China Sea area. It did not go deep into the Magic City to fight the Shadow civilization. It is still chasing him. At this time, the enemy targets suddenly appeared in his battlesuit. They appeared outside the limit range of Lin Qun's Mark 15 nanometer battlesuit realm radar, but at a very fast speed, approaching rapidly from two directions. Those are two groups of fighter jets of the Prophet civilization. Each group has 3 fighter jets. One group is in the front left, and the other is in the rear right, blocking Lin Qun's way forward in 2 directions. If he breaks through from any direction, he may be intercepted. But as long as the one who came was not the big boss of the Prophet civilization, Lin Qun still didn't take these fighters seriously. At the moment, facing the interception, Lin Qun was not afraid and quickly approached the enemy in front of him on the left. He was defeated in the air battle on the Zen's Lake battlefield before, because his battlesuit was broken. Now he has the Mark 50. Even if the fighters of the Prophet civilization are more advanced than those of humans, so what? The distance between the two sides is rapidly closing. 3 elliptical fighters of the Prophet civilization appeared in Lin Qun's field of vision. He squinted his eyes, facing the beam of energy rays shot by the opponent. He quickly evaded in midair and fired palm cannons. After passing each other twice in midair, Lin Qun rose on the battlefield. Behind him, the 3 elliptical fighters of the Prophet civilization turned into a blazing fireball and crashed into the turbulent water under his feet. 3 contribution points were credited. Lin Qun was about to leave quickly, but the Mark 50 suddenly sounded an emergency alarm again. It detected a strong electromagnetic pulse attack. Its location was directly below Lin Qun. In the deep sea, a huge warship was emerging from the bottom of the sea. It was a 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization. It was traveling through the seabed in complete silence, avoiding the detection of Lin Qun's Mark 50 suit. At this moment, it suddenly emerged and opened fire directly. It was not preparing a conventional attack, but an electromagnetic pulse bomb. It was like a firework that broke through the water, rising straight up from the seawater, breaking through a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, and was hit by Lin Qun's palm cannon under Lin Qun's feet. But it was too late. The electromagnetic pulse swept the battlefield. Lin Qun's suit failed instantly, and the screens in front of him went out one after another. The power system that kept him in the air also completely failed in less than a second. His body fell rapidly like a cannonball under the pull of gravity, and below, the 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization was rising rapidly, and the beam energy weapon turrets on it rose up and fired at the free-falling Lin Qun. Bright beam energy rays flew in the air. Lin Qun immediately took back the Mark 50. The interference of the electromagnetic pulse bomb was not serious. The Mark 50 could be restarted and restored to 100% function in half a minute at most. But now, it was obvious that half a minute was not realistic. Lin Qun threw out the kunai directly. With the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported everywhere in the air. No matter how fast the beam weapon hit, it could only fall behind Lin Qun. The wind passed by his ears, and Lin Qun fell rapidly, rushing straight to the warship of the Prophet civilization under his feet. However, at a certain moment, the kunai thrown by Lin Qun was accurately hit by the Prophet civilization. Then, multiple kunai printed with the flying thunder god technique were shot through, and shot down one after another. Lin Qun's inventory was instantly exhausted. Obviously, their reaction was faster than the insect swarm, and they had mastered the use of Lin Qun's flying thunder god technique. Cutting off the kunai would naturally invalidate Lin Qun's teleportation. At this moment, even Lin Qun did not react, and became a free fall again, falling at a terrifying speed. At the same time, he was locked by 3 beam energy turrets. 3 particle beam rays broke through the sky in an instant and shot towards him. Lin Qun's face suddenly changed. He raised his flying sword on one side to block one, and raised the Captain America shield to block another attack. But the last one was still rushing towards him at high speed. With the penetrating and high energy characteristics of particle beam rays, even if Lin Qun's physical fitness was over 200 now, he would still have a hole shot out of his body. This injury was nothing to him, but now was a tense time. Once injured, it would inevitably affect his mobility and combat effectiveness, and the consequences were self-evident. The attack of the beam energy ray came too fast. If it weren't for his high agility and energy, he would not have been able to react. Not to mention using the sword control technique and the Captain America shield to resist, he would have been penetrated long ago. But for this last one, even if Lin Qun had the means, it was too late to use them. Damn it, Lin Qun twisted his body forcibly, trying to evade. Then, a strange scene happened. Lin Qun flew up. His falling momentum paused. He even rose up a distance. The beam of energy that was supposed to predict his falling direction was therefore deflected, and flew directly past his feet. Lin Qun was stunned for a moment. What the hell was this? That feeling was very strange. Just at that moment, it was as if the air current in the air suddenly lifted him up. This not only stopped his falling momentum, but also rushed upward for a distance. Moreover, after this wonderful feeling, Lin Qun fluttered in the air for a second. Not only did he not fall, but he flew horizontally for a distance. The airflow around him seemed to be under his control. He could fly by sensing the slightest changes. Lin Qun was shocked at first, and then realized that this was not a natural ability he suddenly gained in danger, but an additional ability brought by his current high attribute, flying. Sensed the airflow, and soar into the sky. But, which attribute led to the ability to fly at this moment? Lin Qun didn't know, but at this time he thought of the fairy tale about birds learning to fly that he had read when he was a child. It said that, in order to let the baby birds learn to fly, the mother bird let them jump off the cliff by themselves. At the moment, he seemed to be confirming this. He learned to fly while falling. Of course, his current flying ability is still clumsy and slow, like a turtle, making him a live target in the air, but this cannot resist the excitement in Lin Qun's heart. The research direction of the Magic City expert team is correct. When the attributes reach a certain level, it will cause a qualitative change. Super high attributes themselves can bring certain abilities. Of course, now is not the time to study these. Lin Qun quickly stabilized his mind and continued to fall, because the 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization was already within reach. As he approached, he directly turned on the Revenge Demon transformation. The rage of hell began to burn. Didn't you want to shoot me down? Now I'm here. Chapter 222, The Terrifying Transformation of the Revenge Demon. This oval-shaped warship is the same 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization that Lin Qun encountered and sank in the Magic City area before, but it is not the same model. It is flatter, similar to a submarine, and the warship's guns are more densely distributed in multiple positions on the warship. There are beam energy weapons and conventional gunpowder weapons. When firing, it is like a hideous hedgehog, but it still failed to shoot down and kill Lin Qun as it wished. Lin Qun fell from the air, gorgeously passing through the rain of bullets in the sky, and finally landed on one of its turrets. That is the beam energy turret located directly above this 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization. It has a very correct angle. It was one of the main turrets that attacked Lin Qun just now. It is an automatic turret controlled by the fire control system of the bridge of the Prophet civilization. Due to full power operation, its gun barrel has become red and hot, and the moisture that sticks to it when it rises from the water is evaporated at a high speed. If an ordinary person falls on it, his clothes and body will be burned and ulcerated in an instant. But at this moment, Lin Qun crashed onto its turret without any problems. The corners of his clothes were scorched, but his body was not affected at all. On the contrary, flames began to burst out from Lin Qun's hands. That was the transformation of the Vengeance Demon. With the ability of Hellfire, the most powerful bonus Lin Qun obtained after the transformation was immunity to high temperature and flames. That was a special bonus independent of the physical attribute. However, the transformation of the Vengeance Demon did not look as drastic as Superman's body. From the appearance, Lin Qun had almost no changes, but in the deepest part of his eyes, it seemed that two leaping, frightening flames were lit. His energy was directly deducted by 10 points. 10 points of energy were deducted every minute. However, Lin Qun's energy attribute was as high as hundreds now. When he activated this skill, it was not full value, but more than 80 points. 5 minutes was enough. However, at this moment, Lin Qun seemed to be able to faintly feel that there seemed to be some ancient and crazy voices whispering and mumbling in the depths of his mind, but those voices were not clear and had almost no effect on Lin Qun. The transformation of the Revenge Demon does not bring high attribute bonuses like the transformation of Superman. Even the final demon form has limited bonuses on the panel, because its strength does not come from this, but from the terrifying Hellfire. At this moment, Lin Qun's hands moved forward, and the Hellfire turned into two pillars of fire that sprayed out from his palms, instantly hitting the turret of the Prophet civilization below him. The flames burned, and the armor of the turret was melted in an instant. Unknown metal materials turned into liquids, flowing at high temperatures, and the structures and devices inside melted and exploded in the high temperature. The Prophet civilization warship armor that Lin Qun could not break through with conventional attacks before was easily melted by the Hellfire at this moment. In the loud explosion, the turret was detonated in an instant. Fire rose, and thick smoke rose on the warship of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun has to speed up. Whether it was the Prophet civilization fighter plane just now, or the current 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization, their appearance was undoubtedly to block his own pace. As long as we can delay Lin Qun's steps, the Xiangqu behind can catch up. This is exactly the case. At this moment, in the bridge of the Prophet civilization under Lin Qun's feet, the Prophet civilization life was also surprised. An operator was surprised and said, "What kind of flame is this? It can break through our outer armor so quickly? How many means does this human have?" His ability is a brand new means that has not been recorded in our intelligence and records. He really has more than one talent. This is a huge threat. He is likely to be the son of civilization of the indigenous civilization, an individual bet by the organizer. We must kill him before he grows up completely. The commander of the Prophet civilization warship had a cold look in his eyes and was coldly ordering to turn. Report our position to Lord Xiangqu. We have intercepted this human. Today, we will sacrifice ourselves and keep him. At this moment, inside the Prophet civilization warship, batches of drone defense equipment have been activated. They are suspended from the ground, moving at high speed inside the warship, and moving towards the gap. Because Lin Qun was already burning with flames, he fell from the gap of the turret that was melted and blown up by him, and invaded the interior of the Prophet civilization warship. The interior of the Prophet civilization warship was very dark, with almost no light, only a dim light strip under the feet. At this moment, the roar quickly came from far away. Batches of unmanned equipment flashing dangerous red lights approached quickly. In response, Lin Qun just strode forward, spewing out the hellfire of death from his hands. The flames burned wildly. In an instant, the entire passage was bathed in a boiling flame. The walls made of unknown metal materials around them melted rapidly, and the unmanned equipment approaching along the long passage from the front was almost destroyed in rows. Before a shot was fired, it melted in the high temperature and turned into molten iron on the ground, flowing in all directions. Wherever Lin Qun went, there was a terrifying flame everywhere. No one could stop it, and nothing could stop it. The powerful Prophet civilization warship, made of special alloys, could withstand multiple blows and impacts, but at this moment it was like paper in front of Lin Qun. This is the horror of hellfire. Lin Qun didn't take the existing path in the warship at all. He strode forward and burned through the surrounding walls with flames, moving straight ahead. He knew the approximate position when he came in, so according to the normal position of the bridge, he would either move forward to the front or to the back, and he would be able to reach the bridge or the power reactor directly. Destroying either of these two places would bring a devastating blow to the Prophet civilization warship, and both were Lin Qun's goals. Go straight ahead, the shortest path, the shortest route, and penetrate all the way. Along the way, no one in the Prophet civilization could stop him. Those advanced unmanned defense equipment could stop the human legion, but they were powerless to stop Lin Qun. They came up in batches, and were burned into slag by Lin Qun in batches. This was lining up to die. When the revenge demon transformed for 3 minutes, Lin Qun was about to approach the head of the warship, and the bridge seemed to be just ahead. At this time, Lin Qun's appearance changed again. Not only did flames come out of his hands, but even his arms were covered with flames. The fire in his eyes became more and more blazing, and what was even more terrifying was that a twisted and jumping crown of flames appeared on his head. Like a portable special effect, it moved with Lin Qun's movement. He was like a flame king, advancing unstoppably in the warship of the Prophet civilization. The Shadow civilization and the Prophet civilization had been fighting for a day and a night, but they could not do anything about their warships. Now, they were easily broken through by Lin Qun. On the front, hatches fell down one by one, but this could not stop Lin Qun's pace at all. Anything that blocked the way was burned dry by the flames. Molten iron flowed, and Lin Qun advanced in the sea of fire, with flowing flames and molten iron everywhere under his feet. As the last hatch door wailed and collapsed, Lin Qun finally broke into the bridge. The bridge of the Prophet civilization warship is located at the lower part of the head of the elliptical structure of the warship, which is a huge sunken space. But when Lin Qun arrived here, there was no one here. The operating table in the bridge, which was surrounded by the entire bridge, changed dramatically at this moment. Water ripples rose up, showing that the warship of the Prophet civilization was diving at high speed towards the water below, obviously to re-enter the water. The Prophet civilization life had long known that it was only a matter of time before Lin Qun arrived at the bridge, and it was unstoppable. They seemed to have evacuated the bridge and reset the course of the warship, diving into the water. Use water to put out the fire. Can water extinguish the fire of hell? This sounds a bit absurd, but in DC related movies, similar situations have occurred. Water can suppress Chateau to a certain extent. However, if the fire of hell has reached a certain level, no matter how much water there is, it is meaningless. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the top of Lin Qun's head and instantly changed into 4, turning into a light curtain with a length, width and height of about 3 meters, locking Lin Qun in it. Even the top of Lin Qun's head was blocked by the light curtain. This is a trap. Lin Qun's eyes flashed, and it seemed as if there were real flames jumping out of his eyes. He immediately swung the flames wildly, and the hellfire jumped in his palm like a fire dragon. However, these flames that could burn through most things seemed to be unable to shake these light curtains. The two collided, making crackling noises, and a large amount of flames flowed along the edge of the light curtain, and even rolled back. The ground melted in the high temperature, and was burned through, revealing a ball of light wall below. At this time, the members of the Prophet civilization's warship had retreated to the second center of the warship, and were observing the scenes inside the bridge through the backup monitoring system here. The commander of the warship looked grim. It's successful. This blockade light curtain can't lock him for long, but if he wants to break through, it will take at least 3 minutes. That's enough. Lord Xiangqu will be here soon. When Xiangqu takes action, no matter how capable he is, or whether he is the son of the civilization of the natives of Blue Star, this human will definitely die, and there is no possibility of turning over. The life of the Prophet civilization is very cunning. It did not send individual contestants of its own civilization to confront Lin Qun throughout the whole process. It has always been resisting with the unmanned equipment and basic defense measures of the warship in order to reduce individual losses. They also know that they can't kill this powerful human, so their goal is just to delay enough time, and wait for their Xiangqu to arrive. That's enough. 3 minutes, in normal times, seems to be just a flick of the finger, but in this level of battle, it is enough for the battlefield to undergo countless changes and multiple reversals. Moreover, the commander of the Prophet civilization warship has his own wishful thinking in his heart. After these 3 minutes, their warship will re-enter the water. With the amount of seawater, I don't believe that it can't suppress his strange fire ability. But unfortunately, the next second, the commander of the Prophet civilization warship suddenly changed his face, looking at the scene in the picture in disbelief. The light curtain that could theoretically support 3 minutes was forcibly broken at this moment. Because Lin Qun, who was blocked by the light curtain, expanded infinitely at this moment, like a balloon, and increased exponentially. Tear and smash the light curtain directly from the inside. And this has not stopped. His body is still getting bigger and bigger. High temperature steam rushed out of his body, almost flooding the entire bridge, and in the reality of the thermal sensing equipment, Lin Qun seemed to have turned into an extremely terrifying huge furnace, holding everything up ferociously. This is the transformation of the supergiant. The transformation of the revenge demon does not conflict with other skills. This means that Lin Qun can transform into a revenge demon in the state of the supergiant transformation, and can also transform into a supergiant in the state of the revenge demon. Of course, before using this, Lin Qun didn't know if it would succeed, but now that he tried it, he found that it really worked. Directly transform into a revenge demon supergiant. What kind of blockade light curtain? Just smash it for you. At this moment, it was such a scene. His body swelled up like a balloon. Not only that, the high temperature steam rising from the transformation of the supergiant was boiling, and his body was burning with flames on all sides. Those were all terrible hellfires. The supergiant plus the revenge demon transformation. This is a super hellfire giant. Lin Qun's arms were propped up, and in the burning of the terrifying hellfire, the dome of the bridge of the Prophet civilization melted directly like sugar under high temperature. Everything was bending and collapsing, and the molten iron was boiling and falling in pieces. Moreover, as Lin Qun's revenge demon transformation reached a new stage, his body began to burn with flames. When he stood up from the warship of the Prophet civilization, the scene was like a scene in a myth movie. The supergiant flame demon from hell broke free from the shackles, and raised his chest in the rolling steam. This time, there was no need for the Prophet civilization to control it. Their 300-meter class warship was beginning to fall rapidly, because Lin Qun's supergiant transformation had almost torn the front end of the entire Prophet civilization warship apart. He stretched up the top structure of the warship of the Prophet civilization, and then went down. The flames were burning above his feet, almost crushing the ground. Everything under his feet was melting, and his huge body sank inch by inch, and everything around him turned into molten iron. The oval warship of the Prophet civilization was torn apart by the forest group from the front. His body fell down uncontrollably, and his speed was much faster than the warship of the Prophet civilization, which still had a little kinetic energy. Seeing this, he simply stretched out his arms and scratched the warship with his palms with hellfire, leaving a series of shocking and terrifying traces. In the high temperature, he clung to the warship of the Prophet civilization. However, wherever he went, the warship melted everywhere, and in the explosion, a large amount of molten and hot iron flowed to the ground. Flames were burning on the sea surface under his feet, and the seawater boiled in patches when it came into contact with high temperature objects. This scene was like the end of the world. The terrifying flame giant crawled on the giant ship of technology and civilization, and every step forward was a devastating blow to the giant ship. But at this moment, this is the end of the Prophet civilization. The Prophet civilization creatures hiding in the second core area were all terrified. They no longer had the pride of being calm and composed just now, because the means of this human being have exceeded their expectations. Their predictions can only determine certain results, but not the entire process, and they still need to have sufficient information. But the super large giant ability combined with the revenge demon ability, even Lin Qun has just tried it successfully. How can they know? Therefore, at this moment, they gathered here, feeling the vibration, trembling all over. Above their heads, there were violent shocks, explosions and loud noises, and the sound of some kind of liquid flowing. The sound of the giant crawling and rolling made them shudder. They were like ants hiding in a box, being ravaged by the giant and helpless. The metal ceiling began to burn. The enemy didn't need to find them at all. Soon, they would be melted along with the battleship, turning into the same ruins, and falling into the sea. At this time, the upper layer was finally melted through, and boiling molten iron poured in, and many lives of the Prophet civilization were scalded to death. Not every individual in the Prophet civilization is strong. Their basic life level is stronger than that of humans, but there are also strong and weak ones. Even the strong ones in the Prophet civilization on this warship are powerless to resist the hellfire. But the vast majority of the Prophet civilization did not panic. At this moment, they gathered around their captain, with a grim expression and no sound. They were calmly waiting for death to come. Until one moment, their captain suddenly said, "Listen, it's Lord Chiangwa who is here." At that moment, Lin Qun, who was climbing on the Prophet civilization warship and trying to avoid falling into the water, also raised his head. He also heard the sharp whistle that broke through the air. At the end of the night sky, a little light emerged, and something was approaching quickly. That was the second strongest person in the Prophet civilization. "It's coming." Lin Qun's eyes were cold, but at this moment, he didn't think of running away. But, maybe now, he can have a fight. At this time, the giant ship under his feet was about to fall into the sea. He simply stopped crawling and crushed the propeller that was still struggling to operate at the back of the Prophet civilization warship. The huge elliptical warship then accelerated its fall and slammed into the sea below. The colossal titan is very good at fighting, but it also has disadvantages. That is, it is too big to take off. The flexibility is also very poor. But if the method is appropriate, it may not be impossible to fight against this strong man of the Prophet civilization. The strength attribute of the colossal titan can be directly doubled 7 times. With the doubling of the strength attribute that he has maintained in the invincible state, 7 times is definitely over 1,000. If it can be combined with the Super Mario power bonus, it can be increased by 1.5 times on the basis of 7 times. That's close to 2,000. 2,000 strength if it can hit a punch. Can't you kill a guy with the physical fitness of 900? It didn't work at the edge of the coastline of the Magic City before, because the distance was too far at that time. He couldn't fight the opponent in the air with the supergiant, and he couldn't use the attributes. Moreover, the agility of the supergiant was too low, so it was a sitting duck. But if it was in the water, Lin Qun's eyes flitted as he fell into the sea at high speed. Suddenly, he was surprised to see that his strength attribute was 999. Wait, how could it be 999? At the first moment, Lin Qun almost thought he had seen it wrong. But he soon realized that he didn't. It was 999. Because he immediately turned on the Mario power bonus, but his strength attribute was still unchanged. Without a 5-fold blessing, it was still 999 points. It seemed that there was an invisible natural chasm here, blocking the improvement of all data attributes. This proved that he was not wrong. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Qun's mind. Evolver. Why is the Prophet civilization so proud and confident that its own evolvers seem to be difficult to achieve? 1,000 attributes. Perhaps this is the threshold. In the global battlefield, under normal circumstances, the highest attribute can only be upgraded to 999. If you go up, maybe you have to become this evolver. This seems to be the only explanation for the current situation. This can also be confirmed by the limited information provided by Jinling before. At that time, Lin Qun also thought that if all attributes exceeded 1,000 attributes, it would be an evolver, so it would not be difficult to become an evolver. For the weak, this is extremely difficult, but for the strong, as long as they kill enough contestants, there are ways to exceed 1,000 attributes. It's just a matter of time and energy. No wonder Superman's total attributes are 999. Such neat and strange numbers. That's because this reaches a certain upper limit of the global battlefield. Therefore, the Prophet civilization is so proud to have an evolver. Moreover, it seems that I should have thought it was simple. The difference between 999 and 1000 should definitely not be a simple numerical difference. There should be some more terrifying qualitative changes. Otherwise, this cannot be a natural chasm. This may be like the difference between the Mahayana period and the realm of ascending to immortality. This idea and judgment surprised Lin Qun himself, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this should be the actual situation. It is the basic setting of the global battlefield that other contestant civilizations know, but only the natives of the Blue Star humans don't know. So when the Prophet civilization said it, it was full of confidence, and didn't realize that Lin Qun didn't know how powerful the evolvers it was talking about were. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Qun realized this, and because of the global battlefield, even if others knew, it was impossible for any alien civilization life to be kind-hearted to run and tell humans. But at this moment, Lin Qun didn't have time to think so much, and it didn't matter, because at this moment, his physical attributes had exceeded 500. If the headshot girl's skills were added to double it, at this time, the seawater had already surged, just falling all the way. The warship of the Prophet civilization was already not far from the sea level. In the time Lin Qun was thinking about it, it had completely fallen and crashed into the sea below. Lin Qun's burning body came into contact with the seawater, and countless billowing steam rose instantly, almost instantly covering the entire sea surface around him. Moreover, the warship of the Prophet civilization also collapsed, completely turning into wreckage and ruins, explosions, and roars everywhere. Flames even burned on the sea surface. Raging waves, steam, flames, and heat were everywhere, but the huge giant body of Lin Qun disappeared at this moment, as if it was swallowed by the boundless sea water. When the skydrive of the Prophet civilization arrived at the battlefield, it saw exactly this scene. The seawater was surging in the dark night, and the human figures had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that they had escaped. It lowered its altitude and flew close to the sea surface, trying to find Lin Qun, but the large amount of debris and high temperature flames also caused serious interference to it. But in the next second, the seawater suddenly parted, and an unparalleled figure suddenly rushed out from under the sea. Chapter 223, Mr. Lin severely damaged the strong man of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun had been waiting for this for a long time. The fallen 300-meter class warship of the Prophet civilization became his natural barrier. The burning flames, the surging seawater, the debris everywhere, and the dim night were all his best cover. As his huge body fell into the sea, Lin Qun instantly extinguished the flames of the revenge demon on his body. His reason was not controlled. In the state of the revenge demon transformation, he could also open and contract his abilities freely. Therefore, at that moment, he hid in the turbulent seawater, just to wait for the opponent to arrive. On the coastline of the Magic City, he ran away first to show his weakness to the enemy. This strong man of the Prophet civilization must think that he dare not fight it, and even if the Prophet civilization has mastered some of his abilities, it is not clear about Lin Qun's detailed combat power data. It is even more impossible to know that Lin Qun's power attribute at this moment has reached 999 points. From the data level, it is already on par with Superman. But Lin Qun's time is running out. The revenge demon has been transformed for almost 5 minutes, and he must act as soon as possible. Move, then thunder. Therefore, at the moment when the skydrive of the Prophet civilization descended in an attempt to find Lin Qun jumped out of the sea. His huge body stirred up nearly 100 meters of waves, like a giant god fighting in the sea. The whole world was filled with flying water, even mixed with unlucky little fish and a large number of debris from the Prophet civilization warships. Even if Lin Qun's agility was not high, his body was big enough, and this time he attacked and closed in instantly, not giving the opponent any time to react. What was even more terrifying was that when Lin Qun jumped out of the sea, he simultaneously activated his final demon transformation. At that moment, the flames spread from top to bottom like a line, instantly spreading across Lin Qun's entire colossal giant body. Not only that, his colossal giant body also changed. The high temperature evaporated the seawater, and the flames pierced the water curtain and the billowing steam. It could be clearly seen that the terrifying body of the colossal giant had been forcibly raised from the original 60 meters to 70 meters. The most important thing was that in the final demon form, the colossal giant hardly looked like a colossal giant. His arms became thicker, but the flames seemed to have burned through his body. He could see the terrifying skeleton body and skull under the flames. In the skull, Lin Qun's facial features were spewing flames, and on his head, a terrifying crown of flames like a tree crown grew. At this moment, Lin Qun didn't even look like a fire demon, but a fire god who descended into the world with endless flames. Lin Qun's punch, bathed in flames, whistled through the air, like the wrath of a god. At the same time, Lin Qun's eyes in the flames were fierce, and he wanted to directly launch the headshot girl skill. The heavy punch was a sleight of hand, and the headshot girl skill was the ultimate killer. Since it was a sneak attack, Lin Qun's goal was to kill the world's 15th with a total of 1.63 million contribution points in one fell swoop. However, the Prophet civilization Xianghu was worthy of being a top powerhouse. It was hastily attacked, but still made some responses. In front of Lin Qun's fist, it built a broken space barrier. This space barrier blocked Lin Qun's sight, and made Lin Qun's headshot girl skill fail to launch. But this space barrier only blocked Lin Qun's punch for less than 0.1 second. The broken space was completely shattered. 999 points of power carried an unparalleled terrifying combat power. Unstoppable. Penetrating forward. The god was angry. Nothing more than this. Extreme shock swept through Xianghu's pupils. But it had no time to react. In 0.1 seconds, for a strong man like it can only move a little distance, but it still cannot avoid being hit by Lin Qun's fist that is bigger than a car. What's more, the size of the Prophet civilization life is already larger than that of humans, and it is a large target. Therefore, Lin Qun's punch hit directly, leaving a trail of fire in the air, and blasted the opponent away 500 or 600 meters. The second strongest man of the Prophet civilization on the Blue Star battlefield was almost stunned by Lin Qun's punch. If it were any other life, it would definitely die under this blow. However, this Prophet civilization Xianghu was one of the strongest. Its physique is more than 900 points. After taking Lin Qun's punch, it can even rise from the sea in the first time and pull off the tailor-made armor that is burning wildly on its body. But Lin Qun will not give it a chance to breathe. The moment the punch hit, Lin Qun jumped out of the sea for the second time. Sudden pursuit. The first jump just now was from the bottom of the sea. This time, he rose from the sea and jumped directly towards the strongest man of the Prophet civilization. At this moment, the sea water boiled, and the flames on Lin Qun illuminated the dim sea. High temperature steam swept in all directions. The agility of the super large giant is not high. When the super large giant is turned on, the agility attribute is even reduced instead of increased, but this has no effect on Lin Qun. He used Mario jump this time. Combination skills. Ignore the super low agility. He is now 80 meters tall. Mario jump can let him jump out 400 meters. Of course, this is not enough for him to get close to the opponent, because this Xianghu was just beaten out 500 or 600 meters by Lin Qun. But it doesn't matter. Lin Qun wants to break through the distance of 400 meters. He wants to activate the headshot girl skill. At this moment, the super large giant transformation, the final demon form, the long-lasting invincible state, and the multiple attributes blessing, Lin Qun's panel physique has exceeded 500 points. What does this mean? It means that Lin Qun's headshot girl skill can headshot targets with less than 1000 points. 900 points of physique? Why can't I kill you? Actually, just after rising from the water, Lin Qun had used the headshot girl skill once, but was blocked by the opponent's broken space. He lost his target, the headshot girl skill failed, and he had no chance to use it a second time. He could only preserve the existing results and knock the opponent away with one punch. At this moment, Lin Qun quickly broke through, just to pursue the victory and kill him in one fell swoop. But suddenly, Lin Qun felt something. His body in the air suddenly returned to its original position. Lin Qun himself was stunned for a moment. Didn't he just jump out? How did he return to his original position all of a sudden? That feeling was like being reset. Yes, it seemed to be a reset, not a position reset, but a time reset. Lin Qun instinctively raised his head and looked at the other party. It seemed that only his time was reset. It was reset to the moment before he jumped. But the time of the Prophet civilization Xianghu strongman was not. At this time, it had risen to a high place. The distance had long exceeded the 400 meter attack limit of the level 5 headshot girl skill. Lin Qun was shocked. This is a time reversal ability similar to the time belt. However, this ability seems to be much weaker than the time belt, and can only be used on a single target individual. The reversal time seems to be very short. Otherwise, if the opponent can reset time, why not reset it directly to before the first round of his attack hit it? At this moment, Lin Qun suddenly understood what the ability of the strong man of the prophet's civilization, Chao, was, that he could resurrect from the dead in the Zen's Lake battlefield before. It was not resurrection from the dead at all, but the same time reversal ability as the current ability. But at this moment, this top strong man of the prophet civilization reversed Lin Qun's time. On the battlefield of Zen's Lake that day, Chao reversed its own time. Because of this, after 2 reversals, it still couldn't recover to its best state. In the end, it was killed, and couldn't reset and revive. On the one hand, it was because the use of this 4-dimensional space-time reset ability should pay a great price. On the other hand, it was because Lin Qun's headshot female skill was an ordinary skill, and the time it could reset at a time might only be a few seconds, not more. Killing it continuously, it had no time to not be killed in the time it could reset. It was not difficult for Lin Qun to come to this conclusion. Because he had the time belt, he knew what the price was for activating this time ability. The item obtained by drawing a card was the only thing that required a limit of energy to be used twice in a short period of time. And all of this flashed through Lin Qun's mind in a flash. At this moment, the skydrive of the prophet's civilization looked at him deeply, with an unextinguished flame on his body, and dived towards him at high speed. Where it was moving forward, the entire space shattered with its progress. Those shattered spaces seemed to have a strong cutting force like a broken mirror. Everything along the way, flames, steam, splashing seawater, were almost all cut and shattered. It can be imagined that, if it hit Lin Qun's body, Lin Qun's revenge demon supergiant body would be shattered. It was cut into tens of thousands of pieces of rotten meat. Moreover, the broken space moved forward, and its body was hidden behind, as if it appeared in multiple positions at the same time, making it impossible for Lin Qun's headshot female skill to lock and activate. It has been alert to Lin Qun's headshot female ability. Although the prophet civilization did not know the specific means of the headshot girl's skills, it was not difficult to infer the logic of Lin Qun's ability from the data of the Zen's Lake battlefield and the Bakatan people. In this case, it could evade it. Facing this attack from the prophet civilization strongman, Lin Qun roared and attacked. This time, flames lingered on his arms. Not only that, when the power of the revenge demon burst out, the power of the unparalleled state that had been turned on also bloomed, and a layer of Genki directly covered the front of his fist. A loud bang. The broken space was once again shattered by Lin Qun. The flames boiled. The space was broken layer by layer. Lin Qun wanted to activate the headshot girl's skills, but the body of the prophet civilization Xiangqua was already twisted, and uncertain it covered its own body with that kind of space debris. The headshot girl's skills could not be locked. The opponent was extremely wary of Lin Qun's headshot girl's skills. But without the headshot girl's skills to kill instantly, Lin Qun's current strength was also extremely terrifying. Lin Qun's punch slammed into the opponent's body. The opponent fell into the water under his feet like a cannonball. But the next moment, Lin Qun felt that he had lost control of his feet. The skydrive arose from underwater, and the broken space world directly crushed Lin Qun's feet from below. At this moment, Lin Qun lowered his head. In the world, illuminated by the fire, the world under the sea cracked into spider web-like cracks, and the skydriver pushed the broken world upward, and everything along the way was torn apart like being caught in a meat grinder, and Lin Qun's super large giant body was no exception. Under Lin Qun's multiple blessings, his physique was only more than 500, not reaching 900. The attack on the skydriver of the prophet civilization rose from the bottom, and Lin Qun's super large giant body was cut madly in this terrible blow. Even those hellfires were not spared. The ability of the prophet civilization is biased towards space and time. At this moment, the body of the skydriver of the prophet civilization was still hidden behind the broken space, making it impossible for Lin Qun's headshot female skill to lock. The strong who can reach its level have experienced countless battles, and have extremely rich experience. They can survive to this day, not only because of their strength, but also because of their caution. They are not arrogant and demented because of their strength. On the contrary, on the global battlefield, the stronger and longer they can live, the more cautious they are. They will not be careless about the lives that are obviously weaker than themselves. And because of this, it actually doesn't know whether Lin Qun's headshot ability can kill it instantly, but it has been cautious. Because the ability shown by the human in front of it has already made it dumbfounded. This human is definitely not simple. The top combat power mentioned by the Bastion people has not yet been shown, but he can already fight on par with himself. What kind of power is this? This is a battlefield of Blue Star. This is the native of Blue Star. In such a short time, it can reach such a level, even it dare not imagine. But the more so, the more fierce the prophet civilization Chiang was in his heart. This human must die. Otherwise, their prophet civilization has already formed hatred with each other, and the future will be endless. There is no such thing as peace talks in the battlefield of civilizations and the struggle of civilizations. There is only hatred and bloodshed. Only one side kills the other side, or the race is exterminated, or flees back to its own homeland. Some civilizations with blood and hatred will even take the initiative to buy the interstellar coordinates of the other civilization after the end of the battlefield of civilizations. As long as they can start the interstellar war, they will kill at all costs. This is the war of civilizations and races. If you don't exterminate the other party, it will leave a future trouble for your own civilization and race. In the long time and years, no one can be sure whether the civilization that is not as good as their own today will develop technology and power that surpasses their own civilization within a few decades because of a technological explosion. Therefore, at this moment, this Chiang also became ruthless and wanted to kill Lin Qun. At this moment, Lin Qun had no time to think about the headshot girl's skill to launch and kill the other party because he was going to die. In a flash, 1/3 of his body had been chopped into pieces. If this continued, Lin Qun's supergiant body would be chopped into pieces, and his body located at the back of the supergiant's neck would definitely die. At this moment, Lin Qun had no other choice. The ability of the revenge demon and the terrifying power attribute of 999 points at this moment were his most powerful reliance. The flames were raging. Lin Qun raised his fists high and smashed them down. The waves rolled. The sea of fire was raging. Bang, bang, bang. The unparalleled thumping sound echoed on the sea level. Then, in the center of the battlefield, a blazing white light burst out, swallowing everything. It was dawn. Lucheng Command Center. Li Zeng hurried here from the conference room connected to Jinling. His voice was hurried. Are you sure? A large-scale energy fluctuation was detected on the coastline north of the Magic City. Is it Lin Qun? How is he? Did he fight with the SkyDrive of the Prophet civilization? The adjutant looked solemn, but he shook his head repeatedly on this question, and could not answer any of them. Our drone is still on the way, and we are rushing there. It is too far away from us. It is nearly 146 nautical miles away from the Magic City, close to the Santang City area. We found that the movement over there was still due to a big explosion, but after that big explosion, the battle seemed to be over. Li Zeng quickened his pace. The staff in the command center looked at Li Zeng coming in, and all stood up and saluted him. But Li Zeng ignored all these. He strode forward, and stared at the information and pictures sent back from the front. Quick, give me the picture and review the whole process. The technicians operated nervously. In fact, not only Li Zeng, but the entire command center was affected by this information at this moment. In the busyness, more or less care. Because, this is Mr. Lin. He is the pride of the Magic City. He is also the object of gratitude and admiration of many people in the Magic City. Without Lin Qun, the Battle of the Magic City would not have ended like this, and many people would have died. No one is not anxious when Lin Qun is in trouble. It's just that there are too many things to do in the survivors base, and everyone is busy. Even if they are concerned, they must put the overall situation first, and do the things in front of them. Who doesn't feel nervous when there is no news about Lin Qun? And now, the news that is suspected to be from Mr. Lin has come, and the entire command center has been affected and nervous. They hope that this is news from Mr. Lin, proving that Mr. Lin is still alive, but they don't want this to be news from Mr. Lin, because from the feedback information, a fierce battle broke out there. If it is Mr. Lin, then he may have, and after a while, the drones gradually sent back the pictures. The technician made a simple review based on the traces at the scene and the information collected before. It should be Mr. Lin. This location is the area where we have observed several fighter planes of the Prophet civilization appearing and disappearing. They should try to kill Mr. Lin here. Moreover, it seems that there are more than just fighter planes of the Prophet civilization. Judging from the scale of the wreckage, there should be some kind of large ship or warship. They blocked the Lin group so that their SkyDrive could arrive and kill Mr. Lin. Did that SkyDrive fight with Mr. Lin? Li Zeng couldn't help but have a hint of nervousness in his tone. Judging from the situation, they should have fought. The technician looked a little solemn, turned his head, and looked at Li Zeng. What's the result? Where is Mr. Lin? Li Zeng's voice was a little hurried. It was impossible to say that he was not nervous. Regardless of the fighting power of the young man Lin Qun, Li Zeng actually liked this young man very much. In reality, Lin Qun is the #1 fighting force of the human beings in Modu, and he is also a banner in the hearts of the survivors in Lucheng. If he falls, the impact will be huge. From an emotional and rational point of view, Li Zeng does not want Lin Qun to get into trouble. How can he not be worried at this moment? He even couldn't control his emotions and showed nervousness. Unfortunately, in response to his question, the others just shook their heads. Your Excellency the Commander, we can't find out the exact information, and we don't have anyone active in the East China Sea, and we can't confirm the situation through the regional rankings. This answer made Li Zeng silent. He stood there, as if stunned for a moment, and then said, if no one is there, then send someone to search near this combat area to see if Mr. Lin is still on the ranking list in the East China Sea. Quick, send someone immediately, send our elite reconnaissance team. To see the person alive, to see the body dead. After saying this, he turned around and glanced across the command center. Many people had stopped working and were looking over here. Their expressions were somewhat complicated and solemn. Li Zeng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't express anything, just said, "Are Fu Kai and the others back? Call all military leaders. We are now holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the Prophet civilization army that is about to land from the coastline of the Magic City." As he spoke, he stood firm, stepped forward, and quickly left the command center. Soon, a team set off from Lucheng at full speed, but it was still a certain distance from here to the final battlefield, where Lin Qun and the Prophet civilization Xiangwa fought, and it would take a lot of time. However, before this team arrived, intelligence came from the front. The drones that the military had previously sent to hover in the East China Sea where the battle broke out were discovered and destroyed by the Prophet civilization. Many of their fighters appeared in the battle position and seemed to be searching for something in a carpet-like manner. Then, a message came from the Shadow civilization. It was claimed that Lin Qun and the Prophet civilization Xiangwa fought in the sea area 70 kilometers north of the Magic City coastline, severely damaging the second strongest person in the Blue Star battlefield of the Prophet civilization, Xiangwa Ke. At present, Ke has returned to the fleet of the Prophet civilization to recuperate, and has sent out several elite teams to search for the traces of Lin Qun. At this time, Li Zeng was in a meeting, and everyone was surprised to hear this. Mr. Lin severely damaged the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization. As expected of Mr. Lin, such a record is famous throughout the Magic City and Jinling area. But, can the words of the Shadow civilization be trusted? How did they know the intelligence of the Prophet civilization? And are they crazy? They actually took the initiative to give us news? Li Zeng was silent for a moment, and said, it should be credible. The Prophet civilization army is coming, and the Shadow civilization will bear the brunt. They want to borrow our power. They took the initiative to contact us at this time. They should want to borrow my power, so this news must be true. As he said this, he was inexplicably relieved in his heart. Mr. Lin is still alive. Then, Li Zeng said, the Prophet civilization Xiangwa was seriously injured in the battle, and Mr. Lin's condition is probably not good. We also need to add manpower, and do our best to find Mr. Lin. We must find Mr. Lin, and take him back to Lucheng before the Prophet civilization finds him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Full Health and Full Status. Lunching. The sky gradually brightened. In the ward, Chu Yaoi turned her head and watched Xia King walk in with breakfast. She was wearing heavy clothes, which just covered the steel-modified cyber body underneath. But when she walked, she still made some noises, which seemed a bit strange. Her talent was not weak, and her strength was also very strong in the previous Magic City. If she had not fallen into the dust in that battle, with her ability, she could have exchanged for a set of cyber weapons that were not inferior to Du and Cheyenne Ki. However, because she had to start all over again, she could only change them bit by bit with difficulty. Chu Yaoi looked at her. Xia King shook her head and said, I heard from the people who came back from the front line of the Magic City that the situation is not very optimistic. Lin Qun is now missing, and the army of the Prophet civilization is coming, and the storm is coming. She lowered her voice, because there was more than one Chu Yaoi in the ward. Chu Yaoi was stunned when she heard this, even he. Xia King didn't say anything. The atmosphere fell silent. Chu Yaoi's expression quickly calmed down. She just turned her head and looked out the window and said, it seems that I have to get better as soon as possible. At the same time, in the city of Demon City, grey-black fog was surging. The huge body of the domain master was moving through the fog. It stared into the distance and was using some strange way to convey information to its own civilization, trying to get guidance from civilization. Their civilization form is very unique. The top-down structure is similar to the system of gods. The domain masters are only managers of the middle and lower classes, and there are real gods above them. But their gods have long reached the level of evolvers. Individuals who have become evolvers are not allowed to enter the third level global battlefield, so they cannot leave. Whether to fight or retreat, or other options, it will wait for guidance from above. If the Prophet civilization launched a massive attack, the territory lord would want to retreat. It knew very well that only with the power of its entire shadow civilization could it fight against the power of the Prophet civilization. If it stayed here, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it would surely die. It was already unlucky enough. If it continued to lose, it would lose all the money it had earned before. Then, it would be a big fool who was doing nothing for this trip to the global battlefield of Blue Star, who came here to give contribution points to others. Before, when the two warships of the Prophet civilization came in, it was still a little confident and unwilling to leave, but now, it really backed down. But it did not evacuate immediately. Instead, it contacted its own civilization on the one hand, and sent messages to the humans in the Lucheng command center on the other hand. This was because humans seemed to have become one of the huge variables in this area, and it could not see the situation clearly, especially that human, who was incredibly powerful. An indigenous person, in about a month, was able to severely damage the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization with 1.63 million contribution points. What kind of combat power is this? The Skydriver of the Prophet civilization has all attributes above 900 points. In a third level civilization battlefield like Blue Star, it is the ceiling level. Above it, there are only evolvers. This can be seen from its ranking of 15th in the world. Before coming here, it may have experienced countless civilization battlefields. It is a top-level strongman who has really fought in blood and fire. Moreover, the Prophet civilization is also one of the top civilizations on the battlefield of Blue Star. It has rich means and unique and powerful racial abilities. This is also an important basis for their rise to today. And that human can actually. Is he the son of civilization? Exclamation mark. If he is really the son of civilization, if he can borrow the power of humans and let humans in the Prophet civilization fight to the death, then it will have a chance. In turn, it will eat up all humans in the Prophet civilization. The power of the Prophet civilization is self-evident. It will surely cultivate countless powerful generals. What moved it the most was that if it could kill the top powerhouse suspected to be the son of human civilization and the prophet civilization Xiangqu together, and refine them into a general, the general born in that way would be stronger than it, the domain master, and it would have the opportunity and ability to compete in other areas and gain more contribution points, which it had never dared to dream of before. If it succeeds, it will be able to advance from the domain master to the next level in its own civilization, become a person beside the gods, and master the authority and power under one person, and above 10,000 people. This made it throb, and it was hesitant at the moment. However, the human powerhouse it wanted to refine in its heart was already in a coma at this time. Lin Qun didn't know how long he had been in a coma. His last memory only stayed in the horrible explosion. His revenge demon transformation form was about to end. The prophet civilization Xiangqu wanted to cut his body into pieces. He fought desperately, punched like a drum, and finally caused a big explosion. Then he seemed to be unable to kill the other party, but the other party was also unable to kill Lin Qun. And then there was nothing else. Lin Qun fell into a coma. He had a strange dream. In the dream, he seemed to have traveled back to his original world. When he woke up, a doctor in a white coat told him that he finally woke up. All his experiences were just dreams. There was no global battlefield and no war of civilization. Go back to work. Hearing this, Lin Qun was dumbfounded and stunned. Then he woke up. It can be said that he woke up suddenly. The first thought when he woke up was, compared with the global battlefield, I'd better go back to work. It may take a few years for me to die suddenly at work, but I may be killed every day in the global battlefield. But then he realized that he seemed to have thought too much. It was a dream just now, and now it is real. But he didn't open his eyes at the first time. He just felt his eyelids were dizzy and his body was soft and weak. He was injured, and the injury seemed to be very serious. From the opening of the global battlefield to now, he seemed to have never suffered such a serious injury. He wanted to turn over and move, but he heard a sound. Someone was pulling his body. Several voices were talking. Hey, can this person be eaten? He is so injured. The wound is almost rotten. Maybe he was poisoned by some aliens. It's okay. You see his blood is normal color. It was hard to get it back. And he is not dead yet. He still has a breath. There must be no poison. Do you want to starve to death? What if our good days are coming? Have you noticed that the ranking list of our Santang City area has just changed? Our human number 1 boss Liu has been squeezed out, and now there is a ruthless man with 20,000 contribution points. I'm afraid that a top master is coming. Maybe we will have a good life. Damn it, stop talking nonsense. If a master comes, what does it have to do with us? Who can control us? What's more, such a strong man, can he even look at us? Don't dream. Quickly check if there is anything good on him. Be careful, don't let him wake up. The last voice was sinister, but very effective, as if it was the boss of this group of people. His voice was powerful, and when he opened his mouth, everyone around him was silent. Some people began to turn over Lin Qun silently. At this time, the boss spoke again, saying, hurry up and put up the pot. It's better to cook him alive while he's still alive. I took a lot of effort to get him back from the shore. There were noisy sounds around. Lin Qun felt someone groping on his body. Hey, what is this? The material is so good. This person has been soaked like this, but this thing is not wet. They found the Kyankan bag hanging on Lin Qun's waist. The owner of the voice seemed a little excited, obviously thinking that he had found some treasure. It's not bad to find treasures from corpses. This group of people are a group of exiled survivors in the surrounding areas of Santang City. They are not good people. They have done everything from eating people, turning over corpses, and picking up leaks, and they have no taboos. There are dozens of them in total. At this time, the ones who were groping around Lin Qun were a few people who specialized in handling corpses. They did this job, so they had no status among the group. If they found something good, they had to hand it in. If they didn't, they would be the next to be cooked. But despite this, they were very excited to find something good, because handing it into the boss would get the boss's approval, and they would get more meat to eat later. Lin Qun's Kyankan bag was of extraordinary quality and looked good. TSK, there must be something good in it, maybe some jade. Xiao Wu, take it off and have a look. You guys, do you think this person will suddenly wake up? What can he do if he wakes up? He's injured like this. Can he still kill us? Haha, I think he can hardly move. In just the next second, they were trembling with fear. Especially the person who found Lin Qun's Kyankan bag in front. Because he just stretched out his hand and wanted to take the Kyankan bag from Lin Qun's waist, but found that his hand was grabbed. The one who grabbed him was the person who was picked up and was about to be cooked and thought it was difficult to move. Lin Qun opened his eyes. His eyes moved. The light suddenly hit his eyes, which was a bit dazzling, but his physique was already very good, and he recovered in a second. Everything around him came into view. This seemed to be a self-built house in a seaside village. The air was filled with the smell of dampness, and the environment was a bit dirty and messy. There were 3 people around, all of whom looked very ugly, aged between 20 and 40 years old. Xiao Wu, who was held by his arm, was trembling with fear. He was the youngest, in his 20s. The moment before, they surrounded Lin Qun, as if they were dividing up something good. Now seeing Lin Qun open his eyes and still able to move, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Xiao Wu, whose arm was held by Lin Qun. His face turned pale, trembling with fear, and asked incoherently, You are alive. Lin Qun found it a bit funny. At this time, do we have to divide things into young and old? The young one came up to touch the corpse, and the 2 older senior colleagues watched from behind without even stretching out their hands. In response to Xiao Wu's question, he wanted to ask back, when did I die? But at this time, the other 2 of the 3 people suddenly reacted. One of them shouted, he woke up. The other took out a brick from his waist. It was the oldest of the 3, who was about 40 years old, with a vicious look in his eyes. Damn it, he didn't die in the first place. What's so scary? Can he kill us with such injuries? From the voice, he was the one who just said that it was difficult for Lin Qun to move. But he was wrong. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. As soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded. Lin Qun glanced at him. That's all. Blood splattered, and the shouting of the man who shouted he woke up instantly turned into a piercing scream. It was the first time that Lin Qun knew that a man's scream could reach such a decibel. But the movement here was a bit loud, and many people were attracted. The boss who just left with a powerful voice also ran over, holding a shotgun in his hand, calling a group of people to rush forward. The people here were really fierce. 13 or 14 people, all of them had weapons in their hands, including pistols and rifles. Moreover, they were not ambiguous, and even shot their own people. The boss came over with a shotgun, took a look at the 40-year-old man, who was killed in the blink of an eye, and his face suddenly changed. Even a fool could understand that it was the half-dead man they picked up who killed him. Even though he was injured like that, he could still kill a living person in an instant. How could he not understand that the man he picked up was not an ordinary person, and he must kill him quickly, otherwise something big might happen. If he didn't kill the person, he might have to sacrifice himself. He roared directly, shoot. Everyone was ready to fire indiscriminately. Even the 2 people who were still on Lin Qun's side were ignored, and they were going to be shot into sieves. This group of people were not good people to begin with. It didn't matter if they were their own people. The most important thing was to kill the threat quickly. Lin Qun blinked. With his physique, these bullets, except for a few small red dots on his body from the shotgun, are nothing else. But that was when he had no injuries. His current injuries were somewhat serious. He didn't observe it himself, but he could probably tell that he seemed to have a lot of wounds on his body. Even if it hits the wound, it's okay. But it still hurts. Moreover, wouldn't he have to dig the bullet out of the wound? Lin Qun definitely didn't want to eat this bullet. So he turned his eyes and wanted to shoot the boss in the head. Everyone present was human, and it had only been a month since the doomsday broke out, and they had already reached the point of cannibalism. I don't think they have much ability. They can't even find decent food with their own abilities, and even have to go out and pick up people to eat. What great abilities can such people have? Even this boss couldn't withstand Lin Qun's gaze and a headshot female skill. But he found it embarrassingly. It seems that his skill can't be used. At this time, he realized that his current energy is 1 point. He was injured and had not recovered much. When he just woke up, he only had 3 points of energy. He shot the brick man in the head, and there was only a little left. No wonder, after shooting the other party in the head, Lin Qun felt dizzy for a while. It turned out that his energy was exhausted, but his dark energy recovered a lot. So, the boss who shouted the most suddenly screamed without firing a shot. The sound was extremely shrill. It was creepy. It scared the brothers around. At this moment, the boss twisted his body and began to mutate. Amidst the shrill screams, in less than 3 seconds, he mutated into a terrifying fish-headed monster. It was the deep diver. Lin Qun was a little emotional. The deep diver is the most like a human. Lin Qun has mutated so many deep divers, and this human mutated into a deep diver is the most like the servant life in Lin Qun's memory. Seeing this scene, everyone around was horrified. Those who came over aggressively all had pale faces. They had never seen such a scene even when facing alien life. A living person mutated into a monster in a few seconds. What kind of method is this? Exclamation mark. As Lin Qun judged, these people are not powerful figures. They are very weak in both character and strength. They look fierce, but that is to the weak. In essence, their hearts are not strong. Seeing Lin Qun kill one in a second, he mutated the strongest boss among them into a monster. The team that came to kill them with great momentum collapsed directly. But at this time, it was too late. Lin Qun's eyes were cold, slowly swept across the field. One after another, twisting and struggling, mutated into monsters. However, his dark energy was not much recovered, and he had no intention of wasting it. He only mutated 3 people, and mutated the 3 thugs into deep divers, killing everywhere. Some unlucky people, screaming and running away, were even bitten off their heads by the deep divers. The scene was extremely cruel. Some people fell down, screaming miserably, crying and laughing. Retribution. Retribution is coming. RRR. I was wrong. I shouldn't eat people. I shouldn't eat that little girl. In fear, they didn't even have a decent resistance, and were almost slaughtered by Lin Qun. Moreover, Lin Qun was not merciful at all. From the few words just now, he could tell that this group of people were not good birds. Not only did they eat people, but they also liked to cook them alive. What a cruel method. These people deserve to be killed. In less than 2 minutes, the self-built house became quiet. Lin Qun turned his eyes and looked at the last 2 people in front of him. They were 2 of the 3 people who had just gathered around him to touch the corpse. Xiao Wu and another man in his early 30s. They probably never dreamed that they were the bottom of this group of people, but now they became the only 2 people still standing here. They were so scared that they were cold all over. What kind of method is this? It's more terrifying than alien civilization. It's only been a short time, and almost all of their people have been killed. What kind of monster did the boss and his men pick up this time? The most important thing is that Lin Qun is lying here, obviously seriously injured, but he can still do this. Kill all of them. The gap here is so big that it is unimaginable. They are not people of the same level at all. At this time, a hoarse and low roar sounded from the 2 men. The 2 deep divers were crawling over with their hands and feet, their eyes bulging, drooling, as if they could open their bloody mouths at any time and bite off their heads. The 2 men were shaking with fear, and they were about to piss themselves. At this time, Lin Qun released the hand that was holding Xiao's arm, supported himself a little bit backwards, and half sat up against the wall, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I still have a few questions to ask you. Whether you can live or die depends on how well you answer." Lin Qun kept these 2 people, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to ask what was going on here. He just heard them say that this was Santang City. That's more than 200 kilometers away from the Demon City. He came here. In addition, he also wanted to ask what was going on here. Compared with observing and watching by himself, asking from local survivors is undoubtedly the best way to get the most and most comprehensive information in the shortest time. As for the promise he made, Lin Qun was not prepared to fulfill it. No matter how they answered, these people would die. If we don't kill them today, will we let them live and harm other innocent people? Lin Qun has no mercy for such people. To show mercy to such people is the greatest disrespect and humiliation to the dead military soldiers and the human beings who are still fighting against alien civilizations. However, Lin Qun wants to give them hope so that they can cooperate, so as not to waste time. However, Lin Qun did not rush to ask questions, but just said, "I want to know the situation here. You can think about it first and see who is more comprehensive. You have 5 minutes to think." Giving 5 minutes is, on the one hand, for the two people to think about it. On the other hand, Lin Qun wants to heal his wounds. He spread out his palm. In his palm, a Dahuan Dan has already appeared. The smell of medicine is fragrant. It seems that just smelling it can make people's spirits rise. Lin Qun also took the initiative to take a look. Well, this is an illusion. His energy is still. Lin Qun wants to recover quickly from his injuries. His current injuries are more serious than ever. He is a little swollen, the wounds are white, and his internal organs seem to be damaged. When he moved just now, Lin Qun found that his leg bones were also broken. Before the global battlefield was opened, with Lin Qun's small physique, such an injury would take at least a year to recuperate, and he might not be able to recover to a healthy state. But now he has an extraordinary physique, and is no longer the same as before. If he really recuperates, and is treated properly, he can fully recover in a month at most. 1 month is nothing in the war-free period, but now, 1 month is too long. No one can wait for a month. Time is extremely precious. Therefore, Lin Qun prepared to use the Great Rejuvenating Pill. The Great Rejuvenating Pill can quickly recover from injuries within 3 minutes, which is exactly what he needs. Therefore, he also left these 5 minutes for himself to recover from injuries. Although there are only 3 Great Rejuvenating Pills, Lin Qun has a talent for drawing cards, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to draw other good recovery things. There are still many things that can quickly heal injuries in various fantasy works on Earth. Lin Qun took a deep breath, took the Great Rejuvenating Pill directly, and started to operate and digest the effect of the pill. This Great Rejuvenating Pill is indeed a bit unusual. After entering the stomach, it quickly splits and turns into countless clear streams, flowing between the limbs and bones, making Lin Qun feel unprecedented, like a reborn. As Lin Qun operates the dark energy and quickly digests its medicinal effects, a scene that stunned Xiao Wu and the other 2 thugs appeared. They stared in disbelief, watching the horrific injuries on the man in front of him recover and heal in just a few minutes. Those hideous and horrific wounds all grew rapidly. Broken bones quickly connected and regenerated. Vitality and dark energy quickly recovered to full value. Injuries that could only be recovered in a month were completely healed in just 3 minutes. Not only did the wounds heal, but the blood color on Lin Qun's face also recovered. It was pale just now, but now it was full of red. It didn't look like he was injured at all. Xiao Wu and the other 2 were stunned. Chapter 225 The War Mode of the Prophet Civilization. The effect of the Great Rejuvenating Pill was still very good. Lin Qun took a pill and digested it in 3 minutes. His injuries were healed directly, and his bottoming energy and dark energy attributes were all maximumed out. At this moment, he could even fight another round. Xiao Wu and the other 2 thugs looked at Lin Qun as if he were a monster, but Lin Qun didn't care at all. He gave the 2 men 5 minutes to let them think clearly before speaking, so as not to waste more time. These 5 minutes were also the time Lin Qun wanted to use. 3 minutes to use the Great Rejuvenating Pill to recover from injuries. 2 minutes to check his own condition. Lin Qun first looked at his things. His clothes were already tattered. He took out Kirby's magnifying glass and looked at it. He looked particularly embarrassed now, like a homeless beggar. But almost all of his things were there. Lin Qun's belongings were very concentrated. The Mark 50 was worn on his wrist and activated at any time. He didn't lose it. The rest of the things were all in the Kyankan bag on his waist. The big bag was filled with small bags. The Kyankan bag was not lost, which meant that Lin Qun's most important belongings were still there. Then Lin Qun looked at his panel and prepared to understand his situation intuitively. With the coma, the unparalleled state was automatically lifted, and the revenge demon transformation had long passed the time limit. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Qun's attributes also returned to the basic value, without any additional bonus. Name, Lin Qun level 26, 82,250/180,000, strength 71.6 agility, 44.3 constitution, 66.4 stamina. 73.4 over 73.4 right square bracket, dark energy. 92. The 2nd of February 1992.2 right square bracket. Lin Qun's current basic attributes are also quite capable. Except for agility, the growth rate of the data of various attributes is not slow. If you follow the normal level of the civilized battlefield, the rhythm and speed of familiar promotion, it is not easy to reach this level in 1 month. The most important thing is that Lin Qun is not a contestant, but an indigenous civilized creature. Once the contestant logs in, he can upgrade by slaughtering the indigenous NPC in the battlefield. However, as an indigenous, Lin Qun can only kill the contestants. The upgrades and difficulty of the two sides are not equal at all. The theoretical upgrade difficulty is different. It has only been a month since the outbreak of the global battlefield. As an indigenous civilized creature, he has come step by step to today. He can reach this level in such a short time. With such attributes, even the talented players of the contestant civilization are far behind. In the civilized battlefield, the strong will always be strong. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. The civilized battlefield itself encourages unlimited killing to achieve combat power. Lin Qun's current speed is already supermodal, which has exceeded the normal and theoretical progress and upgrade speed of the civilized battlefield. Which of those powerful people with hundreds of attributes in the civilization has not experienced many civilized battlefields? Even the resources of the whole civilization have been tilted to cultivate them, and that also takes time. Moreover, with Lin Qun's terrifying card drawing talent and multiple abilities, his real combat power far exceeds the panel attributes. As time goes by, the blessing brought by the skill of Feast is gradually changing, bringing Lin Qun a lot of attribute blessings. Devouring an alien civilization can only increase 0.1 points of attributes, which seems not much, but the value of the basic attribute increase is extremely high. It can be seen from the fact that the level increase can only increase such a little attribute. Feast can directly increase the basic attribute 0.1 points is not much, but it will be terrifying if it accumulates a little. Immediately, Lin Qun looked at his contribution points. At this moment, Lin Qun had about 1,600 contribution points in his hand. He glanced at it. He remembered that he didn't seem to have so many contribution points before he fainted. When he went from Zen's Lake to the battlefield of the Demon City, he had already consumed a wave on the way. These 3 Dahuandan and the Revenge Demon transformation were drawn at that time. Before he fainted, it seemed that he had more than 1,000 contribution points. Why is it so much now? There may not be 600 people in the warship of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun reacted quickly. This also includes a portion of the contribution points for Anking settlement. However, he was always busy fighting at that time, so he had no time and no possibility to pay attention. This still surprised Lin Qun. More than 1,600 contribution points. Lin Qun pondered in his heart. Perhaps he could use 1,000 contribution points to upgrade the skills, and the remaining 500 to draw cards from the 3rd level card pool once, leaving 100 contribution points for emergencies. The headshot girl's skills have just been upgraded. Upgrading to level 6 requires 1,300 contribution points, which exceeds Lin Qun's current budget. And there are many options for upgrading with 1,000 contribution points. Especially the skills obtained from the 3rd level card pool. Because of their high skill strength, it takes a full 1000 contribution points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. In Lin Qun's mind, many skills that can be upgraded emerged. Feast, Zhao Yun Washan, Super Giant Transformation, Revenge Demon Transformation, are all good choices. Which one should be upgraded first? But Lin Qun quickly gathered his thoughts. No matter which one he wants to upgrade, now is not the time. 5 minutes have passed. He set his eyes on the 2 people in front of him. Lin Qun just checked the time, which made his heart sink slightly. It was already past 1 in the afternoon of the next day. He had hardly paid attention to the time during the battle, and he was not sure what time it was at night when he fought the Prophet civilization at sea. But compared to the current time, at least 7 or 8 hours had passed. He had been unconscious for longer than he thought. If it weren't for his high attributes, he might have died in the sea. Therefore, looking at the two people, Lin Qun's first question was, "Where did you find me? How long has it been since you brought me back?" Lin Qun tried to contact the Lucheng command center with a communicator, but failed. The Blue Star Federation satellite communication system had long been paralyzed, and the ground communication infrastructure was also severely damaged. The communication distance was limited, and the small communication device in Lin Qun's hand was beyond the communication limit. Xiao Wu and the other two looked at each other, swallowed hard, but did not answer Lin Qun's question immediately. The man in his early 30s asked tremblingly, "Brother, are you a human or an alien creature?" They had just witnessed Lin Qun healing his injuries at the speed of light, and he was back to full health in just a few minutes. They were stunned, and felt that this was not something a human could do. Coupled with the strange methods Lin Qun displayed, they began to fear whether Lin Qun was a contestant from an alien civilization in human skin. Lin Qun did not intend to answer. His eyes turned cold and he said, "Should I ask you questions, or should you ask me questions?" Seeing Lin Qun's face turn cold, the two men shuddered. Xiao Wu answered instead, saying, we said, "Big brother, don't kill us. It's all our boss's fault. He is blind. He wants to kill you. It has nothing to do with us. You were picked up by our boss, by that evil bastard. It's been more than 2 hours. We don't know where the evil bastard picked you up, but we heard him say that it seemed to be on the shore, on the coast." Xiao Wu trembled. When he talked about his own boss, he instinctively glanced at the deep diver on the side. That deep diver was his former boss. But at this moment, his once fierce boss could no longer react to his insults. Being called by an indescribable name, it has now lost its mind, and is completely controlled by Lin Qun. Lin Qun frowned when he heard this. More than 2 hours. Then he should have been washed ashore at least 3 or 4 hours ago. In this case, he should thank the boss who picked him up. Otherwise, if he had been lying dead on the shore, it would be troublesome if he was discovered by some alien civilization life passing by. After all, Blue Star is the blue star of humans. They are indigenous and naturally scattered widely. The alien civilization contestants are invaders and are relatively more concentrated. Lin Qun was washed ashore and was more likely to be discovered by humans. Of course, the boss didn't have any good intentions when he picked Lin Qun up. Lin Qun raised his head and said, "Okay, this is Santang City, right? Who of you can tell me the situation here now?" Xiao Wu and the man in his 30s looked at each other and rushed to speak, especially the man in his 30s. He felt that he had said something wrong and tried desperately to show off. But unfortunately, Lin Qun pointed at Xiao Wu and said, "You tell me." Xiao Wu was immediately elated, thinking that he had performed well and should be able to survive, but he did not notice that the face of the man in his 30s beside him was getting paler and paler, and there was a hint of deep resentment in his eyes when he looked at him. He felt that his chance of survival was being robbed. Xiao Wu was also very strange. Wasn't Lin Qun from here? But he learned his lesson and didn't ask any more questions. He said whatever Lin Qun asked him to say, and said respectfully, "Brother, this is Santang City, about 200 kilometers away from the Magic City. We are located in Bangai Village, Santang Town, which is only 20 minutes away from the coast, more than 30 kilometers away from the urban area of Santang City, and more than 50 kilometers away from Dangru Port." Lin Qun listened and nodded slowly. "Is it here?" He waved his hand and took out a map from his Kyankan bag, carefully confirming the location here. Santang City is not far from the Magic City, but it is a small place. Lin Qun has never been there, and he doesn't know any of the place names Xiao Wu mentioned. Xiao Wu and the other two were surprised again. They didn't understand why the big man in front of them had a map in his hand. They had clearly checked before, and Lin Qun didn't have this thing on him. Where did he get it from? But no one dared to ask more. Xiao Wu nervously pointed out the location. Lin Qun's eyes moved, following his finger to determine the place where he had exchanged fire with the Prophet civilization yesterday. That was the triangular area between the Magic City, Santang City and the East China Sea. Lin Qun estimated that he should have been swept over by the waves diagonally. Maybe he was not completely unconscious at the time, and he moved forward a distance in the sea water. Lin Qun had a vague impression in his mind at this time but his battle with the strong man of the prophet civilization was too tragic. He only remembered that he didn't seem to faint immediately after the battle. He wanted to evacuate the battlefield and find a place to take the Great Huan down. He moved a distance quickly, but he didn't have time to faint later. At that time, he couldn't tell the direction, and he might have moved towards Santang City again. The distance between Santang City and the Magic City is more than 200 kilometers on the road. Lin Qun took the sea, which is a diagonal line. The distance between the two is closer, far less than 200 kilometers. All these reasons led to his appearance here now. Less than 200 kilometers is not far. With the speed of Mark 15 in O-suit, at supersonic speed, if there is no obstruction, it will take more than 10 minutes to return. If it is increased to 7 or 8 times or even 10 times the speed of sound, the speed of return will be faster. This made Lin Qun feel relieved. He was just a little worried. How is the battlefield in the Magic City for such a long time? How is Lin Qun? He has recovered. The basic attributes of the top strong man of the prophet civilization are far superior to his own. Even if it is injured, the injury must be lighter than his own. Although Lin Qun has the Great Huan to recover quickly, under the situation of one side gaining another, Lin Qun estimates that the other side should have recovered its combat power long ago. And with the strength of that guy, there is no need for the army of the prophet civilization to come. It can flatten Lin Qun alone. In the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star, it is a walking weapon of mass destruction, an almost invincible strongman. 15th in the world. All attributes are over 900. Of course, Lin Qun felt that although on paper, his data might be very close to Superman's 999, but maybe Superman's data is not that simple. On the one hand, during this period of time, Lin Qun had long understood that the higher the attribute, the data only represents the lower limit, and the comprehensive strength brought by the addition of multiple abilities is the key. For example, two people with exactly the same attribute data may fight against each other, but their comprehensive strength may be very different. One of them may even be able to kill the other in one shot. On the other hand, Lin Qun realized that 999 to 1000 is a threshold, that is, the so-called evolvers. To reach the level of evolvers recognized by the global battlefield, the data should be over 1000. This means that maybe his 999 in the Superman state is already an imaginary number. Superman's real value has long been above 999, but it is not displayed because of the data mechanism of the global battlefield. Even Superman may have reached the level of an evolver, but Lin Qun himself is not strong enough. As a non-evolver, his data grid can only display the third digit of 999, so it cannot be displayed. Superman's attributes can only stop at 999, and it is impossible to display 3 zeros, right? It is also possible that the Man of Steel version of Superman that Lin Qun drew is not the strongest form. These speculations are also very likely. After all, judging from today's situation, although this top powerhouse of the prophet civilization is powerful enough to look down on one side, there is still a big gap between him and the strongest Superman in Lin Qun's memory. It should have been very powerful before coming to the Blue Star battlefield. When Lin Qun thought of this, he became more anxious. In Lin Qun, no one except him can stop the top powerhouse of the prophet civilization. He must go back as soon as possible. Seeing that the big man didn't say anything, Xiao Wu didn't dare to pause and continued to introduce the situation in their Santang city. Brother, this is it. We are occupied by the Liang Heng civilization. The urban area has long been captured and transformed by them. They have been expanding outward. We survivors were forced to flee all the way here. There are no troops or survivors around this area. There are lives of Liang Heng civilization everywhere. It is very dangerous and complicated. Moreover, they have strange abilities that can contaminate animals and plants. We are ordinary survivors. We have nowhere to go and no food. We are forced to do nothing. If we want to survive, we can only do those things that are not human. But, brother, I grew up in the countryside, and I don't know much about Santang City and the surrounding places. I'm very familiar with the place. If you need a guide, I'm definitely the best choice. I can take you around the blockade of Liang Heng civilization. Xiao Wu's words were not only an introduction to the local situation, but also a way to survive. At this time, he had come back to his senses from the initial fear, calmed down, and wanted to find an opportunity. It was useless to just ask others not to kill him. The only way was to make this big guy feel that he was useful. But he didn't know that Lin Qun had a Mark 50 and didn't need a guide at all. What about the complicated situation in Santang City? He didn't care at all. Wouldn't it be enough to just take off into the sky? But Xiao Wu and the man in his 30s didn't know. The man in his 30s became anxious when he heard this. He quickly said, "I'm a local too. I know everything about the situation here." Seeing this, Xiao Wu also spoke up and shouted, "How can you know more than I do? You're just an outsider." The two of them, who were companions a few minutes ago, are now red-faced and angry. The man in his 30s was obviously a little clumsy and couldn't win against Xiao Wu. Seeing this scene, his heart sank and he roared, "Damn it, I treat you well, but now you only care about your own life. I will kill you." As he said, he pulled out a knife from his waist and stabbed it into Xiao Wu's chest. Blood flowed. Xiao Wu's eyes widened and he fell backwards to the ground. Lin Qun watched this scene and did not stop him, but his eyes were a little cold. The man in his early 30s turned his head to look at Lin Qun, his face blue and white, as if he wanted to attack Lin Qun fiercely, but he didn't dare to do it in the end. He fell into a pool of Xiao Wu's blood with a plop, crying and laughing, and hissed, "Kill me. I know I'm not a human being, and what I do is not human, but what the hell can I do? I just want to survive." They came from the sky and killed anyone they saw. Old people, children, pregnant women. They killed everyone they saw. "My wife is going to give birth next month. She is going to give birth next month. But what can I do? I ran from Santang City to this godforsaken place. The fields are not polluted. The supermarkets have been searched out. Who knew there is nothing here? Who knew there is nothing here?" I smiled at these bastards and joined them in cannibalism. I didn't want to. I just wanted to survive. Anyone who doesn't let me live will die. I'm not a good person. That Xiao is not a good person either. He is lying to you. There are still resistance forces in Santang City. They are in the west of the city and have gathered a large number of survivors. But you'd better not go. Liang Heng Wenming has already set his sights on them. They are dead. They will all be caught and raised as insects. The man's eyes were bloodshot and he was half crazy. He was like this because of Lin Qun, but not because of Lin Qun. Lin Qun was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. More than 30 days of escape, a life that was neither human nor ghost, and the fear and pressure of going back and forth between life and death were the culprits that made him like this. Lin Qun could imagine their lives, facing the arrival of contestants from alien civilizations, endless massacres, desperate situation. Escaped here and survived, but found that the fields were polluted, there was no food, and a desperate situation more terrible than monsters followed. But what this man said should be true. What Xiao said was just to trick Lin Qun into not killing him and let him be a guide. Looking at him, Lin Qun exhaled and slowly stood up from the corner. At this time, the man in his 30s suddenly became quiet. He sat there, looking at Lin Qun blankly. Their eyes met. The next second, his head exploded. Death was a punishment and a relief for him. Lin Qun stepped forward and walked out of the room covered in blood. Behind him, the deep diver followed closely. The self-built house he was in had 3 floors. It seemed to be a civilian house in this village. It was well built and had been transformed into a basement. The room Lin Qun was in the basement. There was not much light. It seemed to be used to store food. When he came out, the light in front of him became bright. It was a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was sunny outside. Lin Qun switched to the Mark 50 nano battleship and tried to call the Lucheng channel. The communication ability of the Iron Man suit is very strong, but the premise is that it must be supported by infrastructure. Otherwise, it will be useless if it exceeds a certain distance. Lin Qun frowned. He couldn't call, so he could only fly back as soon as possible. He walked forward quickly, ready to take off in an open area outside and return as soon as possible. At the same time, he opened the rankings and prepared to see the situation in the Santang City area. But after taking a few steps, Lin Qun suddenly paused. The first place in the Santang City rankings. It is the Prophet Civilization. The second place, that is the life of the Liangheng Civilization. That top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization is in the Santang City area? Lin Qun was not stupid. He reacted in an instant. It was looking for him. He knew that the other party was not dead, so the top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization must also know that Lin Qun was not dead. Would it not stop until it killed itself? Lin Qun's heart sank. But he thought from another perspective. If he was a life form of the Prophet Civilization, and was almost killed by Lin Qun at sea despite such a big gap, he would kill Lin Qun at all costs. Compared with this, Lucheng is nothing. This is indeed the case. This is the decision of the top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization. It doesn't take its strength and the millions of people in Lucheng seriously. On the contrary, it is very afraid of Lin Qun, so it must kill Lin Qun first. And finding Lin Qun is difficult and easy. There are only a few areas around. Just look at which area Lin Qun is on the ranking list. Although it is still troublesome to find Lin Qun, at least you can know the area. Thinking of this, Lin Qun's steps completely stopped. He can't go back to Lucheng. Lin Qun was not afraid of the top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization following him, because he could hide if he couldn't beat them, and the other party couldn't do anything to him. But if he returned to Lucheng, he could leave. But could Lucheng leave? As the saying goes, the monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Going back to Lucheng now would mean taking the life of the Prophet Civilization to his own temple. Killing everyone. That's a fool. So, Lin Qun stood in the yard, but he was silent. He realized that he was a little anxious, thanks to a glance. He instinctively felt that the Prophet Civilization was coming for the contribution points of a large number of humans in Lucheng and Jinling, but in fact it was not. The strength of the Prophet Civilization was enough to go to war with Lucheng and Jinling, so why did the top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization go? What it had to do was to kill itself, a human powerhouse. And there was another layer, experts staring at experts. Large armies competed with large armies. It depends on who is better. It should be like this. Otherwise, the top powerhouse of the Prophet Civilization would have appeared directly in Lucheng instead of the Magic City. It came for Lin Qun from the beginning. Lin Qun was worried that it would attack Lucheng directly, and it was also worried that Lin Qun would kill their army directly. Although Lin Qun actually didn't know where their army was, this top-level strongman of the Prophet Civilization appeared, and their army was definitely not far away. Both sides have the ability to challenge the other's army and harvest tons of contribution points, so they have to restrict each other, watch each other, and beware of everyone's masters not changing homes, so that the strong men on both sides cannot attack the other's rear. Lin Qun wanted to use superhuman power to sweep the army of the Prophet's Civilization, but the other side also understood this, so they wanted to bite Lin Qun to death and not let him use superhuman power. So far, Lin Qun has never seen the army of the Prophet Civilization. The top strongmen of the Prophet Civilization were also afraid of Lin Qun's power, and they didn't know how deep Lin Qun's strength was, so they didn't go around and attack Lucheng, fearing that Lin Qun would go to the sea to find their main force to change homes, so they directly intercepted Lin Qun in the Magic City. Lin Qun was reluctant to change homes, and the Prophet Civilization was even more reluctant to change homes. Otherwise, Lucheng would have been finished long ago. Lin Qun didn't understand this mode. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the reason why this top expert of the Prophet Civilization wanted to kill him was, on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was a war mode in which the experts on both sides restricted each other. Thinking of this, Lin Qun took a breath. It turned out that he and the human were the ones fighting randomly. And what Lin Qun has to do now is actually this. Keep an eye on the top expert of the Prophet Civilization. Don't let the other party have a chance to attack Lucheng and Jinling. Then he absolutely can't go back to Lucheng now. He must drag the other party to the area of Santang City. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.